Chapter 1. A Day in the Apocalypse Part 1. With a swift motion, the heavy curtains parted, unleashing a flood of brilliant sunlight that forced Lin Zhi to squint against its brightness. He positioned one hand above his brow, peering down from the seventh floor, where the figures on the street appeared blurred and indistinct. This was a modest city nestled in the booming plateau, neither too large nor too small. The new district boasted rows of towering buildings that, though devoid of character and uniform in design, still shone in the daylight. A flock of 17 or 18 doves glided across the azure sky, the melodic whistle cutting through the air from east to west. Comparatively, everything seemed unchanged from 6 months ago. Yet, apart from him, it felt as though the entirety of this fortified city was devoid of any truly living souls. I fear not death, I dread the thought of being the sole survivor, left to wander alone. He stood there, lost in thought for over a minute, before removing his basketball jersey and turning sharply to the floor, executing push-ups with determination. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. By the time he reached 30, he pushed himself up with force, arching his arms to admire the bulging biceps, a ghost of a smile flickering at the corners of his lips, a smile that could only chill the heart. Then, bending his knees, he drew strength from his core to leap onto the wooden dining table, jumping up and down repeatedly. His explosive power was a testament to his entire physicality: strength, speed, agility, coordination, and flexibility intertwined. Once a source of mere admiration, his robust physique now served as a vital asset for survival. Lin Zhi exerted himself with fervor, beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead and back, a stark contrast to his physical state from 6 months prior. After 50 jumps, he paused momentarily, approaching the corner of the room. With a nimble leap, he grasped a short iron rod, performing pull-ups with grit. The rod, one end embedded into the wall and the other resting against the window frame, had once hung flower pots. Now it served as Lin Zhi's makeshift pull-up bar. The flower pots lay abandoned on the television stand, a pale green violet long since withered and dead. Its brittle branches, like the lifeless figures lingering below, were devoid of vitality, sending a shiver down his spine. Completing 20 pull-ups in succession, Lin Zhi descended lightly. Despite being drenched in sweat, the dopamine surging through his brain brought a rare sense of ease and elation. A slightly yellowed towel, draped over the armrest of the sofa, caught his eye. He picked it up, wiping the sweat from his face and body with casual indifference. If only I could take a hot bath. He shook his head. The only habit he had managed to maintain was that of brushing his teeth. He could hardly recall the last time he washed his face. Wearing the towel around his neck, Lin Zhi approached the security door, turning the knob with a soft click as he opened it. The corridor was coated with a fine layer of dust, marred only by a few scattered footprints, while sunlight streamed in through the ventilation windows, casting ghostly squares on the floor. He stretched his legs and began running down the stairs, instinctively rising onto his toes as he passed the 4th and 3rd floors. In several rooms on these 2 floors, the undead lay trapped. Heavy footsteps could rouse them from their stupor, triggering their piercing howls. That sound resembled the biting winds of a December chill, gnawing at Lin Zhi's nerves, sending tremors through him. But whether from caution or avoidance, he had no intention of confronting them. Reaching the ground floor, Lin Zhi peered outside through the barred unit door. In the courtyard, several zombies wandered aimlessly. It was evident they moved with an eerie grace, swaying as if they might topple at any moment. Yet, when prey appeared, these monstrous creatures erupted into a frenzy. Even the most agile 4-legged dogs would be overwhelmed and rendered lifeless. Their explosive power and stamina could obliterate anything living on this planet. However, recently, Lin Zhi couldn't quite articulate why, but he sensed the relentless vigor of these creatures seemed to be waning. He continued his ascent, passing the 3rd and 4th floors, still keeping his footsteps light. Completing 2 full circuits, he finally ascended to the rooftop. The rooftop was cluttered with pots and pans, all meant for collecting rainwater, but with winter just behind them and spring rains yet to come, none were filled. He gazed upward at the expanse of impeccably blue sky. If it didn't rain soon, he would have to resort to his last bucket of water. Just then, a flicker of green caught his eye as he turned his head. A sprout had pushed its way through the corner of the parapet. Excitement coursed through him as he hurried towards it, inadvertently knocking over several basins in his haste. The delicate chute appeared fragile, and Lin Zhi gently prodded it with his fingertip, allowing a rare smile to grace his lips. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he dashed down from the rooftop. Bursting through the door, he opened the last bucket of water, noticing the printed expiration date had lapsed over 6 months. Why, he mused, does water need an expiration date once it's bottled? Pouring half a bowl of water, he returned to the rooftop, taking a sip for himself before watering the soil surrounding the sprout. Lost in contemplation for a while, he let out a sigh before descending back inside. Upon returning to his dwelling, he rinsed his mouth with half a cup of water, then moved into the study to retrieve a hefty reference book. Grasping the soot-blackened pot, he made his way to the balcony. In one corner of the balcony, he had constructed a makeshift fire pit using a few bricks, within which lay several charred segments of chair legs. Lin Zhi ignited some paper and then torched the chair pieces, watching as the flames danced upward. Suddenly, a vivid memory surged forth in his mind. "Help me! Help me!" Xia Qing's voice echoed, filled with desperation as she was slammed to the ground by 2 zombies, her outstretched hand crying for him, pleading for rescue. Lin Zhi knew he would never forget those eyes, helpless, terrified, suffused with an intense desire to live. If only I had acted then, now act. A wave of fury overtook Lin Zhi, and he began viciously kicking the flames, shouting, "There are no if-onlys, no if-onlys." He felt like a wounded beast, tearing at his own hair before unleashing a powerful punch against the glass balcony door. With a shattering sound, a thin crack spiderwebbed through the thick glass. Another punch, and then another blood splattered against the glass. But he could no longer contain himself. The numbness of his nerves dulled any pain. Finally, with a resounding crash, a large section of glass exploded outward, plunging down below and severing the head of a zombie on the street with a clean, surgical slice. Chapter 2. A day in the apocalypse. Lin Zhi halted his hand, ceasing to strike the glass, yet his bloodied fists clashed together relentlessly, clenched tightly. Were it not for his own harrowing experience, he would hardly have believed that merely half a year, a mere 100 days, could imbue a profound sense of isolation that could nearly obliterate the sanity of an otherwise normal individual. He exhaled heavily, gradually loosening his grip. It was not out of any lingering vestige of rationality that he did so, for on several occasions, he had nearly descended the stairs, wielding a short axe, to engage in a desperate struggle against the horde of undead that filled the streets. After a bout of venting his frustrations, his thoughts calmed slightly, and his gaze returned to the outside world, where the city lay lifeless beneath the azure sky and white clouds. As far as the eye could see, there was not a hint of vitality. The transformation into the undead had occurred merely 6 months prior, yet the city beneath his feet felt as though it had languished in desolation for a century. His appetite had vanished, and like a specter, he wandered back into the living room, seized the half-bottle of wine left over from the previous night, and tilted his head back, draining it completely. Collapsing onto the floor, the alcohol swiftly surged to his brain, leaving him in a daze, yet his consciousness seemed paradoxically sharper. "Help me, help me." The desperate screams of Xia Qing echoed stubbornly in his ears. Lin Zhi swore that for a fleeting moment, he was ready to confront the 2 zombies and rescue Xia Qing. However, when faced with the deluge of corpses that subsequently burst through the shattered door, he faltered. Do not preach to him about the inherent goodness of humanity or mutual assistance. In the face of life and death, all people reveal their selfishness, that he felt a deep sense of guilt, yet he remained unrepentant. Thus, Lin Zhi allowed himself to lie on the icy floor, surrendering to the slow passage of time. The room was enveloped in a profound silence, the electronic clock on the wall casting a ghostly green glow, and to its monotonous ticking, Lin Zhi's thoughts drifted back to the time before the apocalypse. After graduating from university, he found himself without suitable employment and lingered idly at home for a while. One day, his childhood friend, Zhang Kai, called, claiming to have secured a shipment to transport from Jiangsu to Guizhou, inquiring if Lin Zhi wished to accompany him. Zhang Kai, having graduated from high school, had taken over his father's long-haul trucking business, traversing the length and breadth of the country over the years. Feeling restless, Lin Zhi immediately agreed, viewing it as a chance for a free road trip. The heavy-duty truck laden with hardware left Wuxi, traveling along the Huyu Expressway towards the west. Lin Zhi rested his hand on the window, the wind swirling through his fingers, seemingly whisking away the gloom that had settled in his heart during this period. 2 days later, the truck entered Guizhou, where the road ceased to be flat and began winding through steep mountains and rugged terrain that on many stretches, one side of the road was a sheer cliff, while the other loomed a bottomless abyss. Each time they approached such treacherous stretches, Lin Zhi's heart raced, his palms slick with sweat that in contrast, Zhang Kai casually gripped the steering wheel, a cigarette dangling carelessly from his lips, teasing Lin Zhi with a mocking tone. "What's the matter, Xiaozhi? Thirsty?" Lin Zhi had a peculiar affliction. When anxious, his throat would dry out. "I'm not thirsty, nor am I anxious." "Ah, then why does your face look as pale as a girl's?" Lin Zhi bit his lip, choosing silence. "If you're scared, just admit it. Who are we to each other? I remember my first time with my dad. Shut up and drive properly." At Lin Zhi's outburst, Zhang Kai fell silent. The truck continued for another 7 or 8 hours without any sign of stopping for a break. The relentless rush was an inescapable cycle in this line of work. Inevitably, tragedy struck as they neared their destination, Wei City. Zhang Kai swerved to avoid a small car, plunging off the road's edge. Lin Zhi's final memory was of Zhang Kai's bone-chilling scream. Afterward, it seemed he briefly awakened from a stupor, confronted by several indistinct faces, their features grotesquely distorted, mouths moving as though in frantic shouts. He strained to hear their utterances, yet a splitting headache rendered him deaf to all sounds that in the midst of this eerie silence, those blurred, contorted faces appeared hauntingly surreal. Time passed, and he awoke once more, opening his eyes to a sea of white clouds. His body felt weightless, as if he were reclining upon a cloud. Where am I? Is this heaven?" As he spoke, he startled himself. His voice emerged hoarse and unrecognizable, and one responded. Straining to turn his neck, he discovered sensors connected to his body and in 4 drip in his arm. There were no clouds. He lay in a pristine white hospital room. "Water, water, water! Is anyone there? Please, give me a glass of water." He steadied his racing thoughts, gradually recalling what had transpired. The long-haul truck veering off the road, tumbling down the mountainside with a cacophony of screeching metal. "Oh God, I'm still alive. What about Zhang Kai? What has happened to him?" Lin Zhi licked his parched lips, his throat ablaze, struggling to sit up, only to find that the 4-bag was empty and the medical equipment by his bedside was devoid of power. "Where's the nurse? Where has she gone?" A flicker of doubt crossed his mind as he removed the 4-needle and the sensors clinging to him, slowly dressed, and stepped down from the bed. He took a few steps towards the door, but suddenly the room spun violently, compelling him to brace himself against the wall. After catching his breath, the dizziness subsided slightly, and he continued on, reaching the door of the ward, where he noticed a restroom on one side. "Water!" Lin Zhi stumbled towards the sink, trembling fingers turning the faucet, but no water flowed as he had hoped. Damn it! Unable to contain his frustration, he pushed himself up, only to discover a half-empty bottle of mineral water at his feet. Without a second thought for cleanliness, Lin Zhi snatched up the bottle, hurriedly opened it, and drank greedily until it was empty. Then a rush of icy water coursed through his chest and abdomen, and he exhaled in relief, feeling significantly more comfortable. Emerging from the restroom, he grasped the door handle, and with a soft click, opened the door to the ward. The corridor lay silent, strewn with abandoned shoes and discarded clothing. A stretcher overturned on the floor, its wheels skyward, beside a pool of blackened blood that had long since dried. Lin Zhi was taken aback, an ominous feeling creeping over him as several sheets of white medical paper suddenly fluttered into the air, caught in a draft that whistled through the corridor. Steeling himself, he cautiously approached the nurse's station in the center of the hallway, only to find a computer smashed on the floor, a bloodied scalpel nearby, and streaks of blood marking the ground, while the counter stood devoid of any personnel. What has happened here?" Lin Zhi's voice trembled. Nurse! Is anyone still here?" Chapter 3. The 4 survivors. The entire building lay in a profound silence, with Lin Zhi's hands pressed against the counter, the only sound resonating within him being the rapid thumping of his heart. A fine layer of dust had settled on the countertop. An overwhelming sense of unease began to engulf him, and he yearned to escape this place as swiftly as possible. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhi stumbled towards the staircase, gripping the railing as he descended step by step. Upon exiting the hospital, the scene before him sent a fresh tremor through his already taut nerves. Vehicles lay haphazardly strewn about, and discarded belongings littered the ground. A baby stroller lay overturned beneath a street tree, and the road stretched out desolately, as if a battle had just recently concluded. Lin Zhi gaped in shock, his eyes wide in disbelief, frozen like a statue of wood. After what felt like an eternity, he awoke from his stupor, the first thought piercing his mind. A war must have occurred. Everyone in the city has evacuated to the outskirts. Suddenly, a chilling wail pierced the air, sending shivers down his spine. He turned toward the center of the road, where he beheld a woman trapped beneath the wheels of a truck, her long hair obscuring her face as her body twisted in agony. Startled, Lin Zhi stumbled forward, stammering, "Why you? What happened?" But as the words escaped his lips, he instinctively recoiled, collapsing onto the ground. A faint, foul odor wafted through the air. The woman's intestines had been crushed out, blackened and rotting, a grim indication that the truck had been pressing down on her for more than a day. But how could she still be alive? The woman lifted her head, revealing a single eye that resembled that of a dead fish, fixated on him with an unwavering gaze. Lin Zhi's hair stood on end, terror etched across his pale face, and he scrambled to flee. After a brief distance, the woman's ghastly wails faded into silence. Yet his heart continued to race violently. He pressed his hand against his chest and bent down to pick up a mobile phone, pressing a button to discover it still had power, but no signal. He staggered forward, collecting any phones he found, yet all the devices with remaining battery were devoid of reception. Suddenly, a rustling sound akin to rain reached his ears. Looking up, he saw a throng of people pouring around the corner. Hey! Lin Zhi's outstretched arm froze mid-motion as the frenzied crowd sprinted towards him, their disheveled hair and wild expressions cloaked in an ominous aura of darkness. Instinctively gripped by fear, he turned and dashed into a small inn beside the road. Noticing a backpack at the entrance, he hastily unzipped it to reveal several boxes of biscuits and other provisions, which he snatched up without hesitation. He fled up the staircase to the third floor, discovering he had reached the top level. The corridor was lined with tightly shut doors, each one sealed without exception. Summoning every ounce of strength, Lin Zhi attempted to force open one of the doors, but after several futile attempts, he was met with frustration. Amidst the cacophony of chaotic footsteps rapidly ascending the stairs, a chill gripped Lin Zhi's heart. It's over. Just then, a door behind him swung open abruptly, and he felt a tightening around his waist as someone seized him from behind, dragging him inside and shutting the door behind them. Lin Zhi tumbled onto the floor, his mind a swirling haze. "Hey, thank you, you saved me," he stuttered, noticing the scruffy, middle-aged man before him. "Silence," the man barked, pressing his ear against the door, his expression tense and focused. Outside, the footsteps grew louder. Those people had caught up to the third floor. Lin Zhi scrambled to his feet, only to realize he was not alone in the room. In addition to the middle-aged man, 3 others stood behind him, one in his 30s, a young woman, and a teenage girl. The 4 of them grasped each other's hands tightly, scarcely daring to breathe. A loud crash reverberated as the door shook violently, causing the girl to scream, but she was swiftly silenced by the man beside her, who whispered harshly, "Xiaqing, if you dare scream, I will slit your throat." A glint of a dagger appeared in his hand. Fortunately, after that jolt, the noise outside began to diminish, allowing the occupants of the room to exhale slightly in relief. The middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. "Thankfully, those fiends are unaware we are here." "Shoo," the young woman cautioned, placing a finger to her lips. The middle-aged man continued, "Do not worry. They cannot hear us. They simply do not know. But how long will it take before they disperse? Xiaqing, had it not been for Yin Er's quick reflexes, you would have nearly doomed us all." Xiaqing's face turned pale. "I am sorry, I won't do it again." Her voice was barely audible, akin to the flutter of a mosquito, but Lin Zhi strained to hear. Yin Er released Xiaqing, scrutinizing Lin Zhi with narrowed eyes, his face a mask of displeasure. "Kid, are you trying to throw your life away in broad daylight? Zhou, you've lost your mind. nearly jeopardizing us all with your foolishness. His words were directed at both Lin Zhi and the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, Zhou Kemin, glanced at the food-laden backpack in Lin Zhi's possession, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. Well, this is still a matter of survival. Yin Er scoffed. Don't play the saint with me. You must have seen the food through the peephole, right? Lin Zhi realized, oh, so that is how it is. He whispered, can someone tell me what happened to those people outside? At this, Zhou Kemin and the others turned to him in astonishment, as if questioning his very existence. The young woman and Yin Er exchanged glances, then tiptoed closer to Lin Zhi. You, haven't he come down with a fever, have you? She asked, reaching to touch his forehead. Lin Zhi recoiled. No, I'm not feverish. I was in a car accident, and I don't even know how many days I've been unconscious. The young woman gasped softly. So, you escaped from the hospital? Lin Zhi nodded. Zhou Kemin exclaimed softly, realizing his voice had risen, quickly covering his mouth and murmuring, Kid, it's a miracle you weren't bitten by zombies while you were out cold. You must have some serious luck. Lin Zhi's heart raced. Zombies? Sir, are you referring to those people outside as zombies? Yin Er shot him a sidelong glance, interjecting, what else would you call them? Lin Zhi stood astounded. Despite the inkling of the word zombie surfacing in his mind when he first saw the woman trapped under the truck, he was still in a state of utter disbelief. Zombies were not supposed to exist outside the realms of film and fiction, were they? The notion that they had manifested in reality seemed utterly absurd. Lin Zhi grappled with the suspicion that he was still trapped in a dream, and amidst the furtive whispers of Zhou Kemin and the others, he finally gleaned the events that had transpired during his 5 days of unconsciousness. It turned out that just 1 day after his accident and subsequent hospitalization, the sky had inexplicably darkened, enveloped in a shroud of ominous black mist. But Chapter 4, The Black Fog was exceedingly strange, seemingly imbued with a faint metallic luster. Yet, it dissipated after a brief moment, followed by a ghastly sight. Blood began to pour from the noses and eyes of many individuals, a flow that could not be staunched. As the blood ceased to flow, a more terrifying phenomenon ensued. These afflicted souls turned upon one another, behaving like rabid dogs that in the subsequent 12 hours, the number of bleeding individuals swelled exponentially, and within the mountainous embrace of Wuming City, a tempest of blood and gore descended, as if hell had been transported to the realm of mortals. Lin Zhi's voice trembled. Is the state not going to intervene? The squint-eyed Yin Lao heir let out a derisive snort. The state? You still speak of the state. It has long since ceased to exist. The entire world is in disarray. Lin Zhi cast a glance over the 4 of them. How can you be so certain? What if there are other nations that have managed to evade this catastrophe? The woman sighed, her expression somber. News, information, even WeChat has gone wild with reports. No nation is spared. Lin Zhi felt as if the world was spinning, a wave of panic washing over him, leaving him breathless as he longed to scream, No, you are lying. This cannot be true. Having awakened from a car accident, the world around him had suddenly turned upside down. Despite his usual calm demeanor, he found himself teetering on the brink of madness. It was no wonder. Who wouldn't succumb to such despair? Crash! Suddenly, a zombie collided forcefully with the door, causing all 5 individuals to freeze in terror, not daring to breathe. Fortunately, after a brief moment, the sound of shuffling footsteps indicated the creature had wandered away. The woman pressed her hand against her chest, exhaling softly, then glanced at the backpack on the coffee table, her throat constricting as she murmured, We haven't eaten since the day before yesterday. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Kemin and Yin Lao heir lunged forward simultaneously, their hands gripping the backpack tightly, their eyes wide with hunger, resembling 2 combative roosters. After a brief pause, Zhou Kemin huffed, Let us divide it equally. Yin Lao heir nodded slowly, but continued to clutch the backpack, as if fearing that relinquishing his hold would mean losing it forever. Beyond the door, zombies still roamed the corridor, yet the 2 men disregarded the danger, fiercely vying for the food. Lin Zhi sighed. If the world is truly as you say, is there even a need to fight over it? Zhou Kemin sneered. Kid, wait until you've gone 3 days without food, and then you'll understand the necessity. Lin Zhi countered. There can't be many survivors left in the city, right? If there is no food, we could search outside. Who would compete with you? Zhou Kuimin replied. Zombies block the exits. Who knows how long they'll remain? Lin Zhi insisted. Even so, we should all share equally. Yan Lao scoffed. Share equally. Ah, you're deluding yourself. If we share, it'll be between the two of us. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhi, despite his sorrow, could not suppress his anger. His expression darkened as he icily retorted. Are you two suggesting you intend to keep it all for yourselves? Zhou Kuimin shot him a sidelong glance. What, do you have a problem with that? Your life was saved by me. He noted Lin Zhi's imposing stature and spoke with a hint of arrogance, unsure if his harsh words would intimidate the seemingly frail yet piercingly cold youth before him. Lin Zhi assessed the situation, realizing that Zhou Kuimin and Yin Lao had allied against him. Were he not physically weakened, he might have been able to contend with them, but now. Suddenly, Lin Zhi grasped a teacup, poised to hurl it to the ground. Zhou Kuimin gasped. Brother, no, we'll give you a share. Is that not enough? Yin Lao understood Zhou Kuimin's sudden capitulation. If the zombies were to burst in, none would escape alive. He quickly added, Brother, why go to such lengths? Lin Zhi snorted. Who are you calling brother? Hand over the food, that I want to hoard it all, but I want to allow anyone to bully me either. Divided into 5 portions. Zhou Kuimin forced a sheepish grin and began to retrieve items from the backpack, placing them on the coffee table. The backpack appeared to belong to a fleeing individual, containing a diverse array of supplies, including biscuits, canned fish, braised meat, cake, cereal, honey, chocolate, and more. Once the food was laid bare, a short-handled axe was revealed at the bottom. Lin Zhi swiftly seized it. Zhou Kuimin and Yin Lao had been seeking the opportune moment to eliminate Lin Zhi, but upon witnessing his swift acquisition of the axe, their hopes were dashed. Lin Zhi insisted on dividing the food into 5 portions, yet Zhou Kuimin and Yin Lao feigned ignorance, only agreeing to split it into 3 that the woman and Xia Qing watched helplessly, their eyes brimming with despair, knowing they would not receive even a morsel. However, neither dared to emulate Lin Zhi nor threaten Zhou Kuimin and Yin Lao. Seeing their plight, Lin Zhi felt a pang of sorrow, but with his own survival at stake, he returned his share to the backpack. He approached the window and peered down. Outside, dozens of zombies meandered along the street. Zhou Kuimin observed coldly. Brother, are you contemplating hanging out the window? Lin Zhi remained silent. He had no desire to share the same space with Zhou Kuimin and his ilk. Should he be forced to stay, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate them first, as both were treacherous and cunning, as evidenced by their behavior over the food. Having awakened from his coma in the hospital, Lin Zhi had experienced a whirlwind of emotions in less than half a day, from shock to despair, from despair to sorrow, and finally, from sorrow to a regained composure. He had come to understand that the world was no longer the familiar one he once knew, and to survive, one must possess a ruthless heart. However, escaping through the window was not feasible. Having witnessed the zombies' wild running abilities prior to taking refuge in the small inn, he knew better than to underestimate them. He noted that the window of the adjacent room was not far away. Thus, he climbed onto the windowsill, remaining wary of Zhou Kuimin and the squint-eyed Yin Lao. With one hand gripping the window frame, he swiftly lifted his leg and leaped into the neighboring room. Throughout this, Zhou Kuimin and Yin Lao had watched coldly, eager to seize the opportunity to grab the food from the backpack. Yet, seeing no chance to act, they resigned themselves to the situation. Once inside the room, Lin Zhi collapsed onto the floor, taking a moment to gather himself before slowly crawling onto the bed. Having held his composure in the face of danger, he now felt utterly drained, unable to lift even a finger. Taking a deep breath, he tore open a packet of biscuits and devoured them hungrily. During his unconscious state, he had subsisted solely on nutrient solutions, and now he was ravenously hungry. After finishing a bag of biscuits, Lin Zhi moved on to a can of braised meat, the fatty chunks glistening unappetizingly, yet he relished each bite as he desperately needed to replenish his energy. Patting his stomach, feeling somewhat satiated, he filled a cup with water. Just as the rim touched his lips, he caught a glimpse of movement outside the window. Chapter 5. Escape from the small inn. To Lin Zhi's astonishment, Xia Qing had somehow managed to climb over to this side as well. What are you doing here? He exclaimed in surprise. Xia Qing's eyes were red and puffy, clearly having been weeping as she sobbed. Those two. Sob. They're not human. They want me. They want me to accompany them. As Xiaqing cried, Lin Zhi understood that it was Zhou Kemin and Yin Laowa who, lured by food, were coercing the young woman and Xiaqing into unspeakable acts. Xiaqing had refused, seizing the opportunity to escape while the two were caught off guard, while the young woman had acquiesced to their demands. Bastards, Lin Zhi muttered in disgust, glancing at Xiaqing. I cannot help you. Xiaqing hurriedly replied, I won't take your food. Did I have some provisions hidden? As she spoke, she produced half a bag of bread from her belongings. Lin Zhi shook his head, thinking to himself, what use is that half bag of bread? As darkness began to envelop the sky, he propped the wardrobe against the window to prevent Zhou Kemin and Yin Laowa from climbing over as well. Once the window was blocked, the room was plunged into a profound darkness, with only a few inches of daylight filtering through the top of the wardrobe. Lin Zhi took a bag of cake and offered it to Xiaqing, who promptly shook her head, softly saying, I don't want it. Lin Zhi insisted, take it. I am giving it to you, it's not a freebie. While I sleep, you must keep watch. Timidly, Xiaqing accepted the offering and sat down on the sofa, bowing her head. Exhausted, Lin Zhi collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep almost instantly that he slumbered soundly until the next morning, awakening to find Xiaqing still seated on the sofa, seemingly unchanged in posture. You should rest for a while, Lin Zhi said, his face devoid of expression. Xiaqing nodded softly, leaning her head against the armrest. Though the boy was only a few years her junior, he possessed a calmness and maturity beyond his age, instilling in Xiaqing an inexplicable fear of him. After a night's rest, Lin Zhi had regained a considerable amount of energy that he pushed open the wardrobe and leaned against the windowsill, observing the surroundings outside. The street was lined with clothing stores, devoid of food, but at the end of the street stood a residential complex. Once inside, the issue of sustenance would undoubtedly be resolved that he tore open a bag of cake and began to eat slowly. The pressing question remained, how to navigate through the throngs of ravenous zombies that populated the street. Suddenly, laughter, muffled and low, drifted in from the open window of the adjacent room. Hey, be gentle. Don't you like it this way? Ha! Lin Zhi scoffed derisively. With just a few packs of biscuits and canned goods, you're all set for 2 days at most. Sigh. Humans really do live from day to day. Do they not realize that, knowing they cannot survive, they might as well indulge in reckless revelry? He shook his head and turned back, ripping the sheets and quilt cover from the bed, rolling them up and tossing them out the window. Thud! The bedding fell to the ground, startling 2 nearby zombies, who rushed over, tilting their heads back to howl at the window. Lin Zhi recoiled, glancing at the clock on the wall. 7 seconds later, the zombies ceased their howling and wandered away. After waiting a while longer, he picked up a sofa cushion and threw it out the window as well. This time, 3 zombies were attracted, growling at the window for 8 seconds. After several such experiments, Lin Zhi reached 2 conclusions. First, although zombies possessed extraordinary speed, their vision seemed severely impaired, with a visible range of only about 20 meters, as evidenced by the fact that only zombies within this distance responded to the bedding and cushion. Second, their memory appeared to be similarly compromised, lasting no more than 10 seconds. As none of the groups of zombies had howled for longer than that duration, that it was unquestionable that zombies had lost their capacity for reasoning. Otherwise, they would not merely howl on the street, but would ascend the stairs and break down doors. That if Lin Zhi's assumptions were correct, he reasoned, then their vision at night should be even worse. Moving stealthily into the residential complex at the end of the street after dark should pose no significant issue. Determined, Lin Zhi returned to the bed to rest his eyes, awaiting the arrival of nightfall. At 2 in the afternoon, Xiaqing awoke. Lin Zhi left behind a can of fish and allocated the remaining food to her. Xiaqing was taken aback. What? You're giving it all to me? Lin Zhi replied coolly. I no longer need it. Xiaqing stammered. Why? Lin Zhi remained silent, tearing the sheets and quilt cover from the morning into strips, binding them together into a long rope. Xiaqing stared blankly, as if coming to an understanding. As night fell, a crescent moon rose above the city skyline, its silvery light casting elongated shadows of the buildings. Lin Zhi secured one end of the rope firmly to the foot of the bed and tossed the other end out the window. Xiaqing watched in disbelief and suddenly exclaimed, I'm afraid of heights. Lin Zhi replied, I never intended to. Gazing at Xiaqing, take you along. Xiaqing's eyes widened. You're going to leave me behind? You are so cold-blooded. With a short axe at his waist, Lin Zhi stepped onto the windowsill, declaring, It's not that I'm cold-blooded, it's that I cannot even ensure my own safety. You should stay. He refrained from completing the thought. At least you might survive a few more days. Xiaqing suddenly rushed forward to embrace him, pleading, No, don't go. Lin Zhi asked, Why? Xiaqing replied, Because the zombies will catch you. Lin Zhi countered, Not necessarily. Xiaqing hastily insisted, Listen to me. We originally had 5 people. There was an older brother who tried to escape through the window, but he didn't get far before the zombies got him, that I swear. I'm not lying. Zombies can see at night too. Otherwise, why wouldn't Uncle Zhou and the others escape? You mustn't. Lin Zhi interrupted her. Does staying here guarantee a lifetime of safety? Xiaqing forced a smile. At least I could have a complete corpse, unlike that older brother whose neck was bitten and head rolled away. Lin Zhi broke free from her grasp, stating, If we're all going to die, what difference does it make? As Xiaqing watched Lin Zhi disappear out the window, she gritted her teeth and followed him, descending the rope. Lin Zhi landed on the ground, hiding beneath the flower bed by the sidewalk, one hand gripping the short axe. Suddenly, he heard a startled ouch from behind. Turning around, he discovered that Xiaqing had landed awkwardly and twisted her ankle. You're not afraid of death? Lin Zhi whispered. I'm not afraid. I only fear being left alone if everyone else dies. Lin Zhi's gaze lingered on Xiaqing's face for 2 seconds without a word. Then he turned to continue observing the situation on the road. Just as he noticed 2 zombies approaching a van, the area appeared relatively safe, and he was about to rise and leave when a loud crash resonated above him, as something fell from the sky and shattered behind him. Chapter 6. The corpse under the moonlight. Lin Zhi was taken aback, and upon raising his gaze, he was met with the sinister grin of Yin Lao, who was about to hurl another glass bottle downwards. Zhou Kemin and the young woman stood flanking Yin Lao, both wearing expressions of malicious glee. In an instant, Lin Zhi comprehended the situation. The trio of Yin Lao had neither the courage to flee nor could they bear to see another escape alive. The malevolence inherent in humanity truly knows no bounds. The sound of the glass bottles shattering against the ground echoed sharply in the desolate street, accompanied by the cacophony of anguished moans as the zombies, alerted by the commotion, surged forward from both ends of the street. In a moment of desperation, Lin Zhi leapt and dashed into the telecommunications hall across the road, hastily closing the glass door behind him, only to see Xiaqing limping towards him. With a piercing scream, she implored, Don't close the door. After a brief hesitation, Lin Zhi, unable to ignore her plight, opened a glass door. Allowing Xiaqing to rush inside, he swiftly shut the door again, grabbing a metal pipe that supported an advertising banner to brace it shut. The zombies, in a frenzy, collided against the door with relentless force, the jarring sounds resonating ominously as the thick-tempered glass began to fracture like a spider's web. Lin Zhi hoisted the fallen Xiaqing, urging, Hurry, escape. At the rear of the telecommunications hall, a window had been opened in the office area. Lin Zhi sprinted towards it, smashing the glass with an axe and then violently hacking at the aluminum alloy security bars. With a series of sharp cracks, he severed one of the bars. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed behind him as the horde of zombies managed to topple the entire glass door, flooding in like a tide. Xiaqing's scream pierced the air as 2 zombies overwhelmed her, pinning her to the ground. Save me, she cried, struggling in vain to rise, reaching out to Lin Zhi, beseeching him for assistance. Lin Zhi knew he would never forget those eyes, filled with helplessness, fear, and an unquenchable thirst for life. Yet, faced with the encroaching horde, he chose to flee. It was not that he was devoid of compassion. Rather, he understood the limits of human capability. To save Xiaqing would only endanger his own life, and ultimately, he would be of no help to her. Besides, their encounter had been merely a fleeting one, not yet warranting such sacrifice. However, in the months that followed, after enduring the torment of solitude, Lin Zhi often pondered whether he could have saved Xiaqing had he acted recklessly in that moment. Emerging through the window, He felt the sharp edge of the window bars cut into his skin without registering the pain, that he raced down an alley to its end, scaled a wall, and found himself in a large courtyard. Beneath the moonlight stood a solitary 7-story apartment building. The grass below the wall rose to knee height, and Lin Zhi leapt down, crouching to observe his surroundings. Suddenly, 3 zombies emerged from the shadows of the building. A chill ran through him. He was grateful for his vigilance, for even a single zombie would have posed a formidable threat. The 3 figures shuffled into the courtyard, 2 of them heading straight for the exit, while the remaining female zombie gazed upward, the cool moonlight illuminating her face, momentarily revealing a flicker of life in her vacant eyes. Lin Zhi dared not breathe, pondering whether this zombie retained any vestiges of her former memories. The woman, with her long hair cascading down, remained frozen in that position for what felt like an eternity. An indescribable sensation welled within Lin Zhi as he observed her attire, a short skirt and white blouse, indicative of a once fashionable young woman. Had it not been for this calamity, she might have been the epitome of beauty in the eyes of many men. Yet under the moonlit night, the unmoving figure of the female corpse sent a shiver down Lin Zhi's spine, as the chill of the night air seeped into his very bones. Unable to bear the eerie sight any longer, he crawled away to a safer distance. Making his way towards the nearest unit door of the building, as he crawled a few steps, he glanced back at the female corpse, still standing motionless, her figure silhouetted against the darkness. The night breeze stirred her long hair and skirt, enveloping the scene in an unsettling atmosphere. Steeling himself, Lin Zhi slowly opened the unit door, only for a lifeless body to tumble out with a thud upon the floor. Startled, Lin Zhi jumped back as a chilling scream erupted from behind. The female zombie had suddenly turned and was racing towards him. Terrified, Lin Zhi leapt into the hallway, grasping the door to close it. He pulled twice, only to discover that a foot of the corpse was wedged in the doorway. In a panic, he kicked at the leg of the fallen body just as the female zombie lunged forward, seizing the door and pulling it with a violent force. Lin Zhi's left hand gripped the door tightly, feeling an overwhelming strength surge against him, propelling him backward in that fleeting moment. He swung his axe down with all his might, and miraculously, it cleaved the top of the zombie's skull in half. With a resounding crash, Lin Zhi fell heavily to the ground, his bones feeling as though they might shatter under the impact. The anguished cries of zombies echoed from outside, rousing more of them. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he scrambled into the unit, kicking aside the leg of the corpse that had blocked the door, managing to slam it shut just as 2 more zombies collided against it, causing it to tremble violently. With no time to stand up, he crawled up to the 2nd floor, where he found the security door of an apartment ajar. Without a moment's thought, he dove inside. He shut the door behind him, plunging into darkness. Straining his eyes to discern his surroundings, he suddenly spotted a figure standing by the window. A surge of alarm coursed through him. If there was another zombie in the room, he would be utterly defenseless. After a tense moment, he noticed that the shadow remained still. Cautiously, he approached, exhaling a long breath. "You scared me. It's just a coat hanging up." Regaining his composure, Lin Zhi noticed a lighter on the coffee table and lit it, illuminating the room as he checked each corner. Relieved to find no other occupants besides himself, he finally felt a semblance of security. Sinking into the sofa, he lit a cigarette from the table, inhaling deeply before breaking into a fit of coughing. Once he managed to suppress the coughs, he gazed out at the gentle moonlight, suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of loneliness and desolation. As time drifted by, Lin Zhi succumbed to slumber on the sofa. When he awoke, daylight flooded the room, and he sat up abruptly, disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings, grappling with a sense of confusion about his whereabouts. "I wonder how my parents are faring," he mused, but dared not dwell further on the thought. Rising, he approached the window, where outside, a street lay teeming with the relentless shuffle of zombies. After observing for a moment, he stepped into the kitchen and ignited the gas stove, watching as the blue flames danced to life. Chapter 7. The Universal Curiosity of Humanity. Lin Zhi extinguished the flames of the stove and opened the refrigerator, only to be met with a pungent odor of spoiled food that assailed his senses, prompting him to hastily close it again. He then opened the door to the freezer compartment below. Fortunately, the temperature within the freezer was lower than that of the refrigerator. A few pieces of pork, though thawed, remained unspoiled. One by one, he removed the pork, seasoned each piece with salt, and hung them on the windowsill to dry. He pondered that soon enough he would need to venture out to investigate, for the streets and alleys were teeming with zombies, and he could not fathom when he might escape the confines of the city. Food needed to be preserved with utmost care. Brushing the salt from his hands, Lin Zhi proceeded to open the cupboard, where he discovered half a bag of rice, several bundles of noodles, alongside some oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and dried vermicelli. He calculated in his mind. This building had 7 floors, with 3 households on each floor, totaling 21 families that if he pooled together their provisions, it would suffice for him to sustain himself for at least a year and a half. Feeling a pang of hunger, Lin Zhi prepared a bowl of noodles. Once he had satiated his appetite, he wrapped 2 magazines with adhesive tape around his arm, then opened the door and cautiously peered into the upper hallway. The corridor was devoid of any sound, and Lin Zhi remained on high alert as he ascended to the 3rd floor. The security doors of the residences to the left and right stood ajar, while the door of the central unit was firmly shut. Taking a deep breath, he glanced around and, sensing no presence within, ventured into the left apartment. The interior was eerily silent, suggesting that it had been uninhabited for 6 or 7 days, imparting a faint sense of desolation. Lin Zhi inspected the 2 bedrooms, the kitchen, and the bathroom. Confirming that no one was inside, he exhaled in relief and proceeded to check the right apartment, which similarly yielded no signs of life. However, faint footsteps echoed from behind the closed security door of the central unit. Tentatively, Lin Zhi knocked on the door, contemplating that if there were any survivors within, he might find companionship. A sudden ghastly moan shattered Lin Zhi's hopes, and he shook his head, making his way to the 4th floor. Throughout the day, Lin Zhi traversed the building, and the situation appeared somewhat optimistic. Only the 3rd and 4th floors were besieged by zombies, and of the 21 households, 9 had their doors ajar, while the remaining ones could be pried open at a leisurely pace. Returning to the 7th floor, he reclined on the sofa in the central apartment's living room, resigned to the notion that he might be trapped here for an extended period. It was only then that Lin Zhi fully grasped that the adversary he faced was not merely the omnipresent undead, but an even more formidable foe, solitude. Once, a research institution abroad conducted an experiment wherein anyone who could remain in an utterly sealed room for an hour would receive a substantial reward. This seemed deceptively simple. After all, an hour could easily pass while one took a nap, couldn't it? Yet, reality proved otherwise. Upon entering a space of profound silence, feelings of unease and fear intensified with the passage of time, nearly obliterating one's sanity. Participants could even hear the sound of their own blood coursing through their veins. Ultimately, the longest anyone could endure was merely over 40 minutes. Of course, this experiment was somewhat extreme. Lin Zhi could at least hear the sounds of the wind, the rain, and the unceasing wails of the undead outside. Yet as days turned into weeks, he began to sink into a morose state, every minor sound causing him to flinch in trepidation. It could not continue in this manner. One day, Lin Zhi suddenly experienced an epiphany and devised a meticulous training regimen for himself, cognizant that the dopamine released through exercise could engender feelings of pleasure. His body began to grow stronger, and his demeanor lightened considerably. That afternoon, Lin Zhi spent 2 hours prying open the security door of the central apartment on the 5th floor. He resolved to open one door every few days, allowing him to pass the time while searching. Human beings possess an innate curiosity about others, and Lin Zhi was no exception. Once the security door yielded, he stood at the threshold, surveying the unfamiliar dwelling. Over 4 months had elapsed since the apocalypse, and a thin layer of dust blanketed the floor. Above the dim television, a photograph of a middle-aged couple hung on the wall. Lin Zhi approached and removed the frame, turning it face down on the TV stand. Though the figures in the photograph were mere images, their gazes unsettled him. On the coffee table lay an unfinished game of checkers. Lin Zhi settled onto the sofa and made 2 moves with the remaining pieces, but finding it uninteresting, he pushed them aside. The table was in disarray. A box of cigarettes rested in the fruit bowl. He picked up the cigarette pack, lit one, and reclined on the sofa, propping his legs on the table, absorbed in smoking. Being on the 5th floor with all the windows closed, the silence was so profound that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After finishing one cigarette, he extinguished the butt and glanced at the master bedroom door before proceeding to the adjacent room. To his surprise, the neighboring room was neither a study nor a guest room, but rather a workshop cluttered with tree roots, wooden sticks, and various cutting tools that a sudden thought struck Lin Zhi. Why not craft a bow and arrow? While a short axe boasted considerable striking power, its lethality was severely limited by its close-range nature. A bow and arrow, on the other hand, would allow him to eliminate zombies from a distance without engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Lin Zhi's grandfather was a skilled artisan in bow making, so he was no stranger to this craft. He approached a collection of wooden sticks standing in the corner and immediately set his sights on a purple heartwood stick. The wood, with its perfect balance of pliability and sturdiness, was an ideal material for crafting traditional bows. Lin Zhi selected a stick over 1 meter long, noting that it was completely dry and slightly curved, with no knots from top to bottom. Testing its flexibility with his hands, he nodded approvingly. From the array of tools scattered across the floor, he picked up a woodworking knife, seated himself on a small stool, and began to carve the thicker portion of the purple heart wood into a concave shape on the inner curve. To an untrained eye, this step might seem trivial. However, it was of utmost importance. The wood needed to be uniformly shaped, neither too thick nor too thin, that if overly thick, it would lack elasticity. If too thin, it risked breaking upon first an ideal bow must be sturdy in the center, ensuring a comfortable grip, while the ends should be slender and flexible, with their thickness and length approximately equal. Next, Lin Zhi gathered a handful of wood shavings, ignited a small fire, and gently heated the stick to bend it into the desired 35-degree angle. Once it had taken shape, he smoothed it with sandpaper and then used the knife to carve 2 crescent-shaped notches, approximately 1 centimeter deep, at both ends of the bow for the bowstring. While raw cowhide would be the optimal choice for the bowstring, the workshop lacked such materials, leaving only a few strands of fine hemp rope. Nevertheless, he resolved to make do. As long as the string had no elasticity, fine nylon cord, hemp rope, cotton thread, silk, or even grapevines could serve as viable alternatives, for the bow's power derived from the wood, rather than the string. Chapter 8. Practicing archery. Lin Zhi extracted a length of hemp rope and securely bound it to the notches at either end, thereby fashioning a traditional longbow. After a brief trial, he was quite satisfied with the draw weight. Lighting a cigarette, he prepared to embark on crafting arrows. The wooden shafts intended for the arrows should ideally be as straight as possible, with the best wood being that which is dry and dead. The length of the arrow should approximate half that of the bow, or at least be sufficient to fully draw the string. The wooden sticks piled in the corner were not particularly straight, but they could be straightened over the fire. Lin Zhi selected one and meticulously shaved it down to the appropriate thickness with a plane, taking his time, for he had never before experienced such an abundance of time at his disposal. After 3 days of labor, he crafted a total of 36 arrow shafts, each one polished to a fine sheen. Finally, all that remained was to attach the fletching done on his first day in this residential building. Lin Zhi had noticed that the small yard of the ground floor tenants housed 2 large red roosters, though they were confined in a coop. By the time he arrived, both birds had perished from starvation. Now, the feathers of the deceased roosters were about to prove quite useful. Descending to the ground floor with his bow and arrows, Lin Zhi fashioned the fletching from the chicken feathers, being careful not to mix feathers from the left and right wings on a single arrow. Using feathers from one wing allowed the arrows to spin in flight, greatly enhancing their destructive potential upon impact. After affixing fletching to all 36 arrows, the day had nearly passed. Lin Zhi ascended to the 3rd floor, contemplating, "It is time to test my..." In the courtyard below, 7 or 8 zombies wandered aimlessly, their features grotesque and their expressions vacant, a faint shroud of darkness enveloping their faces. Lin Zhi harbored complex feelings towards these former humans. He was filled with deep sympathy, yet also gripped by fear. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that they were now merely animated corpses. Drawing his bow and nocking an arrow, he whistled, prompting the zombies to rush towards the building. Fortunately, these creatures exhibited no coordination. Despite their considerable strength, they could not manage to climb upstairs. With a swift whoosh, Lin Zhi loosed an arrow, which embedded itself into the ground approximately a foot from a zombie's head, the fletching quivering with life. Shaking his head, he remarked, "With this marksmanship, I doubt I could survive more than an hour outside." He fired 3 more arrows, finally scoring a direct hit on a male zombie's forehead. The arrow's power exceeded his expectations. piercing through the skull and exiting cleanly. "What immense lethality!" Lin Zhi exclaimed, continuing to shoot until he had dispatched all the remaining zombies. With each one he eliminated, his fear diminished a fraction, while his confidence surged correspondingly. There is hope for escaping the city. From that day forth, Lin Zhi commenced rigorous practice of his archery skills. 2 months later, he could release an arrow with such precision that, while not quite a bullseye from 100 paces, within a 20-meter radius, he could certainly hit a zombie's head without fail. One afternoon, Lin Zhi opened his backpack, stuffing it with ropes, binoculars, a lunchbox, a water bottle, and other items scavenged from the residences. During this time, he had observed that the zombies' running ability had diminished, yet their endurance remained terrifying, as if they never required rest. Consequently, Lin Zhi kept his load exceedingly light. When pursued by zombies, every ounce of weight reduced increased his chances of survival. Additionally, he repurposed a canvas bag into a quiver, containing the 50 newly crafted arrows he had fashioned. With everything prepared, he enjoyed a hearty meal before silently awaiting the onset of night. It is finally time to leave. Over the past 6 months, Lin Zhi had grown accustomed to conversing with himself. Standing in the living room of the household where he had been residing, he surveyed the furnishings, momentarily experiencing an illusion that this place was indeed home. As the sun sank lower in the sky, Lin Zhi donned a complete black outfit, including a dark sun hat, even coating his face in ink. This all-black tactical uniform, discovered in a wardrobe on the 2nd floor, would provide him with an extra layer of concealment in the dark of night. As twilight enveloped the world, the entire city descended into an impenetrable darkness. Lin Zhi slung his backpack over his shoulders, secured his bow and quiver, descended the stairs, and opened the building's door, stepping out into the courtyard that in the stillness of the night. Only the occasional zombie groan echoed, and when the sound ceased, the only noise was the rustling of leaves in the night breeze. That night, there were neither stars nor moon. He scaled the wall and retraced his steps through the alley from which he had escaped 6 months prior, advancing cautiously, his flashlight shrouded in black cloth. The flashlight was tethered with a fine hemp string, allowing him to free his hand should the need arise. As he approached the mouth of the alley, Lin Zhi grew increasingly cautious. Through the dimness, he perceived a figure standing at the entrance. He halted, taking a quiet breath, then switched the flashlight to his left hand while drawing a short axe with his right, stealthily maneuvering closer. Without the stimulation of sound and light, the zombie at the alley's mouth stood motionless. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed in the darkness, followed by a soft crack. Lin Zhi swiftly embraced the lifeless body, gently lowering it to the earth. The axe he had sharpened to a razor's edge severed the zombie's neck as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Suddenly, a series of clattering sounds erupted nearby, startling Lin Zhi into a heightened state of alert. He shone the flashlight in the direction of the noise, discovering that it was the severed head of the zombie, its teeth clashing together. Exhaling in relief, he suddenly felt a chill on his forehead as something brushed past his nose like a gust of wind. He quickly rolled to the ground and took cover, promptly extinguishing the flashlight. A loud thud announced that a zombie had collided with the brick wall at the alley's entrance. The creature, standing just a few meters away, had seen the faint glow of the flashlight and lunged forward, missing Lin Zhi but crashing its skull against the wall, resulting in its own demise. Lin Zhi surmised what had transpired and crawled several steps to the side. Turning his head, he caught a glimpse of the small inn where he had spent a night 6 months ago. A flicker of candlelight seemed to dance in one of the 3rd-floor windows. Lin Zhi mused, could Zhou Kuimin, Yin Lauer, and that young woman still be alive? However, despite his curiosity, he had no intention of investigating further. Escaping the city remained his foremost priority, but he switched on the flashlight and moved forward along the road for several more steps, when unexpectedly, a beam of moonlight broke through the clouds above, illuminating the area. In the hazy light, he discerned a group of dark figures standing at the intersection ahead. Startled, Lin Zhi quickly ducked behind a van, glancing upwards to see the clouds dispersing, revealing a bright, full moon that grew increasingly luminous. He heard a couple of guttural growls, and from a nearby clothing store emerged 2 more zombies. Chapter 9. Escape from the Citadel. At this juncture, failing to find a refuge would undoubtedly yield unpredictable consequences. Lin Zhi decisively took action, slipping into a small inn under the cover of a van. Ascending the staircase, he found the inn eerily silent. The zombies that had pursued him earlier had long since dispersed. Upon reaching the third floor, he shone his flashlight about, revealing a desolate corridor that appeared untouched since his departure. Suddenly, with a creaking sound, a door swung open, casting the faint glow of candlelight and revealing the silhouette of a woman. Lin Zhi was taken aback. "Sister, you're still alive." The woman was the young matron, whose name and surname remained a mystery to Lin Zhi. You've returned?" Lin Zhi was momentarily stunned. "You still recognize me?" The matron turned back into her room, and Lin Zhi followed, noting the weariness etched on her features in the flickering candlelight. He closed the door behind him and glanced around the room, inquiring, "Why are you alone?" Observing that a blanket served as a makeshift curtain for the window, he realized the candlelight could not escape. The flicker he had seen earlier must have been her lifting the blanket. The matron replied, "You're alone too, aren't you?" Lin Zhi countered, "What about Zhou Kaimin and Yin Lao? Did they leave as well?" She shook her head. "Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Lin Zhi found her answer perplexing. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her expression was vacant, her gaze unfocused. "Sister, are you all right?" She gestured toward a basin of soup on the table. "I just bought fresh vegetables from the supermarket. It is quite fresh. Would you like a bowl?" As she spoke, she lifted the basin. Lin Zhi hastily waved his hands. "I don't want any. Please set it down." A wave of melancholy washed over him. "She has lost her sanity." He pressed on. "What about Zhou Kaimin and Yin Lao?" The matron gently placed the basin down, and Lin Zhi peered inside, discovering that the soup contained several tender green chives. She murmured, "Zhou Kaimin, Yin Lao, where did they go?" Lin Zhi echoed, "Indeed, where could they have gone?" She scratched her head. "I don't know, do you know?" Lin Zhi shook his head. "Where did you get the chives?" Her large eyes widened as she pointed above. "There's a supermarket up there. Didn't you know?" Lin Zhi thought to himself, what supermarket could there be? Then it struck him. Perhaps the original innkeeper had cultivated a garden on the rooftop. The matron continued, "Are you really not hungry?" Lin Zhi replied, "I'm not hungry." She persisted, "There's meat in the soup." As she spoke, her hand plunged into the basin, emerging with a large piece of meat, dripping with broth. Lin Zhi was astonished. "You even have meat. What kind is it?" She answered, "It's lamb. Do you like lamb? I bought it too." With that, she took a huge bite, chewing loudly that a chill ran down Lin Zhi's spine. Where on earth did she procure lamb? Upon closer inspection, he realized the meat was unblemished and unmistakably human flesh. Ugh! Lin Zhi felt a dry itch in his throat, nearly retching. You've eaten human flesh." The matron giggled foolishly. "It's lamb. Don't you know? You're not aware of lamb?" Lin Zhi pointed at her. "You killed Zhou Kuimin and Yin Lauer. Speak, or I will kill you." His voice turned sharp as he raised a small axe and struck it twice. In the candlelight, the matron merely grinned, her expression not one of bravery, but rather a blissful ignorance of danger. After a moment of foolish laughter, she suddenly said, "The two of them killed each other, and I fainted. When I woke up, they were gone, leaving only 2 dead sheep on the ground, and I chopped off the sheep's heads and ate the meat. The lamb. It smells so good." Lin Zhi drew in a sharp breath, a wave of goosebumps enveloping him. He waved his hands. "If you keep talking, I'll vomit that I must leave." The matron flailed her arms. Don't go. Outside on the street, there are devils that eat people." Lin Zhi had no intention of lingering any longer. He flung the door open and hurried down to the 2nd floor, faintly hearing the matroness voice calling after him. Hey, don't leave. Outside there are devils that eat people." Lin Zhi pondered. If she is insane, she still knows danger. Suddenly, the sound of heavy rain began to pour, drowning out the world outside. He continued his descent, reaching the inn's entrance, where the torrential downpour obscured the road ahead, and he thought to himself that the rain would mask any noise, making his escape from the city easier. Dashing out into the rain, he heard the cries of the undead echoing in the darkness. His heart raced as he quickened his pace, turning a corner where he spotted an open door of an SUV, the keys still in the ignition. Lin Zhi was torn, contemplating whether to start the vehicle and flee. However, he realized that turning on the headlights would undoubtedly attract a horde of zombies. The very thought of alerting them sent shivers down his spine. These zombies, while not as formidable as the Night Stalkers from I Am Legend, were certainly comparable to those in Train to Busan. The rain continued unabated, soaking him to the bone that he dared not waste a moment, forging ahead until he traversed 2 more streets, arriving at a broad, straight thoroughfare with 6 lanes in either direction. Lin Zhi surmised that the main roads of most cities lead to the outskirts. Thus he quickened his pace along the avenue. Thankful for the cover of darkness and the relentless rain, he finally escaped the citadel. Once outside the city limits, Lin Zhi felt a sense of relief wash over him, though he remained vigilant, not daring to relax his guard until dawn, at which point the citadel was far behind him. Exhausted, hungry, and cold, he noticed a row of 6 or 7 small buildings by the roadside, with the first one displaying a sign, Sister's Restaurant. Taking cover behind a tree, Lin Zhi cautiously surveyed the surroundings. A double-cab truck was parked in front, and all was eerily quiet that he let out a sharp whistle, and 3 zombies emerged, standing in the middle of the road, scanning their surroundings. Drawing his bow, he held his breath, loosing an arrow that struck one zombie in the head, sending it crashing to the ground. The remaining 2 zombies leaped up, shrieking and flailing their arms, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Lin Zhi knocked another arrow and shot down another zombie, but the last female zombie had finally spotted him. With a guttural scream, she charged at him, her dark hair flowing straight in the morning breeze. Lin Zhi remained composed, releasing 2 arrows in quick succession. Unfortunately, one missed its mark while the other struck the female zombie in the chest, failing to hit the critical area of her head. Chapter 10. An ant. As Lin Zhi witnessed a female corpse rushing towards him. In a moment of desperation, he discarded his bow and arrow, drawing forth a short axe and striking fiercely at the corpse's forehead. Just as he was about to land a hit, the corpse snapped at him, and with a sharp crack, the axe cleaved off half of her face, becoming lodged against her collarbone. Despite her diminutive stature, the corpse possessed an astonishing strength. She lunged forward, biting down once more, her pale teeth glinting ominously. Lin Zhi felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his arm. In a state of terror, he pulled the arrow from her chest and thrust it into her left eye, penetrating with a soft thud. The corpse emitted no sound, collapsing onto Lin Zhi, who, startled, shoved her aside. With limbs heavy and weakened, Lin Zhi clambered to his feet and delivered a kick to the corpse's head, still trembling with fright. Taking a few deep breaths, he retrieved the arrows from the heads of the corpse and 2 other zombies, cleaned them, and returned them to his quiver, along with the other 2 arrows. Only then did he venture into a small restaurant. Inside, the tables and chairs lay overturned, and the floor bore several patches of dried black blood. He made his way to the kitchen, rinsed rice, and kindled a fire to cook a pot of rice. Subsequently, he opened the cupboard door, only to be greeted by a cloud of dust. Inside the cupboard, he found 2 stacks of small bowls, each teeming with over a dozen dead black insects. He took a pair of bowls and chopsticks, washed them thoroughly, and set them aside. Hanging over the stove were several pieces of aged cured meat, smoke-blackened and gleaming. Lin Zhi took down a piece, cleaned it, and sliced it, preparing to steam it once the rice was ready. Meanwhile, he stepped outside the restaurant, opened the door of a small truck, and found the key still inside, but it wouldn't start. With a sense of resignation, he abandoned the idea. Behind the restaurant lay a vast vegetable garden, now overgrown and untended, with weeds flourishing more abundantly than the vegetables. Lin Zhi returned to the house to fetch a basin and, amidst the thicket of weeds, gathered some daylilies. These perennial vegetables, sown last year, were still harvestable this year. As he picked, he pondered that all vegetables were once wild grasses, cultivated over countless generations to become what they are today. Now, as humanity faced extinction, perhaps in a few centuries, all vegetables would revert to being inconspicuous wild grasses once more. Once the rice was cooked, Lin Zhi sat by the fire to eat, simultaneously drying his damp clothes. The leftover rice and cured meat were mixed with daylilies to form rice balls. Having gone a sleepless night, fatigue washed over him. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and ascended to the second floor, where he found 2 bedrooms, both in disarray. He entered one, closed the door, and propped a square table against it before collapsing onto the bed, falling swiftly into slumber. When Lin Zhi awoke, the sun was high in the afternoon sky, its rays blindingly bright. It took him a moment to recall that he had escaped from the walled city. Stretching his limbs with vigor, he descended and exited the restaurant, resuming his solitary journey away from the city. The roadside was flanked by lush mountains, and he breathed in the oxygen-rich air, gradually feeling his spirits lift. The mountain road was eerily quiet, devoid of any human presence. Occasionally, a few cars passed, but each was without keys. Lin Zhi continued onward, growing increasingly doubtful that he was on the correct path. The road beneath his feet did not seem to lead to Jiangsu. However, retracing his steps was no longer an option. Gritting his teeth, he trudged onward for another 2 hours until he reached a crossroads. Beside the intersection stood a signpost indicating that the road to the left led to National Highway G75. Lin Zhi recalled that Zhang Kai had arrived in Guizhou via the Huchaochou Expressway, then followed National Highway G75 southward to the walled city, claiming it was the quickest route from Jiangsu to Guizhou's walled city. A wave of joy surged within him as he turned onto the left road, walking for 3 or 4 more hours until he encountered a highway stretching across the mountains. Indeed, this was National Highway G75. Having traversed so far only to finally see G75, Lin Zhi realized he must have taken a considerable detour earlier. Nevertheless, the sight of G75 filled him with elation that far outweighed any frustration over his previous misdirection. He climbed over the guardrail, standing on the desolate highway, momentarily uncertain of whether to proceed left or right until he gazed up at the sign overhead. Its white letters on a blue background revealing the correct path lay to the right. With determination, Lin Zhi tightened the straps of his backpack and strode forward, his shadow trailing behind him. The sun was setting, and nightfall was fast approaching. He needed to find a place to rest for the night. After walking 2 or 3 kilometers, a dark shape appeared ahead, becoming clearer as he approached. It was a large truck with 10 wheels, lacking only a pair compared to the long-haul truck driven by Zhang Kai. Approaching the front of the truck, Lin Zhi peered inside the cabin, but saw no driver. Curious, he opened the door, contemplating spending the night within. The cabin, stale from lack of ventilation, bore a peculiar leather scent, so he swung open both doors, and soon the odor dissipated. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Zhi closed the doors once more and sat in the driver's seat, lost in thought as the endless highway stretched before him, devoid of any sign of life. In the vastness of the world, it felt as if he were the sole survivor. The darkness deepened, and after a while, he sighed softly, climbing onto the bunk behind the driver's seat. Just as he settled down, something poked him in the back. Reaching behind, he discovered a small headlamp, along with a book resting beside the pillow that he donned the headlamp, adjusting the brightness, and began to read. The book was titled Apocalyptic Frenzy, detailing a protagonist's struggle for survival amidst a zombie apocalypse. Lin Zhi chuckled at the irony, thinking, this book is quite fitting. He turned the pages engrossed in the tale, and before he knew it, sleep overtook him in the profound silence. The following day, Lin Zhi kicked his legs and awoke to bright daylight. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he sat up groggily. Retrieving his water bottle to rinse his mouth, he noticed a box of xylitol and a pair of sunglasses in the pocket behind the driver's seat, taking them along as he exited the truck. At that moment, the sun was rising, casting golden rays across the verdant landscape. Lin Zhi donned his sunglasses, popped a couple of xylitol pieces into his mouth, and continued on foot. After walking 4 or 5 kilometers, he settled by the roadside for breakfast, pulling out his rice balls that a few grains fell to the ground, catching the attention of an ant. The ant, swaying its head, cautiously probed with its antennae, and suddenly, as if comprehending something, it turned and scuttled away, soon returning with a throng of fellow ants. This industrious assembly worked in unison, using their powerful mandibles to carry the grains back to their nest, while Lin Zhi observed, contemplating. Both humans and ants are social creatures. If an ant were to lose its home, would it be able to survive? Chapter 11. Qinghu Ridge Tunnel. Lin Zhi shook his head, freeing himself from his thoughts that he took a few sips from his water bottle, wiped his mouth, and continued on his journey. After walking another 3 or 4 kilometers, he came upon a tunnel. Above the entrance, 5 large characters painted in red read, Qinghu Ridge Tunnel. Lin Zhi halted at the tunnel's mouth, glancing at the inscription carved into the mountainside, which stated that the tunnel was constructed in 2008, primarily from granite, and spanned a total length of 7 kilometers. 7 kilometers! His gaze shifted to the dark, foreboding entrance, a chill running down his spine at the thought. It's pitch black inside. What if I encounter a zombie? Looking up, he observed the towering, densely forested Qinghu Ridge, its cliff sharp as knives. The To attempt to scale it would not only be perilous, but would also consume an inordinate amount of time. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Zhi donned his headlamp, took his bow in hand, nocked an arrow, and stepped into the tunnel. He mused, in this desolate wilderness, with not a single house in sight, there is likely to be no zombies within the tunnel. The tunnel was shrouded in an eerie darkness, and the temperature dropped noticeably. A gust of wind swept through, causing Lin Zhi's pores to tighten as he shivered involuntarily. Turning back, he saw the tunnel's entrance had shrunk into a small circle of light, marking a stark contrast between the tunnel's interior and exterior. His heart raced, but he steeled himself and pressed on. Fortunately, having traversed more than half the tunnel, he had yet to encounter a single zombie. Lin Zhi pondered, gradually coming to understand that creatures like zombies, devoid of intelligence, surely possessed a tendency to gravitate towards light, much like insects. In the darkness, they would not linger. The more he considered this, the more convinced he became of his hypothesis. After walking a bit further, he stumbled upon a wreckage of over a dozen vehicles strewn across the tunnel. As he passed by a black van, he peered inside, only to be startled by a sudden outburst. With a cry, the driver in the driver's seat lunged at him with both hands. Although he knew the glass barrier prevented the driver from reaching him, Lin Zhi instinctively recoiled. He watched as the driver clawed at the air, restrained by a seatbelt, and let out a sigh of relief. "Allow me to free you," he said, drawing his bow and preparing to dispatch the driver with an arrow, when he felt a chilling sensation on his back. Turning around, he was confronted by a zombie. Lin Zhi gasped, his mind momentarily blank, but his hand instinctively released the arrow towards the zombie, which found its mark with a satisfying thud. Before he could catch his breath, a cacophony erupted behind him. From within a sleeper bus, over a dozen zombies were furiously pounding against the windows. The glass splintered but held for the moment. His earlier conjecture proved correct. Zombies indeed had a propensity for light, yet these particular zombies were either trapped inside vehicles or had lingered in the tunnel due to its length, unable to perceive the light at either end. He dashed forward, shielding his headlamp with his hand to allow only a sliver of light to escape, ensuring he could still see his feet. Hearing no pursuit from the zombies, Lin Zhi slowed his pace, wary of making too much noise and inadvertently exposing himself. Suddenly, a few ghastly howls echoed behind him, likely from zombies that had broken through the glass and leapt out of the vehicle, yet found no target and merely howled in frustration. With bated breath, he alternated between walking and running, until he finally caught sight of the faint light at the tunnel's exit. Quickening his steps, he emerged from the tunnel, relieved to find no zombies in pursuit. Continuing forward for another 2 kilometers or so, the road curved along the mountainside. As he rounded the bend, he spotted 7 or 8 vehicles parked in the middle of the road, all uniformly painted in military green. Remembering the earlier lesson from the tunnel, Lin Zhi approached the convoy cautiously, inspecting each vehicle, but found no sign of life in the driver's seats. At the front of the convoy were 2 military off-road vehicles, followed by several trucks. As he opened the door of one of the off-road vehicles, his eyes brightened at the sight of a handgun resting on the driver's seat. Elated, he picked it up, recognizing it as a standard-issue Type 92 military pistol, equipped with a 15-round double-stack magazine. He removed the magazine only to discover it was empty. The ammunition had been expended. However, while rummaging through the vehicle, he found a box of ammunition hidden beneath the rear seat. Each package contained 30 rounds, totaling 12 packages, equating to 360 rounds. Without hesitation, he filled the magazine to capacity and searched the remaining vehicles. While he found no more weapons, he discovered that 5 of the trucks were laden with military rations. Lin Zhi tore open a pack of compressed biscuits, tasting a piece and lamenting the fact that while there was an abundance of food, the vehicles had been immobilized for half a year, and he could hardly carry much on his own. An idea struck him. While the vehicle keys were ineffective in starting the engine, he could still attempt to roll start it down the slope. The keys were still in the ignition of the off-road vehicle he had just found. With this thought in mind, he loaded several boxes of rations into the off-road vehicle, then took his place in the driver's seat. Releasing the handbrake, he pressed the clutch and shifted into first gear. Before the apocalypse, Lin Zhi's father was a fruit dealer, often driving into rural areas to procure ripe produce during harvest season. Having accompanied his father on many such trips, Lin Zhi had not only enjoyed an abundance of fruit, but had also honed his driving skills. The off-road vehicle rolled forward slowly, gaining momentum. Once the speed reached an optimal level, Lin Zhi abruptly released the clutch while gently pressing the accelerator. With a roar, the vehicle jolted and successfully roared to life. Yes! Lin Zhi exulted, slapping the steering wheel with enthusiasm. With a vehicle at his disposal, no distance seemed insurmountable that he pressed the accelerator, steadily increasing his speed, shifting up to fifth gear. The wide highway was nearly devoid of traffic, and the off-road vehicle sped forward, covering several kilometers. Ahead, a group of figures came into view that as he reduced the speed for a better look. He recognized the awkward gait of the people ahead. There was no mistaking it. They were a horde of zombies. Upon hearing the roar of the engine, the zombies turned and lunged toward the off-road vehicle. Seeking death, Lin Zhi gripped the steering wheel tightly, charging straight into the horde while gently tapping the brakes to reduce speed, avoiding any potential collision that could lead to unforeseen danger. A series of loud thuds echoed as several zombies were sent sprawling into the air. The horde quickly regrouped, turning to chase after him, that a sense of childish curiosity sparked within Lin Zhi as he wondered just how fast the zombies could run. He glanced at the speedometer, tapping the brakes again to maintain a speed of around 40 kilometers per hour. Minutes later, it became evident that the horde could not keep pace. Lin Zhi further reduced the speed to 35 kilometers per hour, allowing the zombies to gradually catch up, the chase now perfectly matched. Chapter 12. Towards the wind, yet, even at this pace, Lin Zhi was astonished. He recalled that the world record for the fastest human sprint over 100 meters was merely 9.74 seconds, which translates to a speed of approximately 96 kilometers per hour. These monsters, Lin Zhi murmured, they're all world champions. When Jamaican sprinter Usain Bolt set the record for the fastest human speed, he only ran 100 meters. There was no way he could maintain such an astonishing speed over several kilometers. Lin Zhi quietly marveled at this. He was about to accelerate and shake off the horde of zombies when he noticed in the rearview mirror that the undead were collapsing onto the road, and the 4 or 5 still in pursuit were beginning to falter. Curiosity piqued, he thought. Could it be that these creatures are playing tricks? He pressed the brakes, turned the vehicle around, and slowly drove back. Upon getting closer, he suddenly accelerated, knocking down 3 of the 5 zombies still shambling along, crushing them under the wheels. The sound of bones cracking beneath the tires filled the air. The 3 zombies could no longer rise. Lin Zhi exited the vehicle, drew his short axe, and approached the 2 trembling zombies, dispatching them with swift blows. Remaining vigilant, he approached the incapacitated zombies and crouched beside one that he observed its bulging, bloodshot eyes, crimson as if they might burst, contrasting sharply with the usual pallid hue of the undead. Checking the other fallen zombies, he noted the same alarming signs. Lin Zhi was taken aback, contemplating, could it be that zombies are not invulnerable after all? After running several kilometers in a frenzy, perhaps the blood vessels in their brains have ruptured. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, pondering, but zombies are merely the deceased. What significance is there in their vessels bursting once more? He shook his head, finding it difficult to reconcile his thoughts, and decided not to dwell on it. From now on, whenever confronted with a horde of zombies, he would lure them into pursuit by driving. Returning to his vehicle, he continued down the road. After covering 17 or 18 kilometers, he spotted a gray serpent of vehicles ahead, stretching infinitely. His heart sank. Oh no, the road is blocked ahead. Glancing to the opposite lane, he sighed in relief. Fortunately, there is no traffic jam on this side. He disembarked, armed with a wrench and screwdriver, and dismantled a section of the median barrier, allowing his vehicle to pass through. The military off-road vehicle had a high chassis. Although it sustained a slight bump, it was not severely damaged, and on his journey, he encountered 2 more such blockages, yet he managed to navigate around them using the adjacent lane. As dusk approached, having driven over 300 kilometers, he finally entered the province of Sichuan. The road had been fraught with peril, but ultimately smooth, though after a day of driving, he felt quite fatigued. Lin Zhi lit a cigarette and turned on the car radio, letting the melodious tunes waft through the vehicle. Perhaps this is how the world is. I am still on the road. Embracing the rainbow towards the wind. but the light of dawn will pierce through the darkness. That seeking answers, even if it means walking against the light, that bravely moving forward. Human emotions often run deep. There is always a song that resonates with one's innermost feelings. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Zhi's eyes brimmed with tears at that moment. A gas station came into view, prompting him to steer his vehicle inside. Stepping out, he was met with a scene of utter chaos. Scattered shoes, discarded clothing, and dust-covered laptops lay strewn across the ground. Drawing his handgun, he approached the convenience store, grabbing a can of Red Bull from the beverage rack near the checkout. He popped the tab and gulped down half the can while surveying the interior. The shelves were overturned, snacks littered the floor, and the dim light cast a gloomy ambience. Yet he found no zombies. Feeling a sense of relief, he picked up a large shopping bag and filled it with cookies, canned goods, chocolates, and other high-calorie provisions, placing them into the military off-road vehicle. Afterward, he returned to gather personal hygiene items and 2 bottles of mineral water, all of which he transported back to the car. With supplies in hand, Lin Zhi prepared to refuel his vehicle, only to discover that the gas station had long since lost power, rendering the pumps useless. He pondered for a moment, realizing that he would need to pry open the cover of the underground fuel tank. Not far off, he noticed a small building labeled Tool Room and made his way over. Upon reaching the door, he pushed against it, only to find it locked from the inside. With a determined kick, he forced the door open, only to be startled as a zombie staggered out. Lin Zhi jumped back, swiftly drawing his handgun. But this zombie moved sluggishly, far from the vigorous creatures he had encountered before. Aiming for its head, he pulled the trigger, and the zombie fell, clutching a blue-gray briefcase in its grasp. Lin Zhi mused. What could this be? Even in death, it clings to this item. A swift kick revealed that the briefcase was handcuffed to the zombie's wrist. Otherwise, after his transformation, it would have discarded any possessions. He seized his axe, prying open the briefcase with a brutish ease, and gasped in astonishment. Inside lay stacks of pristine euros. Each note bore a denomination of 500 euros, and as he counted, there were a total of 20 stacks. Lin Zhi calculated in his mind. 20 stacks, each containing 100 notes, valued at 500 euros each. This sum, when converted to Chinese yuan, amounted to no less than 7 million. No wonder this man had handcuffed the briefcase to himself. He picked up a stack of bills, tore off the band, and with a flourish, let the money cascade into the wind. The sight was mesmerizing, as if a rain of high-denomination currency was showering down from the sky, utterly enticing. He chuckled to himself. This toss amounts to over 300,000. Why hadn't I encountered such fortune in this wretched world before? As he watched the flurry of bills dance in the air, he speculated, this man must have noticed others transforming while refueling, seeking refuge in the tool room, not anticipating that he too would succumb to the same fate. The door was locked from within, which means he was trapped as his strength waned, ultimately leading to his current state. Lin Zhi nodded in agreement, recalling his earlier observations in the fortified city that zombies indeed showed signs of declining stamina. That makes sense. If these decaying, rigid creatures maintained their vigor indefinitely, it would be rather odd. A glimmer of hope ignited within him. Perhaps within a year, all zombies will become sluggish, just like in The Walking Dead. With this thought, he felt the future was not as bleak as it once seemed. He lifted the briefcase, shaking out all the money onto the ground. Suddenly, a small metallic object clattered to the floor amidst the bills. Lin Zhi picked it up, noting it was not much larger than a lighter, entirely golden, engraved with a string of letters. FBSSDTKTBK, resembling a foreign product label. Chapter 13. The Haunting of the Warehouse, Part 1. Lin Zhi raised 2 fingers to lightly tap his forehead, exclaiming, I remember now. Isn't this a lighter manufactured by the Faber Company? He couldn't help but chuckle at his own naivety. Indeed, it was merely a lighter, albeit one from a luxury brand. It was rumored that this exquisite lighter was crafted entirely from gold, with a price tag of a staggering 136,000. What kind of person possesses such wealth? Lin Zhi mused, casting another glance at the lifeless body on the ground while toying with the lighter. With a satisfying click, he ignited it and lit a cigarette. Then he slipped the Faberg lighter into his pocket, ensuring it was securely stowed away, before gripping his handgun and stepping into the tool room. The tool room was divided into 2 sections, and within the inner chamber, he discovered a crowbar and a manual oil pump. Armed with the crowbar, he approached the cover of the underground oil storage. Lin Zhi extinguished a cigarette with a firm stomp, pried open the cover, and filled the off-road vehicle with fuel. Afterward, he returned to the tool room to retrieve 2 oil barrels, filling them to serve as backup fuel tanks. Having completed his tasks, he settled onto the steps in front of the convenience store, tearing open a box of low-sugar soda crackers. Just as he had consumed a couple of pieces, he was startled by the sound of bleating sheep emanating from behind the gas station. A thrill of excitement surged through him. Roasted lamb will soon be on the menu. He quickly grasped his bow, an arrow, and stealthily made his way around to the back of the gas station. 7 or 8 goats were grazing amidst the foliage, but upon sensing danger, they bolted into a nearby thicket. Lin Zhi released an arrow, but it missed its mark, prompting him to chase after them into the woods. Inside the forest, the light grew dimmer, and the flock vanished from sight. He contemplated giving up, but pressed on, emerging from the trees to find a large, darkened structure in a clearing. The building, constructed of red bricks, appeared quite antiquated, resembling a large warehouse with 2 wooden doors. He could faintly discern the goats rushing inside. Without a second thought, Lin Zhi followed them in, shutting the warehouse door behind him, thinking, "Now I've trapped you like fish in a barrel. Goats, goats, where will you escape to?" By this time, the sun had dipped below the horizon, and with the door closed, the warehouse resembled a sealed coffin, enveloped in darkness, so profound that one could hardly see their own hand in front of their face. Lin Zhi fished out a flashlight and switched it on, revealing that the warehouse contained more than one chamber. The bleating of the sheep echoed from behind, distorted in the vast emptiness of the warehouse, prompting him to cautiously approach. As he ventured into the central chamber, he discovered yet another room at the back and continued deeper inside. Suddenly, he halted, sensing something amiss. The bleating of the goats now sounded eerily reminiscent of the cries of animals on the brink of death. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a ghastly moan pierced the silence, and a swarm of shadows surged forth. Lin Zhi's heart raced in terror as he hurled the flashlight forward and spun around to flee. In his haste, he collided with a wall, a sharp pain piercing his forehead as he crumpled to the ground, instinctively holding his breath. The flashlight clattered to the floor and extinguished, leaving him engulfed in darkness, the cacophony of moans echoing around him. He had no idea how many undead lurked within the warehouse. Crouched on the ground, he dared not move, fearing that even the slightest motion would bring him into contact with a cold corpse. He contemplated using his lighter to illuminate the surroundings, but hesitated, knowing that a single spark might ignite chaos as the horde would surely descend upon him. Time passed agonizingly slowly, and he strained to listen, estimating that at least 10 zombies were present. He devised a plan to inch along the wall, hoping to find the exit and escape. After a while, the moans gradually subsided. Deprived of light and sound, the zombies fell silent in the darkness. Lin Zhi extended his hand and felt the wall, proceeding to crawl along the base, moving slowly to avoid making any noise. After what felt like an eternity, he reached a point where the wall ended and carefully turned to continue his search for the main door. As he crawled further, his hand brushed against something soft and warm. He had inadvertently come across a goat that had recently fallen victim to the undead, that a chill ran down his spine as he realized. "Oh no, I've crawled in the wrong direction and ended up in the back room." Cursing his misfortune, he turned around and retraced his steps, chiding himself for being so frightened that he hadn't even recognized his surroundings. After a while, he felt he had returned to the central chamber and let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to move forward, a chilling ugh echoed close to his ear. This sudden sound sent his heart into a frenzy. Had the zombie called out just a second later, he would have collided with it. Lin Zhi cautiously took 2 steps back, too terrified to make a sound, feeling cold sweat trickling down his spine. In the stillness of the night, the warehouse was devoid of any sound. He knew the zombies were mere feet away, yet he couldn't even hear their breathing. Lin Zhi pondered, zombies are the deceased. How could they possibly breathe? The thought offered him little comfort. He considered remaining still until dawn to escape, but then realized that with the first light, the zombies would surely detect him. His mind raced with anxiety as he slung his bow across his back and drew his handgun, feeling as though time had never crawled so slowly. After a few moments of silence, he couldn't resist the urge to think, what if I ignite the lighter and toss it away? When the zombies rushed toward the light, I could make my escape. Though the idea was tempting, he ultimately refrained from taking the risk. If the lighter ignited and several zombies were nearby, it would spell certain doom for him. Thus, Lin Zhi remained ensconced in the pitch-black warehouse, silently entombed among the undead, too frightened to move or speak, feeling as though he had suddenly become both mute and blind. Initially yearning for an escape, he now found that even the desire for quietude eluded him. Suddenly, amidst the suffocating silence, footsteps echoed and dread washed over him as the sound drew nearer. In a panic, Lin Zhi sidestepped to the left, only to feel a chilling touch against his cheek. It was the cold, decaying skin of a zombie. With a piercing scream, the creature seized his shoulder with its icy hands. Terrified beyond reason, Lin Zhi instinctively pulled the trigger, his fingers squeezing down repeatedly as he fired in a desperate frenzy. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, he felt the grip on his shoulder loosen as the zombie collapsed, its head blown apart. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Zhi rolled to the side, debris raining down upon him like a shower of dust. As he looked up, the faint glow of moonlight streamed through the rooftop, illuminating the dim space. A throng of shadowy figures lunged toward the spot where he had just been, colliding in a chaotic frenzy. Lin Zhi hastily sidestepped a few paces and quietly nestled himself in a corner, awaiting the next turn of fate. Chapter 14. The Terror of the Storage Room, Part 2. At this moment, Lin Zhi found himself in the middle storage room, crouched in a corner, with the moonlight filtering through the roof, casting faint shadows that were barely discernible. He widened his eyes and counted. There appeared to be roughly 13 or 14 zombies in the dimly lit room. Lin Zhi understood that the zombies had impaired vision, making it even more difficult for them to detect him in the shadows. However, he dared not fire his weapon, for a single shot would inevitably reveal his position, and should the horde surround him, his fate would be dire. Yet, enduring in silence was not a viable option either. The clouds drifted across the night sky, causing the moonlight to flicker in and out, illuminating the storage room in intermittent flashes. Gradually, Lin Zhi's eyes adjusted to the darkness, and he noticed a dilapidated wooden crate about 7 or 8 steps ahead, roughly a meter square. An idea sparked in his mind. He tucked his handgun into his belt and cautiously crawled towards the crate. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as his knee snapped a small wooden slat. With a chilling shriek, a zombie startled at the noise. Tilting its head as if to listen intently, that a beam of moonlight illuminated half of its grotesque face, rendering it eerily sinister. After a moment, the zombie seemed to forget the sound, its expression vacant and dispassionate as it shambled away a few steps. Lin Zhi let out a quiet sigh of relief and gently lifted one leg, inching forward a few more centimeters before placing it down, ensuring he bore his weight steadily. He then extended his left hand and shifted his other leg. With utmost caution, he traversed the distance to the wooden crate. Finally reaching its side, he paused, inhaled deeply, and slowly flipped the crate over, sheltering himself within. Now concealed beneath the crate, Lin Zhi exhaled a sigh of relief, only to notice a fist-sized hole in its surface. He felt a surge of fortune and, grabbing his bow, knocked an arrow, extending it through the opening. With a swift whoosh, the arrow whistled through the air, striking down a zombie several meters away. The nearby zombies let out a couple of cries, yet their feeble minds failed to connect the sound with the death of their kin. Pleased with this method, Lin Zhi took aim again and, after a moment's pause, released another arrow, dispatching another zombie. Time slipped by as he employed this tactic, successfully eliminating 9 zombies without the remaining ones noticing. Lin Zhi's spirits lifted as he knocked another arrow, drawing back the bowstring. With a swift release, he felled one of the last 4 zombies. However, that very shot betrayed him, as a zombie lunged at him with ferocity, slamming a fist against the crate. The decrepit crate, unable to withstand such force, splintered apart with a resounding crash. Lin Zhi rolled away, just in time, drawing his handgun and firing 2 shots, obliterating the zombie that had broken the crate. He swiftly turned his aim towards another approaching zombie. Firing repeatedly, one zombie fell, but another leaped high, pouncing upon Lin Zhi and seizing his shirt with a vice-like grip in a single motion. It hurled his body into the air. As he soared upward, Lin Zhi felt as if he were riding the clouds, only to crash against the roof with a thud that a fleeting thought crossed his mind. What immense strength! If I fall and it catches me again, my life may very well be forfeit. With his shoulder colliding against the rooftop, he instinctively grasped a rafter just before plummeting, his body suspended in midair. The roof gave way, sending a cascade of dust and debris raining down. The zombie below howled in rage, but the dust obscured its vision. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Zhi fired 3 quick shots, dispatching the final zombie. He exhaled deeply, realizing that the roof was nearly 5 meters above the ground. A fall could lead to injury. Nevertheless, having wiped out all the zombies was a significant improvement from his previous predicament. Gripping the rafter tightly with one hand, he extended the other forward, swinging like a monkey towards the wall, preparing to drop down. Yet, just as he swung, the rotting rafter snapped, and Lin Zhi cried out as he plummeted. With no time to ponder, he adjusted his body in midair and, upon landing, rolled several times to dissipate the force of the fall. Emerging unscathed as he stood up, his mind was still somewhat dazed, filled with gratitude for his lack of injury. Suddenly, a zombie's wail echoed through the storage room, yet its form was nowhere to be seen. Lin Zhi located a flashlight and discovered that the previously shot zombie was still alive, albeit incapacitated with a severed spine, lying like a heap of decay on the ground. The handgun still in hand, Lin Zhi mused, "Miraculously, I didn't shoot myself while rolling forward after falling. I must consider myself fortunate." He aimed at the zombie's head and pulled the trigger. Now thoroughly relieved, Lin Zhi ventured into the back storage room, illuminating the area with his flashlight. There, he found 6 or 7 goats, their throats bitten through, lifeless on the ground for quite some time. He shook his head. These goats had once been tended by farmers, but now, having fallen victim to zombies, he dared not consume them, feeling a deep sense of loss. Returning to the gas station, he spent the night before continuing his journey. Half a month later, one evening, he arrived at Roland County. Situated by the Yangtze River, Roland County was merely over 100 kilometers from Wuxi, and if all went smoothly, Lin Zhi hoped to return to his hometown the following day. However, if fortune did not favor him, this 100-plus kilometers could stretch into several days of travel. This was a lesson Lin Zhi had learned throughout his journey. The rampant presence of zombies and congested roads often transformed what was once a day's travel between neighboring cities into a much longer ordeal. The hardships and perils he faced along the way could only truly be understood through personal experience. That night, he parked his off-road vehicle on a mountain peak far from the county town, gazing at the small town enveloped in dusk. A bridge spanned the river outside the town. Lin Zhi had to cross it to return to Wuxi. As night fell, a fierce wind whipped across the mountaintop, but he closed the car door, listening to the howling winds, and gradually succumbed to sleep. In his dreams, he saw 2 figures approaching from a distance, one tall, one short, his father and mother. Overwhelmed with joy, he rushed to greet them, only to be horrified as a large piece of flesh fell from his father's face. In a panic, he looked at his mother, who was similarly losing chunks of flesh, until moments later, only a grim, white skull remained. That Lin Zhi jolted awake, feeling something warm and damp on his face. Wiping his cheek, he realized it was tears streaming down. Unable to return to slumber, he lit a cigarette, staring blankly out the car window at the night sky, wishing fervently to embrace his parents tightly, regardless of the cost. Chapter 15. Roland County City. This unprecedented biochemical catastrophe has nearly obliterated the entire world. Lin Zhi returned to Jiangsu from Guizhou, and along the way, he astonishingly encountered not a single living soul. What lay before him was a scene of verdant grass thriving under the sun, shattered cities, and remnants of homes, with corpses strewn across the roads. Everywhere he looked, there were sights that chilled the heart. He was painfully aware that, in the face of such a brutal reality, the hope of his parents surviving was infinitesimally close to zero, and that all his efforts were ultimately futile. Yet how could he resign himself without returning to witness it all firsthand? As dawn broke, Lin Zhi inspected the off-road vehicle to ensure all systems were functioning properly and filled the fuel tank with spare gasoline. Only then did he drive down the winding mountain road. After descending, the road diverged into 2 paths, one cutting through Roland County towards the Jiang Bridge, and the other encircling the city before also reaching the bridge. Lin Zhi deftly turned onto the ring road. Despite being merely a prefecture-level county, in terms of administrative division, Roland County, situated in the economically developed Yangtze River Delta region, boasted urban construction that surpassed that of many cities, thus emerging as a prosperous new city. Although traversing the urban area was the shorter route, Lin Zhi sensibly opted for the ring road, considering safety. Occasionally, he spotted abandoned vehicles along the road, but fortunately, they had not completely obstructed his path. Driving the military off-road vehicle at a brisk pace, after 2 hours, he caught sight of the majestic Jiang Bridge through rows of tall violet trees lining the riverbank. The flowers of the violet trees were slender and elegant, adorned in a delicate lavender hue, and had been elected as the city tree by the residents of Roland County. Lin Zhi had previously visited Roland County, where the sidewalks and green spaces were adorned with these trees native to South America. During the blooming season, the entire county was enveloped in a breathtaking spectacle of purple blossoms, truly a sight to behold. Just then, Lin Zhi was suddenly taken aback. A large horde of zombies unexpectedly crossed the road about 50 to 60 meters ahead. However, with the Jiang Bridge so close, it was illogical for him to turn back. He slammed on the brakes, and the off-road vehicle emitted a sharp screech, its 4 wheels skidding against the ground before coming to a halt, but he hoped that the zombies, hindered by distance and their impaired vision, would not notice the vehicle. Unfortunately, contrary to his hopes, perhaps it was the jarring sound of the brakes or the sheer size of the vehicle that drew their attention. Despite being outside their line of sight, they still detected him. With a roar, the zombies surged forth like a swarm of enraged hornets to see the sight of such a daunting force. Lin Zhi felt a momentary pang of fear, but quickly steeled himself and charged the vehicle toward them. As they drew closer, a cacophony of thuds erupted. The leading zombies were repeatedly knocked into the air, blood splattering across the windshield. Remaining calm and collected, knowing that panic would only hasten his demise, he activated the windshield wipers to clear the blood and gripped the steering wheel tightly, applying the gas. With its powerful engine, the military vehicle carved a bloody path through the horde of zombies. The sounds of undead wails reverberated all around as the zombies, invigorated by the chaos, pursued him relentlessly, one even clinging to the side mirror, its body stretched taut. Lin Zhi raced to the bridge, sharply turning onto it and accelerating toward the other end. Just as he thought he had succeeded, he was abruptly alarmed and slammed on the brakes. A section of the Jiang Bridge had collapsed. Screeching, the tires emitted a pungent rubber smell as the vehicle, propelled by inertia, careened toward the gap in the bridge. Lin Zhi's heart raced as he witnessed the front of the vehicle dip. The 2 front wheels had already fallen off. With a jarring thud, the undercarriage struck the edge of the broken bridge and finally came to a stop. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he could hear the horrifying cries of the chasing zombies behind him. Ignoring his fear, he hastily shifted into reverse and floored the accelerator. The off-road vehicle teetered precariously, but fortunately, being 4-wheel drive, it held on. Had it been a standard family car with only front-wheel drive, he would have had no options left but to plunge into the river. The vehicle jolted violently as the front wheels were pulled back up, and without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zhi spun the vehicle around, facing the oncoming horde and barreling toward them head-on. Zombies were continuously flung off the bridge, plummeting into the river, their heads barely breaking the surface before being swept away by the raging currents. The off-road vehicle thundered down the bridge, where swarms of zombies surged from both sides. With no other choice, Lin Zhi drove headlong into the county city, but he was acutely aware that this was a profoundly unwise decision, as the city was teeming with even more zombies, thus facing even greater peril. Yet, with circumstances dictating his path, he had no other option. The vehicle raced through the desolate streets, flanked by flourishing violet flowers on the sidewalks. In this city ravaged by the undead, the vibrant floral display only added to the eerie atmosphere, akin to a ghost in white clothing adorned with a bright red rose. After speeding through 2 intersections, Lin Zhi sharply turned onto the left road. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, he realized he had taken the turn too sharply, causing the vehicle to lose control and crash into a violet tree the size of a wash basin, snapping it in half. The tremendous inertia propelled Lin Zhi forward, and with a sickening crack, his ribs collided violently with the steering wheel, nearly fracturing. In that instant, he was overcome with agony, feeling as though his very insides had been displaced. He could not even muster the strength to cry out in pain. Damn this off-road vehicle. Does it lack airbags? Or have they malfunctioned? Lin Zhi had no time to ponder such thoughts, as the horde was rapidly closing in. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he pushed open the car door and dashed into a nearby high-rise. Then he ascended the stairs to the second floor, only to encounter two zombies barreling down from the third floor. He quickly raised his weapon and dispatched them, glancing back to see a long, shadowy corridor lined with doors to single apartments. Had he not acquired a handgun on the road, he would have been unable to deal with those two zombies. Determined to endure the pain, Lin Zhi rushed into the nearest apartment, closed the door behind him, and after confirming the absence of zombies inside, collapsed onto the floor in agony. The violent impact had undoubtedly caused more than just bruising. Even if his ribs were not fractured, they were likely cracked. After a moment, the sounds of running and howling echoed from outside, gradually subsiding after what felt like an eternity. Reflecting on the perilous escape that had brought him here, he felt a chill of fear. He curled up on the floor for some time, the intense pain slowly easing. Realizing that the zombies that had followed him into the apartment building would not disperse anytime soon, he slowly got to his feet and cautiously searched the room for water. With each step, the pain in his chest flared anew. The apartment was a modest one-bedroom with an attached bathroom and kitchen. The water dispenser in the living room still contained half a jug of water, though it had been sitting for too long and required boiling before it could be consumed. Chapter 16. Recuperation in the apartment. Lin Zhi ultimately discovered 2 unopened bottles of green tea in the refrigerator. Although they were past their expiration date, they were still palatable. He twisted off the cap and took a couple of sips, inadvertently noticing the phrase, "Have another bottle," inscribed inside the cap, which elicited a faint smile. Discarding the cap into a corner, he reclined on the sofa in the living room. Every movement tugged at the pain in his chest, and at that moment, he yearned to lie still in peace. The interplay of light and shadow within the room gradually dimmed, signaling the swift passage of a day. It was only then that Lin Zhi sat up from the sofa. The pain in his chest persisted, but had become somewhat more bearable. Outside in the corridor, the sounds of wandering zombies echoed, leaving him with little to do but to pass the time in the confines of the small apartment. The original owner of the apartment had been a lovely young woman. Do not inquire how Lin Zhi knew this, for several artistic photographs of the girl adorned the white walls, but he gazed at them for quite some time, unusually refraining from flipping the pictures face down on the table, instead choosing to take one of the images featuring the girl in a floral dress into the bedroom. The bed was somewhat disheveled, with several articles of clothing haphazardly draped over a chair beside it. Lin Zhi couldn't help but smile, who said girls must always be tidy and neat. He settled on the edge of the bed, gently placing the photograph down, and picked up a pink lace bra, his fingers trembling slightly as he buried his nose deep into its fabric, inhaling the lingering scent left behind by the girl. Despite the passage of over 6 months, any trace of her fragrance had long since dissipated. Yet as he lifted his head, a faint smile graced his lips, as if he truly detected a remnant of her essence. However, as he smiled, 2 streams of tears unexpectedly cascaded down his cheeks. "I long for someone to talk to," he murmured. Lin Zhi collapsed onto the bed, unaware of when he succumbed to sleep. In the depths of slumber, he unconsciously kicked his legs, abruptly awakening with disorientation. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? The inky darkness enveloped him, and this familiar sensation of bewilderment upon waking in the middle of the night was not new to Lin Zhi. Yet amidst the haze, he took a brief moment to recollect the events of the day. He sighed and raised his hand to check the time. As he moved his arm, a fresh wave of pain coursed through his chest. It appeared he would need to recuperate in this apartment for some time. The luminous digits of his watch indicated it was precisely 3 o'clock in the morning. Lin Zhi turned his gaze to the faint twinkle of starlight outside, feeling utterly awake. He rose and drew the curtains, recalling that his backpack and flashlight were still left in the military off-road vehicle. That he retrieved a lighter from his pocket, igniting it to search the apartment for candles. Finding none, he stumbled upon a power bank which had a small LED light attached. Upon pressing the switch, a cold, stark white light filled the space. Having consumed but a single meal throughout the day, he now felt ravenous. He made his way to the kitchen, discovering that the gas canister still held fuel. After boiling water, he prepared a bowl of noodles, slurping them down eagerly, even finishing the broth entirely. Sated, Lin Zhi settled onto the sofa, the stillness of the night punctuated only by the faint buzzing of a few blood-sucking mosquitoes around his ears. He waved his hand dismissively, lighting a cigarette, pondering the prolonged silence outside. Had the zombies dispersed? He cautiously opened the door a crack, listening intently for any signs of movement beyond, then widened the gap to about a foot, peering outside. The dimly lit corridor allowed faint starlight to trickle in, and amidst the gloom, Lin Zhi could barely discern 7 or 8 shadowy figures. He mused, there are hardly any zombies left. Now would be the perfect opportunity to venture down and retrieve my backpack and bow from the vehicle ditto, and I should also bring back some military rations. Drawing a short axe from his hip, he noticed a zombie standing motionless at the entrance, its back turned toward him. Stepping forward cautiously, he raised the axe high and, summoning all his strength, delivered a powerful blow that cleaved through half of its skull. The exertion sent a jolt of pain through his chest once more. Lin Zhi gritted his teeth to suppress any sounds of discomfort, steadied the lifeless body of the zombie, and gently laid it down on the floor he contemplated. Using the axe requires significant force. I must find a dagger for a more efficient kill. Plunging it directly into the zombie's eye socket would save energy and be far swifter. Once he had dispatched the obstructing zombie, he made his way down the stairs and out the door. The street lay in utter silence, save for the sight of 2 dark figures standing beside the off-road vehicle. Lin Zhi, too weary to engage another zombie, bent down and felt around on the ground, coming across a high-heeled shoe, which he picked up and tossed across the street. The shoe clattered as it struck the shop's rolling shutter, prompting both zombies to rush toward the sound like greedy scavengers that eye in the darkness. One of the zombies tripped over something, tumbling clumsily. Amused by the sight of the grotesque creature's fall, Lin Zhi tiptoed toward the off-road vehicle, opened the door, and retrieved his backpack, pulling out a small knife. Armed with the knife, he circled to the front of the vehicle and peeled a strip of bark from a violet tree that had been snapped in half by the vehicle. The violet tree, not only visually appealing but also known for its aromatic properties that repel mosquitoes, seemed an ideal choice for the County S tree, its name a perfect match. Yet Lin Zhi, who majored in botany and zoology, understood the oversight of the ruling authorities. The bark and roots of the violet tree contain a toxin known as violet alkaloid, which indigenous tribes in South America utilized by crushing the roots and bark to coat their arrows for hunting. However, like all things, this had 2 sides. In small doses, violet alkaloid could actually possess anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving properties, promoting bone healing. With his backpack and other belongings secured, Lin Zhi returned to the apartment, gently closing the door behind him and exhaling a deep breath. After resting for a moment, he took the bark into the kitchen, crushing it and placing it in a pot to simmer. The gas stove flickered to life with a soft blue flame, gradually reducing the water to a thick, deep blue broth. Once he turned off the gas, he allowed the concoction to cool slightly before pouring half a bowl to drink, then applying the remainder to his body before heading to the bedroom to lie down in silence. The girl's photograph remained on the bedside. He picked it up and kissed it gently before switching off the power bank's light, staring into the darkness with wide-open eyes. Time trickled by, and eventually, the curtain began to lighten to a grayish hue, gradually transforming into a bright white. Whether Lin Zhi wished for it or not, a new day stubbornly arrived. For lunch, he had a military ration of braised beef, which after soaking and heating was delightfully tender, the gravy rich, and the beef pleasantly chewy. He had to admit, it was quite delectable. Lin Zhi rated it a perfect score. After finishing his meal, he wiped his mouth with a paper towel from the coffee table, then opened the curtains to gaze down at the chaotic scene of the street below. Chapter 17. The midnight knock. The collision yesterday was quite severe, leaving the front of the SUV significantly dented. Lin Zhi harbored grave doubts about whether the vehicle could be restarted upon their escape from Roland County. If it doesn't start, the remaining military rations in the car will be left behind, he mused, pursing his lips. Suddenly, he felt a pair of icy eyes fixated upon him that a quick glance revealed it was emanating from a zombie sprawled on the road. The creature was barefoot, clad in tattered clothing, its jeans so filthy that their original color was indiscernible. Judging by its age, it had only just crossed into its 20s when it succumbed to the transformation. Lin Zhi was momentarily taken aback, but then recalled that prior to crashing into a tree, the SUV had rolled over this very zombie. It seemed the creature must have suffered a severed spine, rendering its lower body paralyzed. As he regarded the zombie, he sensed a vague resentment emanating from it, sending chills down his spine. Could it be that this abomination, no longer human, still harbored grudges? That is impossible, Lin Zhi chuckled, dismissing the thought as absurd. After all, how could the dead possess such emotions? They were merely animated corpses. He rolled down the window, grasped his bow, and found those eyes too unsettling. Aiming for the zombie's head, he was about to release an arrow when a cacophony of moans erupted and a horde of zombies turned the corner. Shooting now would surely draw them closer, so he slowly relaxed his bowstring. After all, it was merely a single zombie. What threat could it pose? Drawing the curtains, Lin Zhi reclined back onto the sofa. The violet tree bark he had used for healing was proving effective. The pain had subsided significantly as the sun rose and set. Another day slipped by. When night fell, Lin Zhi consumed a bowl of violet tree bark soup. Bored, he rummaged through the unknown girl's cosmetics, examining the peculiar contents of the small boxes. Tap, tap. The sudden sound of knocking shattered the silence, sending a jolt of terror through Lin Zhi, who nearly doubted his own senses. Tap! This time, he was certain he heard the knocking. He sprang to his feet. Could there be other survivors in this apartment building? He switched off his flashlight and with a few swift steps, approached the door, peering through the peephole. Despite the dimness of the corridor, he could discern the absence of anyone outside. It was eerily vacant. Who could be knocking? Earlier that afternoon, he had ventured outside and noted that even the few zombies lingering in the hallway had seemingly vanished. A shiver ran down his spine. Could it be that ghosts truly existed in this world? Steeling himself, he drew his handgun, the click of the chamber echoing ominously as the knocking sounded again. He flung the door open. To his astonishment, no one stood there. Just as he was grappling with the bizarre reality, he felt a sudden tightness around his ankle, as if something had latched onto him. The fright was overwhelming, almost causing a scream to escape his lips as he stumbled backward. Landing on the floor, he recognized that the grip on his ankle belonged to the very zombie he had seen lying in the middle of the road during the day. Lin Zhi's scalp prickled with dread. This zombie had somehow climbed the stairs and accurately tracked him to his apartment. That a low growl emanated from the creature, reminiscent of a dying man's last wail before being buried alive. Lin Zhi kicked frantically, dragging part of the zombie's body through the doorway. Yet he could not escape its icy grip in a moment of panic, he fired a shot into the zombie's head. With a sickening pop, the head burst like a watermelon, splattering yellowish brain matter across the walls and floor. As he pried the zombie's hand away, he felt a chill run through him, realizing perhaps not all zombies were devoid of intelligence. The gunshot had ignited a chorus of moans from downstairs, but no zombies came knocking at his door. The room was thick with the stench of blood, and it was clear he could no longer remain there. Equipping his bow and slinging his backpack over his shoulder, he cradled the pot of medicinal soup in his left hand while gripping his pistol tightly in his right. But he exited the apartment and ascended the fire escape. Climbing to the top floor without encountering any zombies was a stroke of luck. Upon glancing up, he noted the fire door bore a sign indicating it was the 38th floor. Reflecting on the arduous training he had endured in the Citadel for the past 6 months, he felt a sense of satisfaction at having achieved this height, even in his injured state. He gently pushed open the fire door, and the corridor greeted him with an eerie silence. Noticing the first door on his right ajar, he slipped inside. Once inside, he placed the soup pot on the shoe rack in the foyer and cleared his throat, yet the room remained still. He retrieved his flashlight and surveyed the space. The layout mirrored that of his previous apartment, a single-room studio. However, it appeared the former occupant had been a young man, as the coffee table was littered with cigarette butts and 8 cans of beer. Lin Zhi cracked open a can of beer and settled onto the sofa, contemplating the abundance of beer the young man had stockpiled, likely in anticipation of a gathering with friends, which had been thwarted by the apocalypse. He took a few hearty swigs, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, and mused on the age-old adage, no one knows which will come first, tomorrow or an unforeseen event. After finishing a can, he felt a dull ache in his chest and, fully clothed, lay down, slipping into an untroubled sleep. When he awoke, the first light of dawn filtered through the window, casting a breathtaking crimson hue across the horizon. For a moment, he could not discern whether it was the dawn or the remnants of dusk. Rising groggily, he stretched, contemplating whether the approaching day would bring light or darkness. It seemed of little consequence. What mattered was that he was still alive. After breakfast, Lin Zhi consumed another bowl of medicinal soup and applied the liquid to his chest. Sitting for a while, he opened the door to find the corridor utterly deserted. Not a single zombie in sight. Just because there are no zombies in the corridor doesn't mean the other rooms are empty. I must remain here for a while longer and ascertain the situation on this floor. He thought that he drew his handgun and proceeded down the corridor. After a thorough investigation, he discovered that the top floor housed a total of 48 studio apartments. Except for 4, the rest had their doors tightly shut, each adorned with a blue sign stating, "Not yet rented." Among the 4 already leased apartments, 3 doors stood open, while one remained silent when he knocked, suggesting it too was devoid of inhabitants. Chapter 18. The star's Lin Zhi let out a sigh, contemplating that aside from himself, there were no other living beings stirring within this floor. He procured 2 ropes and secured both fire doors at the ends of the corridor before approaching the 3 open doors of the apartments. Typically, those who resided in such single apartments were young individuals in their 20s, with a minimalist decor that emphasized personal space. The last apartment appeared to be occupied by a foreign young man, as evidenced by a book titled Quick Mastery of Everyday Chinese Phrases, resting on the coffee table, and a glass cabinet filled with potent vodka lining one wall. After wandering for a while, Lin Zhi returned to the apartment from the previous night, closed the door, and stood silently before the window, the desolate landscape of Roland County unfolding before him. Suddenly, he became acutely aware of the profound silence surrounding him. Positioned in a 38-story building, soaring to a height of 114 meters, the chilling cries of the deceased from the streets below could not reach him. The stillness in the room was so profound that even the fall of a pin would resonate. After standing there for a while, unable to endure the almost eerie quiet, he opened the window, allowing the gusty winds from the heights to whistle into the room. Yet after a time, the monotonous sound of the wind only deepened his sense of desolation, that he closed the window and stepped into the bedroom, discovering a mobile phone on the bedside table. He picked it up and connected it to a power bank that to his fortune upon powering it on. He found there were no password protections, and it opened directly, a smile unwittingly gracing his face. Perhaps he could listen to some music. As Lin Zhi scrolled through the phone, he stumbled upon a video downloaded from WeChat that he clicked it, and after merely 3 seconds, he was struck with an overwhelming shock. His face drained of color, lips trembling as he hoarsely exclaimed, "No, no, how could this be? It's impossible." The video, lasting less than a minute, depicted aerial footage of the day of the apocalypse, where an ominous black fog in the sky precipitated an unprecedented tsunami. The waters surged relentlessly, inundating the mouths of the Yangtze River and numerous other rivers, instantaneously obliterating the city of Wuxi in the Delta region. Countless skyscrapers collapsed with a thunderous roar, double-decker buses tumbling like paper boats in the swirling chaos, as the tsunami continued to rise, unleashing monstrous waves. People were swept beneath the surface like ants, and once thriving cities were transformed into a vast oceanic wasteland in the blink of an eye. With a thud, Lin Zhi suddenly collapsed onto the floor, losing consciousness. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon the coffee table before the sofa, gradually illuminating Lin Zhi's cold visage. After a long while, he cleared his throat and opened his eyes. The room was eerily silent, a deathly stillness enveloping him. Struggling, he crawled to the coffee table, opened a can of beer, and drank deeply. The low alcohol content proved insufficient to quell the fiery sorrow within him. Unsteadily, he rose, exited the room, and crossed into the apartment diagonally occupied by the foreign young man. With a decisive punch, he shattered the glass cabinet, retrieving a bottle of vodka, which he uncapped and downed nearly half in one gulp. As the fiery liquor coursed through him, his stomach roiling with heat, Lin Zhi's vision began to blur, everything appearing doubled. He tilted his head back and finished the remaining contents of the bottle, desiring nothing more than to drink until he fell into a slumber from which he would never awaken. With a crash, the empty bottle fell to the floor, and Lin Zhi slumped down, his head spinning, slowly closing his eyes. When Lin Zhi awoke once more, the orange sun hung on the horizon of the city, and he initially believed it to be the following morning, only to observe the sun gradually descending behind the skyscrapers. He raised his wrist to check the date on his watch and realized it was, in fact, dusk of the next day. Having gone a full day and night without sustenance, he felt no pangs of hunger. He sipped some water, watching as darkness gradually enveloped the room, then opened another bottle of vodka that I end the subsequent days. Lin Zhi descended into a state of drunken stupor, the vodka in the glass cabinet diminishing while empty bottles littered the floor. Due to his relentless inebriation and sporadic awakenings, the injuries to his ribs gradually healed. One deep night, Lin Zhi once again emerged from his drunken haze, opening his eyes to an impenetrable darkness. He lay still for a moment, then reached out to find cigarettes and a lighter on the coffee table. Lighting one and inhaling deeply, as the outside remained as dark as the apartment, Lin Zhi's eyes gradually adjusted. After a while, he suddenly noticed a flickering star amidst the thick darkness, but a bitter smile crossed his face as he thought that the star, much like himself, was a solitary figure, illuminating the vast night sky. Shaking his head, he continued to fumble on the table, eventually finding a half-used candle from the other apartment, which he lit. The room was filled with a flickering orange glow, and Lin Zhi opened a ration box, heating it with water and consuming it bit by bit. The braised beef rice remained delicious, yet the flavor felt like chewing wax in his mouth. Suddenly, he pushed the box away, leaped to the window, and stared intently at the flickering star against the night sky. Something's amiss. Why is there only that one star in the entire sky? Puzzled, Lin Zhi hastily rummaged through his backpack for a pair of binoculars, and upon looking through them, his mouth fell agape. It was clearly a light. His heart raced. The apocalypse had occurred over 6 months ago, and that light still shone. This meant there were survivors in Roland County. In an instant, tears streamed down his face, rendering him unable to discern whether he felt joy or sorrow. The light emanated from a window, and due to his days of drunken oblivion, he had only now noticed it. Grasping his hair with both hands, Lin Zhi slowly calmed himself, resolving that no matter the cost, he would reach that illuminated high-rise. An insatiable urge coursed through him as he paced within the room, glancing at his watch. 4 a.m. It was too late to go now. He would need to conserve his strength during the day and stealthily make his way over that night. Lin Zhi finished the remaining braised beef rice, organized his belongings, and awaited the onset of nightfall. The passage of time felt interminable. After noon, he forced himself to take a brief nap. Upon waking, he realized there were still at least 4 hours until darkness fell, that he picked up the binoculars to observe the high-rise once more. The window that had emitted the light was on the topmost floor. Had he remained on the second floor nursing his injuries, he would have been unable to see the light at all. This realization led him to quietly express gratitude to the zombie that had knocked on his door. Had it not been for that encounter, he would never have ascended to the top of this apartment building, nor would he have seen that glimmering light. Chapter 19. The 100-flower river at long last. Dusk enveloped the surroundings once more, and as the night descended, Lin Zhi noticed that the lights were still aglow. He donned his backpack, took up his bow and arrows, and fastened a pistol to his waist before stepping out of the apartment. Following the fire escape, Lin Zhi descended the building, and upon reaching the 19th floor, he heard 2 distinct clinks from below, echoing a suspicious sound. Instinctively, he stilled his footsteps, activated the headlamp perched upon his brow, and leaned out cautiously to peer downwards. The lamp's cover had been darkened by smoke, casting a feeble light that barely illuminated 3 or 4 meters ahead, thus ensuring his concealment amidst the shadows. At the corner of the stairwell, a zombie had stealthily approached, seemingly in a trance. Leaning motionlessly against the wall with a glass bottle clutched in its hand, that as its arm inadvertently brushed against the wall, it emitted a soft ding. Upon catching sight of the flickering light, the zombie instinctively opened its mouth to scream, only to be silenced instantly as an arrow pierced its skull. Lin Zhi continued his descent, choosing not to retrieve the arrow as he passed the creature. Despite the decay of over 6 months, the human skull remained remarkably resilient. Once the arrow had been loosed, there was no guarantee it could penetrate the cranium again. This was hard-earned knowledge from Lin Zhi's journey from Guizhou to Jiangsu. Upon reaching the first floor, he exited the apartment complex but did not head directly toward the beckoning lights. Instead, he veered toward a side street, arriving at another road. Lin Zhi had examined the offline map on his phone during the day, noting that the 100-flower river flowed beneath the illuminated building, suggesting a considerably safer passage. The street was shrouded in darkness, with only the night wind whispering and swirling dry leaves around him. Lin Zhi moved cautiously, eventually coming to the courtyard of the county's tax bureau. The offline map indicated that scaling the back wall of the tax bureau would lead directly to the Hundred-Flower River. He stepped into the courtyard, and suddenly the surroundings brightened as moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the area as if it were dusk just before sunset. Startled, Lin Zhi swiftly concealed himself within the doorway, observing a crescent moon now perched atop the city's skyline. The moonlight outshone his headlamp, rendering it unnecessary, and he promptly switched it off. 7 or 8 shadows wandered through the courtyard, yet only 2 zombies lingered near the doorway. Assessing the situation, Lin Zhi dispatched the 2 zombies with his bow and arrows before stealthily slipping out, crawling along the base of the wall. Before him, a row of flower beds lay neglected, their once delicate blossoms mostly withered, while rampant weeds flourished abundantly, providing him with ample cover. Upon reaching the back courtyard, Lin Zhi was taken aback. The wall of the tax bureau rose over 3 meters, nearly 4, its surface smooth and insurmountable. Without tools, that he surveyed the area and spotted a commercial van parked beneath the building, devoid of any zombies. He jogged over, tugged at the door handle, and, fortunately, it was not locked. That he eased the handbrake and maneuvered to the back of the van, pushing with all his might as the vehicle creaked and groaned, finally coming to rest against the courtyard wall. With a sigh of relief, Lin Zhi climbed atop the van, standing upright, his hands barely reaching the top of the wall. With a gentle leap, he grasped the edge and pulled himself up. Perched atop the courtyard wall, he gazed outward to find a riverside walkway. Adjacent to the wall was a 5-meter-wide greenbelt, teeming with waist-high weeds and interspersed with violet trees every few meters. A glance around revealed shadows moving in the distance. A single misstep could surely attract the attention of the zombies. Regaining his composure, Lin Zhi stood atop the wall, arms outstretched for balance, then leaped forward, grasping a branch. The branch sagged under his weight before rebounding, shaking momentarily before stabilizing. This flourishing violet tree concealed him from nearby zombies, and as he steadied himself, he prepared to release his grip and drop onto the grass below when suddenly, a zombie approached directly beneath him. A chill ran down Lin Zhi's spine. This is bad. I've been spotted. The zombie drew nearer, groaning softly without lifting its gaze. Lin Zhi held his breath, waiting for the creature to move on. The zombie turned in a circle, but then remained motionless. Lin Zhi's heart raced as he silently urged, "Come on, move along." As time dragged on and the zombie remained still, Lin Zhi's arms grew increasingly numb. Ultimately, he resolved to act decisively. He suddenly released his grip and kicked downwards towards the zombie's back, causing it to stumble forward and crash to the ground. Lin Zhi quickly pressed his knee against the zombie's back, drawing forth his hatchet and unleashing all his strength in a powerful swing that severed the zombie's cervical spine with the first strike. A few more strikes followed, nearly severing the creature's head entirely. Realizing the unfortunate zombie could no longer retaliate, Lin Zhi exhaled deeply, reflecting that had he hesitated even slightly, a scream from the creature would have summoned its companions, sealing his fate. Lying on the grass, he had exerted himself too much and needed a moment to catch his breath when he noticed a dagger hanging from the zombie's belt. Reaching out, he seized the dagger, feeling its cold gleam, and with a sudden tickle in his nose, he let out a sneeze. This proved disastrous, as the sound startled 2 nearby zombies, prompting Lin Zhi to remain utterly still, suppressing even the slightest breath. The 2 zombies entered the thicket, scanning the area, but fortunately, the dense weeds concealed him from view. Lin Zhi remained motionless, the filthy, bare feet of the zombies mere inches from his face, but he observed the gruesome scars marring their decaying skin, even catching a faint whiff of rot. Should either creature take even one more step forward, they would undoubtedly kick him in the head. After a tense moment, the 2 zombies turned and departed, allowing Lin Zhi to release a long-held breath. With the dagger in hand, he swiftly sliced through the zombie's belt, marveling to himself, "What a sharp blade!" He retrieved the sheath as well, fastening it to his own belt. However, despite acquiring a fine weapon, he was still shaken by the close call, and he crawled cautiously toward the riverbank. Emerging from the underbrush, Lin Zhi suddenly found himself face to face with a pair of large feet that he scrambled to flee, but felt a tight grip on his back as a zombie seized him and lifted him aloft. Chapter 20. Elevator escape. Lin Zhi's feet left the ground as he instinctively thrust his knife towards the approaching zombie, that a sharp sound echoed as the blade found its mark, piercing directly into the creature's eye socket. With a swift motion, he withdrew the knife, and a gruesome mixture of foul blood and brain matter gushed forth. However, this act of defiance had attracted the attention of nearby zombies, their guttural howls erupting into a cacophony as dozens of shadowy figures came rushing towards him. Panic seized Lin Zhi as he sprinted towards the riverbank. After a few desperate strides, he felt a tight grip on the back of his neck. A zombie had caught hold of him. Summoning every ounce of strength, he lunged forward, plunging into the icy waters with a splash that as he submerged, darkness enveloped him, the water rippling around him, indicating that the zombies had also leapt in after him. Fearing to surface, he swam downstream, holding his breath until he could no longer bear it. Finally, he kicked his legs, breaking the surface, and as his head emerged from the water, he was momentarily taken aback. A swarm of zombies flailed in the shallows, their hands thrashing wildly. Ha! Lin Zhi couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. It appears these ruffians can't swim, ha ha. His laughter was tinged with relief. He had initially chosen this path, thinking it would be safer along the riverbank, unaware that zombies were incapable of swimming. This unexpected advantage brought him a sense of joy that he thought to himself, if zombies cannot swim, then swimming downstream should indeed be safer. Spotting a piece of driftwood nearby, he climbed aboard, allowing the current to carry him along. As a coastal county known for its economic prosperity, Roland County was home to sprawling urban developments. Towering skyscrapers flanked the riverbanks, and after more than an hour of drifting, he finally reached his destination. Raising his binoculars, he surveyed a massive building that rose dramatically into the night sky, towering at least twice the height of ordinary apartment complexes. That a light flickered in one of its windows, and suddenly, a fleeting silhouette appeared. His heart raced with anticipation. Could the survivor be a beautiful woman? Lin Zhi lowered the binoculars, chiding himself for daydreaming. As long as it's a living person, that's all that matters. He quietly slipped beneath the water's surface, swimming towards the shore. Upon reaching the riverbank, he found a row of coffee shops, their awnings collapsed, tables and chairs strewn about in disarray. Soaked, he crawled onto the shore, navigating through the debris towards the towering building. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks. At a square table sat a woman, her skeletal face partially illuminated by the moonlight, emanating a chilling aura. That it was only then that he realized this corpse, clad in a black dress, was eerily still. Lin Zhi gasped. It was his first encounter with such a tranquil zombie. While other zombies would twitch and convulse even when stationary, this one remained unerringly motionless. That he cautiously took a step back, observing that the corpse remained undisturbed. After retreating further out of its peripheral vision, he stealthily approached from behind, seizing her hair and plunging his knife into her eye socket. The zombie let out a faint grunt before collapsing to the ground. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Zhi's brow as he felt a surge of anxiety. The closer he got to his destination, the more vigilant he needed to be. The building faced away from the river, and hiding behind a Maserati, Lin Zhi peered out, noticing several shadowy figures moving between the vehicles that he had to avoid alerting any of them. Crouching low, he crawled through the parking lot, his heart racing as he approached an open space. Just as he pondered how to traverse it, darkness suddenly enveloped him. A cloud had obscured the moonlight, his spirits lifted, and he dashed across the clearing, slipping through the rear entrance of the building. As soon as he stepped inside, the moonlight reemerged, cascading onto the ground. Lin Zhi took cover behind a flower pot, which housed a wilted plant, its size ample enough to shield his entire form. Taking a moment to catch his breath, he heard the faint sound of shuffling footsteps. Peering through the foliage, he found himself in a spacious back hall. There were only 3 zombies present, and on the front wall, 4 golden characters gleamed. Chuyun Building. A small door to his left appeared to lead to the elevator shaft. Chuyun Building, Lin Zhi muttered, appreciating the melodious name. Drawing an arrow from his quiver, he aimed at one of the zombies' heads. With a whoosh, the arrow struck true, and the creature fell to the ground. The remaining 2 zombies, confused, glanced around, their lips curling back in confusion. Lin Zhi repeated the feat, dispatching another zombie, leaving only one that remained bewildered. He mused, if it weren't for their brute strength in numbers, these creatures would be utterly defenseless with such low intelligence. After eliminating the final zombie, he slipped through the small door and found himself beside the elevators, with a fire escape leading upstairs. Right place, he thought, knocking another arrow as he slowly pushed open the fire door. The stairwell was pitch black, devoid of any ventilation, forcing him to switch on his headlamp as he ascended. Occasionally, he could hear the distant howls of zombies echoing through the stairwell. After climbing 2 floors, a zombie descended the stairs. Lin Zhi reacted swiftly, shooting it down with an arrow. Recognizing it was a doorman dressed in red, he continued his ascent, climbing several more floors, where he could hear the unsettling sounds of zombies from behind closed fire doors. Feeling increasingly anxious, he suddenly saw a beam of light above him. Cautiously, he climbed higher, discovering that the fire door on this level had been smashed open, revealing a long, dim corridor adorned with a few wall sconces, yet devoid of any visible zombies. Letting out a sigh of relief, Lin Zhi marveled at the situation. That it had been nearly a year since the apocalypse began, and he wondered where the electricity in the Chuyun building was coming from, as lights still flickered. He continued upwards, but suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from above, a horde of zombies descending towards him. Alarmed, he quickly turned to retreat down the stairs to his dismay. The floor he had just passed was now swarmed with zombies pouring in from the depths of the corridor, all racing towards the flickering lights. Faint cries of zombies from below indicated that creatures from other floors had also been stirred. With no escape in sight and a throng of zombies charging towards him, Lin Zhi's heart sank. There was no route left to flee. In a moment of desperation, he drew his axe and wedged it into the gap of the elevator doors, prying them open with all his might, forcing them apart by a foot. He squeezed inside and reached for the steel cable that suspended the elevator car, suspending himself in midair. With his axe secured to his belt, he began to climb, hand over hand, pulling himself upward. Chapter 21. The ominous corridor. At this moment, the tension reached an exhilarating peak. Lin Zhi gang squeezed into the elevator, where a throng of corpses had already lunged at the elevator door, causing a cacophony of crashes. Even more zombies followed suit, forcing their way inside. Gripping the cable with all his might, Lin Zhi gang ascended a few feet, only to hear a prolonged, anguished wail from beneath him, abruptly followed by a thud. The zombies that had squeezed and failed to grasp the cable and plummeted down, landing with a muffled thump after a brief pause. The cries ceased, undoubtedly indicating that the unfortunate creature had met a fatal end. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Zhi gang's back as he gritted his teeth and continued his arduous ascent, intertwining his legs around the cable while exerting force to hasten his climb. Climbing without any gear was the most laborious endeavor. Despite Lin Zhi gang's robust physique, after reaching the 3rd floor, he was left breathless and fatigued, his arms trembling with exhaustion. Listening intently under the dim glow of his headlamp, he was relieved to find no zombies lurking outside. Panting heavily, Lin Zhi gang climbed out and proceeded up the staircase in the dark, perilous expanse of the Yuzhou building, teeming with the undead. Reaching the top floor demanded not only physical stamina, but also a formidable test of mental fortitude and bravery. Having ascended to the 16th or 17th floor, he had dispatched 2 solitary zombies, paused for a brief respite, and continued his ascent. Upon arriving at the fire door on the 41st floor, he suddenly pressed his hand against his forehead, realizing that the landing above was densely packed with zombies. In that fleeting glance, he had counted at least 17 or 18. Lin Zhi gang cautiously pushed open the fire door behind him, concealing himself within. Before him stood 2 doors emblazoned with the words Starlight Cinema. He approached, straining to listen. Faint rustling sounds emanated from beyond the door, indicating that zombies were indeed sequestered within the cinema. Although the precise count was unknown, it could be surmised there were quite a few. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Zhi gang gently shut the door. Cinema doors typically provided good sound insulation, so even if chaos erupted inside, it was unlikely they would hear it. He secured the door with a bolt from the outside, effectively adding an extra layer of protection. Next, he retreated behind the fire door, retrieved his phone, and opened a music app. He selected a song by Jiang Peng, Brother, I Miss You, and cranked the volume to its maximum before sliding it towards the landing below. "Oh, brother, I miss you. How are you doing over there? Why don't you call me to ask how things are going here?" With a thunderous crash, a horde of zombies erupted downwards, lunging towards the faint glimmer of light. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Zhi opened the door and stealthily ascended the stairs. He swiftly vaulted over 4 steps, climbing 6 or 7 floors, only to encounter another group of zombies barricading the corridor. "When will this nightmare end?" Lin Zhi lamented as he ducked into the fire door. "I can barely ascend a few floors before encountering more zombies." He retrieved his power bank, intending to replicate his earlier success. Though the power bank emitted light, it lacked sound, leaving him uncertain if it would effectively lure the zombies away to AT that moment. Perhaps due to a sixth sense or the faintest of sounds, Lin Zhi spun around, locking eyes with a zombie whose face was dark and marred with scars. "Ah!" Lin Zhi exclaimed, swinging his short axe downwards. With a crack, it struck the zombie on the crown of its head, but the suddenness of the encounter diminished its strength, and the blow failed to vanquish the creature. The zombie uttered a low growl, extending its arms to pounce upon him. Lin Zhi felt a chill across his face as it brushed against him, sending him into a panic. He darted behind the zombie. After sprinting a dozen paces, he stumbled over an object on the ground and fell, rolling to hide behind a dark mass, but a faint burnt odor wafted through his nostrils, and he realized the hall was charred and filled with the remnants of scorched tables and chairs. A dawning realization struck him. No wonder the zombie's face was blackened, devoid of hair. This hall had clearly suffered a devastating fire, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. He touched his face, relieved to find no wounds, recalling that he had noticed the zombie's hands were mere stumps, devoid of fingers, likely seared away by the flames. Had he been caught in that grasp, he might have succumbed to the dreaded zombie virus. Misfortune is always unexpected. The zombie, with a gash on its head, growled lowly while pursuing him with the axe embedded in its skull. Suddenly, it collided violently with a column. That column, already weakened by the fire, could not withstand the force of the impact, and with a thunderous crash, a large section of the ceiling collapsed. The hall was instantly engulfed in a cloud of dust and ash, leaving Lin Zhi struggling to breathe. The sound of the fire door being battered open echoed through the chaos, and the commotion roused the zombies in the corridor outside. Lin Zhi scrambled away, finding refuge against a wall, one hand bracing himself as he moved towards the fire door. As the hall filled with dust, the horde of zombies was left disoriented. He escaped the hall, his hands now blackened, and hurriedly ascended the stairs once more. Gasping for breath, he scaled over 20 floors, still far from his destination, and pondered, "I've climbed at least 70 floors. Just how tall is this Yuzhou building?" Regaining his composure, he pressed on, climbing another 7 or 8 floors, only to be met with a chorus of wails from above, suggesting that the number of zombies exceeded 80, if not 100. At this juncture, utterly exhausted, Lin Zhi felt around his body and discovered he was left with only a flashlight, but he placed it on the steps, ascended another floor, and concealed himself behind the fire door. Before him lay a deep, elongated corridor, devoid of any visible zombies. He mused. After the commotion of the night, dawn is fast approaching. That it seems unlikely I'll reach the top floor tonight. I can only hope the light will gradually draw the zombies away. He then let out a loud roar to entice the zombies downwards, swiftly shutting both fire doors behind him. A throng of zombies rushed downstairs, irresistibly drawn by the flashlight's glow, and continued their descent. Lin Zhi secured the doorknobs with rope and sought a place to rest. The corridor was adorned with a rich blue carpet, flanked by guest rooms, revealing that this floor housed a hotel. He walked forward for several paces, spotting a half-open door. Inside, silence reigned, prompting him to peek in. The guest room was spacious, containing more than one chamber. He swung the door wide open, ensuring an escape route before slipping inside. At this point, dawn had begun to break on the horizon. Though the guest room remained dimly lit, the layout and furnishings were gradually becoming discernible. Lin Zhi inspected each room, finding no zombies, and was instead taken aback by the sheer number of guest rooms and their exquisite decor. He closed the door behind him and pushed a heavy dining table against it, then began to explore anew. The guest area alone boasted 3 bedrooms, in addition to a reception room, an office, a study, a dining area, a washroom, and even a pet room, totaling 9 rooms in all. Chapter 22. The top-level mall, the guest room, adorned with meticulous attention to detail, boasted expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, a striking black and white color palette, and a harmonious blend of classical and contemporary elegance, encapsulating luxury in its most subtle form. Lin Zhi pondered. This must be the fabled presidential suite. To stay for a night would likely cost several tens of thousands. Ensuring the doors and windows were securely closed, he stepped into the bedroom and sank into the plush embrace of the large, soft bed. After a long day of fatigue, he soon drifted into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he noted it was already 3 in the afternoon. Rising from his slumber, he stretched widely, feeling rejuvenated after his restful sleep. He then made his way to the washroom, where he discovered a disposable toothbrush. Though labeled as such, its quality surpassed any he had previously used. The toothbrush bore the hotel's emblem, Bulgari Hotel. Lin Zhi exclaimed softly, recalling how this establishment was quite renowned. He had often come across it while idly scrolling through Douyin, reputed to be a 5-star hotel. Maintaining the habit of brushing his teeth was something Lin Zhi. As he picked up the toothbrush, a sudden glance in the mirror revealed a black man, startling him into a backward leap before he realized it was his own reflection, marred by soot from his escape from the burning hall the previous. Scaring myself, he chuckled, revealing a gleaming white smile. After brushing his teeth, he turned on the shower and was pleasantly surprised to find hot water flowing, a testament to the hotel's. Filling the bathtub, Lin Zhi luxuriated in the warmth. Savoring his first hot bath since the apocalypse, he closed his eyes in bliss, feeling every pore of his body open up in relaxation. The entire bathroom was designed with openness and transparency in mind. A uniquely styled elongated mirror reflected the opulence of a bathtub crafted from a singular piece of rare green agate, complete with a mirrored television, a private steam room, and a massage area. Bathing while enjoying the view was nothing short of sublime, provided, of course, there was a view to behold. Given the commotion last night, those residing on the top floor must have noticed, right? How will they react to my presence? Will they welcome me or rebuff me? He set aside these musings after his bath, knowing that all would become clear upon their eventual meeting. The master bedroom featured a grand wardrobe filled with pristine cotton garments. Though lacking an outer coat, Lin Zhi had no choice but to don his soiled clothes over the fresh attire. He then approached the main door, moving aside the dining table he had used as a barricade the night before, and cautiously cracked open the door. The corridor outside lay in eerie silence. Stepping out, he first listened at the fire door. The sound of shambling feet echoed in the stairwell, leaving him disheartened that it seemed his previous tactic had failed. The beam from his flashlight had not lured the zombies away as intended, resulting in a wasted flashlight. Moving quietly away from the door, he traversed past an Italian restaurant, 2 upscale Chinese eateries, 2 bars, and the Bulgari chocolate shop. Reaching the corridor's end, Lin Zhi felt bewildered. Amidst all these establishments, not a single zombie was in sight. That he entered the chocolate shop and approached the crystal glass display case. Opening the door, he was greeted by chocolates that resembled precious jewels. He sampled one, only to find it lacked the exquisite taste he had expected, perhaps due to prolonged storage. After indulging in 7 or 8 pieces, he inadvertently discovered a spiral staircase behind the glass cabinet. Ascending the staircase, he climbed 8 floors before reaching the top, realizing that the Bulgari Hotel occupied 9 stories of the Union building. As he ascended, still no zombies appeared. The 9th floor housed an afternoon tea restaurant and a ballroom. The restaurant exuded elegance, with mahogany dining chairs and columns wrapped in deep brown leather, contrasting beautifully with the light-colored teak flooring. While passing through the restaurant, he was suddenly startled by a muffled zombie groan. A originating from the tightly shut ballroom. A realization dawned upon him regarding the whereabouts of the missing guests and staff. The ballroom's entrance was a sturdy oak door. Lin Zhi paused momentarily, contemplating that once the door decayed, the people inside would never escape. Having ascended 8 floors, perhaps he had evaded the zombies in the stairwell, and he located the fire door, noting that it had been propped open by several dining tables one by one. He cleared the tables and pulled open the fire door, revealing a stairwell, yet he hesitated. Should he ascend now, or wait until after dark? The sunlight filtering through the ventilation window illuminated the stairwell, dispelling any gloom that if he ventured up now and encountered a horde of zombies, it could prove fatal. Life is precious, and waiting a few more hours seemed inconsequential. After a moment of contemplation, he wisely retreated from the stairwell, propping a table against the door. Having consumed only a few chocolates, Lin Zhi felt a pang of hunger. He ventured into the tea restaurant's kitchen, only to find that aside from some sealed Italian cookies, all other food had rotted. He resorted to his personal rations, tearing open a heating pack and carrying it to a window-side table in the restaurant. As he gazed at the desolate city below, he ate slowly that a layer of dust had settled on the dining table, not too thick, but enough for him to inscribe words with his finger. He wrote Lin Zhi, lingering in thought for a moment, before adding the 4 characters. Visited here. A smile flickered on his lips. He mused. It's likely no one will see this, and these 6 characters will be covered in dust once more. Unbeknownst to him, an entire afternoon slipped away. With his headlamp donned, Lin Zhi returned to the stairwell. The silence enveloped him, interrupted only by the occasional distant groan of a zombie, followed by an oppressive stillness that he ascended step by step, quite unexpectedly reaching the top floor, the 99th floor, after climbing just 3 flights. Lin Zhi felt no regret as he gently pushed open the fire door, only to encounter another iron door behind it. Pushing against it yielded no movement. Taking a deep breath, he mustered all his... A surge of joy coursed through him as he pushed the table aside, unveiling a modest office. The office door stood ajar, light from the corridor spilling, and he approached the door cautiously, peering out to find the corridor illuminated brightly. It led to the supermarket of luxury goods. Lin Zhi pondered to himself. If I step out like this, I will undoubtedly frighten the onlookers. I shall create a commotion first to prepare them psychologically. However, a sudden thought struck him. What if the other party consists of cunning and treacherous individuals like Zhou Kuimin and Yin Lao? Wouldn't it be foolish to expose myself voluntarily? After weighing the situation in his mind, Lin Zhi ultimately decided to proceed with caution, opting to ascertain the circumstances before taking any action. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of a figure darting between the shelves. Although the shelves obscured its head, the erratic movements and peculiar gait of the body sent a chill down Lin Zhi's spine, as he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. It was unmistakably a zombie. Could it be that after all my efforts and perilous endeavors, I have arrived at a haunted building devoid of any living souls? A wave of despondency washed over him, yet he clung to a glimmer of hope. He bent down at the corridor's entrance to observe the situation, and to his dismay, he beheld a vast marketplace filled with wandering figures, each one a zombie. Disappointment enveloped Lin Zhi. There was indeed not a single living person here. However, it dawned on him that this supermarket was well stocked with supplies and had a reliable power source, making it a decent place to reside. Moreover, there appeared to be a manageable number of zombies. With due caution, he could eliminate them one by one. Lin Zhi drew an arrow from his quiver, knocked it on the bowstring, and pulled it back to full draw, aiming at a zombie lurking behind a shelf some 10 meters away, yet he hesitated to release the shot. Having crafted several arrows during his journey from Guizhou to Jiangsu, he found himself with only about 20 left. Each shot must count to avoid wastage. Whoosh! An arrow flew through the air. Lin Zhi's archery skills, honed through relentless practice in the Citadel, had seen further enhancement in this real combat scenario. The zombie collapsed, knocking over a glass cup, the sharp sound echoing painfully in the vast supermarket, drawing the attention of 3 other zombies. Lin Zhi instinctively recoiled. It was best not to act when zombies congregated, lest he reveal his position. After a brief wait, observing the zombies disperse with vacant expressions, he drew his bow again and dispatched another. Employing this method, he successfully eliminated 8 zombies without attracting further attention. With the path cleared, he ventured out from his hiding place into the rows of shelves, when suddenly he heard a low groan and quickly concealed himself behind a shelf. Leaning against it, he caught sight of a can of fruit preserve priced at 826 yuan. He was taken aback, initially suspecting he had misread, for even 82. 6 yuan would not be considered cheap. Upon a second glance, the price remained unchanged. What sort of canned goods could be so exorbitant? A cursory glance at the supermarket's name below the price revealed that he had stumbled into KS Supermarket. He recalled having read about this establishment online. Hailed as the world's premier luxury supermarket, it was dubbed the Rolls-Royce of supermarkets, with a toothbrush priced over 200 and a tube of toothpaste at 380. It was a veritable collection of globally limited products. Located in the Roland County of the Yangtze River Delta, less than 100 kilometers from the international metropolis of Shanghai, it could be described as the latter's backyard. Wealthy individuals preferred the tranquility here over the bustling city life. Thus, KS's establishment in this locale was hardly surprising that in a fleeting moment, Lin Zhi's attention was drawn back to the approaching footsteps. A zombie emerged from behind a shelf, its body twisting grotesquely. Lin Zhi took aim at its head, releasing another arrow to dispatch it. Advancing further, his eyes widened with wonder as he beheld a display of Mars rovers, space pods, and a pressure chamber with square windows along a wall. Adjacent to this was a pen housing several lifelike goats, their metallic flowers atop their heads blooming and closing rhythmically. Further ahead lay a European-style wooden cottage, with hemp ropes and a clock hanging on. The layout of KS Supermarket shattered all his preconceived notions about luxury retail. It appeared that supermarkets could operate in such a manner, and no wonder there were so few zombies inside. Ordinary individuals were disinclined to spend on toothpaste and toothbrushes that cost hundreds. Lin Zhi cast a brief glance, realizing that this was not the time for leisurely observation. Just ahead, a zombie emerged from behind a display in the men's Lewis section, but he swiftly concealed himself behind a statue, waiting for the zombie to approach within range before releasing a well-aimed shot. With his senses heightened, he navigated through the opulent statues, display cases, and windows, eliminating 2 more zombies before arriving at a passageway ominously named Wormhole. The semicircular corridor was imbued with a sci-fi aesthetic, featuring dynamic displays that vividly illustrated the distortions of human bodies and objects under the influence of wormhole energy. Upon exiting the corridor, Lin Zhi was startled to discover 2 men seated at a high glass table on the other. To his surprise, he soon realized that both figures were mere mannequins, crafted with such remarkable detail that they almost appeared lifelike at first glance. Just then, 6 or 7 zombies suddenly lunged at Lin Zhi like rabid dogs. With no time to draw his bow, he abandoned it and sprinted away, darting past 2 rows of. In a frantic sweep, he toppled several mannequins, using them as a barrier against the pursuing horde. The 2 most relentless zombies stumbled over the fallen mannequins, crashing to the ground. Lin Zhi veered left, heedlessly plunging into a glass-enclosed room, hastily attempting to shut the door behind him that a flash of realization struck him. How could this glass door withstand a zombie assault? In a moment of desperation, he leaped aside, gesturing animatedly at the approaching zombies. Come over here!" With a series of thuds, the zombies collided against the glass wall, causing several hairline fractures to appear. Lin Zhi instinctively jumped back, drawing his handgun and aiming it at the zombies, a chill running down his spine as cold sweat trickled down his back. Although the zombies had yet to break the glass wall, a few more impacts would surely shatter it. The zombies relentlessly battered against the glass. Had they possessed even a modicum of intelligence, they would have already found their way through the glass door from several steps away. Daring not to glance at the door for fear of drawing their attention, Lin Zhi realized the glass room offered no concealment. Searching for a place to hide, he suddenly noticed a small door in the wall behind him. Elated, he forcefully pushed it open, darting inside and shutting the door behind him. As long as the zombies could not see him for 10 seconds, they would forget the recent commotion. Unless, of course, among them were a few remnants of intelligence, akin to the incapacitated zombie that had managed to locate Lin Zhi's apartment. Yet such instances were exceedingly rare. and Lin Zhi had not encountered any since that one time that he had barely closed the door when a chilling shriek erupted from within, followed by the emergence of a disheveled female zombie. Chapter 24. The territory of Lin Zhi. The female corpse was clad in a strappy dress, one strap having slipped down, her vacant expression both indifferent and terrifying. Her eyes, resembling those of a dead fish, gleamed with a murderous intent as her body twisted in a convulsive manner before she suddenly leaped forth, lunging at Lin Zhi. Taken aback, Lin Zhi raised his hand and fired 2 shots. One bullet struck her forehead. However, propelled by inertia, she crashed into him, knocking him to the ground. Lin Zhi fell backward, the impact against his spine causing him considerable pain. He pushed the corpse away, his chest splattered with semi-coagulated pus and blood. Just as he was about to remove his shirt, a loud crash echoed as the zombies outside shattered the glass wall. With a bang, the small door quivered violently, dust cascading down from it, nearly collapsing under the assault. Estimating where the zombies' heads would be, Lin Zhi fired repeatedly through the door, exhausting an entire magazine of 15 rounds. He switched to a new magazine, yet silence reigned outside. Peering through the gun slit, he observed the ground littered with bodies in disarray. He exhaled a sigh of relief, noting the emaciated female corpse, her skin stretched tightly over her bones, sending a shiver down his spine. Had she emerged just a moment later, he might have been overwhelmed, and she could have succeeded in ambushing him. With both hands gripping his firearm, Lin Zhi cautiously peered into the inner room, finding no more zombies within. The window was ajar, a gust of wind swirling into the room that he reached out to close the window, suddenly struck by a realization. The brightly lit room he had seen from the apartment building was indeed this very place. Turning to survey the room, Lin Zhi noticed its simple yet cozy furnishings, a soft sofa, a pink carpet, a glass mirror against the wall, and a peachwood cabinet standing nearby. Alas, the snacks within had long been consumed, leaving only empty plates and a few crumpled foil wrappers behind. Lin Zhi began to piece together the tragic narrative. This was a fitting room, and when the transformation occurred, this woman had fled inside, devouring several plates of pastries before succumbing to starvation in this confined space. A wave of melancholy washed over him. The mall outside was replete with food. Had she possessed a modicum of courage, perhaps she might have had a chance at survival. Alas, what a pity, he sighed heavily, unsure whether to lament the woman's fate or to mourn the shattering of his own dreams amidst this desolate apocalypse. Lost in thought for a moment, Lin Zhi remained vigilant as he exited the fitting room, conducting 2 thorough rounds of inspection throughout the vast mall. Confident no zombies lingered, he disposed of the bodies through the window, using precious garments to wipe the blood from the floor. Once everything was in order, dawn began to break in the eastern sky. Standing alone in the expansive mall, despite the fatigue from a long night, Lin Zhi felt no inclination to rest. He proceeded to an office, secured the iron door, and pushed 2 desks against it before finally sitting down to light a cigarette. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion, suddenly realizing a pressing question. How was it that this high-end KS luxury supermarket lacked a main entrance? Moreover, with such a vast area of over 10,000 square feet, there should at least be 2 fire exits, shouldn't he there? After further inspection, he uncovered the supermarket's internal elevator, cleverly disguised as a castle gate, which he had overlooked earlier. As for the fire exit, there was one behind the Gucci storefront, its handles bound tightly with coarse hemp rope, rendering it impassable from the outside. Fearing it was insufficiently secure, he dragged over 3 tall display stands to barricade the fire door. Each display case weighed approximately 400 pounds, and with 3 stacked, they totaled over 1,000 pounds, finally granting him some peace of mind. Now, Lin Zhi coughed, reflecting to himself, I am the sole master of this luxury supermarket. He glanced around, surveying his newfound dominion, feeling both a sense of pride and sorrow. Leaning against a corner on a mahogany chair, he inadvertently drifted into slumber. Time passed unmeasured until Lin Zhi abruptly awoke with a start, glancing at his watch to find it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Bewildered by the vacant supermarket before him, he rose and walked to the food aisle, grabbing a bottle of mineral water and a bag of cookies to consume. The mineral water Evian, a symbol of premium water worldwide, sourced from the French. The cookies, white chocolate Shiroi Koibito, were past their expiration date, but delightful in their crispness, with a subtle sweetness that lingered on the palate. Priced at $2.28, yet beyond this, Lin Zhi felt no extraordinary delight in the flavors. After finishing the cookies, he opened a can of Far Eastern tuna, a 150-gram portion priced at $4.80. That the taste is decent, but the price is outrageously steep, he muttered, sampling the canned fish as he wandered the aisles, randomly tasting the luxurious food items, tearing open packages and taking bites, discarding those that did not please his palate. He thought, regardless, no one else needs these provisions. I could never consume them all in my lifetime, and food will inevitably spoil, so there can be no waste. After sampling a variety of foods, he soon satisfied his hunger. After a short rest, it was time to exercise, and he began to jog in circles within the supermarket. Lin Zhi had always been disciplined, rarely deviating from his set plans, especially given his robust physique, which was now his greatest asset. As he jogged, he noticed a treadmill in the southwest corner's relaxation area, but chose not to use it, believing that running on a treadmill stripped away the essence of running itself. He quickened his pace, contemplating that navigating around obstacles in the supermarket would also hone his evasion skills, essential for escaping zombie ambushes. After completing 3 fast laps, Lin Zhi slowed down and took another lap at a more relaxed pace, allowing his muscles to unwind gradually. After a brief rest, he transitioned to push-ups. An hour later, Lin Zhi concluded his physical training, wiping the sweat from his body with a towel. Once his breathing steadied, he opened a bottle of Pocari Sweat to replenish the fluids and salts lost through perspiration. The supermarket lay in tranquil silence, the crystal chandelier above casting a gentle glow. After exercising, Lin Zhi reclined on the spacious leather sofa, still as a statue. After some time, he rose and ventured to the Lewis men's clothing section, changing into a new outfit, all in dignified black. Outside, the sky began to darken, yet within the enclosed space, Lin Zhi felt no passage of time. As he wandered through the vast supermarket, his eyes suddenly lit up upon spotting a box containing 5 Cuban cigars, priced at $99.99. 5 cigars, just $1 shy of 10,000, that although money had lost its intrinsic value in this post-apocalyptic world, he still felt a jolt of astonishment. Chapter 25. The laser engraving machine. Lin Zhi, filled with enthusiasm, reached into the crystal glass cabinet and retrieved a cigar, musing that he had only heard about such things before and had yet to savor one himself. However, Lin Zhi was not particularly fond of tobacco. Yet, living alone in an expansive supermarket, he felt the need to find some amusement to fill his days. Moreover, his stock of cigarettes had been exhausted, and this supermarket lacked any. He opened the cigar box to find a Chinese instruction manual detailing how to derive pleasure from smoking a cigar. The steps were somewhat intricate, including how to expertly cut the cigar's head to ensure a smooth draw, flavor, and aroma, as well as how to preheat and light it for an authentic taste. Patiently, Lin Zhi read through the instructions, and the final point surprised him. He learned for the first time that cigars were not meant to be inhaled into the lungs, but rather savored in the mouth, swirling around the tip of the tongue. Ah, this is rather intriguing, he thought. He picked up the cigar cutter and skillfully snipped off the head of the cigar, then meticulously followed the steps. After heating and igniting the cigar, he took a deep puff and exhaled, allowing the aftertaste to blossom in his mouth. Indeed, it felt remarkably different. It turned out that the essence of cigar smoking lay not in inhaling the smoke, but in savoring the lingering aroma. Moreover, Lin Zhi discovered the distinct flavor profiles of the cigar as beginnings, middle, and end. The initial puffs were infused with a smooth cedar aroma, rich yet mild. As he progressed to the middle, it transformed into a coffee-like essence, reminiscent of indulging in a cup of rich brew. The final notes were heavy with tobacco, yet accompanied by a floral fragrance that a glass of red wine at that moment would have enhanced the cigar's spiciness and allure. Lin Zhi felt a twinge of regret. If not for the apocalypse, would he ever have the fortune to experience this? He shook his head. It was not that he couldn't afford it, but the thought of spending 2,000 or 3,000 yuan for a fleeting cloud of smoke seemed to outweigh the pleasure. The next day, in the customer lounge of the supermarket, he stumbled upon a peculiar machine. After pondering for a moment, he realized it was a 3D laser engraving machine. Next to it lay various square crystals and some hardwood. Intrigued, Lin Zhi sat before the engraving machine, scanned his face into the device, placed a crystal in the laser engraving area, and initiated the machine that a beam of laser struck the crystal. To Lin Zhi's astonishment, he had expected the machine to cut and polish the crystal into a likeness of his face, but instead, it had sculpted his visage in 3 dimensions within the crystal, leaving the exterior unchanged. This machine is quite fascinating, Lin Zhi suddenly thought, pulling an arrow from his quiver to scan into the machine. He then placed a piece of hardwood in the engraving area. Estimating its size could yield 8 arrows, that he entered the number 8 into the quantity field and pressed the engraving button. This time, lasers struck the hardwood from all directions, and in mere moments, 8 identical arrows, complete with fletching, were etched out. Elated, Lin Zhi knocked one arrow onto the bowstring, drew the bow, and released it with a whoosh, piercing the head. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. No more laboriously whittling arrows. He then unsheathed a dagger and replicated it using the engraving machine, lamenting the loss of his short axe. Otherwise, he could have carved a replica of that as well, which would have been quite entertaining. Holding a dagger in each hand, he clashed the wooden replica against the real one, producing a satisfying sound as the wooden blade shattered cleanly in 2. This dagger had been an unintentional find on the way to the Union building, claimed from a fallen zombie, and he had used it to dispatch several more. Its sharpness was unparalleled. He examined the dagger, noting its robust tip and sturdy cutting edge, the handle wrapped in paracord, providing a comfortable grip. He pondered its name, noticing a series of small letters etched on the blade. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "Ah, it is the renowned Tiger Tooth Bayonet." The Tiger Tooth Bayonet, a standard weapon of the U.S. Marine Corps, boasted formidable piercing and cutting capabilities, even suitable for prying open doors. With the military dagger in hand, the loss of the short axe seemed insignificant. That tool required considerable strength for slaying zombies and was cumbersome to carry. Lin Zhi, invigorated, lit a cigar and continued to carve arrows, producing over 100 throughout the day. As time passed, days slipped by. Though life was not carefree, it was comfortable. Yet at times without warning, Lin Zhi would feel a sudden tightening in his chest, as if something unseen had gripped it tightly, leaving him in a daze for a spell. He maintained his daily routine of brushing his teeth and exercising diligently, but it was more out of a lack of alternatives than strict self-discipline. One morning, Lin Zhi awoke and, still somewhat groggy, wondered, "Did I not sleep in the changing room last night? How did I end up in a sheep pen?" He patted his head, certain that he must have overindulged the previous evening. After all, the entire supermarket belonged to him, and where he slept for over a month, he had not spent 2 nights in the same spot. Rising, he stretched luxuriously, feeling no chill as the warm air from the air conditioning enveloped him. After freshening up, Lin Zhi began jogging in circles, and when he reached the elevator doors in the center of the supermarket, he suddenly halted. There were 2 elevators with the green indicator light still illuminated. One rested on the 1st floor, while the other was stationed at the 97th floor. But he extended his finger, hovering over the button, contemplating, "If I press this, will a horde of zombies spill out when the elevator ascends?" His heart raced with uncertainty. If the elevator was operational, it would significantly expedite his movements in and out of the Union building. Yet, if misfortune struck and a swarm of zombies emerged, that would indeed pose a considerable dilemma. After much deliberation, Lin Zhi ultimately decided to open the elevator door, but not just yet. First, he needed to make some preparations that he dragged over several counters to form a half-circle in front of the elevator, then approached the jewelry display, seizing a handful of necklaces, scattering the pearls in disarray before the elevator doors. These necklaces, each composed of 100 flawless pearls, were a rare find, with each gem uniform in size and immaculate in quality. Standing before the 2 elevators, Lin Zhi hesitated, unsure which one to activate. Finally, he pressed the left elevator button. After all, men to the left, women to the right. The left elevator, stationed on the 1st floor, would take some time to ascend to the 99th floor. Lin Zhi concealed himself behind the counter, gripping his handgun tightly, with his bow and arrows set aside, that if a substantial number of zombies poured out of the elevator, he would have no choice but to resort to his pistol. Chapter 26. The rooftop battle. The elevator had not been in operation for nearly a year, emitting a creaking sound as if it might abruptly cease functioning at any moment. Finally, with a chime, the elevator doors slowly parted. Through the gap between the counters, Lin Zhi's gaze was fixed, and suddenly, A shiver ran down his spine that a diminutive figure emerged from the elevator. Its lips curled back in a grotesque grin, emitting guttural sounds from deep within its throat, while it dangled a women's handbag from its arm. A tender part of Lin Zhi's heart felt as though it had been pricked by a needle. This small zombie, unable to reach the elevator buttons, how had it managed to enter the elevator? Lin Zhi envisioned a haunting scene. A mother, on the brink of becoming a corpse, pushing her young son into the elevator, never realizing that he would never emerge. How terrified and helpless must that innocent soul have felt, facing the frigid, enclosing walls of the elevator in its final moments? No one would ever come to know the truth. Lin Zhi wiped his eyes, set down his pistol, and raised his bow. Though with a swift whoosh, the arrow flew forth, and everything came to an end. He vaulted over the counter, hauling the tiny corpse into the elevator shaft. As he glanced at the buttons, he noticed the highest number was 100, indicating that the elevator indeed reached the rooftop, and pressed the button. As the elevator ascended, the doors opened momentarily, and two zombies rushed forward as if they were chasing after money. Lin Zhi was prepared, firing 2 shots in quick succession, eliminating the zombies at close range. After a brief wait, and seeing no more zombies approach, he cautiously peered outside and stepped out of the elevator, revealing an open-air swimming pool before him. Lin Zhi discarded the corpse down the side of the building and turned to see that the rooftop was divided into 3 sections. To the left of the swimming pool stood a restaurant constructed of glass, while to the right, separated by a fence, were 12 towering wind turbines, their blades whirling vigorously in the gusty winds. So, the power for Chaos Supermarket comes from here, Lin Zhi realized, turning to observe 20 or so figures swaying within the glass restaurant. It seemed the earlier gunfire had not startled them. From his vantage point, approximately 40 to 50 meters away from the restaurant, the visually impaired zombies failed to notice his presence. With his hands firmly gripping his weapon, Lin Zhi approached the restaurant, pondering, how can I lure the zombies out, kill them one by one, without shattering the exquisite glass of the restaurant? Dining here must surely elevate one's spirits. Alas, I should have come here sooner. As he drew closer, he discovered that the glass facade featured circular windows about the size of airplane portholes, allowing zombies to squeeze through, but not all at once. This makes things easier, he thought, holstering his pistol and grabbing his bow, continuing his approach to the restaurant. When arrows were at his disposal, Lin Zhi preferred not to use bullets. Arrows could be crafted anew, but each bullet spent was a precious resource lost, and he had only around 120 bullets remaining. As he approached within 10 meters of the restaurant, the zombies finally took notice of him. One zombie crawled to the window, its head just emerging when, with a thud, an arrow struck its forehead, piercing through. The horde erupted into chaos, rushing towards the glass, while only 6 or 7 zombies moved sluggishly, their steps laborious. Observing this scene, Lin Zhi reflected, I previously believed that within a year, zombies would weaken. It appears there are indeed some zombies deteriorating, yet their numbers remain minimal, only 3 or 4 out of 10. As the horde jostled to escape through the porthole-sized windows, Lin Zhi unleashed a flurry of arrows. He let loose another arrow, but suddenly, a shadow flickered in his line of sight, startling him into a roll to the side. That was a narrow escape. As he evaded, he heard a snap, and a row of gleaming teeth closed where his neck had just been. This zombie, retaining a modicum of intelligence, understood how to flank him through the entrance. That lunged again, but missed. Lin Zhi felt a cold sweat break out as he swiftly drew his pistol. When compared to melee weapons, bullets were significantly faster. Bang bang, he fired twice, obliterating the zombie's skull, and immediately sprang to his feet to flee. That moment, 3 more zombies crawled through the window, with a 4th also emerging from the circular opening. Though armed with a gun, close-quarters combat remained perilous. A single lapse could mean being bitten or clawed, ending his life abruptly. Between the restaurant and the swimming pool were circular tables with shaded umbrellas. Lin Zhi dashed behind a table, firing 2 shots to eliminate the nearest zombie. Though the tables appeared inconspicuous, they provided a vital barrier, preventing the zombies from overwhelming him. He quickly dispatched 2 more zombies before darting to another table, taking down the 4th. With a crash, the bullet pierced through the zombie's head, shattering the restaurant's glass and creating a large hole. Lin Zhi felt a pang of regret. Damn it, the restaurant has finally succumbed. A cacophony of moans erupted as the remaining zombies surged through the shattered opening. 6 or 7 formidable zombies remained, and the tables alone could scarcely withstand the onslaught. Lin Zhi turned and fled, leaping into the swimming pool. Having once, just days earlier, a torrential downpour had filled the swimming pool to the brim, and as the 6 or 7 still vigorous zombies leaped in, they were instantly rendered helpless, floundering like fish on a chopping board. Lin Zhi swam to the edge of the pool, propping himself up with his hands, ready to dispatch the remaining zombies. But as he watched them bobbing in the water, completely at their mercy, he thought, if they cannot climb out, there's no need to waste bullets. He drew his dagger, systematically eliminating the weaker zombies that followed. These zombies, stiff and slow, posed little threat as long as he remained cautious and avoided their claws. With his rear secured, Lin Zhi rushed to retrieve his bow, taking down the robust zombies in the pool one by one with arrows. He lamented inwardly, what a waste of water. Otherwise, I could have enjoyed a refreshing swim that I wonder when the heavens will grant us another downpour. After dispatching all the zombies, Lin Zhi took a few deep breaths and began to clean the battlefield, disposing of all the corpses down the side of the building before locating the pool's drainage valve to empty the water. With a gentle breeze and the sun shining brightly, after the battle, Lin Zhi stood alone on the rooftop, feeling his spirits lift, akin to the clear blue sky above. Chapter 27. The 98th floor on the rooftop. 2 fire escape routes were present, yet the elevator doors had been barricaded with iron rods. Lin Zhi pondered, surely among the zombies he had just dispatched. The lofty rooftop of the Yuyun building afforded him a panoramic view of the entire cityscape. The city appeared desolate and hollow, as if it could devour all light. Suddenly, a towering plume of black smoke rose from the southwest, causing Lin Zhi's heart to race. He hurried into the elevator, descending to the 99th floor to retrieve a pair of binoculars. With urgency, he observed through the lenses, spotting an old red brick building engulfed in flames, dark red tongues of fire flickering amidst the billowing smoke. A sense of dread enveloped him as he noted the 2 tightly shut doors of the building bore the inscription, Lumber Warehouse. With the rising temperatures, it was likely that the fire had ignited spontaneously. To corroborate his suspicions, another column of black smoke ascended from 2 streets away, drawing countless zombies that began to converge upon these 2 points of ignition. The desolate streets, teeming with zombies, painted a vivid tableau of an apocalyptic scene, rendering the entire Roland County even more forlorn. Lin Zhi lingered on the rooftop throughout the day, and as the sun sank low in the west, he showed no inclination to descend, that he arranged the restaurant tables together and lay upon them. As night fell, he gazed up at the remarkably clear and pristine night sky, a sight he had never encountered growing up in the city, revealing an unfathomable beauty devoid of light pollution. Inevitably, he fell in love with this manner of sleeping beneath the celestial canopy, dreaming among the stars. The following day, he fetched a sofa and several blankets from downstairs, making himself comfortable in the glass-walled dining area. Life continued as usual, and Lin Zhi no longer felt the need to keep track of how long the apocalypse had persisted. He found himself uncaring about the passage of time as never before. Counting the days had become a torment in itself. After a while, the dwindling stock of cigars at KS Supermarket had been entirely consumed, and the absence of cigarettes left a void in his life. After enduring a couple more days, he resolved to tempt fate on the 98th floor. However, before doing so, he needed to make preparations to ensure his safety, for who could say what number of zombies awaited him once the elevator doors opened? An hour later, the elevator descended and slowly opened on the 98th floor. 2 zombies stood with their backs to the elevator, but upon hearing the noise, they swiftly turned around to find the elevator compartment empty. The zombies stepped into the elevator lobby, searching briefly before expressionlessly exiting. After a moment, Lin Zhi, hanging by his hands, gently jumped down from the elevator ceiling, having spent the previous hour removing a panel from the top, concealing himself in the compartment above. The lights on the 98th floor were indeed illuminated, which Lin Zhi had anticipated. He had previously checked the wiring of the 12 high-capacity turbine wind generators on the rooftop. The unit supplied power solely to the 99th and 98th floors. Both floors belonged to KS Supermarket, with the 98th floor primarily selling fresh produce and vegetables. However, before descending, he had turned off 2/3 of the lighting system, So although the supermarket still glimmered with light, it was dim. Lin Zhi slipped out of the elevator and concealed himself behind a row of refrigeration units, their compressors humming softly. Still operational, he mused. Those turbine wind generators must be quite valuable. Merely 12 units ensure power for 2 floors. Unbeknownst to him, each turbine wind generator was valued at 128,000, representing the most advanced technology in wind power generation prior to the apocalypse. These generators were meticulously crafted, capable of producing electricity for over 80 years even without maintenance. Should the supermarket ever lose its light, it would be merely due to the bulbs being left unreplaced for an extended period. Thanks to these generators, Lin Zhi continued to enjoy the conveniences of electricity in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Opting for such expensive generators clearly surpassed the costs associated with municipal power supply, but the upper management of KS Supermarket had their reasons. The goods sold in the fresh produce market were of considerable worth, and a single power outage could lead to significant losses. Moreover, KS adopted an immersive shopping experience, and a blackout would severely dampen the customers' moods. Occasionally, a zombie's wail echoed through the supermarket, prompting Lin Zhi to observe stealthily, estimating that there were only about 30 to 40 zombies in total. Exercise caution. There should be. With a swift whoosh, the arrow found its mark, piercing the creature's skull. After dispatching the zombie, he crawled forward about 20 meters, finding refuge beneath a semi-tall fruit stand, surrounded by fabric curtains, an ideal hiding spot. Yet suddenly he caught sight of a zombie lying nearby, nearly causing him to cry out in fright. Holding his breath, he dared not make a sound. After a lengthy moment, observing that the zombie remained still, he cautiously flipped over, only to discover that it was a skeletal remains, long since turned to bone. Letting out a quiet sigh of relief, he thought to himself how close he had come to a heart-stopping scare. Drawing an arrow from his quiver, he pulled back the bowstring and extended the arrowhead beneath the curtain, silently eliminating yet another zombie. With a thud, the zombie collapsed, its head striking the steps beside a water basin. The sound attracted the attention of 2 nearby zombies, who approached with vacant expressions, oblivious to the situation's unfolding. They would not deduce that a living being had intruded upon the supermarket due to the arrow lodged in one of their own. Noticing that these 2 zombies stood with their backs turned, Lin Zhi swiftly shot 2 more arrows, eliminating them one by one. Seeing no other zombies in the vicinity, he crawled further along beneath the fruit stand, advancing several steps until he spotted a zombie standing across the counter. Although it was a bit distant, it was still within the effective range of his bow. With a swift whoosh, the arrow flew through the air, but merely grazed the zombie's scalp without striking true. The zombie abruptly turned, baring its teeth and scanning the area, a hint of confusion evident in its gaze. Lin Zhi quickly drew another arrow from his quiver, and as the zombie's attention shifted elsewhere, he released another shot. The sounds of the zombie falling and a clay jar shattering echoed through the empty supermarket, creating a jarring cacophony. Instantly, the silence was shattered by the wails of several zombies rushing in. Lin Zhi was taken aback, realizing that a gathering of zombies was not a situation he could confront head-on. It would be best to wait until they dispersed before seeking another opportunity, for a single arrow could potentially expose his location. Fighting these flesh-eating demons required cunning rather than brute strength. Life is singular, and reckless risks should be avoided. Continuing his crawl, he reached the end of the fruit stand, where the fabric curtain concealed him from the view of any lurking zombies outside. Chapter 28. Surviving is truly challenging. Lin Zhi gently lifted the curtain, and ahead, a few meters away by the vegetable patch, stood a long-haired corpse, motionless and lifeless, resembling a withered tree. The KS supermarket was unlike any ordinary one. It featured an expanse of cultivated land, emulating pastoral life, complete with cottages, fences, and quaint stone bridges. Such scenes were ubiquitous, rendering the entire supermarket a picturesque rural landscape. Shopping in such an environment indeed allowed customers to immerse themselves fully. Naturally, the merchandise within the supermarket was not inexpensive. Just moments ago, Lin Zhi caught a glimpse of a small box of cherries from across the ocean, priced at an astonishing 380 yuan. The shock of this revelation far exceeded the notion that poverty limits imagination, a reality that felt entirely surreal. With precision, he aimed and effortlessly dispatched the long-haired corpse that as it collapsed, a figure suddenly darted out from the cottage beside the vegetable patch. A remarkably tall zombie. This creature towered over the ordinary undead, its head barely reaching the waist of a standard zombie. It ambled toward the fruit stand, tearing aside the curtain with a swift motion. Almost simultaneously, a sharp arrow flew through the air, striking the zombie in its left eye, the tip embedding deeply into its brain, leading to its immediate demise. With his shot successful, Lin Zhi swiftly rolled out of sight behind the fruit stand, taking refuge behind us. He heard hurried footsteps approaching as two zombies were drawn toward the commotion. Seizing the opportunity, he eliminated the two undead and then slipped into the cottage, leaping through a rear window. Thus, clad in black, Lin Zhi transformed into a specter of the night, seamlessly shifting his hiding places within the dimly lit supermarket, eliminating zombies without leaving a trace. As time trickled by, the eerie silence returned, and finally, the sounds of the undead ceased. Yet, Lin Zhi remained vigilant, concealed in the shadows. With a sudden flick of his arm, he hurled a glass bottle toward a nearby pillar. The resounding crash echoed through the vast supermarket, restoring an oppressive stillness. Though he had shattered the bottle himself, his heart raced momentarily. It seems safe now, he murmured as he emerged from his hiding place. Glancing at his luminous watch, to his astonishment, over 3 hours had slipped away unnoticed. The watch, a Vacheron Constantine worth over 800,000 yuan, had been a prized possession obtained from the 99th floor. Approaching a wall, he pried open a decorative panel with his military knife. He tossed the corpses out of the window, only to discover that the once exquisite fruits had decayed into indistinguishable mounds of blackened pulp. Without labels, one could hardly discern their identities. Meanwhile, the New Zealand Wagyu beef in the freezer had remained frozen. Yet after so long, it was nearly as unappetizing as zombie flesh. Lin Zhi picked up a small piece. Shaking his head, he muttered, "This is truly highway robbery." However, much to his delight, he discovered live fish and shrimp in the aerated tanks of the seafood section. Perhaps I should attempt a barbecue, he mused, dismantling wooden beams from the decorative panel and swiftly igniting a fire. He then gathered sea salt, olive oil, and barbecue sauce, preparing to grill the fish and shrimp, including the prized green-shelled crabs that a small bottle of olive oil cost 126 yuan, its quality rivaling that of perfume. As the aromatic smoke curled upwards, the scent of grilled meat wafted through the empty supermarket, but he endeavored to suppress the ghastly images of the zombies he had dispatched with arrows, focusing instead on the succulent meat of the perfectly grilled lobster. The lobster meat was tender and slightly sweet, sourced from the Norwegian coast, priced at 1,580 yuan per pound. However, how could these fish and shrimp survive without being fed? Lin Zhi pondered, glancing at the bathtub-sized glass tanks. It suddenly dawned on him that they likely survived by consuming the remains of their deceased kin. Best not to dwell on such thoughts. Otherwise, I might lose my appetite. He vigorously shook his head. Alone, he poured himself a drink. The cheese sausage was rich in flavor, bursting with a delightful sensation in his mouth, its subtle smoky essence providing a satisfying meaty taste. Yet if only I had a bowl of cabbage soup, I would gladly trade for it, he thought. This led to an epiphany. The supermarket has ample soil. Why not transport some to the rooftop and grow vegetables? Desires are insatiable, despite the KS supermarket's extravagant offerings and a myriad of snacks. 298 yuan for a can of pistachios, 56 yuan for a packet of biscuits, and 380 yuan for a chocolate bar. Lin Zhi found himself yearning most for a simple bowl of vegetable soup. After all, the sweetness of fresh vegetables was far more satisfying than any vitamin supplement. However, to grow vegetables, one needs seeds, and in the precious space of the Outcloud building, vegetable seeds would certainly be scarce. Taking a hearty swig from his drink, he muttered to himself, "It seems I must venture out." Just 2 streets from the Outcloud building lies a farmer's market. The journey isn't far, and there, I am sure to find a seed store. On a deep night, 3 days later, Lin Zhi truly set forth. He descended to the first floor via the elevator, stealthily making his way through the lobby. The moonlight cast a hazy glow, allowing him to discern vague figures a few meters away. Cautiously, he navigated along the wall, each step filled with trepidation. The street lay in utter silence until a sudden gust of wind rustled the tattered advertising cloth, startling Lin Zhi, who pressed his back against the cold wall, frozen in place. The noise triggered a chain reaction, summoning a chorus of undead wails from both ends of the street. After a considerable time, the cacophony gradually subsided. With the moonlight still dim, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and pressed forward. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the darkness, approaching directly toward him. Lin Zhi gasped, instinctively sidestepping, but the figure drew closer. Gripping his military knife, he prepared to strike, only to realize that the zombie before him had eyes that were nothing but black voids, seemingly capable of swallowing all light. "It's merely a blind zombie," he thought, exhaling in relief. Noticing the road was relatively clear of other zombies, he stepped down from the curb, navigating through the haphazardly abandoned vehicles until he reached the intersection. In the center of the intersection lay a small garden, where the weeds had grown to heights surpassing a man. As he stepped into the tangled undergrowth, a dark figure suddenly emerged from the thicket. Quick as a flash, Lin Zhi raised his arm, and with a swift thrust, his knife pierced the zombie's eye socket. Supporting the fallen creature, he lowered it gently, shaken by the encounter. "Damn, I didn't expect there to be zombies lurking in the grass." A profound sense of awareness washed over him. Surviving until this day was indeed no easy feat. Chapter 29. The farmer's market. Lin Zhi dismissed the notion of traversing straight through the central garden and instead chose to meander along its periphery. Observing the lush trees lining the road, the moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the ground that a glance revealed that the road was not beset by an overwhelming number of zombies. Steeling himself, he carefully navigated the street, utilizing the cover of the trees' shade to cross, and upon reaching the end of the street, he suddenly noticed a large group of dark shadows advancing towards him. Without a moment to ponder, he quickly took refuge in a nearby storefront. As the horde shuffled past the shop, their footsteps sounded like the patter of rain, gradually receding into the distance. Lin Zhi exhaled in relief, realizing he had entered a tobacco shop. Having failed to procure cigarettes on the 98th floor a few days prior, he seized the opportunity to collect a few to take back. He set down his backpack, lacking the inclination to select thoughtfully, and indiscriminately grabbed 6 or 7 packs before exiting the store. He stealthily made his way to the farmer's market. The market was situated at a T-junction, with the street level occupied by clothing and snack shops, while the market itself lay one level below. As he descended the stairs, the darkness deepened, prompting him to switch on his headlamp. After descending 7 or 8 steps, he was startled to behold a shimmering expanse of water below, the black water reflecting the light from his headlamp. To his dismay, he discovered that the market on the basement level had been flooded, a stagnant pool where various debris floated listlessly. Having labored to reach this point only to find the market submerged was infuriating, and Lin Zhi nearly considered abandoning his quest. From the rooftop, he had observed that the nearest vegetable market to the Union building was still 2 streets away. After a moment of hesitation, he summoned his courage to press on. Upon arriving at the next intersection, a sudden crack echoed as the sky lit up momentarily, only to dim again, followed by a bolt of lightning slicing through the night. A torrential downpour ensued. Lin Zhi was taken aback, but then realized that the sound of the rain could mask his footsteps, and he continued forward into the deluge. To his dismay, the sky erupted with continuous flashes, illuminating the city as if it were daytime, and a dozen zombies were now hurtling towards him. Panic-stricken, Lin Zhi sprinted for his life, turning the corner to find a special police vehicle blocking the road, its windows reinforced with wire mesh. He swiftly dashed inside. As he shut the door, the zombies crashed against the vehicle, causing it to sway precariously in the downpour. Lin Zhi crouched beneath the seat, paralyzed with fear, and after a few moments, the horde dispersed, having forgotten their previous pursuit. Wiping the rainwater from his face, his heart raced uncontrollably. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the surroundings, and with a crack, a violet tree was struck, igniting in flames and casting erratic shadows within the vehicle. In that fleeting moment, Lin Zhi caught sight of 2 boxes of handgun ammunition wrapped in brown. He tore them open, discovering 30 rounds per box, 60 rounds in total. Nearby lay 2 magazines. Elation surged within him as he stowed them in his backpack. Continuing his search, he noticed a police-issued backpack beneath the seat. Unzipping it, he found a pristine set of special police, stab-resistant gear, and a pair of tactical gloves. Overjoyed, he realized that while finding ammunition was fortuitous, donning the stab-resistant suit would protect him from even the sharpest claws of the undead. He recalled an incident on his journey from Guizhou to Jiangsu, where a zombie had bitten his arm. Although the clothing had spared him from infection, the pain and fear of that moment remained vivid in his memory. The rain intensified, extinguishing the burning violet tree, and he donned the stab-resistant suit and tactical gloves, replacing his backpack with the sturdier police version. Approaching the driver's seat, he noticed the keys still in the ignition. He turned them, but the vehicle remained silent. No surprise, given that the apocalypse had unfolded nearly a year ago, and it was remarkable that the police vehicle even retained power. After waiting a moment, he observed that while the rain did not relent, the thunder had ceased, and he opened the door, plunging into the downpour. The torrential rain muffled his footsteps, and within the curtain of rain, the visibility of the zombies was further diminished, allowing Lin Zhi to reach the farmer's market with relative ease. Inside, it was enveloped in darkness, faint sounds of groans emanating from within. Having arrived at the entrance, retreat was not an option. He cautiously stepped inside, proceeding along a row of storefronts. As he passed a roast chicken shop and a duck stall, an overwhelming stench assaulted his senses, reminiscent of the accumulated foulness of a slaughterhouse. Holding his nose, he hastily moved past, and after navigating through 3 or 4 more shops, he spotted a sundry store beyond which lay the seed shop. The surroundings appeared unremarkable, and Lin Zhi entered the establishment. Under the dim light of his headlamp, he noticed shelves overturned, small bags of seeds scattered across the floor. Sighing with relief, he realized his efforts were not in vain, and he hastily opened his backpack, shoving handfuls of seeds inside without bothering to sort through them. Before long, his backpack had swelled with the bounty, and as he turned to leave, he was startled to see a zombie standing directly in front of the shop door. The faint light from his headlamp had rendered it invisible until that moment. However, as he turned, the beam illuminated the zombie's face, prompting it to emit a guttural groan and lunge towards him. Lin Zhi sidestepped, instinctively covering the headlamp, and swiftly moved 2 steps to the side. With a resounding thud, the zombie crashed into the wall where he had just stood, in the murky darkness among the seeds. Lin Zhi gripped his tiger-tooth military knife tightly in his right hand, while leaving a gap with his left. As the zombie lay sprawled at his feet, he plunged the knife into its eye socket. Pulling it free, a mixture of congealed blood and yellowed brain matter oozed forth from the deep-set eye. Yet before he could fully exhale in relief, he glanced up to see 2 glowing green orbs approaching him from the shadows. What manner of creature is this? Could it be a mutated zombie? Lin Zhi's heart raced, but as the glowing eyes drew nearer, they darted into the adjacent sundry store. Suddenly, realization struck. This is no monster, but a dog. Those green lights are the eyes of a dog. A wave of joy washed over him. He had not anticipated encountering a living creature amidst the chaos of this undead-infested city. Lin Zhi followed into the neighboring store, where he found the dog, a sleek black-backed German shepherd, eagerly devouring a sausage it had torn open. The dog, with its glossy coat and sturdy frame, regarded Lin Zhi warily, emitting a low growl and taking a few steps back. Crouching down, Lin Zhi extended a hand towards the dog. "I am not a zombie. I am human. Perhaps we could keep each other company." Speaking to the dog in human language felt somewhat absurd, yet his voice trembled with emotion, for after enduring prolonged solitude, he yearned desperately for the companionship of another living being. Chapter 30. The black-backed German Shepherd. Perhaps there exists a certain telepathic connection between the lives of different species. Regardless of whether the German Shepherd comprehended Lin Zhi's words, it wagged its tail and ceased its menacing growl. Perhaps the dog feels loneliness too. A flicker of hope ignited within Lin Zhi, prompting him to take a step forward. Suddenly, the German Shepherd bared its teeth, displaying its sharp canines, and leaped over Lin Zhi's head. A chilling wail erupted from a nearby corpse, and upon turning, Lin Zhi saw the German Shepherd had pounced on a zombie, tearing a substantial chunk of flesh from its chest. A surge of terror washed over Lin Zhi. He had been so engrossed that he failed to notice the zombie approaching from behind. The zombie seized one of the German Shepherd's legs, revealing 2 rows of ghastly teeth as it lunged at the dog. In a split second, without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zhi raised his weapon and fired, the sound echoing as the zombie's head exploded in a shower of gore, saving the German Shepherd at the last possible moment. The gunshot reverberated through the marketplace, drawing the attention of countless wailing zombies that came rushing from the shadows. "Run!" Lin Zhi shouted, dashing a few steps before hearing the German Shepherd whimper. He turned to see that, although the zombie had been rendered unrecognizable, one of its hands still clutched the dog's front leg, that he hurriedly returned to pry open the zombie's grasp. This brief delay allowed another zombie to close in on him. Lin Zhi fired 2 shots in quick succession, sending the creature flying backward. Though he missed the vital spots, the immense force of the shot struck it like a hammer, propelling it away. Lin Zhi sprinted out of the vegetable market, where the torrential rain had finally ceased, and the gentle moonlight once again bathed the city, but he spotted the German Shepherd darting into an alley across the street. "Wait for me." He intended to follow it inside when suddenly 7 or 8 zombies rushed toward him from the side. With no choice but to turn back, he dashed toward the end of the street and sought refuge in a nearby hotel, racing up the stairs to escape, but he ran desperately to the 3rd floor, glancing back to fire his weapon, dispatching 2 zombies that had pursued him into the corridor. He then fled to the 4th floor, noticing an open guest room door. Without considering whether zombies lurked inside, he burst in, failing to shut the door behind him, and dove beneath the bed to hide. As he took cover, the 3 fastest zombies had already reached the stairwell, swiftly entering the room. Lin Zhi lay beneath the bed, holding his breath, illuminated only by the faint moonlight filtering through the window. He listened as the 3 zombies howled, followed by an influx of countless others that mud-streaked feet shuffled around the room. Should they crouch down and peer beneath the bed, they would undoubtedly discover Lin Zhi. Fortunately, this calamity never transpired. The cacophony of the undead continued for a time, and they soon lost interest in their previous antics, with several zombies wandering out of the room. As seconds turned into minutes, more and more zombies exited the guest room, and Lin Zhi, concealed beneath the bed, observed the surroundings gradually becoming clearer as dawn approached. After enduring the night, he felt immensely fatigued and longed to close his eyes for a restful slumber. However, with 3 zombies still lingering within the guest room, Lin Zhi dared not shut his eyes. After a while, he peered out from beneath the bed, noting only 4 legs remained in the room, as another zombie shuffled away. He slowly inched his body towards the edge of the bed, intending to use his bow to eliminate the zombie, but the cramped space beneath the bed made it impossible to draw the bowstring fully, and the angle restricted his view of the creature's head. He patiently waited a bit longer, observing that 2 zombies still had not left the room. Reluctantly, he resolved to use his gun to dispatch them, that he cleared his throat softly. The sound immediately startled the zombies, yet these mindless beings merely jumped around the room, howling loudly without understanding to look beneath the bed. With no other option, Lin Zhi suddenly thrust himself out, firing 2 shots to eliminate the zombies, before crawling out from under the bed and shutting the door behind him. Finally liberated, he murmured to himself, subsequently dragging the 2 corpses into the bathroom and propping the coffee table against the door, finally allowing himself to relax. After hiding beneath the bed for half the night, his damp clothes had dried somewhat from his body heat. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow in the center of the guest room. He decided against sleeping in the bed, instead laying out his bedding in the sunlight and stretching out. Of course, it would have been more comfortable to remove his wet clothes, but Lin Zhi had no intention of doing so. In this world devoid of safety, sleeping required vigilance. Who could predict when calamity might strike? If that were to happen, he wouldn't have time to redress himself. The warm sunlight enveloped him as he gripped his handgun, gradually drifting into slumber. When he awoke, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Yawning, he rose, grabbed his backpack, and munched on the chocolate biscuits he had brought along while gazing out the window at the alley across the street, pondering, where has that German Shepherd gone? The corridor was eerily quiet, devoid of zombies. Lin Zhi descended the stairs, and upon reaching the second floor, he heard commotion in the lobby below. Leaning over the banister, he spotted a zombie dragging its feet as it slowly passed the entrance. From the zombie's gait, Lin Zhi discerned it was a frail creature, and dealing with such a zombie would require little effort. He unsheathed his dagger, stealthily descended the stairs, and hid at the entrance, gently tapping the wall with his knife. When the noise drew the zombie's attention and it approached again, he swiftly dispatched it with a single strike, then moved to the doorway to assess the situation outside. Near the entrance, 7 zombies lingered, 3 of which exhibited the characteristics of the faster variety. Their manner of movement was evident. They took large strides, not dragging their feet, constantly scanning their surroundings as if wound tightly like springs, ready to spring into action at any moment. Lin Zhi contemplated and dubbed these types of zombies fast corpses. Concealed behind the door, he drew his bow, aiming the arrow at the nearest fast corpse. He knew that eliminating these 3 was essential for crossing the street and reaching the alley. With a swift whoosh, the arrow pierced the fast corpse's skull, and the other 2 fast corpses, startled by the noise, rushed toward his direction, yet remained oblivious to the situation. After a moment of waiting, when the 2 fast corpses had turned their attention elsewhere, Lin Zhi seized the opportunity to fire another arrow, striking one down. The remaining one let out a low growl, suddenly seeming to comprehend what had occurred, and bolted toward the street. Chapter 31. The zombie girl in the vicinity. Temporary safety prevailed as Lin Zhi stepped out of the hotel entrance. Although the streets were haunted by the figures of the fast zombies, they lingered at a considerable distance, remaining out of sight. As for the 4 weakened zombies, Lin Zhi pondered for a moment and decided to refer to them as decayed corpses, their muscles having rotted away, moving in a sluggish manner. As long as he was not flanked, they could never catch up with him. This marked Lin Zhi's first classification of zombies into strengths: decayed corpses and fast zombies. The fast zombies, akin to aged dried meat, though emaciated, remained uncorrupted. Lin Zhi entered a narrow alley and quickened his pace. The alley, aged and worn, featured smooth bluestone slabs adorned with decaying fallen leaves, flanked by thick moss-covered stone walls. Ahead, the alley turned slightly, prompting Lin Zhi to press his back against the wall and stretch his neck to peer ahead. Beneath an ancient locust tree, 2 fast zombies stood idle. They raised their heads, revealing a flock of black crows perched atop the branches. Lin Zhi, with a sense of melancholy, observed, "Even crows have..." It barely ascended 3 feet before tumbling down with a thud. Lin Zhi stifled a laugh. Despite the fast zombie's strength surpassing that of an ordinary human, its coordination was woefully inadequate, rendering it incapable of climbing. The other fast zombie also tried to embrace the trunk, but its upper body was severely twisted, with one shoulder leaning to the side, making it equally incapable of scaling even a foot. Lin Zhi mused, "Fortunately, these wind-sprinting flesh-eating fiends have their weaknesses. If they could climb with ease, my survival would be in jeopardy." After observing for a while, and noticing no other fast zombies, he drew his bow and, with a swift motion, shot an arrow that the other fast zombie remained oblivious, still grasping its companion's shoulder in an attempt to ascend, prompting Lin Zhi to release another arrow, which lodged itself in the back of its head. Having dispatched 2 fast zombies, Lin Zhi continued forward, only to be startled by a cacophony of cawing from behind. Turning around, a chill ran down his spine as he realized the crows had descended from the tree, eagerly pecking at the 2 corpses. A sense of unease crept over him, yet he rationalized. The fast zombies' bodies, though rigid and uncorrupted, are being cleansed by the crows. This is a good thing, preventing the entire district from being overwhelmed by the stench of decay. Still, I wonder if the crows consuming the zombie flesh might become infected and mutate into biohazardous crows. He shook his head slightly. That seems unlikely. I have never witnessed any mutated creatures other than humans. Yet, why is it solely humans that have undergone mutation? Lin Zhi pondered, shaking his head again. He was merely an ordinary university student majoring in botany and zoology, unable to provide answers to such questions. Advancing a few dozen meters further, the alley branched into 2 paths. Just as Lin Zhi found himself in a quandary over which to choose, he suddenly spotted a few drops of fresh blood on the ground. Startled, he mused, "The blood is still red. It seems recent. Could it be that the German Shepherd was injured? I vaguely remember hearing a mournful howl shortly after the dog fled into the alley last night." His heart raced as he followed the blood trail into the left path, only to find the bloodstains fading until they became indistinguishable. At the end of this path lay a sprawling area of unevenly constructed dwellings. Despite the prosperity of Roland County, there existed slum areas. Lin Zhi heightened his vigilance and cautiously moved forward. If a zombie were to spot him in broad daylight, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. The figure moved behind the wall and did not re-emerge. Lin Zhi, hesitant to take the main road, crawled forward through the underbrush. He reached the back of a low wall, steadied his breath, and slowly rose to observe the surroundings. Despite the numerous buildings, he saw only a few zombies. Most structures were devoid of doors and windows, with large red characters painted on the walls reading. He climbed over the low wall and leaned against a row of chicken coops. Just then, a zombie emerged from the corner of the adjacent wall, and he swiftly dispatched it with an arrow. Lin Zhi crouched and advanced a few more meters, hiding behind a large tree. Peering out, he shot down 2 more zombies. Suddenly, a guttural howl erupted as a fast zombie lunged at him. Lin Zhi was taken aback, only to see 2 more fast zombies spring forth from the side. Outnumbered 3-1, his chances of survival were slim. He quickly slung his bow over his shoulder and scrambled up a tree. The 3 fast zombies encircled the base of the tree. Although they could not climb, they remained fixated on their prey. Perched on a branch, Lin Zhi methodically shot down the zombies. Just as he prepared to descend, he caught sight of a small house nestled at the corner of a nearby apartment building, isolated from the surrounding structures. This place seemed rather remote, yet Lin Zhi sensed that perhaps someone resided within. Though he found the notion peculiar and even questioned it himself, the desolation he had witnessed imparted a strange intuition regarding the presence of occupants within. Could it be that the German Shepherd has an owner? He contemplated as he descended the tree and cautiously approached the small house. The door was locked, but the window stood ajar, albeit barred, preventing his entry. Opening the door proved simple. The locks on such small houses were generally not very secure. With a firm shoulder shove, he burst through the door. Inside was a tiny living room, scarcely 10 square meters. Yet everything was neatly arranged and a thin layer of dust covered the glass coffee table, and the top of the refrigerator bore a similar light coating of dust. This indicated that the room had been recently cleaned, including areas typically overlooked, such as the top of the refrigerator. Yet, where have the inhabitants gone? Lin Zhi wondered, glancing at the small door beside the refrigerator. Although the house was small, it was divided into 2 rooms, and the inner door was tightly closed, and as he approached, a faint, foul odor wafted into his nostrils. His heart sank. This scent is all too familiar. It's the stench of rotting food. In other words, a zombie is locked inside. The gaps around the small door were substantial. Lin Zhi placed a stool in front of it and stood atop it to peer inside. Suddenly, he shuddered, as if something had stung him. Inside, a little girl clad in a blue and white school uniform stood, but she had already undergone the transformation into a zombie. Lin Zhi stepped down from the stool and pried open the door with his military knife, gripping the doorknob with one hand to maintain a gap of less than 2 inches. This way, the zombie girl could not escape. As he began to pry the door open, the zombie girl inside lunged and bit at the door panel, fixing one eye upon Lin Zhi as soon as the door creaked ajar. Chapter 32. The most loyal friend. Lin Zhi felt a chill run down his spine as he beheld the zombie girl, her vacant eyes devoid of life, staring blankly as if they could consume all light. The sheer grotesqueness of her appearance paled in comparison to the chilling emptiness that emanated from her gaze. With a swift motion, he thrust his knife through the gap in the door, piercing her eye socket. Withdrawing the blade, the zombie girl fell backward, her head tilting back. After a brief pause, Lin Zhi pushed the door open and entered the disheveled room, where scattered sausages lay strewn across the floor. He placed the corpse on the bed, covering it with a blanket. Noticing that the dead skin on the girl's face was not excessively severe, he deduced that her transformation must have occurred no more than half a month ago. The interior space was even more confined, dominated by a bed that occupied most of it. After standing there for a moment, feeling stifled, Lin Zhi stepped back outside. As he closed the door, he caught sight of a Taking a seat on the sofa, he retrieved a cigarette from his backpack and lit it, watching the curling smoke dissipate into nothingness that he contemplated. The girl must have been left to rely solely on her mother. After the apocalypse struck, her mother likely could not bear to abandon her transformed daughter, locking her away while she sought food to sustain her. But did she not realize that her daughter, now a zombie, would not consume sausages? Lin Zhi mused further. If my assumptions are correct, by waiting here, I could potentially meet the girl's mother. As he inhaled the smoke, he pondered, that German shepherd must belong to the girl's mother as well. When she returns, I shall invite her to the Yuyun building. Yet, having slain her zombie daughter, will she harbor resentment toward me? The minutes dragged on, seemingly interminable, as the light gradually dimmed and the mother had yet to return. Anxiety crept in. Surely, the girl's mother and the shepherd have encountered trouble, or perhaps the worst has befallen them. He glanced at his watch, thinking, if the girl's mother does not return to without the ability to see his food, the taste seemed to diminish considerably. After satiating his hunger, he reclined on the sofa, and before long, he noticed a pale light glimmering through the window. The moon had risen. However, the tenement obstructed his view, preventing him from witnessing its ascent. After a significant passage of time, silence enveloped the surroundings, punctuated only by the sporadic and haunting howls of the undead, drifting in from afar, evoking a chilling sensation. He reflected, when did the cries of the undead become the defining feature of the stillness of night? Without their howls, the world feels surreal. With a sigh, he closed his eyes, drifting into a light slumber, only to be jolted awake by a piercing scream. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to see a furry head clinging to the windowsill. Alarmed, his hair stood on end, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was the German shepherd. The dog seemed intent on climbing through the window, but struggled unsuccessfully. The dog is indeed injured. Lin Zhi sprang into action, opening the door to assist the shepherd, who was being encircled by 3 decaying corpses. The dog limped away, leading the zombies away before making a desperate dash towards the room. Suddenly, its front legs buckled, and it collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. 2 of the corpses lunged forward, seizing the shepherd, their stark white teeth glinting menacingly in the cold moonlight. Realizing the dog was in imminent danger, Lin Zhi rushed forward, his blade slicing through the air, severing the heads of the 2 zombies. He swiftly turned to eliminate the last remaining corpse. The shepherd lay still, its body barely rising and falling. Lin Zhi reached beneath the dog, feeling warmth in his palm, only to withdraw it and find it stained with blood under the moonlight. Upon further inspection, he discovered a grievous wound on the dog's abdomen, a long, gaping cut that suggested it would not survive. Given the shepherd's prowess, it was evident that it had not been harmed by these 3 corpses. Rather, it had sustained its injuries the previous night. Explaining its delayed return, that a sense of dread gripped Lin Zhi as he swiftly carried the dog into the small room, placing it on the sofa. The shepherd, however, struggled to rise, retrieving a sausage it had been holding in its mouth, nudging it towards the small door that I in that instant. Lin Zhi comprehended the truth. It was not the girl's mother who had been feeding the zombie girl, but this loyal German shepherd. The sequence of events likely unfolded as such. After the apocalypse, the girl and the shepherd became inseparable. Somehow, the girl had contracted the zombie virus, perhaps through a scratch or bite from a zombie. The exact cause no longer mattered. Understanding her impending transformation, she had locked herself away to protect her faithful companion. Yet, oblivious to her condition, the shepherd continued to venture out each night, bringing back food for the girl. Lin Zhi felt a profound sense of empathy. It is often said that dogs are humanity's most loyal friends. And today, he had witnessed this truth firsthand. He secured the door, drew the curtains, and turned on a flashlight to examine the shepherd's injury. To his astonishment, a small puppy stumbled out from beneath the sofa, its eyes glistening with innocence, a dark little nose, and a wagging tail resembling a rolling ball of fluff. Stunned, Lin Zhi realized that he had spent an entire day in this small house without noticing the puppy's presence. Perhaps its innate caution had kept it silent all day. The shepherd licked the puppy tenderly, and despite being merely a dog, its gaze conveyed tenderness, reluctance, and affection that a wave of emotion surged within Lin Zhi as he watched the shepherd struggle to stand, cradling the puppy in its mouth and placing it gently in his palm. Is this a final request? Lin Zhi felt warmth rising in his chest, his eyes misty as he reached out to caress the shepherd. Yet before his hand could touch it, the dog suddenly collapsed to the side, lifeless. That night, Lin Zhi laid the shepherd on the bed, side by side with its young mistress, before setting the small house ablaze and departing with the puppy in his arms. Exiting the alley, the moonlight bathed the earth in a silvery glow, serene and tranquil, a stark contrast to the surrounding darkness, which was thick, eerie, and suffocating. The entire Roland County town resembled a vast wasteland, permeated with the scent of death. Lin Zhi unzipped his protective clothing and nestled the puppy close to his chest, his eyes wide open as he stealthily navigated toward the end of the street. Suddenly, amidst the darkness, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed like a torrential downpour. At the corner, a horde of zombies emerged from the shadows. Startled, Lin Zhi quickly slipped into the entryway of a nearby residential building. But it was too late. The cacophony of undead howls erupted behind him, and turning back, he beheld dozens of dark figures racing toward him. Chapter 33. The Phantom of the Night. A chill coursed through Lin Zhi's heart as he hurriedly ascended the staircase, fleeing to the third floor. Yet he found no doors ajar. After racing up 2 more flights, his heart sank further. The relentless pursuit of the fast zombies was close behind. There was no time to pry open doors now that if every household in the building had their security doors firmly shut, he would be left with no escape once the fast zombies caught up to him. In that moment, he had no time for contemplation. He sprinted up the stairs, reaching the top of the 7-story building in what felt like an instant. Despair enveloped him as he realized that not a single security door was unlocked. This is truly the end, Lin Zhi muttered as he drew his handgun. After depleting 1 magazine, he quickly swapped it out, the sound of the mechanism clicking into place echoing in the narrow corridor. The confined space constrained the zombies, providing Lin Zhi with a fleeting opportunity to persist. However, he understood that more fast zombies were advancing relentlessly, akin to rabid dogs, that he could scarcely afford the time to reload his empty magazine. It was only a matter of time before he was caught and torn to shreds. Pushing himself to remain calm, Lin Zhi's mind raced as he sought a means of escape that he fired 2 shots at a security door, hoping to damage the lock enough to gain entry. Yet the sudden cacophony of zombie wails from behind the door sent another shiver down his spine, that if the assault from the fast zombies would relent, allowing him a moment to pry open the damaged lock, there might still be a glimmer of hope for survival. But the bloodthirsty fiends surged forward, leaving Lin Zhi with no time to spare. Facing the relentless tide of fast zombies, Lin Zhi yearned for nothing more than a machine gun that never ran out of ammunition. Bullets whizzed through the air and the gunfire echoed continuously, that in an instant his last magazine was down to 2 bullets. 1 for himself, and 1 for the little dog that he pressed the muzzle against the dog's head, his finger poised on the trigger when he suddenly noticed a beam of moonlight filtering down from above. Looking up, he discovered a square skylight in the ceiling that a flicker of hope ignited within him. But despair quickly followed as he realized the skylight was 3 meters off the ground, far beyond his reach. Yet, in the face of imminent death, he resolved to give it his all. He shoved the handgun into his pocket, crouched low, and with a mighty shout, propelled himself upward with a powerful leap. It is said that human potential can sometimes manifest in unimaginable ways during moments of peril. There was once a young mother who, upon nearing her home, witnessed her daughter plummeting from the 7th-floor balcony. In an instant, she discarded her belongings and sprinted towards her child with the speed of a 100-meter dash, catching her daughter just before impact. Remarkably, she was wearing high-heeled shoes at the time. Summoning every ounce of strength, Lin Zhi leapt with a fierce will to survive. The hours of relentless training had honed his jumping ability, and he grasped the edge of the skylight with both hands, using his arms to hoist himself up with a forceful ha. Just as he was about to pull himself onto the roof, he felt a claw brush past the sole of his shoe, merely inches away from being seized by the fast zombies below, which would have surely dragged him back down. He clambered onto the rooftop, the sounds of zombie howls echoing beneath him. His mind was a chaotic whirl, but after a moment, he let out a triumphant cry. "I made it," mingled with a hint of tears. This residential building was quite old, lacking a staircase leading to the rooftop, with only 3 units, each featuring a skylight. Lin Zhi had ascended through the leftmost unit. After a moment of surveying the other two skylights, he spotted several shadowy figures standing woodenly beneath the middle skylight. In the darkness, he could not discern whether they were fast zombies or slow ones. However, having narrowly escaped death, he was utterly exhausted. Even the feeble, slow zombies were not something he wished to provoke. He descended through the right skylight, entering a stairwell that was eerily silent. The security door of the middle unit stood wide open, and no sounds emanated from within. After hesitating at the entrance for a moment, Lin Zhi cautiously stepped inside, checking several rooms for zombies. Finally, he exhaled deeply, relieved to find none, and sank onto the sofa in the living room. Despite the lingering fear, the continuous wails of the zombies below indicated that returning home tonight was not an option. Suddenly, the little dog in his arms emitted faint whimpers. Lin Zhi exclaimed, "Ah!" as he quickly cradled it in his hands. The dog extended its tiny pink tongue, licking his fingers incessantly, clearly hungry. Lin Zhi retrieved a piece of biscuit, but the dog sniffed and turned its furry little head away. Concerned, he pondered, "It seems this pup hasn't been weaned yet. Where on earth can I find milk to feed it?" Moonlight streamed through the living room window. In a fleeting glance, he noticed a few toys and a baby bottle resting on the table, and a wave of relief washed over him. Wonderful. This household has an infant. He drew the curtains, switched on a flashlight, and began searching for formula in the kitchen. Although he found no formula, he did come across a half-burned candle, which he lit, carrying it into the kitchen to place it on the sink. Turning around, he was suddenly startled as his arm jerked. A figure stood clearly before him. In shock, he instinctively drew the tiger-tooth knife from his waist, only to see a glint of cold steel as the figure mirrored his movements. A moment of confusion ensued as he realized it was merely a full-length mirror leaning against the wall. Goodness, who puts a mirror in the kitchen? Lin Zhi chuckled softly to himself. After locating the formula in the cupboard, he emerged and mixed it with water from the dispenser, preparing to feed the little dog. The dog, now desperate from hunger, eagerly latched onto the nipple, gulping down the milk with fervor until the entire bottle was emptied. Satisfied, it curled up on Lin Zhi's lap, its dark, glistening eyes darting around curiously. As Lin Zhi held the warm bundle in his hands, a sense of tranquility and joy washed over him. In this grim and eerie city of death, he had finally encountered a flicker of life. Bathed in the warm, orange glow of the candlelight, he gazed at the little dog, noting its entirely black coat, devoid of any stray hairs. He couldn't help but reflect German shepherds come in many colors: wolf gray, golden yellow, black back with yellow legs, pure black, pure white. Pure white is considered a disqualification, while pure black is regarded as the most superior breed. Gently stroking the little dog's fluffy head, Lin Zhi mused, "Let me give you a name. What shall it be? Ta-da! With your dark coat, I shall call you Phantom of the Night." Chapter 34. Trap. Lin Zhi chuckled softly. "The name Dark Knight Phantom is a bit lengthy, isn't it? But, well, I can simply call you Phantom." The little puppy tilted its head, its eyes wide and unblinking as it gazed at Lin Zhi, eventually curling up to sleep. Lin Zhi, wide awake, stared at the candle on the coffee table, which burned shorter and shorter until it finally sputtered with a pop and extinguished completely, in the enveloping darkness. Only the soft, rhythmic sound of the puppy's breathing could be heard. The following morning, Lin Zhi was roused by a rustling sound. Opening his eyes, he found the room dimly lit. Drawing back the curtains, he discovered that the little puppy had somehow leapt off the sofa and was energetically tearing at a wad of tissue. Upon noticing Lin Zhi awake, it looked up at him with its round, glistening eyes. Under such tender scrutiny, Lin Zhi felt his heart nearly melt. He crouched down and gently patted the puppy's head. "Phantom, are you hungry?" The little puppy whimpered softly, opening its tiny mouth to let out a couple of high-pitched barks. "Woof woof." Lin Zhi quickly placed a finger to his lips. "Sure, no barking. Be careful not to attract zombies. They might eat you." The little puppy looked at Lin Zhi with a confused expression, seemingly understanding his intent, and promptly closed its mouth. Lin Zhi smiled and patted the puppy's head again. What a clever little dog. He prepared some milk powder for the puppy and walked to the window to look outside. The street below was teeming with a throng of zombies, densely packed, and he wondered just how many more days they would be trapped here. The little puppy suckled vigorously on the milk bottle, making slurping sounds. Lin Zhi thought to himself. For safety's sake, it's best to stay a little longer. After all, that cold, uninviting yin building isn't likely to be much better than this. This household utilized an induction stove rather than a gas burner, so Lin Zhi split a wooden stool and started a fire in the living room. Following that, he rinsed some rice and began cooking, discovering 2 cans of beef and a bottle of chicken and chili sauce in the kitchen, all unopened, but he glanced at the expiration dates on the labels. The beef had a shelf life of 2 years, while the chicken sauce had only expired a month ago. After tasting it, he found it to be deliciously spicy, and consuming it posed no problem at all. Once the rice was ready, he served himself a generous bowl, mixing it with the chicken sauce and adding the beef. The little puppy stood beside his feet, raising its head and sniffing eagerly. Lin Zhi picked up a piece of beef and fed it to the puppy, which wagged its tail enthusiastically and devoured it whole. "Little one, it seems you can have a second helping," Lin Zhi said with satisfaction, offering another piece. The puppy, after consuming 4 pieces in total, lay contentedly at Lin Zhi's feet, closing its eyes in satisfaction. Lin Zhi himself managed to eat 3 large bowls of rice before finally satiating his hunger. After the meal, he played with the little puppy for a while. The little creature, new to the world, was curious about everything in a playful mood. Lin Zhi dipped his finger in some chili sauce, pretended to taste it, and then held it near the puppy's mouth. Phantom took a couple of licks and immediately began to whirl around the room, making snuffling sounds as if it were a fluffy ball rolling about. Lin Zhi couldn't help but laugh, fetching some water to rinse the puppy off. Suddenly, he felt a wave of nostalgia. Since the apocalypse began, this was the first time he had genuinely laughed from the bottom of his heart. Observing the lively little puppy, Lin Zhi couldn't help but ponder. What makes you think that arriving in this world is a stroke of luck? After a brief midday nap, Lin Zhi awoke, pulled the dining table to the center of the living room, and removed his anti-stab jacket. He jumped onto the table, leaped off, and then jumped back on. Now, regardless of the place or his mood, he consistently dedicated himself to exercising every day. After completing 50 jumps, he moved on to push-ups. However, there was no suitable space in the room for pull-ups. The dopamine released after exercising filled Lin Zhi with joy. Once physical training became a habit, it instilled a sense of invigoration. Missing a day of training left him feeling uncomfortable all over. The house consisted of 2 bedrooms and a study. Having finished exercising, Lin Zhi entered the study, where a large bookshelf lined the wall, filled to the brim with books. He picked up one at random and flipped through it, then glanced up to see strawberry plants on the windowsill of the neighboring apartment, their red fruits peeking through the green leaves. Having had the beef and chicken sauce for breakfast, although delicious, they were quite greasy. Upon seeing the bright, succulent strawberries, Lin Zhi felt his mouth watered. He immediately opened the window, noting that the balcony next door was about 2 meters away but enclosed with glass, preventing an easy leap. After a moment's thought, he shot the glass, shattering it into several pieces that fell with a clatter. Below, the mass of zombies was oblivious, but calamity struck. The sharp edges of the glass promptly decapitated 2 of the zombies. The horde of zombies raised their heads in uproar, and Lin Zhi, cradling the Dark Knight Phantom, leaped across. He landed on the opposite balcony, rolled to his feet, and drew his pistol, cautiously surveying the living room. Suddenly, a dragging sound emerged from the second bedroom, and a zombie staggered out. This creature had once been a portly, middle-aged man, as evidenced by his loose, sagging pajamas. Now, however, his face was gaunt, skin stretched over bones, reduced to the likeness of a walking skeleton. Lin Zhi drew his dagger. Facing such a feeble corpse, there was no need to waste bullets or arrows. That he advanced 2 steps, nimbly evading the zombie's outstretched hands, grasping its hair with his left hand and aiming the dagger at its eye socket. Just as he was about to strike, he felt his left hand lighten. The zombie had lowered its head, dodging the blade and sinking its teeth into his forearm. Lin Zhi was taken aback, realizing the zombie was wearing a wig. Although the protective suit prevented the bite from breaking his skin, the pain still caused his body to shudder uncontrollably. With the zombie's teeth clamped down, Lin Zhi switched the dagger to his left hand and struck again, finally dispatching the creature and prying its jaws open. "Damn, turns out he was bald," Lin Zhi muttered, checking the room for safety before disposing of the zombie from the balcony. He dusted off his hands, removed his tactical gloves, and picked up a fruit platter from the coffee table, collecting 37 strawberries from the 2 pots. Though small, the strawberries were delightfully sweet and tart. Lin Zhi placed the puppy on the coffee table, arranging a few strawberries in front of it, and Phantom devoured them with great relish. 3 days passed in this manner, and the zombies below showed no signs of diminishing. Unbeknownst to him, more zombies had emerged from somewhere, crowding the street and howling relentlessly, day and night. Chapter 35. The Chinese restaurant. The horde of corpses downstairs howled incessantly, driving Lin Zhi to the brink of madness. Infuriated, he hurled heavy objects such as tables, chairs, and a microwave out of the window. Yet, still unsatisfied, he pushed the sofa and wardrobe onto the balcony and sent them tumbling down. Although he succeeded in dispatching a fair number of zombies, the cacophony of their wails only intensified, resonating throughout the day. After venting his frustration, he found himself at a loss, suddenly realizing, why not escape through the back window? Separated by a wall, behind the residential building lay a newly constructed area, a remnant of the world before the apocalypse. Crossing through this zone would lead him back to the Izumo building. Albeit a detour, a longer route was a small price to pay for some peace and quiet. That night, Lin Zhi fashioned a rope from a bedsheet and lowered himself to the ground, climbing over the wall into a flat expanse of concrete, surrounded by flower beds and public benches. He crouched in the shadow of the wall, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, scratching the head of the Phantom in his arms, and adjusting the collar of his anti-stab vest to shield his neck. The silence was almost eerie, suggesting a lack of immediate danger. Rising to his feet, he jogged across the open space and crouched beside a flower bed. Ahead, towering buildings loomed like giants, nearly blocking out the moonlight, compelling him to exercise utmost caution. Though this area was comprised of newly erected structures, who could guarantee that no zombies had wandered in? Those mindless entities could manifest anywhere, like restless spirits. If I keep moving forward, I should be able to find my way out. Hearing no sounds ahead, Lin Zhi pressed the button on his headlamp. It had been days since it was last charged, and the light was dimmer than before. Nevertheless, it still illuminated the path beneath his feet. Following the side of a tall building, he walked several meters before spotting a dark mass ahead. Armed with a bow and arrow, he preferred to avoid firearms, as the piercing gunshots in the stillness of night could attract even greater peril. The shadowy figure remained silent, appearing to be a cluster of several zombies. Lin Zhi reached into the adjacent flower bed, seized a chunk of hardened earth, and hurled it toward the dark shape. With a resounding clang, the dirt struck something metallic, and Lin Zhi exhaled in relief. Not zombies. As he approached, he discovered it to be a two-wheeled electric bike, a safety helmet dangling from the handlebars, resembling a human head. Taking a couple of steps back, he turned and donned the helmet, now nearly enveloped in protective gear save for his face, which granted him a modicum of reassurance. Continuing onward, a sudden zombie wail erupted almost beside him, startling Lin Zhi into turning his head, only to find a zombie pressed against the glass of a shop on the ground floor, baring its teeth. The grotesque face of the zombie was squished against the glass, contorting into an even more horrifying visage. Hiss! Lin Zhi gasped, hastily retreating, and after advancing several dozen meters, he encountered a towering building that abruptly rose before him, revealing a T-junction. In the center stood a stone monument 2 stories high, engraved with the words, Xinghe Urban Complex. No wonder there are both buildings and shops. This is an urban complex. The so-called urban complex is a city within a city, integrating commercial retail, business offices, hotel dining, residential apartments, and comprehensive entertainment into one cohesive structure. Lin Zhi murmured softly, glancing left and right, uncertain of which path to take. Surrounded by towering steel and concrete, he felt akin to a lost ant. After a moment's hesitation, he chose the left path, thinking that if he couldn't find a way out, he could always turn back. However, as he pressed on, he encountered several intersections, twisting east and west, finding not only no exit but also losing his way back. Having become utterly lost, he resolved to wander aimlessly. Perhaps, by chance, he might stumble upon an escape. Embracing the mindset of taking each step as it came, he suddenly spotted a dozen or so dark figures emerging ahead. Startled, he quickly ducked into a nearby hall. In his haste, however, he knocked over a half-human high vase at the entrance that as he lunged to catch it, it was already too late. With a crash, the vase shattered into countless pieces. This commotion immediately stirred the zombies, their low growls echoing ominously as the dark figures charged toward him. Lin Zhi felt a rush of panic and dashed deeper into the hall, slipping through a large door into the back room. This hall was a Chinese restaurant, a sprawling estate that had only opened 2 days prior to the apocalypse, now eerily silent, reminiscent of a haunted house. Navigating through the back room, he entered a traditional courtyard adorned with a small bridge and flowing water, willow trees gracefully swaying by the pond. This place has a pleasant ambience. Yet, hearing the resounding howls from the back room, he quickened his pace. Just as he rounded a pond, a sigh echoed from behind him to end the stillness of the night. That sigh carried an unsettling chill, and Lin Zhi turned abruptly, only to find no one there, sending a Was that a human voice or the sound of a zombie, with the surroundings devoid of life? Lin Zhi proceeded cautiously, pushing open the door to a large room. His eyes scanned the interior, where tables and chairs lay overturned, a chaotic mess of shattered dishes and food remnants scattered about, suggesting that a banquet had been underway when the apocalypse struck. Uncertain if any zombies lingered, he cautiously advanced, illuminated only by the faint glow of his headlamp, contemplating how much longer he would need to traverse this Chinese restaurant. But in the darkness, a sudden rustling from the left caught his attention, and a shadow lunged toward him. Lin Zhi sidestepped swiftly, releasing an arrow aimed at the shadow's head. The figure collapsed with a thud, shattering a wooden chair behind it. It lay there, tattered and barefoot. Lin Zhi though the arrow had rendered it motionless. Its gaze seemed to seethe with a desire to tear flesh from bone. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Zhi's back as he exited through the back door of the large room, stepping into yet another courtyard. In this garden, flora flourished wildly, vibrant blooms creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of a mountain stream, tranquil and elegant, offering an air of wilderness charm. That he moved forward cautiously, spotting a dark, 2-story Chinese building behind the densely packed treetops, adorned with intricate carvings, emanating an eerie presence. Gritting his teeth, Lin Zhi approached the building, creaking the half-open door ajar, only to be met by a cacophony of zombie wails erupting from within as several dark figures surged toward the entrance. Chapter 36. Lin Zhi was taken aback. There are zombies in the house. He hastily fled to the side of the building, ascending a staircase to the second floor. The zombie rushed to the doorway, failing to detect any living presence, and began to howl at the moon for quite some time before gradually quieting down. Lin Zhi reached the second floor and peered through the ornate window. Finding the interior shrouded in a misty silence, he decided to climb through the window. The second floor was spacious and elegantly arranged, with wooden lattices and screens delineating private spaces. On a low table crafted from natural wood, fragrant sandalwood incense and a set of antiquated, exquisite red clay teaware were displayed. That a pristine white screen bore 10 grand characters inscribed in bold ink. One tea, one world. One flavor, one life. Ah, this is a tea room. Lin Zhi mused to himself as he curled up in a corner of the room, absent-mindedly scratching the tiny head of the ghostly figure in his arms, thinking, with zombies downstairs, it's best to stay away for now. The ghostly being nestled into him, sleeping soundly. As the clouds drifted and the moon moved across the sky, the light within the room fluctuated. Suddenly, Lin Zhi shuddered as he caught sight of a silhouette of a woman behind a screen by the window. Is she human or a ghost? His heart raced, and his hair stood on end as he drew back his bow. In the dim light, he could not discern her features, but her profile appeared pallid as paper, illuminated by the cold moonlight, resembling a spectral apparition. Lin Zhi's heart trembled. Her eyes still sparkled with life, indicating she was human and not a zombie. Yet, when he strained to listen, he could not hear her breath. Could it be that ghosts truly exist in this world? Lin Zhi ventured boldly. Excuse me, are you human or a ghost? The woman remained silent, unresponsive for what felt like an eternity. Aside from the wind rustling through the window and stirring her hair, she did not move an inch. Lin Zhi's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. If you don't speak, I will shoot. Then, the woman softly replied, just consider me a ghost. Her voice was icy, devoid of any warmth of humanity. Lin Zhi breathed a sigh of relief. She can speak, so she must be human. Perhaps she has been lonely for too long, her heart as still as stagnant water, which is why her words feel so frigid. Her Her voice sounds quite similar to the sigh I heard in the courtyard. He asked, "Are you here alone?" Stepping behind the screen, he stood a few meters. The woman's expression was as stoic as water, seemingly oblivious to Lin Zhi's presence, and she let out a long sigh. Lin Zhi's heart was in turmoil. If she has survived alone until now, she shouldn't wear such a countenance upon seeing me. If there were companions, surely there would be others in the room. With that thought, he couldn't help but glance around. "You need not look. I'm the only one here." Lin Zhi took a couple of steps closer, cautiously inquiring, "What's wrong?" Observing the woman, he noticed she appeared quite young, in her 30s, yet her demeanor was indifferent, as if she were an elderly soul weathered by countless storms. She began but faltered, her right arm twitching slightly. Lin Zhi's keen eyes caught this and exclaimed, "You've been bitten!" Upon her wrist, resembling white jade, were two distinct rows of bite marks. Lin Zhi had initially thought he had finally encountered a living companion, and that he would no longer have to endure solitude, but it seemed this was merely a fleeting illusion, causing his heart to plummet into despair. "I was bitten 3 hours ago," the woman said, her heart as cold as ashes. Lin Zhi sighed deeply, his voice heavy with boundless despair, as if he himself were the one bitten, rather than the woman. After a long pause, he inquired, "Let us introduce ourselves. My name is Lin Zhi. May I ask what yours is? I am about to die. What purpose does knowing serve? At the very least," Lin Zhi replied slowly, "you won't die alone. I will be by your side." The woman forced a bitter smile, suddenly breaking down as she cried out, I don't want to die." Lin Zhi rushed forward, covering her mouth with his hand. "Keep your voice down. There are zombies downstairs." The woman struggled to regain control of her emotions, burying her head in Lin Zhi's embrace, tears streaming down her face as she choked out, "I know everyone will die, but I am about to die right now." Lin Zhi patted her back, wishing to say something comforting, yet finding his words inadequate. He understood that any consolation was feeble in the face of life and death. After a lengthy silence, he asked, "Do you live here alone?" The woman gradually ceased her weeping and shook her head. "No, I live in the Rose community." "Rose community?" Lin Zhi echoed. "Do you not know it?" she questioned. "I am not from this area," he replied. The room fell into a profound silence as Lin Zhi gently held the woman, hearing her murmur a faint After a moment, he asked, "What brought you here?" Thinking to himself, "Is it that you wish to hasten your demise?" The woman leaned against Lin Zhi, savoring the warmth before death, and replied softly, "Across from Xinghe is the first hospital. I used to work there." "Oh, you're a doctor?" Lin Zhi inquired. "I am a doctor. Having witnessed life and death countless times, I thought I would become very open-minded. However, who could have known that when faced with it, I would feel so fragile?" Lin Zhi's heart filled with doubt. "So you went to the hospital too. What were you hoping to achieve?" "I want to find antibiotics," she said. Lin Zhi's spirits lifted. What antibiotics? Could they be effective against the zombie virus? The woman sighed. "I don't know if they will help. I just can't bear the thought of dying like this." It is simply a desperate gamble. Lin Zhi's blood surged with determination as he grasped her shoulders. "Which way to the hospital? I will go fetch them for you. Why are you being so kind to me?" The woman gazed at Lin Zhi, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes, only to dim once more as she shook her head. "Don't go. There are many zombies in the hospital that I barely escaped with my life to come here." She turned her gaze towards the moon outside, softly saying, "Before I die, having you here with me means I am not alone. I am already content, having been alone for so long." Lin Zhi found the thought of living in this desolate ghost town, even if it meant facing the claws of zombies, far more terrifying than death itself. Now that he had finally encountered a living soul, he could not bear to let her slip away so easily. "Tell me, which way leads to the hospital?" The woman shook her head. "No, don't go. If you do, you will die." Lin Zhi smiled bitterly. "I am not afraid of death. I fear that everyone else will perish, leaving me to live alone." The woman gazed at him. "But I have already been bitten for 3 hours, and we have wasted so much time. I don't know if it will be of any use." Lin Zhi recalled what Xia Qing had said while in the citadel. "I heard that if bitten, it takes 12 hours for symptoms to appear." "Chapter 37, please." The woman shook her head. "No, I was off duty the day the corpses transformed." However, my colleague called to inform me that there is a possibility of transformation within 12 hours, and it will not exceed that time frame. Lin Zhi interrupted her. Tell me how to get to the hospital. The woman stared blankly at Lin Zhi for a moment before pointing towards the left window. You can lower yourself from here, exit the restaurant, and below is a narrow alley. Walk straight down the alley until you see a statue of a Qilin, then turn right. Proceed until you reach the first intersection, then continue onward. Lin Zhi committed the route to memory, retrieving a rope from his backpack. When he pushed open the window, he initially intended to leave the small puppy, which was soundly asleep in his arms, behind. After a brief hesitation, he ultimately decided against it. He climbed out the window, his hands alternately sliding down to the ground. He waved at the woman, who softly uttered, I haven't told you my name yet. I am Li Mingna. Understood. Lin Zhi nodded, following the narrow alley until its end. At the alley's mouth, he found a small square, where, as promised, there stood a menacing Qilin statue, exuding an imposing demeanor. Adhering to Li Mingna's directions, he meandered through twists and turns for what felt like an eternity until he finally emerged from the Xinghe city complex. Under the hazy moonlight, he beheld a cluster of darkened skyscrapers across the street, with the tallest building prominently displaying a red background featuring a white cross atop its roof, strikingly illuminated against the moonlit night. Lin Zhi steadied himself, crossing the safety barrier in the middle of the road. Upon entering the hospital grounds through the main entrance, he was met with a dreadful sight. The yard was teeming with zombies, making any attempt to enter through the front door tantamount to seeking his own demise. I must find a way to avoid the zombies. He circumvented the main entrance, scaling the left wall to enter the hospital, landing quietly in the A mere few meters away was the pharmacy building Li Mingna had mentioned, flanked by two grand violet trees. Lin Zhi cautiously approached the entrance, only to notice several dark figures emerging from within. He quickly concealed himself behind the trees, which shielded him from the moonlight. The zombies passed mere steps away from him, completely oblivious to his presence. After waiting for a moment, he observed as the zombies wandered off into the distance and seized the opportunity to slip inside the pharmacy. The dimly lit hall seemed to house a dozen or so zombies lurking within that he pressed against the wall, inching forward when suddenly he stumbled, nearly losing his balance, only to feel a tight grip around his legs. He was caught by a half-bodied zombie lying on the ground. Startled beyond belief, Lin Zhi initially mistook the short torso for a discarded trash bin. The half-zombie let out a groan, prompting Lin Zhi to thrust a knife into its eye socket, kicking off with all his strength to break free and dash toward the pharmacy's entrance. This commotion roused the zombies within the hall, who rushed toward the pharmacy door from three directions. Lin Zhi braced himself against the door, gritting his teeth as he counted silently. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. When he reached 10, the sounds of the zombies battering the door abruptly ceased. They had evidently forgotten the recent events. Lin Zhi let out a sigh of relief, gradually loosening his grip. Fortunately, there are no zombies inside the pharmacy. Otherwise, I would have faced a dire predicament. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he located the shelves stocked with antibiotics, placing his backpack down and collecting several boxes of each type of antibiotic to stow away. He also grabbed a few syringes, unwilling to risk exiting through the main door. Instead, he opened the rear window and leapt out. Behind the pharmacy building lay a small forest, shrouded in darkness, devoid of moonlight. Lin Zhi circled to the front of the building, scaling the wall to escape the hospital that a surge of exhilaration washed over him. Yet he felt an unsettling thought creeping in. If antibiotics could heal Li Mingna, how could the zombie virus have nearly annihilated the entire world? This notion had crossed Lin Zhi's mind even before his arrival at the hospital, but he remained reluctant to entertain it, constantly thinking, what if the antibiotics work on Li Mingna? He retraced his steps back to the Xinghe city complex, using the rope to climb back up to the second-floor tea room of the Chinese restaurant. Upon seeing Li Mingna still standing blankly by the window, he cleared his throat softly. Li Mingna turned and approached Lin Zhi slowly. Under the faint glow of the headlamp, he was suddenly struck with fear, his body trembling in response. Ah, he exclaimed. Li Mingna's eyes were bloodshot, appearing as though they might burst at any moment. You. Lin Zhi felt a chill run down his spine, his words faltering. Hurry, inject me. Li Mingna's voice was weak. Lin Zhi shivered. You can still speak? In a fluster, He fumbled to draw the medication into the syringe, unsure of how to proceed. The carotid artery. Inject directly into the carotid artery. Li Mingna's chest heaved violently, her body shaking uncontrollably. Suddenly, she leaned back with a thud, collapsing onto the floor. Lin Zhi could no longer afford to consider anything else. He plunged the needle into her carotid artery and administered the entire syringe of medication. Staring blankly at Li Mingna, he wondered, Is it working? Inject. Inject the other medication. Lin Zhi swiftly switched to a different antibiotic and pushed it into her body. After a moment, he noticed her chest no longer heaved as violently, though his heart remained in turmoil. It seems to be working. At this revelation, Lin Zhi lunged forward, tears streaming down his face, even while still clutching the concealed dagger tightly. You won't die. Oh God, please do not let her perish. I beg you. Li Mingna's lips quivered, as if attempting to smile, but in the next moment, a blood-red tear rolled down her cheek. Lin Zhi gasped, gripping her hand tightly, feeling the heat radiating from it as if he were clasping a burning ember. Kill me. Li Mingna shut her eyes, and after a prolonged struggle, managed to utter a nearly unintelligible phrase. No, you must hold on. Lin Zhi instinctively shook his head. I will inject you again. I will inject you again. Li Mingna gasped, seemingly trying to speak, but could not form the words, as if a great hand were tightly constricting her throat. In a fervor, Lin Zhi dashed to the window, severing the rope with a swift slice, and bound Li Mingna's hands and feet securely with the remaining length, but he then filled another syringe with antibiotics and again injected it into her bloodstream, fervently hoping that this substantial dosage would drag Li Mingna back from the brink of despair. As for whether such a high dosage exceeded the limits of human tolerance, Lin Zhi was oblivious to the danger and had little regard for it. Kill me! Li Mingna exerted all her strength to cry out once more, but her voice was faint, barely audible. Her head tilted to the side, remaining motionless. Lin Zhi collapsed to the ground, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on Li Mingna. Having never harbored any faith, he found himself murmuring prayers. Oh God, you must save her. I implore you. I beg you. Chapter 38. Lin Zhi's prayer. Perhaps Lin Zhi's prayer stemmed more from his own selfish desires. After all, the feeling of companionship was overwhelmingly comforting. However, if it truly meant he could rescue Li Mingna from the depths of despair, he vowed to pay any price. The room was enveloped in an oppressive silence, and Lin Zhi could even hear the rhythmic flow of his own blood. He was uncertain how long it had been when, suddenly, Li Mingna's body stirred, and a faint smile graced her lips. Yet, her eyes remained closed, and the traces of blood and tears on her cheeks lingered. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, that smile appeared both eerie and terrifying. Lin Zhi's palms were slick with cold sweat as he fixated on Li Mingna's tightly shut eyes, not daring to breathe. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, and with a gasp, it was as if a chilling wind had swept out from the very gates of hell. She had finally succumbed to the transformation. No! Lin Zhi's heart-wrenching cry echoed with boundless despair. With a swift motion, the gleaming blade of the tiger-toothed knife plunged into Li Mingna's eye socket. This anguished scream had already stirred the zombies downstairs. A cacophony arose, but they could not immediately discern the source of the noise, flitting about like headless flies. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and Lin Zhi stared blankly at Li Mingna's darkening visage. Having witnessed many zombies, it was an entirely different experience to watch a person transform before his eyes. A shock that was beyond description. Fear, astonishment, dread, sorrow, and despair collided within him in a tumultuous whirl. Suddenly, he felt a slight movement in his embrace, and the ghostly figure peeked out from his collar with its fluffy head. Lin Zhi cradled the little dog in his hands, feeling its warmth seep into him, gradually restoring his composure. Even in a world devoid of hope, was there not still a reason to endure? As time trickled by, the window panes began to lighten, and regardless of his wishes, the sun continued its eternal ascent. After a prolonged silence from downstairs, Lin Zhi ventured outside, discovering that the zombies had long since vanished. He secured the doors to both the front and back yards before ascending the stairs to carry Li Mingna's body down for burial. That a fleeting thought crossed his mind. In her death, I am the one to bury her. When my time comes, who will be there to enter me? He sighed, Noticing a corner of her phone peeking out from her right pocket, he retrieved it and found no password protection. The phone displayed a recording that had just concluded. Upon opening it, Li Mingna's face appeared, addressing the camera. Lin Zhi, our paths have crossed by chance, and I am truly grateful that you, fully aware of the dangers, still ventured to the hospital to fetch my medication. Just as she uttered these words, the phone powered down due to a lack of battery. Lin Zhi shook his head, tucking the device away into his pocket, and began to cover Li Mingna's body with soil in that fleeting moment. He felt the capriciousness of life wash over him. Having stayed awake through the night, Lin Zhi returned to the second-floor tea room and indulged in a long, restorative sleep, awakening to the afternoon sun. Stretching his limbs, he descended the stairs, taking the little ghost for a stroll in the yard. The grass and plants had grown wild, unattended, with weeds towering to waist height. In a world devoid of humanity, nature reclaimed its territory with a rapidity that surpassed imagination. Upon entering the first floor, he found a beverage vending machine overturned at the entrance, the interior in disarray, with tables and chairs strewn about chaotically. After surveying the scene, he kicked the shattered glass of the vending machine on his way out, retrieving a can of Red Bull and settling on the steps, allowing the warm sunlight to bathe him. Two butterflies flitted in from outside, dancing among the flowers, while the little ghost, with its short legs, excitedly chased after them. Suddenly, it stumbled and fell, rolling over before resuming its pursuit. The environment, despite its disarray, was quite pleasant, with flowers, grass, and a pond. Had the walls not been so low and the gates so flimsy, Lin Zhi mused, it would not be a bad idea to transform this place into a retreat. As the afternoon wore on, the sun dipped behind the tall buildings. Lin Zhi consumed some provisions, preparing for his journey. With nightfall, he kept the little ghost nestled in his arms. This little creature had grown accustomed to the warmth of Lin Zhi's embrace, quietly dozing off like an adorable infant. Before long, it had fallen asleep. Lin Zhi scaled the wall and followed the route he had taken to the hospital the previous night, emerging onto the road. Although he had visited Roland County once before, he was not well acquainted with the city's layout. However, it mattered little. The towering Outcloud building was visible from the street, guiding him onward. The cars on the road were a mangled mess, and from time to time, he caught glimpses of fast-moving zombies darting across the street. Navigating cautiously, Lin Zhi crossed two streets and found himself at a broad intersection that he crouched beside a toppled private vehicle, assessing the surroundings for threats. Seizing an opportune moment, he swiftly dashed across the intersection and sprinted onto the opposite street. The city was enveloped in a deathly silence, save for the groans of the zombies, which filled the air. Upon reaching the opposite corner, he was confronted by a large horde of zombies approaching from the street's end, numbering at least in the thousands. Though their movements were slow, their sheer mass pushed the abandoned cars aside. With nowhere to hide, he quickly took refuge in a nearby newsstand. Most of the zombies in the throng were decayed corpses, interspersed with a few fast-moving ones. A sense of dread washed over Lin Zhi. While the slow-moving corpses were not particularly alarming, being surrounded by them would spell disaster. As the horde reached the intersection, they began to crash against the newsstand, and soon, a wave of zombies surged forward, causing the stand to topple under the immense weight. In that instant, Lin Zhi found himself pinned beneath it. He exhaled in relief, thinking to himself, well, this is actually safer. The cramped newsstand was cloaked in darkness, and he lay on the floor, listening to the constant rustling of feet outside. Suddenly, he felt a twitch in his arms. The little ghost had poked its head out. It had awakened, but instinctively knew not to make a sound. Lin Zhi gently patted its head, turning on his headlamp. The overturned newsstand shielded the faint light from the zombie's sight. As he adjusted his stiff neck, he noticed a map lying before him. In a world where smartphones had supplanted cameras, books, televisions, and camcorders, such paper maps had become increasingly rare. Picking it up, he realized it was a map of Roland County. A surge of joy coursed through him as he studied it, plotting two potential routes back to the Outcloud building. One was the most direct path, while the other, albeit longer, was the safest, traversing the old road along the Baiwa River. An hour passed before the area quieted down. Lin Zhi exerted effort to lift the newsstand, propping it against a nearby flower bed, and crawled out. Chapter 39 added another layer of precaution. With the horde of zombies now dispersed, the road became considerably quieter. Lin Zhi pondered for a moment and decided to return to the Izumo building via Baiwa River. After all, having traversed it once, he felt more assured that he crossed two roads and arrived at Jifeng Road. After passing through Jifeng Road, he continued on to Ziluan Road and then Riverside Road, eventually reaching the banks of Baiwa River. Lin Zhi found it perplexing that every city seems to have a road named Jifeng. Could it be that the populace harbors a herd mentality? His journey was relatively smooth, although he narrowly avoided detection by zombies a few times. Nevertheless, he reached Riverside Road without incident. That moment, he caught sight of a sports equipment store by the roadside, and a thought struck him. Perhaps they had some swimming rings. It would be much easier to venture into the water with a couple of those, but he stealthily approached the side of the store, peering inside. Suddenly, he found it amusing, feeling akin to a thief. The store was dim and eerie, shrouded in silence, but he picked up a high-heeled shoe from the ground and hurled it inside with force that a series of guttural groans erupted as 6 or 7 fast zombies came rushing out. Lin Zhi swiftly concealed himself in the adjacent tobacco shop, covering his entire body with an empty cardboard box, grateful for his caution. Had he recklessly entered, he would have fallen into a trap. After a while, he peered through a small hole in the box that a few of the fast zombies had wandered off, but 2 remained, standing idly on the sidewalk, refusing to budge. Growing impatient, he decided to take action. He drew his bow and, with a swift motion, shot an arrow that struck one of the zombies down. The remaining one stood there, dazed. Lin Zhi thought to himself, "If you insist on dying here, I shall oblige." And with another arrow, he dispatched the second zombie as well. With the obstacles eliminated, Lin Zhi cautiously entered the specialty store. The dim beam of his headlamp illuminated the interior, revealing not only swimming rings, but also several inflatable boats leaning against the wall. Elated at the sight of the boats, he realized that they would spare him approaching the inflatable boat. He found it deflated and useless. Scanning the shelves, he discovered a pump and reached for it. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill crept down his spine, as if a pair of eyes was fixated upon him. This unsettling sensation made him uneasy. He turned around, finding nothing behind him. But upon turning back, he was startled into jumping back. There, right beside the pump, lay a zombie's head, its grayish-white eyes glaring fiercely at him without blinking. "Damn, you nearly scared me to death," Lin Zhi muttered under his breath, then kicked the head away as if it were a soccer ball. The head rolled into the middle of the street, leaving Lin Zhi bewildered. Unable to comprehend how a severed head could still exhibit such vitality, but he mused that zombies were indeed a godlike existence, seemingly immortal. If only he could possess such an undying form, life would be exceedingly favorable. Of course, this was contingent upon retaining human thought and consciousness. Otherwise, existing as a mindless, soulless being would render immortality the greatest curse imaginable. He rolled up the inflatable boat and carried it to the riverbank, using the pump to inflate it. Though a few fast zombies were visible nearby, they did not detect him. Once inflated, Lin Zhi felt a significant weight lift from his heart as he stepped into the inflatable boat. Zombies could not swim, allowing him to feel much more at ease on the river. The current carried the boat downstream, and after half an hour, he successfully returned to the Izumo building. Upon entering the lobby, he noticed the lighting fluctuating ominously. To his astonishment, he saw a female zombie standing before the elevator, repeatedly pressing the buttons. The elevator doors opened and closed sporadically. Lin Zhi was baffled. How could a zombie, devoid of thought, engage in such meaningless actions? He speculated that perhaps remnants of memories from their former lives lingered, or their brainwaves were in disarray. In any case, this was a phenomenon that could not be explained by anyone but the divine. Silently, he crept up behind the zombie and swiftly dispatched it with a blade, reflecting, "How fortunate I stumbled upon this situation. Had the zombie been pressing buttons randomly, it might have summoned the elevator to my floor, leading to an untimely and absurd demise." After contemplating, he pushed 3 sofas in the lobby to surround the elevator, then retrieved some glue from the front desk drawer and affixed a piece of black cloth to the wall, allowing it to dangle down and obscure the elevator buttons. This way, the green light emitted from the buttons would remain hidden. Upon returning to the 99th floor, Lin Zhi noticed that the black thread he had stretched across the elevator door remained intact. Finally, although the thread could not prevent an unsuspecting survivor from inadvertently entering, it would at least serve as a warning to him. But he set the ghost down, asking, "Would you like to explore your new home?" The ghost, Lin Zhi, chuckled heartily. The feeling of returning home was truly delightful. He walked over to the wine cabinet, seized a bottle of exquisite Jekka's red wine, and downed half of it in one go. "Too bad you can't enjoy a drink," he remarked, glancing down at the ghost's incredulous face, feeling a twinge of disappointment. The following day, Lin Zhi did not rush to plant vegetables. Instead, he devoted 2 days to dismantling the wooden panels from the supermarket's interior, crafting 2 large wooden boxes on the 98th and 99th floors that mirrored the elevator door's dimensions. However, these boxes were peculiar. They lacked lids, and the bottoms had small doors that he positioned the boxes in front of the elevator, with the open side facing the elevator doors, securing them to the wall with screws. In doing so, he added another layer of security to the supermarket that on the 4th day, Lin Zhi transported the soil from the 98th floor to the rooftop, forming plots and sowing vegetable seeds. This task consumed 5 full days of effort. They asked for the water needed to irrigate the garden. He relied on nature, with the rooftop swimming pool serving as a reservoir. That on the day of completion, Lin Zhi stood by the garden, envisioning a future lush with vibrant vegetables, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. The only regret was the absence of someone to share his joy with. Life seemed to be returning to a semblance of normalcy. Lin Zhi continued his daily exercise routine, and during his downtime, he played. Regardless of the circumstances, having the ghost company made life significantly more bearable, and Lin Zhi's brow was no longer perpetually furrowed as it once had been. Chapter 40. Unspoken understanding. On this particular day, Lin Zhi, lost in slumber, was suddenly awakened by a warm, slippery sensation on his face, accompanied by an irresistible itch. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that it was the ghost affectionately licking him. The ghost, possessing an innate pedigree of excellence, had grown rapidly. In just over a month, its physique had expanded significantly, transforming into an adolescent pup that could no longer be comfortably cradled in Lin Zhi's arms. Having acclimatized to the supermarket environment, it frequently frolicked between the aisles, scattering expensive snacks and treats all around. Whenever Lin Zhi caught it in the act, the ghost would nuzzle against him, causing Lin Zhi to reluctantly lower his raised hand in admonishment. Observing the ghost, Lin Zhi noted the quintessential traits of a German shepherd: a gentle disposition, obedience to commands, keen sensitivity, and heightened vigilance, qualities ingrained in its very genes, all manifesting beautifully in the ghost. Indeed, much like humans, dogs possess diverse personalities and attributes, ranging from timidity to bravery, calmness to exuberance, decisiveness to indecisiveness. Some individuals may spend an entire lifetime together, yet remain strangers, while others may forge an unbreakable bond upon their first encounter. The crux of this phenomenon lies in the compatibility of their temperaments. Gently caressing the ghost's head, Lin Zhi felt as though, although God had closed all doors, he had left a window ajar. With a sudden burst of energy, he sprang upright from his resting place, proceeded to brush his teeth, gargle, and wipe his face with a damp tissue that as Lin Zhi tended to his morning routine. The ghost sat patiently by. Together, Lin Zhi and the ghost ascended to the rooftop, greeting the rising sun in the east as they engaged in their morning exercises in the vegetable garden. The seeds planted a month prior had matured, with vibrant greens, spinach, and lettuce flourishing abundantly. Nourished by their bounty of vitamins, both Lin Zhi and the ghost enjoyed robust health. After jogging a few laps along the parapet, Lin Zhi disrobed entirely, unperturbed by the height of the 99th floor rooftop, where the risk of prying eyes was non-existent. After all, in this grave-like town of Roland County, who could possibly be watching? Crouching at the edge of the swimming pool, Lin Zhi splashed water onto his chest, acclimating his body to the temperature. With a swift dive, he plunged into the pool. The water was refreshingly cold, and upon submerging, Lin Zhi felt invigorated. "Ah, this feels marvelous," he exclaimed, surfacing. "Ghost, don't you want to join me?" Though the ghost had never swum before and appeared hesitant, its trust in Lin Zhi prevailed, and with a powerful leap, it plunged into the water. Canines are born swimmers, and once the ghost discovered the joy of the water, it became enamored, insisting on a daily swim to satisfy its newfound passion. Pointing toward one end of the pool, Lin Zhi proposed, "Let's race," and with that he propelled himself forward, only to be closely followed by the ghost, who nearly touched the wall at the same time. After a downpour the previous night, the pool had overflowed. Leaning against the edge, Lin Zhi pondered aloud, "I wonder what awaits us on the 97th floor. Shall we go and find out?" Though uncertainty loomed regarding the potential dangers below, boredom from the supermarket had stirred an insatiable curiosity within him. Such is human nature. Once healed, one forgets the pain. In times of peace, the desire for excitement often resurfaces to stave off monotony. The ghost barked twice in response, as if to say, "I'm ready." Lin Zhi shook his head. "No, I'm not asking you to come with me. It's a journey I must undertake alone. Your strength is still insufficient." The ghost barked again, seemingly asserting, "I fear nothing." With a firm push, Lin Zhi clambered out of the pool, water dripping from him as he absent-mindedly remarked, "Ghost, don't underestimate the dangers. Those creatures are not to be trifled with." Breakfast consisted of a plate of Parma ham, a jar of caviar, a can of Norwegian cod, and a generous bowl of boiled vegetable soup. Parma ham, one of the world's finest hams, hails from the southern regions of Parma in Italy. Its tender, rosy hue and even distribution of fat render it the softest among all hams, albeit at a staggering price. Lin Zhi placed portions of each dish onto a plate before the ghost, which sniffed at it, seemingly unimpressed. "Don't be picky. Do you realize this meal costs tens of thousands?" Lin Zhi pointed at the caviar. "Just this jar alone is worth 18,000. Go ahead, be choosy." After devouring 3 large bowls of rice and resting for half an hour, Lin Zhi lit a cigarette, meticulously checking each weapon and piece of equipment he would carry. The tiger-toothed dagger was strapped to his leg, a pistol tucked into his lower back, a quiver slung across his shoulder, and a bow in hand. He opened the small door in front of the elevator, stepped inside, and pressed the button to ascend. "I've told you before, stay here," he instructed the ghost as it followed him inside. Just as the door was about to close, the ghost nimbly slipped in. Lin Zhi sighed. "Do you think this is a game?" In the corner of the elevator, a bar stool he had previously placed was still there. He stepped onto it to lift the ghost to the top of the elevator before pressing the button for himself as well. The elevator descended and halted at the 97th floor. Though this was the KS Supermarket's elevator, it could stop at every level. With a chime, the elevator doors opened slowly. Lin Zhi peered out through a small opening at the top of the elevator, but due to the angle, he could only glimpse a small area in front of the doors. The floor was eerily quiet, enveloped in an oppressive silence, and after a moment, the doors closed automatically. Taking out an arrow, Lin Zhi crouched and prodded the elevator doors open again. The light from within cast a glow outside, yet still, there was no sign of movement. Could it be that there are no zombies on this floor? He wondered aloud. Gently leaping down, he caught the ghost in his arms and whispered, "Remember, first, no noise. Second, stay close to me." They stepped out of the elevator. The 97th floor was devoid of light, and as the elevator doors closed behind them, darkness enveloped them like a coffin lid, restoring the suffocating silence around them. Lin Zhi switched on his headlamp. The feeble light barely illuminated the vast space ahead. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stumbled, nearly losing his balance. There was a step down. Realizing that the descent continued, flanked by rows of seats, he quickly understood that the 97th floor housed a cinema. On the day the apocalypse struck, the cinema had likely not yet opened for business, leaving the screening rooms in a chilling stillness, devoid of any undead howls. Chapter 41 appeared to be inhabited by a living soul. Lin Zhi retrieved a flashlight from his person, and a beam of bright light swiftly swept across the cinema. Indeed, the expansive theater was devoid of any human presence. He exhaled a sigh of relief and whispered to the ghost, "It turns out it's merely a cinema, utterly useless." "Ah, the main entrance is over there." Lin Zhi approached and pushed open the door, revealing a corridor that at one end stood an elevator, yet it was inoperable due to a lack of power, while the other end featured 2 large doors. He opened the adjacent door, only to find a pitch-black room. Shining his flashlight within, he discovered it was yet another screening hall. Lin Zhi mused, "This cinema is quite sizable. There appears to be more than one screening room. It seems the last door leads to yet another hall." He walked towards the final door, noticing it ajar, and pushed it open. Directing his flashlight inside, his suspicions were confirmed. This cinema indeed housed 3 screening rooms. Lin Zhi's anxiety began to dissipate as he affectionately ruffled the ghost's head, illuminating the way as he entered screening room number 3. Beneath the brilliant lights, the seating arrangement in the hall differed from the rows of connected chairs found in rooms number 1 and number 2. Instead, it featured spacious and comfortable leather sofas, each accompanied by a coffee table adorned with an assortment of cinema-provided snacks. Lin Zhi picked up a bag of preserved plums, tore it open, and tossed one into his mouth, exclaiming, "Ghost, we are in luck. We can run a wire down from the rooftop, and soon we'll have movies to watch. I wonder how many films are stored in the projection room." As he spoke, he made his way toward the projection room. Suddenly, he halted. The ghost was gnawing at Lin Zhi's pant leg, its body leaning back, its 4 legs retreating. Lin Zhi's senses sharpened, and at that moment, a shadowy figure burst forth from the projection room, lunging towards the light. Lin Zhi was taken aback, and, with no time to draw his bow and shoot, he hurled the flashlight aside, rolled, and concealed himself behind a sofa. He could hear hurried footsteps, and soon 2 zombies emerged from the projection room, joining the first in a collective roar that reverberated through the acoustically designed screening hall. While the first 2 screening rooms remained secure, Lin Zhi momentarily let his guard down, unaware that the projection room of number 3 harbored 3 zombies, particularly swift ones. Had it not been for the ghost's timely warning, tugging, all 3 zombies charged toward the beam of light from the flashlight, providing Lin Zhi with the opportunity to release 2 arrows, eliminating 2 of them. However, the last zombie caught sight of the faint glow from his headlamp and lunged forward. "Quick dodge!" Lin Zhi shouted, rolling to the side and hiding behind another sofa while simultaneously covering the headlamp with his hand. The final swift zombie lost its target, standing motionless. The sudden silence made Lin Zhi shiver involuntarily. The flashlight remained lit, and after a brief moment, the zombie began to advance towards the light. This was undoubtedly the prime opportunity for a shot. With a swift whoosh, an arrow pierced the air, dispatching the last zombie. Lin Zhi, no longer daring to be careless, cautiously searched the projection room, ensuring no other zombies lurked within before dragging the corpses out of the screening hall and discarding them from a ventilation window on the building's upper floor. Noticing that all 3 zombies wore similar uniforms, he realized they were all cinema staff. Subsequently, Lin Zhi conducted a thorough search of the cinema, securing the fire doors at both ends of the corridor from the inside. In the afternoon, he managed to run a wire down from the rooftop and turned off some electrical devices on the 99th and 98th floors to ensure a stable power supply. That evening, Lin Zhi settled in to watch a film in screening room number 3 that unfortunately, after scouring the entire cinema, he found only 2 movies, Train to Busan 2 and Disney's version of. What he craved most was something simple and humorous, a comedy that required no deep contemplation, as it seemed more relatable to life to be why that standard. Mulan clearly did not fit the bill. Nonetheless, he settled for AT that moment. Lin Zhi reclined on the comfortable leather sofa, with the ghost lying beside him. He fixated on the screen, occasionally breaking into a silly grin, as the flickering lights cast an eerie yet disturbing aura on his expression. In the ensuing days, Lin Zhi spent both day and night in the screening room, almost memorizing every line spoken by the characters. Once you don the general's armor, you cease to be yourself. This is war. Avoidance cannot halt war. Fear only leads to greater loss. Some say that being far from home leads to forgetting one's roots. Killing too many makes one forget oneself. That to be fearful, yet unafraid, is true courage. There are no heroes on the battlefield, only the dead and the mad. Speaking of emotions, how foolishness, Lin Zhi murmured to himself, not because the film was particularly remarkable. Indeed, even the finest films could grow tiresome, but because he desperately needed to hear human voices to pretend he still existed in a One day, the water in the screening room ran out, and with great reluctance, Lin Zhi ascended to the 99th floor to fetch a large bucket of water. As he turned to leave, he caught sight of a mobile phone resting on a shelf 1 level down. This phone belonged to Li Mingna. He had inadvertently pocketed it while burying her. Upon seeing the phone, memories of Li Mingna flooded back to him. Her death had struck Lin Zhi profoundly, akin to a person accustomed to darkness who, upon seeing a flicker of light, is only left in greater agony. With a soft sigh, Lin Zhi connected the phone to a charger and sat cross-legged against the wall. After a while, he he powered it on. Lin Zhi, our paths crossed by chance, and I am sincerely grateful that despite knowing the dangers, you still went to the hospital to fetch medicine for me. This was a recorded video of Li Mengna expressing her gratitude to Lin Zhi. He had not watched it long before the phone had died, and as he swiped to the next video, he had barely seen 3 seconds when a gasp escaped his lips, almost in disbelief. The video captured the image of a tall building, revealing a figure on the railing of a terrace on the 3rd floor. Lin Zhi's breath quickened as he pressed the pause button, using 2 fingers to zoom in on the video. He discerned that it was indeed a male figure, though the distance made it impossible to ascertain whether he had transformed into a zombie. Lin Zhi froze. The timestamp of the video was a mere 2 hours apart from the previous gratitude video. This indicated that it was recorded after Li Mengna had been bitten, while she was en route from Rose Community to the first hospital. Chapter 42. The Ancient Residents. Perhaps this is a living person. Lin Zhi's heart tightened, blood pressure surged to his head, and his pulse raced, causing darkness to cloud his vision. His mind raced with analysis. Li Mengna had already been bitten at that time. If the man in the video had already turned into a corpse, she would have had no inclination to stop merely to capture an image of a zombie. Lin Zhi abruptly stood up, biting down hard on his left forearm. Where is the high rise in the image? Is that man still alive? Without hesitation, Lin Zhi resolved to find that skyscraper and the man in the video, no matter the cost. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was 5 in the afternoon, and he immediately set about preparing everything he would need for the impending darkness. He suppressed his excitement, donned his gear, and prepared an ample supply of food and 2 large basins of water for the ghost, sufficient for a month's sustenance. Embracing the ghost's head, he said, "Buddy, this time, you really can't come with me." After nightfall, armed with weapons and equipment, Lin Zhi took the elevator down to the 1st floor, slipped out the front door, and headed west towards the urban area. He had checked the map. The Rose community was located in the old town of Roland County. This journey would require traversing nearly half the city. The streets were as desolate as ever, the violet leaves rustling in the breeze, and the moon illuminated Lin Zhi from behind, casting a long shadow. Past experiences of late-night excursions had made him less apprehensive. Clad in black, he glided like a specter among the scattered abandoned vehicles. After crossing 2 streets, he noticed a storefront from which emerged a dozen or so shadows. Lin Zhi glanced over, but paid them little mind, for with their shuffling gait, he discerned they were merely a group of decayed corpses that as long as he wasn't cornered or trapped in a confined space, these corpses were generally not a significant threat. At that moment, Lin Zhi's attention was primarily focused on 2 fast zombies in the middle of the road. Fierce and swift, these creatures posed the greatest danger. Lin Zhi opened the door of a Chevrolet, crouched inside, and observed that the 2 fast zombies stood in the street, with no cover to allow him to slip by unnoticed. Even if he were to shoot arrows, he would first need to find a concealed spot and assess the surrounding situation that in this perilous county. Lin Zhi had established his first rule of survival. Do not recklessly place oneself in a dangerous predicament. Through the car window, he scrutinized the scene, only to witness several fast zombies emerging from the shadows of the violet trees at the roadside. Had he acted impulsively, he would have faced not just 2 fast zombies, but a whole group. He silently cursed his luck as he watched the 7 or 8 fast zombies round the corner and vanish from sight, leaving the 2 original zombies still rooted in place. Lin Zhi was puzzled as to why these 2 fast zombies had not moved. Upon closer inspection, he realized their ankles were shackled together by an iron chain, which was pinned down by a fallen streetlight pole. Lin Zhi mused, "These unfortunate fast zombies must have escaped from a prison. Since they can't move, there's no need to waste arrows." He had brought only 50 arrows with him, as carrying more would hinder his mobility. Emerging from the vehicle, he strode directly towards the end of the street, where the 2 zombies clawed at him, yet remained immobile. In administrative terms, Roland was merely a district-level county, but situated in the economically prosperous Yangtze River Delta. Its urban development was impressively extensive, far surpassing that of typical small to medium-sized cities. As Lin Zhi carefully navigated his way, he continued to be vigilant, worried that he was still a considerable distance from the Rose community. He crossed a long street shaded by trees, where the surrounding buildings began to dwindle in height, and the road narrowed to a two-lane thoroughfare typical of last century's infrastructure. It appeared he had entered the old town. The ground was littered with dry leaves that crunched beneath his feet, and throughout his journey, Lin Zhi remained alert, scanning both sides of the road for the high-rise featured in the video. Each household's balcony was adorned with cascading green wisteria, resembling a verdant waterfall, instantly recognizable. Just then, a large swarm of shadows surged ahead, with a dozen fast zombies rushing forward. Startled, Lin Zhi quickly ducked into an ancient residence. The dilapidated structure, grand in its time, boasted two crimson doors adorned with large brass nails, and above the entrance, a plaque read Chin Family Old Residence in gilded characters, with the smaller inscription below stating manufactured by the Roland County Cultural Relics Bureau. After closing the door behind him, Lin Zhi traversed the front courtyard and came upon a large house with black tiles and white walls. Peering inside, he found traditional Chinese furniture such as an 8 Immortals table and armchairs, as if he had been transported back to ancient times. Having journeyed with trepidation, fatigue washed over him. The incessant shuffling of the undead outside echoed relentlessly. Contemplating the approaching dawn, he decided to halt his endeavors for the night. Picking up a small stone, he tossed it inside, and the silence within confirmed that no zombies lurked in the shadows. Lin Zhi switched on his flashlight and scanned the interior. Closing the door behind him, he settled into a dusty armchair, noting a pair of large red candles standing beneath an ancestral tablet. He casually lit one. Suddenly, he felt a shower of dust cascade down from above. Glancing up, he couldn't suppress a startled cry as his legs kicked out, causing both himself and the chair to topple backward. Suspended from the beam was a female corpse, her long hair obscuring her face, as her body swayed grotesquely. The rope around her neck scraped against the beam, producing a chilling creaking sound. A shiver ran down Lin Zhi's spine, and he felt as though his scalp might explode. Though he had encountered many corpses, the sight before him was disturbingly bizarre. He observed his own shadow trembling against the white wall. In his terror, his body quaked uncontrollably, the flickering candlelight casting a quivering silhouette. Lin Zhi grasped the candle, deciding it was best to sleep in the attic. Ascending the staircase, he pushed open a small door, revealing an ancient small bed in the loft. The bed was draped in a vibrant red brocade quilt, and a dressing mirror adorned a small table nearby. Perhaps this had once been the boudoir of an ancient young lady. Lin Zhi felt a chill run through him. Although he knew this was merely a setup by the Cultural Relics Bureau for tourists to admire, an eerie sensation enveloped him. Gathering his composure, he tilted the candle, allowing a few drops of wax to fall onto the table, providing a stable base for the candle. Suddenly, he caught sight of his own face in the mirror and couldn't help but shudder again. His complexion appeared ghastly pale. "Don't frighten yourself," he murmured, collapsing onto the bed. After a while, he faintly heard rustling sounds beneath the bed, the noises peculiar and seemingly made to avoid detection. Chapter 43. Deceiving oneself is difficult in the dead of night. Within a desolate city, a dilapidated mansion loomed ominously, the lifeless body of a woman hanging from the rafters below. The very sight of it sent shivers down Lin Zhi's spine, and he was reminded of a horror film he had watched in his youth. There's someone under the bed. Though he had been educated in materialism for 13 years and did not believe in ghosts, yet deep down he understood that while he could deceive others, he could not deceive himself. Gripping his handgun tightly, he rolled out of bed, steeling himself as he pulled back the sheet hanging from the edge of the bed. Oh, it's just a cat. In the corner beneath the bed, a cluster of 7 tiny kittens huddled together, their 14 curious eyes gazing up at him in unison. Lin Zhi waved his hand. "Come out, little kitties." He couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. This city, despite its death, still harbors life. The boldest, or perhaps the most inquisitive, of the kittens was the first to leap forth, followed closely by the others, who surrounded Lin Zhi, mewing in chorus. "Are you hungry?" he asked, quickly retrieving a can of sardines from his backpack, opening it and placing it on the floor. Watching the 7 kittens form a circle, their heads bobbing and jostling in a delightful frenzy, a knowing smile spread across his face. After a sleepless night, Lin Zhi finally succumbed to slumber just before dawn, awakening to find it was already afternoon. Sunlight streamed through the tiles, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of birds. reminding him that the outside world basked in glorious sunshine, that he descended the stairs and noticed that the female corpse still swung from the beam. With a swift motion, he dispatched it with an arrow and then stepped outside, greeted by a yard flooded with brilliant sunlight. Standing in the center of the yard, he stretched his arms overhead, glancing over the wall, and suddenly froze. There, not far off, stood the very tall building captured in the video. Lin Zhi slapped his forehead. What luck, I scarcely searched and yet stumbled right upon it. The building appeared to be 27 or 28 stories high, its balconies adorned with cascading wisteria, forming a verdant waterfall, though the lower half was obscured by another edifice, concealing the third-floor terrace from view. He contemplated, when night falls, I shall venture over there. The mere thought of encountering living beings filled him with exhilaration, prompting him to pace restlessly in the yard at that moment. A shadow flickered upon the wall, and following it inside, Lin Zhi ascended to the loft, where he found the large cat tearing apart the mouse, feeding the 7 kittens. Upon noticing Lin Zhi's presence, the cat arched its back, its fur bristling, emitting a low growl of warning. Initially, Lin Zhi had intended to take 1 or 2 kittens for companionship, but seeing the large cat's fierce demeanor, he took his backpack and bow and arrow, chuckling. All right, I shall not intrude upon your family any longer. He descended from the loft. The backyard of the ancient mansion was even larger than the front, dominated by an ancient pine tree, its branches lush and its trunk so robust that it would take at least 7 or 8 adults holding hands to encircle it. Weeds thrived at the base of the walls surrounding the yard. Approaching the tree, Lin Zhi noticed a sign hanging from the ancient pine, proclaiming its age to be over 600 years, indicating that the pine predated the construction of the Chun family mansion. He extended his hands to caress the rough bark of the tree, pondering, this pine has stood here for 600 years, waiting for the day when I am no longer in this world, and it shall continue to stand. As he reflected, he strolled about the yard for quite some time, glancing at his wristwatch, which bore a value of over 800,000 yuan, only to realize that merely an hour had passed. This is truly unbearable. Growing increasingly impatient, Lin Zhi, hearing little commotion from outside the walls, returned to the front yard and opened the door to exit the mansion. The street appeared desolate, with only a sparse scattering of a dozen slow-moving corpses that seemed to hoard had carried away the majority of the undead during the night. Lin Zhi deftly avoided the zombies. He sprinted towards the end of the street, only to be startled by a sudden appearance of a group of fast-moving corpses. Fortunately, a bus stood in his path, shielding him from their sight. Startled, Lin Zhi quickly slipped into a clothing store by the roadside, his heart racing. I was too hasty. Even in broad daylight, caution is paramount. Others may not see me, but I must not lose my life. The clothing store was set up in a residential building, with a shop in front and a door leading to the back. He pushed the door open, revealing a living room that appeared disheveled, with a sofa in disarray and dust littering the coffee table and floor. Lin Zhi cleared his throat softly, listening intently for any sounds from the other rooms, then shut the door behind him. After checking the 2 bedrooms, kitchen, and bathroom for signs of life, he finally settled onto the sofa. Surveying the surroundings, he felt as though this place was a time capsule, everything untouched, as if time had frozen on the very day the apocalypse unfolded. Behind a door, the interior and exterior existed as 2 disparate worlds. After a while, he noticed 2 unopened packages beneath the coffee table that he unwrapped one, discovering a box of magnetic modeling clay. The clay could be stretched and molded at will, accompanied by a thumb-sized cube of steel. Placing the steel on the magnetic clay would cause it to slowly sink. The thrill of watching the clay engulf all metallic objects was a delight. After playing with it for a time, he opened the second package, revealing a paper airplane. A paper airplane? A smile graced Lin Zhi's face as memories of his childhood flooded back. He would always blow on the nose of the plane, believing it would soar higher and farther. However, the paper airplane in the package was quite sophisticated, with instructions indicating it could be controlled via Bluetooth from a smartphone, tilting the phone to direct the plane's flight, and providing real-time battery information. Though merely a toy, it seemed to promise much amusement. With nothing else to occupy his time, Lin Zhi retrieved a power bank from his backpack, charged the paper airplane, and soon it soared through the living room. The plane emitted a dazzling array of colors as it flew, twisting and gliding, imparting a sense of freedom. Thinking it would be amusing to entertain the ghost with it, he tucked the airplane into his backpack. As time passed slowly, night finally enveloped the world, and he slipped out of the clothing store. Navigating through an alleyway that in the dimness ahead, he perceived a shadowy figure. Lin Zhi halted, gradually discerning it to be a zombie, though whether it was a fast or slow one remained unclear. Cautiously, he stepped forward, and for safety's sake, loosed an arrow, deciding to pierce its head, regardless of its nature. Chapter 44. The Emperor with a sharp whoosh, a swift arrow soared through the air, yet in the enveloping darkness, it veered off course, grazing the scalp before striking the wall with a metallic clang, clattering to the ground. The zombie let out a chilling howl and advanced rapidly. Lin Zhi's heart raced. It's a fast zombie. Without hesitation, he released another arrow, and just as the creature was mere 3 steps away, he finally dispatched it. That was close. Lin Zhi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, observing the winding alley, where the cold moonlight poured down, seemingly endless. With his heart in his throat, he pressed onward, when suddenly the ghastly sounds of ugh-ugh-ugh echoed continuously that a swarm of dark figures approached. Lin Zhi's heart skipped a beat. Noting their slow movement, they appeared to be merely a horde of decayed corpses. However, the mass of shadows seemed numerous, leaving him uncertain of his ability to forge through. As the groans drew nearer, he thought to himself, "What bad luck! It seems I must retreat." Just then, he noticed a small door to his side. Pushing it open, it yielded easily. Lin Zhi slipped inside, the room shrouded in darkness. As he swiftly closed the door behind him, a cold, clammy hand suddenly grasped him. Taken by surprise, Lin Zhi felt a chill run across his face and instinctively thrust his knife forward. Under the dim glow of his headlamp, he was relieved to find it was merely a decayed corpse with grizzled hair. Yet in his haste, the blade did not pierce its skull. He quickly retracted and stabbed again, this time plunging the knife into the eye socket of the corpse. Twisting his wrist, he withdrew the blade and gently lowered the corpse's arm, recoiling at the overpowering stench that assaulted his nostrils. A glance around revealed the room cluttered with refuse. The decayed body wore tattered garments, suggesting it had once belonged to an elderly scavenger. Outside, footsteps crunched ominously, signaling the slow approach of the horde. Covering his nose, he hastily exited the small room, making his way down the alley to its end, where across the street stood a towering building. "Finally, I've reached my destination," Lin Zhi sighed, crouching against the wall at the alley's mouth. He observed the street was not particularly wide. Just a few strides would suffice to cross it. Yet shadows loomed ominously, indicating the presence of many zombies. He studied the high-rise. The first to third floors appeared to be a shopping center, its exterior adorned with massive posters that fluttered in the night breeze, the face of a certain actress shifting between beauty and distortion. Just one final step, Lin Zhi mused, reminding himself not to rush. He waited patiently for the opportune moment, and when a gap opened among the zombies, he swiftly darted to the base of the building. To his dismay, the thick glass doors were locked from within, further barricaded by shelves. A wave of relief washed over him. Indeed, there are survivors here. Yet, he was confronted with a dilemma: how to gain entry. Just then, he noticed a large hole smashed through the nearby wall. Approaching it, he felt the smooth, sharp edges and a sense of dread washed over him. This breach had not been made long ago. Was it possible that others had already fled the building? Peering inside, he found a vast supermarket, eerily silent. His heart raced, and as he turned, he spotted 6 or 7 dark figures approaching. He quickly ducked and squeezed through the hole into the supermarket. Inside, the dimness was oppressive. Lin Zhi squinted, noticing an overturned shelf at the entrance, which he quickly repositioned to block the gaping hole. He then flicked on his headlamp and ventured deeper into the store. The silence was profound. Aside from the fallen shelf, the supermarket remained relatively orderly. Lin Zhi became increasingly convinced that there were indeed people here, though he could not ascertain if they had left. Finding nothing on the first floor, he ascended the escalator to the second. Halfway up, he discerned the outline of a figure sprawled at the top of the stairs. With his bow slung over his shoulder, Lin Zhi tightened his grip on his firearm and cautiously approached. To his astonishment, a middle-aged man, lay motionless on the ground, his body stiff. "Sir, are you all right?" Lin Zhi called softly, shaking the man's shoulder. The headlamp illuminated the man's face, revealing a ghastly smile frozen in place. He had long since passed. Lin Zhi had suspected the man was deceased when he first approached, but the sight of that eerie grin startled him. He realized the man was on the brink of reanimation. Puzzled, he thought, "How is it that I encounter a corpse so soon?" Shifting the gun to his left hand, he reached for the tiger-tooth knife strapped to his calf, intending to deliver a final blow. Just as his fingers grazed the hilt, a sudden gust of wind whooshed past his left ear, and a stick swung down with force. Lin Zhi's mind barely registered the attack before he darted to the right, but it was too late. Pain erupted in his left arm as a sharp crack echoed, nearly breaking his forearm. Having been ambushed, Lin Zhi's handgun clattered to the floor point. One of his assailants snatched it up, aiming it at him, while three bright beams of flashlight converged on his face, blinding him. He heard a startled cry. "Dad, what happened to you?" Squinting against the harsh light, Lin Zhi saw a girl, no more than 17 or 18, collapse beside the middle-aged man, weeping inconsolably. The young man who had seized Lin Zhi's gun, appearing to be of similar age, gritted his teeth. "You bastard! Why did you kill Uncle Zheng?" Another voice, a young girl beside him, echoed, "Why did you kill Uncle Zheng?" Her tone was sharp and accusatory. Lin Zhi stammered, "I did not kill him. I found him like this when I arrived." The girl cried out, "Stop lying. My dad was stabbed in the chest, and you have a knife in your hand. Wang Di, kill him, avenge my father." Lin Zhi realized he was in deep trouble. He heard the man named Wang Di murmur, "Zheng Lingling, calm down, he won't escape. Put down the dagger." This was directed at both Zheng Lingling and Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi pondered, "Why doesn't he just shoot me? He just wants me to drop my knife. Perhaps he fears the gunfire will attract the zombies outside." This thought provided him with a modicum of reassurance. If they were reluctant to fire, it was a 1-against-3 scenario. Though Wang Di appeared formidable, Lin Zhi wielded a knife, and he might not necessarily be at a disadvantage. He replied coolly, "I have no intention of causing trouble. I truly did not kill this man." Zheng Lingling shouted vehemently, "Murderer, scoundrel! You still refuse to admit it?" Wang Di hissed, "Zheng Lingling, lower your voice. We don't want to alert the zombies downstairs. Your father wasn't killed by him." Simultaneously, Zheng Lingling and the other girl exclaimed, "What? He didn't kill him?" Zheng Lingling continued, "When we came downstairs, we saw him holding the knife." Lin Zhi was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Wang Di would speak on his behalf. Why was he so certain Lin Zhi wasn't the killer? Oh, right. He must have seen that my tiger-tooth knife had no blood on it. Wang Di's expression turned wary. His left hand held the flashlight, scanning the area, while his right hand gripped the gun. Resting it against his left wrist, he warned softly, "Zheng Lingling, Gao Shan, be careful." Chapter 45. Another person in her heart, Zheng Lingling felt profound sorrow. Not comprehending the situation, she inquired, "What should we be cautious of?" Wang Di responded softly, "Since Uncle Zheng was not murdered by him, it implies that there is more than one intruder." Lin Zhi silently praised, "Indeed, this person possesses a clear mind and sharp insight." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "Be careful, someone is above!" By the time the warning resonated, it was already too late. 3 dark figures leapt down from midair. 2 lunged towards Wang Di while 1 aimed for Zheng Lingling. Indeed, the supermarket had been infiltrated by others. After they had killed Uncle Zheng, upon hearing Lin Zhi ascending from downstairs, they had climbed onto the shelves, perching themselves atop the suspended ceiling. This ceiling was composed entirely of horizontally and vertically welded steel pipes, capable of bearing the weight of all 3 individuals. Wang Di was caught off guard. Darkness enveloped him as a heavy fist struck his temple, simultaneously causing his firearm to be seized. He struggled desperately, kicking the assailant targeting Zheng Lingling aside, shouting, "Zheng Lingling, Gao Shan, what are you dawdling for? Run!" Zheng Lingling and Gao Shan screamed in unison, fleeing towards the 3rd floor via the escalator. The 3 assailants swiftly restrained Wang Di. binding his hands behind him to the shelves, only to discover that Lin Zhi had also vanished. "This is bad. The other kid has escaped too," one among them remarked. A man with dark skin and a rough face, marred by numerous pockmarks, said, "Chun San, don't worry about him. We'll guard the entrance that he can't escape far." Grabbing Wang Di by the hair, he ordered, "Bring those two girls down." Bah! Wang Di spat phlegm onto the pockmarked man's face, cursing loudly. "You're dreaming." The pockmarked man wiped the spit from his face, his expression unchanged, then delivered a vicious punch to Wang Di's abdomen, ominously stating, "How big can this supermarket be? If you don't call them down, I'll find them eventually, and then..." Another man interjected, "Wang Di, right? I heard that girl call you that just now. To be frank, my brother only wants those two girls. If you bring them down, it'll save us trouble. Otherwise, I'll put a bullet in you." The pockmarked man, robust in stature, had just struck Wang Di with a blow that left him doubled over in pain. Yet, Wang Di managed to retort coldly, "Go to hell." The pockmarked man raised his eyebrows and landed another punch on Wang Di's chest, one even more forceful than the last, prompting Wang Di to exclaim in agony, unable to utter another sound. "You're asking for punishment," the earlier man spat. "My brother used to work on a construction site. His hands are stronger than a tiger's claws." Kid, can you endure this, brother? I'll go up with Qin Shi and bring those two girls down for you." Before the pockmarked man could respond, Qin Shi shook his head, saying, "Honest man, I think that it's not a good idea." Lin Zhi, hidden in the shadows, pondered, "What an honest man." Just then, the earlier man asked, "What is wrong with that?" Lin Zhi realized that this individual was nicknamed Honest Man. He thought, "He certainly appears to be simple and honest, but from his earlier words, he too harbors a belly full of malice. He wants to capture Zheng Lingling and Gao Shan for his brother." Chun Shi continued, "We just saw one escape. I think it would be much safer to flush him out first, that if we go up, that kid has a knife. If my brother isn't careful, what if he gets ambushed?" The pockmarked man shot him a glare. "Don't forget I have a gun. Even without it, those two kids wouldn't be enough to take me down." Lin Zhi smiled coldly. "Is that so?" He mused, "The pockmarked man already has a gun. While my own firearm is now in the possession of Honest Man, it would be easy to eliminate the pockmarked man in one shot, but I fear he might fire off a round in his final moments, alerting the zombies downstairs and complicating matters with Honest Man and Qin Shi." Qin Shi and Honest Man exchanged nods, illuminating their flashlights as they ascended to the third floor. Qin Shi inquired, "Honest Man, are you sure there are only 4 of us?" Honest Man replied, "Of course, I happened to see through binoculars. I counted clearly, just 4 people, 2 men and 2 women." Qin Shi remarked, "Then why is there an extra person now?" "Are you blind?" Honest Man spat. "Bah, didn't you see that the kid who escaped came in later?" Chun Shi laughed heartily. "What a pity there are only 2 girls. If there were one more, we could share equally among the 3 of us." Honest Man chuckled as well. "Now it seems we can only have 1 each." Their laughter faded on the 3rd floor as the pockmarked man pulled out a cigarette, lighting it with a "I know you're not with them. Join me. My brother won't treat you poorly. You'll get a girl." The supermarket was vast, and the pockmarked man's hoarse voice echoed hollowly. Waiting for a response, he thought, since I was busy dealing with Wang Di, that kid might have already slipped downstairs and escaped the supermarket. Yet, despite his thoughts, the pockmarked man's vigilance did not wane. He shone his flashlight around, casting wary glances. Lin Zhi remained concealed in the shadows, patiently waiting for the perfect moment. As soon as the man let go of his pistol, he would strike with lethal precision. Wang Di, bound to the shelves, glared furiously at the pockmarked man, reflecting, "I once believed that apart from the 4 of us, there were no other living souls in Roland County. Who would have known we were being watched all along? Alas, I was too careless." With a sudden movement, the man slapped Wang Di fiercely across the face, leaving 5 vivid crimson handprints. "What are you staring at?" he seethed. "If you keep glaring, I'll gouge your eyes out." The slap was so forceful that Wang Di's nose began to bleed profusely. Surprisingly, he did not retaliate in anger, instead asking, "Do you realize how few living people there are left?" The pockmarked man coldly replied, "What do I care?" Wang Di continued, "Don't you think we should band together for warmth instead of resorting to mutual slaughter?" The pockmarked man scoffed derisively, weighing his gun thoughtfully without responding. Wang Di pressed on, I heard your companion, honest man, say you used to work on a construction site? The pockmarked man retorted. What exactly are you trying to say? Wang Di continued. You are a man who has made a living through hard work. How can you be so ruthless against your own kind when the world has changed? The pockmarked man replied icily. Who is my kin? I was just a laborer before, looked down upon wherever I went. Now that I have an opportunity, why would I treat others kindly? Heh, I'm absolutely delighted that the world has turned out this way. I can do whatever I please. Ha! Chapter 46. The pitiful one listening to the man with pockmarked skin laugh unabashedly. Lin Zhi felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He understood that, although they were both human, the joys and sorrows of humanity have never been truly shared. In the face of this unprecedented catastrophe that befell mankind, he harbored a minimal understanding of the pockmarked man's glee at the misfortunes of others that he heard Wang Di inquire. Why do others look down upon you? The pockmarked man retorted. Why should I tell you? To humiliate myself? Wang Di replied. Once you find my two female companions, they will likely kill me, that I merely wish to have a conversation with you before I meet my end. The pockmarked man glared at Wang Di and suddenly cracked a dark smile. You're not as foolish as you appear. Well, you seem unafraid of death, which is certainly better than my two subordinates. Wang Di smiled in response. I appreciate the compliment. Just then, he noticed Uncle Zheng's finger twitch slightly and quickly averted his gaze. The pockmarked man said, Since you have guessed the truth, why not bow your head? Are you truly unafraid of death? Wang Di remained unfazed and said calmly, I have my own principles of being a man. The pockmarked man sneered. Do you disdain me? Do you think of me as nothing more than a lowly laborer? Wang Di chuckled. In a world overrun by zombies, what distinction remains between laborers and bosses? The pockmarked man chuckled darkly. You city folk always speak with forked tongues. You look down on us, yet you feast on the food grown by farmers. Wang Di replied, The reason you have never encountered good people is that your heart is filled solely with hatred. Thus, everyone you see appears vile. The pockmarked man scoffed. To hell with you, I don't need your preaching. With that, he spat heavily and prepared to turn away. That moment, Uncle Zheng had completed his transformation and was slowly advancing toward the pockmarked man. Wang Di shouted loudly, I pity you. The pockmarked man's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Wang Di. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Wang Di met the predatory gaze of the pockmarked man without flinching, enunciating deliberately. I pity you. Fury surged within the pockmarked man, and he slammed his gun against the shelf, exclaiming, Today, I will kill you. He lunged at Wang Di with ferocity. Wang Di gritted his teeth. You are a pitiful person. As Uncle Zheng's lips curled back, baring his teeth, he took 2 more steps, poised to sink his teeth into the pockmarked man's neck. Lin Zhi, concealed in the shadows, awaited this moment. Seeing the pockmarked man finally lower his weapon, he swiftly nocked an arrow, aiming to pierce the pockmarked man's skull. Just then, Uncle Zheng let out a chilling wail, startling the pockmarked man, who quickly dodged to the side. Wang Di gasped as he saw Uncle Zheng lunge and miss, hurtling directly toward him. In that instant, Lin Zhi, who had already aimed at the pockmarked man, experienced a flash of inspiration. In a swift motion to save Wang Di, he redirected his shot at Uncle Zheng. The arrow thudded into Uncle Zheng's brain, and he collapsed. The pockmarked man, startled, jumped back, while Uncle Zheng lay dead from the arrow. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. The pockmarked man darted for the shelf to retrieve his gun. Lin Zhi released another arrow. Though it might not strike a fatal blow, it would surely create a wound in the pockmarked man's chest. However, Wang Di, fearing the pockmarked man would seize the gun, suddenly thrust his feet with great force, causing a loud crash as he toppled both himself and the shelf, effectively blocking the arrow's path. A curse escaped the pockmarked man's lips as his flashlight fell to the ground, plunging the supermarket into darkness. That obscurity. 2 beams of light descended from the 3rd floor, and Chinchi, along with the honest man, shouted, Brother, what happened? Brother, are you all right? Startled, the honest man inadvertently discharged his weapon, firing 2 shots that echoed through the air. Lin Zhi drew his bow and loosed an arrow towards the source of the flashlight. Hearing a cry of pain, it was unclear whether it struck the honest man or Qin as a dark figure tumbled down the escalator. Gunfire erupted once more as the pockmarked man, in the darkness, managed to find his gun and fired 2 shots in Lin Zhi's direction, shouting, "Honest man, hurry, flank him from the other side." Lin Zhi felt a chill run down his spine, as if a bullet had grazed his head. He quickly ducked and moved to hide behind another shelf. 3 bright beams of light illuminated the area as the pockmarked man, the honest man, and Qin surrounded Lin Zhi from 3 sides. The pockmarked man commanded, "Don't rush. Be wary of this kid, shooting arrows. Take it slow." The honest man replied quietly, "All right, brother, ow, my shoulder hurts." It turned out he had been struck by Lin Zhi's arrow earlier. Lin Zhi felt a surge of anxiety. Although the supermarket was spacious, escaping from these 3 would prove exceedingly difficult. In a moment of desperation, he pulled a paper airplane from his backpack and placed it atop the highest shelf. The 3 men approached cautiously, and suddenly, a glimmering object soared into the air, darting about erratically. The honest man, startled, fired 3 shots in quick succession. The pockmarked man shouted, "Conserve your bullets. Don't waste them. Are you blind? That's just a remote-controlled airplane." Seizing the opportunity, Lin Zhi circled around the trio, noticing that Wang Di remained bound to the shelf. Unable to move, he quickly cut the ropes binding him. Once freed, Wang Di urged, "Quickly, we must go to the 3rd floor. Zombies have breached the supermarket." Lin Zhi turned to see shadows appearing at the stairway entrance. Just then, a tremendous crash echoed as the glass wall of the 1st-floor supermarket shattered, seemingly pushed down by the zombies. In an instant, the cries of the undead erupted in a deafening chorus, and in the darkness, hordes of zombies began to ascend the escalator. Chapter 47. The Supermarket Inferno. Lin Zhi and Wang Di fled to the 3rd floor. In the enveloping darkness, a sudden flash of fire illuminated the scene as flames erupted on the 2nd floor. Both men stood in bewilderment. 3 scarred men also ascended. Lin Zhi seized one of the scarred men, demanding, "What have you done?" The scarred man struggled free, exclaiming, "Don't touch me." Qin voice trembled as he stammered, "There were too many zombies. I set a towel on fire." Wang Di interjected, "You thought to use the flames to divert the zombies so you could escape here?" Qin nodded fervently, "Yes, yes." Wang Di pushed Qin, scolding, "You fool. Starting a large fire will only attract more zombies. At that point, the 3rd floor will be lost too." The honest man, pale as a ghost, turned to Wang Di, pleading, "Brother, what should we do?" His expression was one of hope, seemingly forgetting how they had previously treated Wang Di. Wang Di scoffed, "How should I know?" "Hurry, move the shelves to block the elevator." The scarred man asked, "Is there no other way?" Wang Di replied, "None." The scarred man pressed, "What about the 2 young girls from earlier?" "Where did they escape to?" Wang Di pointed to a window. "They likely went out through the window." The scarred man responded, "I don't believe that." Wang Di shrugged, "Believe it or not." The honest man chimed in, "Big brother Qin and I just searched. There are truly no other exits on the 3rd floor." The scarred man countered, "What about the fire escape?" The honest man replied, "It's all blocked." Qin trembled, then, "Shall we escape through the window?" The scarred man shot him a glare. "Are you out of your mind?" "The streets are crawling with zombies," Lin Zhi shouted. "What are you wasting time for? Quickly move the shelves to block the elevator." He suddenly reached out and snatched his gun back from the honest man. The honest man gasped, "What are you doing?" The scarred man moved his arm, then spoke in a low voice, "Everyone hurry and move the shelves." His demeanor suggested he had initially intended to confront Lin Zhi, but recognizing the dire situation, he wisely reconsidered. At that moment, the fire blazed ever larger, its glow casting an eerie pallor on each face. Faced with death, Both sides set aside their past grievances, working frantically to block the escalator with shelves. Wang Di suddenly pulled Lin Zhi aside, lowering his voice. "Follow me." Taking advantage of the chaos among the scarred men, the two ventured into the dark recesses of the supermarket. Lin Zhi felt an inkling of foreboding and whispered, "Is there another passage?" Wang Di nodded, forcefully moving a shelf aside to reveal a small door. He whispered, "I was deceiving them earlier. Zheng Lingling and Gao Shan also escaped through here." The two slipped inside, and Wang Di returned the shelf to its original position. Hesitating as he spoke, "The zombies are too formidable." In truth, a shelf won't hold them back. Besides, there are 3 escalators on the second floor leading up. Blocking just one escalator is of little use. Lin Zhi asked, "What is wrong?" "Do you intend to save those 3? Wang Di's expression grew increasingly conflicted. After all, if everyone is on the brink of death, one more living person means one less zombie. Lin Zhi looked at Wang Di incredulously. "They killed your companion Zheng Lingling's father. If you save them, how will you face Zheng Lingling?" Wang Di replied, "Yes, if Uncle Zheng had not died, I would have saved them regardless. You don't understand. We have been hiding in the supermarket for nearly a year, and this is the first time we've encountered living people." Lin Zhi coldly stated, "Sadly, that man is already dead." As he surveyed their surroundings, he realized they were in a small storage room. Just as he was about to inquire about Zheng Lingling and Gao Shan's whereabouts, Wang Di pointed outside. "Jumping out the window leads to a terrace. You can climb from there to the upper floors." Lin Zhi was taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" Wang Di said, "You go first. I will attempt to save those 3. Lin Zhi stared wide-eyed. "You still want to go? Aren't you being too much of a good Samaritan? How will Zheng Lingling face her father's murderers?" Wang Di dropped a curt reply, "I will explain it to her." He then opened the small door and moved the shelf aside. Lin Zhi couldn't help but shake his head, thinking, though Wang Di possesses remarkable adaptability, his insistence on rescuing the wicked is rather naive. However, he reconsidered, "But it's understandable. No one is inherently evil, and witnessing death without intervening is something few can bear." Moments later, Wang Di returned, his eyes red and swollen. "The smoke outside is too thick. I couldn't see a thing." Lin Zhi said, "Let's go. You've done your best." Noticing Wang Di's dejected expression, he sighed. "In truth, I, more than anyone, am reluctant to witness death, for I have experienced firsthand. Yet some individuals, alas, may possess even less conscience than the zombies." Outside was a spacious terrace, where Li Mingna had once filmed Wang Di. Standing on the terrace, the 4th-floor residents were equivalent to those on the 1st floor. Wang Di opened a nearby window, softly calling, "Zheng Lingling, Gao Shan." There was no response from within, and Wang Di turned back, saying, "Let us go inside. They should be on the 11th floor." Lin Zhi followed Wang Di as they climbed into the house, traversing the living room. Wang Di opened the door and peered into the darkened stairwell, assuring, "It's fine, cough. There are no zombies in the stairwell." By this time, thick smoke had begun to seep into the hallway, and after a couple of sentences, Wang Di was coughing, tears streaming down his face. The two quickened their pace to the 11th floor, where Wang Di knocked on the door, calling, "Zheng Lingling, Gao Shan, open up!" The security door swung open, and Zheng Lingling cried out, "Wang Di, you're alive!" As they entered, they quickly used towels to seal the gaps around the door and windows. Under the flickering light of the flames, the living room was cast in alternating shadows. The 4 sat silently on the sofa, exchanging glances, each lost in thought. Suddenly, Zheng Lingling asked, "Do you think the fire is so fierce that the building will collapse?" Gao Shan gasped, "Zheng Lingling, don't say such things. If the building collapses, we. She repeated "we" twice, unable to finish her thought. Wang Di reassured the 2 girls, it should be fine. Yet his pallor betrayed a lack of confidence in his own words. Zheng Lingling and Gao Shan clung to each other, their expressions growing increasingly fearful. Unable to endure the suffocating silence, Lin Zhi remarked, "You've been living in the supermarket." Wang Di nodded. "Yes, we've been living in the supermarket." "How did you manage to eliminate them all and reclaim the supermarket?" Wang Di gazed out the window. "We never killed a single zombie." Lin Zhi inquired. "Really?" Wang Di retracted his gaze. "When the biting incident first occurred, what comes next?" Lin Zhi cast a puzzled glance at the three individuals and inquired, "What were the four of you doing in the supermarket?" Zheng Lingling softly replied, "At that moment, people were fleeing. I was pushed by someone, hit my head against the wall, and lost consciousness. That my father escaped the supermarket, but upon realizing I hadn't, he followed. He returned to search for me. By the time we attempted to leave together, the supermarket doors had already been locked." As she mentioned her father, tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Lin Zhi turned to Gao Shan and asked, "What about you?" Gao Shan, who appeared to be around 20, with elegantly arched brows and fair skin, had long eyelashes that fluttered nervously. Upon hearing Lin Zhi's question, her face flushed and she murmured, "I was in the restroom at that time, wearing headphones. The supermarket's announcement was so loud that I didn't hear anything." I was terrified beyond measure and, for reasons unknown, stumbled into the restroom. At this point, he glanced at Gao Shan, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Gao Shan shot him a sideways glance and chided, "You think so? You barged in clumsily, and I nearly screamed for help, thinking you were a pervert." Reminiscing about the awkward situation, both of them burst into laughter, and the oppressive feeling that the towering building might crumble to ashes under the fiery chaos seemed to dissipate significantly. Wang Di chuckled. "After I dashed back inside, I wasn't too sure if there were flesh-eating zombies lurking in the supermarket. When I saw Gao Shan about to scream, I instinctively covered her mouth, and she fought back fiercely, almost biting. When a woman gets fierce, she can be more formidable than a zombie." Gradually acclimatized to the death and desolation that enveloped the city, Wang Di had begun to make light of the situation. Listening to their banter, Lin Zhi felt a surge of emotions. "At last, I can hear voices again." Wang Di continued, "I was desperately holding the door shut, preventing her from going out, warning her about the cannibals outside, but she refused to believe me." Gao Shan sighed. "You made it sound so terrifying. How could I possibly believe that everything was fine just a moment before I went to the restroom, and then suddenly it was pandemonium? You also mentioned two girls who appeared out of nowhere, completely unclothed, attacking an uncle. I found that hard to believe too. He. At that moment I thought, pointing at Wang Di's head, that something was amiss with you." The four of them chuckled softly, and Wang Di added, "I absolutely wouldn't let Gao Shan out, but there was no food or drink in the restroom." "We couldn't possibly hide there forever, could we? Eventually, hunger forced us out." Gao Shan interjected, "You were hunched over, clutching a mop, sneaking around like a thief in the night. Whenever I think back to your appearance then, I can't help but laugh. That ha ha." Wang Di replied, "And you were laughing. The moment we stepped out of the restroom, the lights in the corridor suddenly went out, and you grabbed me from behind. Of all places to hold on to, you chose my neck, nearly choking me, and you still wouldn't let go." Gao Shan retorted, "I was scared." As they conversed and laughed, appearing carefree and lighthearted, they were merely diverting their attention. Wang Di nodded. Later, when Gao Shan and I stepped out, we were both taken aback. Without realizing it, night had fallen. Through the glass doors of the supermarket, we could see two corpses lying outside, one of which had been disemboweled, blood splattered everywhere. At that moment, Gao Shan finally believed I wasn't lying. She clutched me tightly, trembling, and asked, "What on earth is happening?" But I had no idea either. I glanced around. The first floor of the supermarket was filled with household items, while food was only available on the second floor. So, I took Gao Shan's hand, and we headed upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, I was immediately struck with fear as I spotted two figures standing by the shelves. Gao Shan and I froze in place, too frightened to move, while those two figures also remained still. Wang Di chuckled at this point. It turned out those two figures were Uncle Zheng and Zheng Lingling. The supermarket was devoid of light, so they couldn't see us clearly and were equally startled. Ha ha. Zheng Lingling sighed. "My father and I were hiding on the third floor. but we were so hungry that we had no choice but to come down in search of food. Just as I tore open a packet of biscuits, you and Zheng Lingling arrived. That my heart was racing, and I told my father, "Dad, there's a ghost," Wang Di remarked. I only breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing your voice. My heart leapt with joy. Thank goodness there were others in the supermarket. After that, we all gathered together. The food in the supermarket was more than enough for us four to last a lifetime. Initially, we all believed that it wouldn't be long before the army came to rescue us. But who would have thought it would take until last night for someone to arrive? Sigh. As Wang Di recounted this, the three others sighed in sympathy, while Lin Zhi managed a bitter smile. No matter how you look at it, there are four of you. I, on the other hand, have been utterly alone from the beginning to the end. Gao Shan's eyes were filled with pity as she lamented. You must have felt incredibly lonely. Zheng Lingling added. I thought we four were unfortunate, but at least we had each other. Lin Zhi smiled faintly. Noticing that it was already past midnight, he asked, Is there anything to eat? Wang Di spread his hands. The supermarket is burned down. There is nothing left to eat. Lin Zhi was taken aback. You mean to say you didn't stock up on supplies for emergencies? Wang Di shook his head in dismay. Lin Zhi sighed. You all lack a sense of crisis. He retrieved some rations from his backpack and distributed them among the three. However, the quantity was limited, barely enough to satisfy their hunger. Gao Shan lamented. After all this time without seeing a single living person, we never imagined that such a thing would happen last night. Lin, have you checked the other apartments in this building? Perhaps we could break in and search for food. Wang Di shuddered. The other apartments are infested with zombies. In this unit, there are only 2 vacant ones on the 4th and 11th floors. Gao Shan chimed in. That is still fortunate. In the other 3 units, there are zombies in the corridors that we wouldn't dare venture over there. Lin Zhi understood now that Wang Di and the others had been hiding in the supermarket, free from the pressures of survival due to their ample supplies. They had spent day after day without having to kill even a single zombie. That he turned to Wang Di. Now that the supermarket is destroyed, what do you plan to do next? Chapter 49. Chen Qi, the 4 individuals were all in their youth, and through mere exchanges, they quickly grew familiar with one another. Lin Zhi spoke candidly, unreservedly sharing his thoughts. Wang Di remarked, by the way, had it not been for you tonight, we would have been in quite a predicament. However, I have yet to inquire about your name. Lin Zhi replied, Lin Zhi. Casting a glance at Wang Di and the others, he added, There is no need for you to introduce yourselves. I am already aware of your names. Wang Di pondered for a moment before asking, Where do you reside? Lin Zhi responded, At the Chuyun building. Chuyun building. The 3 of them were taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances, almost doubting their own hearing. Gao Shan exclaimed, But that place is quite far from here. How? How did you manage to get here with so many zombies on the way? Zheng Lingling gazed at Lin Zhi with admiration, saying, Brother Lin Zhi, you are truly remarkable. Lin Zhi chuckled modestly. It is nothing extraordinary. I simply grew weary of solitude, and, knowing there might be others here, I sought them out. Wang Di inquired with curiosity, How did you know there were? Lin Zhi then recounted the tale of how he had sought vegetable seeds, encountered Li Mengna, and discovered videos on her phone, along with some details about the Chuyun building. The 3 were astounded and pressed him for the timing of his arrival at the Chuyun building. When they learned that Lin Zhi had traveled from Guizhou to Jiangsu, their astonishment deepened. Wang Di was particularly moved and remarked, Having experienced the apocalypse together, your survival knowledge far surpasses mine. But he thought to himself, He appears to be of a similar age to me. Yet he is a... Turning to Zheng Lingling and Gao Shan, Wang Di suggested, Why don't we go to the Chuyun building together? As you know, it is rich in supplies, and Lin Zhi mentioned that there is electricity. Zheng Lingling and Gao Shan exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of longing and trepidation. Gao Shan voiced, But can Zheng Lingling and I really go? The 3 of them turned their gazes toward Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi contemplated, The Chuyun building has only been partially reclaimed, with floors 99 to 97 secured. To fully reclaim the entire building alone is an impossible task. That he then said, To speak candidly, I would very much like for you all to accompany me, but the journey is fraught with peril. I must forewarn you, should any of you be captured by zombies, I may not be able to save you. not only because I might be unable to, but also because I could lose my own life in the attempt. Upon hearing this, Zheng Lingling and Gao Shan felt their fervor extinguished, exchanging silent glances filled with uncertainty. Lin Zhi paused, looking out at the flickering flames outside, and continued, "You may take your time to consider. After all, we have plenty of time that we do not know how many zombies the fire has attracted, and it may take days for them to disperse." Gao Shan responded with an "oh," her gaze sharpening as if she had made a significant decision, declaring, "I don't need to think it over anymore, brother Lin Zhi. I have made up my mind. I will go with you." Lin Zhi nodded, but noticed Zheng Lingling's gaze wavering, clearly torn by fear and indecision. Wang Di took her hand gently and said, "Lin Zhi has mentioned that we cannot leave just yet, so take your time to think it over. There is no rush in making a decision, but if you choose to stay, rest assured, I will remain here with you." Zheng Lingling felt a surge of emotion, tears welling in her eyes as she choked out, "Wang Di, you are so kind to me." By this time, the sky had begun to brighten, and the fire below gradually died down. Suddenly, a loud rustling sound echoed as a large piece of advertising fabric floated down from the rooftop. The fabric billowed in the wind, revealing the faded gray words "Apocalyptic Ants," the promotional poster for a recently released disaster film before the transformation of the world. Wang Di reflected, "I have read the book Apocalyptic Ants, written by someone named Yin Tianxiu. I have always wondered if this person had crossed over from another realm, for the scenes described in the book are eerily identical to our current reality." At this point, he burst into laughter, gasping for breath as he turned to Zheng Lingling and Gao Shan. "What a pity we can't find that book now. Otherwise, you two could learn a thing or two about surviving in the apocalypse." "Ha ha." Lin Zhi could not help but smile. "Enough of this nonsense. We should go pry open the door of the neighboring unit and find some rice to cook a porridge. That is the priority." The rations he carried were limited and divided among the four of them. None had eaten their fill. Zheng Lingling, feeling apprehensive, stammered, "But there are zombies in the other rooms." "We have heard their wails before," Lin Zhi asserted. "Even if there are, we must pry the door open. Otherwise, we will all starve to death and become zombies ourselves. Since we are all facing the same fate, who is there to fear?" He then asked, "Are there zombies in every room?" Gao Shan interjected, "Yes, there are. We have tried knocking before." Lin Zhi chuckled, "So you are neighbors with zombies, then?" Wang Di rummaged through the room for a crowbar and a hammer, and the four of them ventured out. The hallway was thick with the stench of charred debris, mingling with a faint wisp of smoke. Wang Di swung the hammer and gently tapped on the door of room 1103. Instantly, a cacophony of zombie wails erupted from within. Gao Shan quickly stopped Wang Di, saying, "Let us try another room. There is more than one zombie in this one." That they ascended another floor, and Wang Di knocked on the door of room 1201. Just as he raised the hammer to strike, a faint "oh" echoed from above, as if someone had exhaled a soft sigh. Zheng Lingling jumped in fright. "A zombie," Gao Shan whispered. "How could there be a zombie? Could it be? Could it be a zombie opening the door?" Wang Di replied, "Don't be ridiculous. We have been living here for so long. When have you ever seen a zombie open a door?" Gao Shan's voice trembled. What if it opened by accident? Could it be the three of them, pockmarked man and his companions? Lin Zhi drew his handgun, motioning for them to proceed cautiously. He thought to himself that the fourth floor's windows were high enough that the zombies from the supermarket below could not reach them. Upon ascending to the next floor, they discovered a figure sprawled in the hallway, its clothing charred and tattered. Lin Zhi turned the person over, revealing a face swollen and blackened, likely from the flames and smoke. Wang Di observed the figure's build and remarked, "It can't be the honest man. It must be Qin Shi. The pockmarked man would be taller." Lin Zhi noticed the person's eyes fluttering open and, with a few sips from his water bottle, revived him. After splashing some water on his face, he recognized it was indeed Qin Shi. As Qin Shi drank the water, he was jolted awake by the cold, exclaiming, it hurts so much." "You are still alive, not burned to death," Lin Zhi scoffed. "If you know pain, then you want to die. Now tell me, where are your elder brother and the honest man?" Chapter 50. The locksmith expert Qin Shi hummed softly. The two of them, didn't escape. They must have been reduced to ashes." Lin Zhi exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Di, who promptly searched the stairwell top to bottom and returned, shaking his head. "I even checked the rooftop. There's no one. Suddenly, Zheng Lingling pulled a small knife from her possession and, lunging towards Qin Shi, cried out in anguish before the words could fully escape her lips. You. I will kill you to avenge my father. Qin Shi was taken aback and turned over, exclaiming, I didn't kill your father. It was the honest man who did. My elder brother intended to keep your father alive too, to use him as leverage against you, but the honest man acted without restraint and took your father's life. Zheng Lingling shouted, You cannot escape responsibility. With that, she plunged the knife downward. Qin Shi instinctively raised his arm to block, a gaping wound opening on his forearm as he cried out in pain. Zheng Lingling withdrew the knife, but upon seeing the blood gushing from the wound, she suddenly fainted, darkness enveloping her vision. Wang Di acted swiftly, catching her in his arms and pressing on her acupoint. After a brief moment, Zheng Lingling stirred, tears streaming down her face as she murmured, I want my dad. I want my dad. Qin Shi trembled. I swear, I'm not lying. Your father was killed by the honest man, that I even pleaded with my elder brother, saying 3 of us were too few, and that keeping your father alive could give us more manpower. In truth, I'm a coward, no braver than a mouse. How could I dare to kill someone? Wang Di sighed and addressed Zheng Lingling. I believe Qin Shi is telling the truth. Since he did not kill your father, let us spare his life. Zheng Lingling, a mere 17 or 18-year-old girl, after stabbing Qin Shi, could only feel her resolve wane upon witnessing his blood flowing profusely. Although her heart brimmed with hatred, she found herself unable to strike again, collapsing into Wang Di's embrace, weeping sorrowfully. Lin Zhi observed from the side, musing that while Wang Di possessed many admirable qualities, he was it truly necessary to spare someone like Qin Shi? He barked, Get the hell out of here! Qin Shi, swaying as he attempted to rise, suddenly stumbled and tumbled down the stairs. He had fortuitously discovered a small door the previous night, narrowly escaping death, only to be overcome by smoke in the stairwell. Now, drained of all strength, he could not rise. Lin Zhi and the others descended, ignoring him completely. Lin Zhi seized a hammer and struck the door with a resounding bang. With each blow, the living dead trapped inside the building let out a chorus of agonized moans, causing great irritation. After several strikes, the security door was battered and dented, its edges crumpled and deformed. Yet one could not help but admire the formidable craftsmanship that had gone into its construction, as the door remained steadfastly shut. Why resort to brute force? Qin Shi, lying on the ground, suddenly spoke up. If you give me a few more sips of water, I can unlock the door for you. Lin Zhi paused. You can pick locks? Qin Shi nodded. You were likely a thief who picked locks to break in. Qin Shi chuckled weakly, eliciting a grimace from the pain that coursed through him. Lin Zhi fed him a few more sips of water, and Qin Shi slowly sat up, tearing a piece of fabric from his clothing to bandage his arm. After catching his breath, he shakily produced a black pouch from his person, revealing 4 or 5 steel wires approximately 3 inches long, 2 of which had been bent into small hooks. Standing up, Qin Shi declared, This door has been damaged. It looks unsightly. Which door shall I open anew? Wang Di pointed to the security door in the middle. Open this one. Qin Shi nodded, holding a pair of steel wires in each hand. His arm trembled as he manipulated them, suddenly stepping back 2 paces and whispering, The door is open. Wang Di, already positioned before the door, gathered his strength and cautiously pulled it open a crack, bracing for any sudden emergence of zombies. Lin Zhi readied his bow, peering through the gap. Inside, he spotted only a decrepit male corpse with white hair. Releasing his grip, an arrow struck true, and the corpse fell with a thud. Wang Di inquired softly, Is there anyone else? Lin Zhi replied, You can let go now. With such a commotion, if there were any zombies, they would have all crowded at the door. As the security door swung wide, a foul stench of decay wafted forth, accumulated over time. Once the odor subsided, Lin Zhi stepped inside. Noting the dust-laden floor marked with the dragging traces of zombies, that he opened the living room window, checked several rooms, and called to Wang Di and the others. Come in. There are no zombies here. Wang Di tossed the corpse that lay at the threshold out through the window, while Gao Shan entered the kitchen and exclaimed, "Wonderful! There's a bag of rice that hasn't been opened." Lin Zhi followed her into the kitchen, and upon seeing the rice, Gao Shan also discovered millet, dried dates, candied fruits, and mung beans from the lower cabinet. She smiled at Lin Zhi, saying, "We can cook a pot of laba congee." Lin Zhi nodded, noting that the household used an induction cooker, stating, "I'll start the fire." Stepping out of the living room, he saw that Chen Qi had already kindled a fire with a stool. Wiping his face, Chen Qi cautiously asked Lin Zhi and Wang Di, "Could you allow me to join you?" Lin Zhi thought, Chen Qi's lock-picking skills may prove invaluable in the future. He exchanged a glance with Wang Di, and they both nodded in agreement. Chen Qi's spirits lifted, and he worked even harder. Half an hour later, the laba congee was ready. Except for Zheng Lingling, who only managed to drink half a bowl, the others each had 3 bowls. Zheng Lingling set her bowl down, feeling a heaviness in her heart, prompting Gao Shan to accompany her to the rooftop for a breath of fresh air. As the day wore on, with the 2 girls still not descending, Wang Di grew increasingly concerned and, along with Lin Zhi, made his way to the rooftop. Chen Qi, feeling guilty, followed closely behind. With 2 floors remaining to the rooftop, they spotted Gao Shan rushing down, and upon seeing Wang Di and Lin Zhi, she exclaimed in a panic, "Hurry! Zheng Lingling is about to jump off the building. I can't persuade her no matter what." Wang Di, upon hearing this, dashed upstairs. Upon reaching the rooftop door, he saw Zheng Lingling standing precarious. Wang Di spoke gently, "Give me your hand. What troubles can't be overcome?" Zheng Lingling's gaze was vacant. I don't want to live anymore. Don't come closer." Lin Zhi remained silent, avoiding Zheng Lingling's gaze as he gradually approached from another angle. Suddenly, he seized her legs and pulled her down. Zheng Lingling emitted desperate gasps, struggling with all her might. Lin Zhi grasped the fabric of her shirt, delivering 2 sharp slaps to her face, shouting, "Is it really so easy to die? If you wish to die, do it quietly. Don't burden everyone with worry. If you die like this, can you truly face yourself or your father?" Chapter 51. Doing this for your own good. That resounding shout struck like a thunderclap, causing Zheng Lingling to... Lin Zhizong, with a grim expression, stepped aside. Wang Di gently inquired, "Zheng Lingling, what troubles you? You can share it with me. Why resort to such drastic measures?" Zheng Lingling trembled slightly, raising her head. I don't even know why. Suddenly, I just wanted to jump down, that I still can't comprehend why." Wang Di responded with an understanding, "Oh, are you thinking of your father?" Zheng Lingling, in a daze, shook her head. "Not entirely." Wang Di pondered. "Is it that when you looked down, an unconscious urge to jump arose, while rationality warned you against it?" Zheng Lingling replied with a soft, "It seems that way." Wang Di nodded. "Precisely. This is your subconscious death instinct at play." Zheng Lingling asked, "Death instinct? What is that?" Wang Di explained, "It is known as the destructive impulse, an inherent instinct within us. Humans are contradictory beings. On one hand, we possess the instinct to survive, while on the other, we harbor a desire for self-destruction. When you find yourself at a height, an impulse to leap emerges from your subconscious, compounded by the blow of Uncle Zheng's passing, leading you to climb onto the parapet without truly wishing to take your life." Wang Di's analysis prompted Zheng Lingling to nod repeatedly. Upon turning, he noticed Chen Qi's solemn expression and murmured, "He has dissected her psyche so clearly, better than she understands herself. This is terrifying." What Chen Qi articulated was, in fact, a common human sentiment. In life, we desire to be understood by others, yet simultaneously fear that they may unveil every aspect of our being, feeling as though we stand before them completely exposed. Wang Di helped Zheng Lingling to her feet, speaking softly, "You are utterly exhausted. Go and rest well, and everything will be fine. Trust me." He emphasized, "I am doing this for your own good." Zheng Lingling nodded. In her eyes, Wang Di now seemed akin to a divine presence. Returning to room 1202, everyone congregated in the living room, the bedroom remaining empty, as if their gathering provided a psychological anchor, lending a sense of safety. Zheng Lingling appeared weary, her spirit on the brink of collapse, yet despite reclining on the sofa, sleep eluded her. Gao Shan gently reassured her, urging her to rest for a while, but Zheng Lingling shook her head. "I am afraid. Gao Shan queried. What are you afraid of? Zheng Lingling's gaze was vacant. I don't know, perhaps. Perhaps it's the zombies. Gao Shan, I fear that if I fall asleep, you will all disappear. Gao Shan smiled. How could that be? We have been together for a year. Do you not trust me? Sleep now. I promise I won't leave you. Yet, regardless of her assurances, Zheng Lingling remained like a startled fawn, unable to relax for even a moment. I'm so sleepy. Wang Di inadvertently yawned loudly, bleary-eyed as he looked at Zheng Lingling. Sleep. You are so tired that you can hardly keep your eyes open. Strangely, no amount of comfort from Gao Shan seemed effective, but as Wang Di casually yawned, Zheng Lingling instinctively shut her eyes, soon emitting even breaths of slumber. Not only Zheng Lingling, but Qin Shi and Gao Shan also appeared to be infected by the yawn, both succumbing to the waves of drowsiness and drifting off in succession. Wang Di turned to Lin Zhi. Aren't you tired? Lin Zhi replied. With the fate of the acne-scarred boy and the honest man uncertain, you rest. Having one person awake feels safer. Wang Di commented, You are quite vigilant. Lin Zhi retorted, Weren't you also quite sleepy just now? He thought, If I wasn't vigilant, I wouldn't have made it this far. Wang Di replied, I am not tired. I merely wanted to help Zheng Lingling fall asleep. Lin Zhi scrutinized Wang Di and suddenly remarked, You are quite adept at influencing others. Have you studied psychology? Wang Di chuckled. No, it's just a hobby. My yawn was merely a suggestion to Zheng Lingling that she is indeed very tired. Lin Zhi acknowledged, Your method is simple yet effective. Gao Shan's extensive reassurances yield less than your single yawn. Wang Di smiled again. She has not grasped the method. She does not understand that girls' hearts tend to lean towards emotion rather than reason. The more rationally she comforts Zheng Lingling, the more guarded Zheng Lingling becomes. Lin Zhi chuckled, lighting a cigarette. Wang Di cautioned, Smoking is detrimental to your health. You should quit, as it may lead to tumors. Lin Zhi replied nonchalantly, Considering the uncertainty of whether I will see tomorrow's sun, do you think I would concern myself over a potential tumor years down the line? Wang Di fell silent for a moment. I am doing this for your own good. Lin Zhi expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Wang Di sighed. Don't you wish to sleep? Lin Zhi replied, Not tired. Wang Di urged, You should rest for a while. Otherwise, your body will suffer. I am doing this for your own good. Lin Zhi scoffed, remaining silent. Yet in his heart he pondered, Are you genuinely looking out for me, or attempting to exert psychological control? Generally, those who often proclaim I am doing this for your own good do not genuinely consider others. Rather, they seek to establish a psychological advantage in their interactions to dominate the other. And Wang Di has already repeated this phrase twice in a short span. Though Lin Zhi speculated, he could not be certain. If Wang Di were indeed well-meaning, would he not be misjudging a kind heart? He replied coolly, You appear tired as well. You should sleep. Wang Di yawned. Now that you mention it, I do feel rather sleepy, so I shall rest first. With that, he closed his eyes. Lin Zhi observed Wang Di, uncertain whether he was genuinely asleep or merely pretending. Suddenly, he felt that Wang Di was not quite as he had initially perceived. After a while, Lin Zhi stood by the window, gazing out at the desolate street scene, observing perhaps it was due to his prolonged solitude that he had begun to find communication with others uncomfortable, feeling that interacting with people was less forthright than facing a ghost. Reflecting on the ghost, Lin Zhi smirked. I wonder if that fellow, alone in the Su Yun building, unseen by himself, also experiences loneliness. The next day at noon, Qin Shi went to the rooftop for some fresh air and returned shortly. We could catch them and make a pot of braised pigeon soup. Surely it would be far more appetizing than plain porridge. Chapter 52. No one can be brave for you, Lin Zhi remarked. Braised pigeon. Gao Shan quickly interjected, Qin Shi, stop entertaining such wild thoughts. There are zombies in the corridor of the neighboring unit. Upon hearing about braised pigeon meat, Lin Zhi's mouth watered, for he had not tasted fresh meat in nearly a year. Observing the change in Gao Shan's complexion, he mused, catching pigeons could also serve to hone her and Zheng Lingling's skills and courage. Otherwise, with their delicate appearances, how could they ever venture to Yuyan Tower? They would likely be petrified before even crossing a street. Lin Zhi nodded. Very well, let us go catch some pigeons now. Chen Qi shook his head. We must wait until nightfall. During the day, pigeons are quite elusive. Once night falls and the light fades, they become much easier to capture. Wang Di looked at Lin Zhi. Are we really going to catch pigeons? Lin Zhi affirmed with a nod. Of course. Wang Di acquiesced. All right, the three of us will go tonight. Lin Zhi countered no. Zheng Lingling and Gao Shan must accompany us as well. Wang Di hesitated, clearly concerned. I fear they might be frightened. Can you protect them for a lifetime? Lin Zhi replied coldly that if they lack bravery, no one can substitute for that. Lin Zhi responded, then when we catch the pigeons, don't expect to share in the feast, that I wouldn't care to eat it anyway. Zheng Lingling pouted that I won't be going to Yin Tower either. I might as well starve to death here. What is the big deal? Lin Zhi gazed at Zheng Lingling, stating calmly, whether you choose to go or not has never been my imposition. It is your decision to make. Zheng Lingling's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she turned her head away, prompting Wang Di to quickly offer her quiet comfort, saying, I'll go catch the pigeons and share my portion with you. Witnessing their exchange, Lin Zhi could not help but shake his head inwardly, reflecting on how fortunate they had been to survive thus far, having stumbled upon an abandoned supermarket. That evening, Chen Qi, Lin Zhi, Gao Shan, and Wang Di ascended to the rooftop. They found a large iron lock securing the elevator access door of the adjacent unit. Chen Qi produced a metal rod and pried open the lock. Earlier, Lin Zhi had noticed that the elevator access doors of the other two units were also locked, but he was too apathetic to inquire whether they had always been that way or if Wang Di and his group had secured them. Gao Shan softly asked Chen Qi, why not use a wire to pick the lock? Chen Qi replied, the iron lock is rusted. It won't budged, as soon as the elevator access. Lin Zhi switched on his headlamp and ventured inside, the hallway shrouded in darkness, intermittently pierced by the muffled moans of zombies echoing from below, as if the sounds were emanating from the depths of the earth. Gao Shan trailed behind, ensuring the elevator access door was securely closed, wedging it shut with the broken lock to prevent any zombies from entering while they were catching pigeons. After descending 2 flights, the sound of footsteps echoed from below. Lin Zhi peered over the railing, spotting a fast zombie ascending step by step. This zombie had been trapped in the stairwell for an extended period, aimlessly wandering up and down. Yet, it possessed no intelligence and could not comprehend how to open a door to escape. Lin Zhi drew an arrow, nocked it, and softly whistled. The fast zombie suddenly lifted its head, and Lin Zhi released his grip. Hearing a soft, Wang Di quietly praised excellent shooting. Lin Zhi knocked another arrow and continued downwards, with Wang Di following closely, wielding a baseball bat, while Chen Qi walked third, brandishing a machete. Descending several more flights, they approached the 17th floor, where the unmistakable sounds of zombie moans filled the air, and 2 shadowy figures emerged from below. Lin Zhi's heart raced. Facing 2 fast zombies in such a narrow space could be perilous. However, upon closer inspection, he inwardly rejoiced to find they were merely 2 decaying corpses that he aimed at one of the corpses' heads, prepared to shoot, when a thought struck him. He turned and whispered, these zombies lack offensive capabilities. Who wishes to practice their skills? I will. Wang Di stepped forward, raising the baseball bat high, that he understood that to survive. Lin Zhi stepped aside, allowing Wang Di to take the lead. As the 2 decaying corpses approached, Wang Di swung the bat down with force, and with a sickening crunch, the first corpse's head exploded, its skull shattered. Impressive. Lin Zhi whispered approvingly, adding, leave the remaining one for Gao Shan. Gao Shan gasped. Me? Lin Zhi nodded. There is nothing to fear. You must confront it. Gao Shan gritted her teeth, gripping the bat as she advanced. Lin Zhi halted her. You don't have Wang Di's strength. You 1T crushed the corpse's skull with the bat. Use the knife instead. That he handed her the tiger tooth military knife, sheath and all. This knife is a gift for you. Though their time together had been brief, Lin Zhi discerned that while Gao Shan appeared delicate, she possessed more independence than Zheng Lingling. Gao Shan accepted the knife. Though unsure of its lethal potential, she felt grateful for Lin Zhi's generosity. The last decaying corpse sluggishly approached, and Gao Shan drew the knife, aiming for the zombie's heart. Lin Zhi urged, "Aim for the eye socket. Remain calm." Yes, just like that, stab, with determination. Though her strength was adequate, her aim faltered by half an inch, and the blade struck the corpse's brow, failing to penetrate. The corpse lunged forward, and Gao Shan let out a startled cry, stumbling back. Fortunately, in her panic, she kicked the corpse away, sending it tumbling down the stairs, where it collided with the security door with a thud. Very good. Lin Zhi helped her to her feet, whispering in her ear, "Try again. You may reduce your force, but your aim must be precise. And do not scream. It will only attract more zombies." Gao Shan steadied herself and descended the stairs as the corpse struggled to rise. She swiftly struck. Lin Zhi descended the stairs. "Well done. Even better than I was at first. However, the final twist is unnecessary. The corpse bears no grudge against you. Killing it is sufficient. Your twisting serves only to waste time. What if another—" Gao Shan panted, her expression a mix of fear and exhilaration, confessing, "In truth, I do not despise zombies. I merely fear them." Lin Zhi chuckled. "Fear is indeed a wise companion. It keeps you perpetually vigilant. Do you think I am not afraid?" Chapter 53. A heartfelt feast. Gao Shan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Did I truly kill the zombie?" Lin Zhi chuckled softly. "Are you still in disbelief?" As they conversed, Chen Qi had already begun to probe the door with a steel wire. He held his breath, attuned to the subtle movements of the lock's pins. Just as he was about to succeed, a sudden, chilling wail emanated from the landing between the 17th and 16th floors. Startled, his arm trembled, causing the pins to spring back into place. Wang Di, taken aback, instinctively switched on his flashlight. The brilliant beam illuminated 4 fast-moving zombies, their teeth bared, rushing towards the light. Lin Zhi gasped. "Turn off the flashlight." He drew his handgun and fired amidst the cacophony of zombie shrieks, only to hear a thunderous stampede of countless more zombies approaching. Wang Di shouted, "Hurry, open the door!" With a fierce swing, he struck one of the advancing zombies, shattering its skull. Probing the door with the steel wire was already a delicate task, and with Chen Qi in a state of panic, Wang Di's urging only exacerbated his flustered attempts, causing the pins to rebound time and again. Lin Zhi fired a flurry of shots, dispatching the remaining 3 zombies, and called out, "Quick, to the rooftop!" But then, Chen Qi shouted in jubilation, "The door is open!" The 4 of them surged through in the darkness. The relentless wails of the undead echoed, and it was impossible to ascertain how many zombies lurked outside. It was clear that a solitary handgun would be inadequate for the impending onslaught. Amidst the turmoil, a flash of cold steel glinted, and with a swift motion, Gao Shan severed the zombie's hand, allowing Lin Zhi to slam the door shut with finality. The 4 collapsed onto the floor, exchanging glances, their faces pale and speechless. Before long, the sounds of the zombies battering against the door began to wane, replaced by the fluttering noises from the bedroom. Wang Di called out, "Quick, shut the window. The pigeons are about to escape." Chen Qi rose and reassured, "It's fine. The pigeons are merely startled. They will only flutter in their nest at night, and one fly away." Wang Di grunted in acknowledgement and fell silent. Gao Shan inquired, "How do you know so much?" Chen Qi chuckled, while Lin Zhi remarked, "He must have stolen quite a few in the past." Gao Shan questioned, "Is it worth stealing pigeons?" Chen Qi retorted, "Let us not call— In our lingo, we refer to it as borrowing." Gao Shan couldn't help but laugh. "Borrowing without returning? But Brother Qi, why would you borrow pigeons? Do you have a penchant for braised pigeon?" Having endured, Chen Qi grinned, "Sister Gao Shan, thank you for calling me Brother Qi. You have no idea, a prize pigeon can be exchanged for a whole apartment." Gao Shan gasped. "So expensive? Brother Qi, are you pulling my leg?" Chen Qi chuckled, unabashed. "I once leveraged pigeons to purchase 3 apartments on Jianxi Road and even acquired a villa in Shidai Tianjiao. Quite impressive, wouldn't you say?" Lin Zhi, not being a local of Roland County, brushed it off, but Wang Di and Gao Shan exclaimed in disbelief. A villa in Shidai Tianjiao costs over 10 million. Did you truly afford it? No exaggeration? Chen Shi, filled with pride, replied, What is it to you? I also supported a female university student. Wang Di, reflecting on his own struggles, lamented, I've toiled late into the night running my shop, and it seems my whole life of hard work doesn't even compare to your pigeon theft. Gao Shan retorted, Brother Qi, that's quite disgusting, supporting a university student. Wang Di shrugged. Men are like that. What's so strange about it? Chen Qi asked Wang Di. What kind of shop do you run that requires you to stay up late? Wang Di replied, A murder mystery game shop. Ever heard of it? Chen Qi nodded. I've heard of it, but I find it uninteresting. Sitting around analyzing who the killer is, what is the thrill compared to the real deal? Lin Zhi stood up. You truly consider stealing to be a form of entertainment. Let us go catch some pigeons. With a flashlight in hand, he ventured into the bedroom, where Chen Qi closed the window, while Wang Di retrieved a woven bag from the kitchen, having spilled its contents onto the floor. The four worked together, capturing the pigeons one by one. As Chen Qi had mentioned, the pigeons, bewildered in the night, remained motionless when illuminated by the flashlight's beam that in a matter of moments, they had captured every last one. Chen Qi shook the bag, laughing. There are surely 17 or 18 of them, enough for us four to indulge in a hearty meal. Lin Zhi approached the security door, listening intently. Footsteps echoed in the hallway, occasionally punctuated by the distant wails of the undead. Gao Shan whispered, This is bad. We can't go back. Wang Di reassured, It's all right that I saw earlier that the kitchen window is very close to the neighboring apartment. Lin Zhi entered the kitchen and found the window of the adjacent apartment's restroom wide open, devoid of any noise. Estimating the distance, he figured they could bridge the gap with a piece of doorboard. Chen Qi promptly dismantled the kitchen door, shattered the window glass, and extended the board to the opposite windowsill. Lin Zhi climbed over and spotted a vague silhouette standing in the dimly lit living room. The figure approached the floor-to-ceiling window, and as moonlight illuminated its face, it appeared pallid, with sunken cheeks, shrouded in a veil of darkness. Lin Zhi drew back his bowstring, aiming for the head, and released an arrow that struck true, dispatching the zombie, that he then tossed a soap box into the living room, which elicited a low growl, prompting with another arrow. He swiftly took down the male zombie. Once silence reigned in the room, he beckoned Chen Qi and the others to join him. Chen Qi, short and nimble from his life of thievery, swiftly climbed over. When it was Gao Shan's turn, she peered down, the darkness below resembling an abyss, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Lin Zhi encouraged her. Don't look down. Trust yourself. You can do it. Chen Qi chimed in. Just treat it as crawling on the ground. Gao Shan nodded, cautiously moving forward, but suddenly a gust of wind swept by, causing her to scream, nearly losing her balance. Chen Qi quickly reached out, guiding her safely across. Wang Di was the last to make it over, his face betraying none of the fear he felt inside. Once in the living room, Gao Shan collapsed onto the sofa, taking a moment to recover. As she settled, she felt something pressing against her. Upon inspection, she discovered an iron rod. Grasping both ends of the rod, she sensed it was somewhat loose. With a forceful tug, it emitted a resounding whoosh, and she felt a chill run through her, making her shiver, and the three others simultaneously gasped in alarm. Chapter 54. Your choice, Chen Qi exclaimed. What a splendid cudgel. He reached out to take it, flipping the hilt around. The scabbard had a screw thread that, when twisted together, transformed into a 3-foot-long sword. I'll give you back your knife. Lin Zhi considered that Gao Shan's arms were not particularly long, and wielding a 1-meter-long cudgel against zombies would allow for a much safer distance. So he accepted the return of the military knife. Chen Qi and Wang Di rummaged through the room. But alas, no other weapons could be found. Lin Zhi opened the security door, and upon seeing two unopened barrels of bottled water beside the water dispenser, Qin Shi and Wang Di each shouldered a barrel and returned to room 1201. Zheng Lingling opened the door, her expression blank as she sat on the sofa. Qin Shi counted the pigeons. 5 individuals, each with 3, and 2 extras. He selected 1 male and 1. That evening, Qin Shi prepared a pot of braised pigeon, showcasing his culinary skills, and everyone savored the meal with great delight. The following midday, Lin Zhi awoke from his slumber and gazed out the window, noticing that the zombies on the street had dispersed significantly. He resolved to descend and investigate the situation at the supermarket. Wang Di, Qin Shi, and Gao Shan followed suit, leaping from the 4th floor to the terrace, entering through a small door. What they encountered was a devastating fire. Even the supermarket on the 3rd floor had been reduced to ashes, the walls charred black, and the ground littered with remnants of burnt debris, an acrid stench filling the air. As the 4 traversed the ashes, they noticed a mound of blackened debris that shifted slightly. Qin Shi prodded it with his machete, revealing a zombie that had been nearly incinerated, resembling a piece of charred wood, yet it still clung to existence. Qin Shi thrust his blade into the half-burnt mouth of the creature, shaking his head. These fellows truly embody the phrase immortal beings. Surveying the area, he discovered that the charred corpses were not. Lin Zhi approached the escalator, bending down to examine the 2nd floor, which was the site of the initial fire. An even grimmer scene awaited him, with ashes strewn everywhere and distorted shelves, the number of dismembered bodies surpassing that of the 3rd floor by several times. From the 1st floor, the faint sounds of zombie groans could be heard. Lin Zhi remarked, "The zombies have dispersed significantly. We shall depart tonight." Wang Di interjected hastily. "Zheng Lingling is not yet prepared." Lin Zhi replied, "Isn't she unwilling to leave?" Wang Di countered, "That may be so, but does she intend to wait here for death?" Lin Zhi stated, "I have no time to wait for her, and frankly, I believe her situation. At least she might live a few more days. That be why the way. You mentioned you would stay with her, did you not?" Wang Di managed a wry smile but said nothing. Lin Zhi continued, "I must leave tonight. The specter still roams the Yuyun building." After a moment of silence, Wang Di suddenly pleaded, "Could you grant me 3 days?" Lin Zhi was puzzled. "What can you accomplish in 3 days? Are you planning to turn Zheng Lingling into a killer?" He could not help but chuckle. "She wouldn't even take a single step out the door." Wang Di insisted, "Do not concern yourself. Just give me 3 days, please." Lin Zhi hesitated for a moment. "Very well, but I will not wait beyond 3 days." Wang Di nodded. "I have one more request. You 3 should find another place, and let me and Zheng Lingling have room 1201. Lin Zhi queried, "Why?" Without waiting for a response, he acquiesced, "All right." The group returned, and Lin Zhi and the others ascended 2 floors. Qin Shi produced a wire and pried open room 1401. Upon opening the door, a foul stench of decaying flesh assaulted their senses, and a putrid corpse stood behind the door, promptly dispatched by Gao Shan's blade. After confirming that no other zombies remained in the room, Lin Zhi approached Qin Shi directly, saying, "Shall we strike a deal?" Qin Shi paused. "What sort of deal?" Lin Zhi drew. "I will give you the gun if you teach me how to pick locks." Qin Shi's eyes lit up. "You're not joking? You truly mean to give me the pistol and the ammunition?" Lin Zhi pressed the firearm into his hands, along with 3 magazines filled with bullets. Qin Shi cradled the gun and ammunition, perplexed. "Lin Zhi, if you want to learn how to pick locks, all you had to do was ask. There was no need for such a trade. This is not something easily obtained. Dio, you know how my brother acquired that police gun. It's 10 times more powerful than yours and was earned at the cost of several lives. What precinct are you referring to?" "You mean the police station, right?" Lin Zhi chuckled. "I simply wish to avoid being in your debt." Qin Shi tilted his head. "Aren't we brothers?" Lin Zhi replied, "Not quite yet." In truth, Lin Zhi understood that if he had directly requested Qin Shi to teach him how to pick locks, Qin Shi would have felt pressured to comply, but during the lesson, he might withhold secrets. It was far more straightforward to negotiate terms with someone of Qin Shi's ilk. Qin Shi mused, "This fellow does understand the rules. Very well, since you have offered a substantial price, I, Qin Shi, shall impart all my lock-picking skills to you." Qin Shi retrieved a small pouch, offering Lin Zhi 2 steel wires. "All right, I shall begin teaching you now." He then procured paper and pen, sketching the internal structures of 7 or 8 types of locks, explaining the principles of lock-picking in detail. After completing the explanation, he led Lin Zhi to the security door, personally demonstrating the techniques for opening it. Meanwhile, upstairs, Lin Zhi was diligently studying, while downstairs, Wang Di gently asked Zheng Ling, "You may go with Lin Zhi. I do not blame you." Wang Di took Zheng Lingling's hands, speaking softly, "I promised you that if you did not leave, I would certainly remain by your side." Zheng Lingling hastily replied, "No, please do not. If the food runs out, we shall starve together. Just imagine, if we were to die and become zombies trapped in this cold, desolate room, over time, we would eventually turn into 2 piles of bones." "It's not so terrible." Zheng Lingling shuddered. "Wang Di, please do not say such things." Wang Di smiled. "If at that time, our souls still linger, we might plead with heaven, saying, 'Please grant us another chance at life.' And heaven would respond, 'Very well.' So, what will your choice be?" Chapter 55. Speak the secrets of your heart. Zheng Lingling was momentarily taken aback, and after a long pause, "Shall we commence our training from this moment onward? I believe your father would also wish for you to grow strong." "My father?" Zheng Lingling suddenly shuddered. Wang Di inquired, "What is the matter?" Zheng Lingling whispered, It's nothing." Wang Di patted her on the head. "What are you pondering?" "Enough of this. We only have 3 days." Zheng Lingling was taken aback. "Just 3 days? What can I possibly train in that time?" Wang Di replied, "A courageous heart." Lin Zhi diligently studied for 3 days and acquired all of Qin Shi's skills. Although his lockpicking technique was not yet flawless, having grasped the method, it was merely a matter of time to refine it, a feat not achievable in a short span. That afternoon, the 5 gathered in the living room of room 1201. All preparation. Wang Di rested his chin on his hand and suddenly remarked, "From here to the Chuyin building, I have examined it on the map. The straight line distance is 7 kilometers. Navigating through streets and alleys may double that distance. Among us, there are those who are strong and those who are weak, but if danger arises, and the strong do not assist the weak, I cannot fathom how many of us will survive to reach the Chuyin building." The gazes of Lin Zhi and the others were fixed upon Wang Di, silently absorbing his words. Wang Di continued, "We are among the fortunate few who have survived, yet in the face of this unprecedented catastrophe, we should be united in mutual aid, finding warmth in our togetherness." However, upon honest reflection, are we truly united? His gaze swept over Zheng Lingling, Qin Shi, Gao Shan, and finally rested on Lin Zhi, as he added, "My words may seem harsh, yet they speak the truth." Lin Zhi replied nonchalantly, "You are primarily directing this toward me, aren't you?" Wang Di met Lin Zhi's piercing gaze and, in a low voice, said, "I do not target anyone specifically, but we all understand that while an individual may travel swiftly, it matters whether they are worth my investment." The 2 locked eyes, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. Gao Shan interjected, "So how can we unite as one?" Wang Di averted his gaze. "I shall not preach grand truths, for we are, when faced with peril, few can muster the strength to save someone they have known for mere days. However, perhaps understanding one another better is always beneficial." Gao Shan asked, "Then, what should we do?" Wang Di replied, "I know a method. Each person must reveal a secret they hold close to their heart, one that no one else knows." He cleared his throat and said, "I shall go first." Lin Zhi listened quietly, thinking to himself, "What you say is merely an attempt to impose moral constraints on me." You overestimate yourself. Wang Di began. "When I was young, my father often told me that when I grew up, he would take me on an airplane that I longed to grow up quickly. And after maturing, I have flown countless times." A heavy silence enveloped the room, and after a moment, Gao Shan said, "I too shall share one that during my high school years, I fell madly in love with a teacher, even going so far as to have an abortion for him." She forced a bitter smile. "The world is truly wonderful, but if I could choose again, I would not return." Another silence followed, and Qin Shi suddenly laughed heartily. "Now that you two have spoken, it is my turn." He lit a cigarette, watching the wisps of smoke dissipate into nothingness, and in a low voice said, "Truthfully, no one is born a villain, inclined to thievery. However, ever since my beloved departed from me, I have disregarded everything. As long as I can earn money, I would dare to do anything. Yet in the end, I had every— 7. I did not expect you to be a good man." Chun Chi chuckled softly. "A good man? Perhaps not. When she married, the groom was not me. Yet when she was— Lin Zhi and Wang Di exchanged glances, both frowning in a wry smile. Now it was Zheng Lingling's turn. Her complexion suddenly paled, and after a long pause, "In truth, my father is not my biological father." Both Wang Di and Gao Shan were taken aback, with Gao Shan exclaiming, "Are you saying Zheng uncle is not your father? Lingling, are you feverish?" Zheng Lingling shook her head in despair, struggling to articulate. "On the day of the apocalypse, Gao Shan interjected. "You just said Zheng uncle is not your father. Why still refer to him as such?" With a sigh, Zheng Lingling replied, "Alas, after calling him that for so long, I cannot change my words. On the day the apocalypse occurred, I was indeed pushed down and hit my head against the wall, losing consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself in a small office in a supermarket, and my father was unbuttoning my clothes." Upon hearing this, Wang Di slammed his fist heavily on the coffee table. "Zheng Lingling, why did you not say this sooner? Had I known, I would have surely killed that old beast." Zheng Lingling forced a bitter smile. "He threatened me, saying if I spoke out, he would claim I had initiated it and would kill me. I feared you would look down on me, so, Gao Shan, with a heavy heart, remarked, "No wonder he always followed you. And at night, you both slept alone in that small office. I initially thought he cared for you. It turns out. Alas, Zheng Lingling, you are truly foolish." Lin Zhi could not help but ask, "If Zheng uncle is not your father, why were you so heartbroken after his death?" "I do not know. Perhaps it was the psychological dependence formed by being with him." Suddenly, she cried out, "Don't ask me, I know nothing," and rushed into the bedroom, slamming the door with a loud bang. Gao Shan urged, "Speak up. No matter the secret, it will become a story." Chapter 56. The collision. Lin Zhi chuckled softly, struggling to articulate. The Izumo building. The 5 individuals jolted in unison, exclaiming in alarm, as they witnessed the glasses atop the coffee table trembling violently, dust cascading from above, and the crystal chandelier swaying precariously. "An earthquake!" Gao Shan shrieked. The sharp tremor in her voice sent a chill through Lin Zhi and the others, who instinctively turned to gaze out the window, where they beheld a fiery inferno and billowing smoke ascending into the sky, forming a colossal mushroom cloud. "It's not an earthquake." Lin Zhi dashed to the window, discovering that the source of the fire lay approximately a kilometer away, where the exterior of a towering building was impaled by a severed airplane tail. His heart raced as he noted the swirling black smoke, from which a large transport aircraft emerged, spewing flames as it ascended. "The plane has crashed," Wang Di declared, rushing to the bedroom to "We are here!" The air was filled with the deafening wails of countless zombies, drowning out Wang Di's voice, as a mass of the undead surged forth, their numbers overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, the transport aircraft soared over the rooftops, disappearing into the southwestern horizon. Wang Di, in despair, discarded the sheet. Even if the pilot saw us, there is nowhere to land. Where did that plane come from? Where was it headed? Did the pilot even notice the flapping sheet? Zheng Lingling emerged from her room at the sound, and the 5 debated fervently, yet remained utterly perplexed. In the oppressive darkness, the sight of an aircraft ignited their excitement, and it took a while for them to regain their composure. That moment. Lin Zhi inadvertently glanced down from the window, observing a throng of people on the street below. A significant portion of the city's undead had been drawn towards the billowing smoke, flooding towards the crash site, while the number of zombies on the street diminished. That a thought struck him. Everyone, we must leave immediately. Wang Di seized a baseball bat, Chen Qi brandished a machete, and Lin Zhi unlocked the... After the horde had passed, the street lay eerily vacant, with only a few sluggish corpses ambling about, moving with a disconcerting lethargy. Their feeble attacks posed little threat, as long as they maintained a safe distance. Zheng Lingling closely followed Lin Zhi, her heart heavy with reflection. Despite witnessing the gradual desolation of Roland County daily, the proximity to the decay now struck her with an even graver sense of despondency. Amidst the withered leaves turning to soil, even a tender green sprout has emerged from the cracked window of that abandoned Maserati. The five continued on, crossing several streets, when they were suddenly met with a cacophony of zombie wails. A vast horde emerged from the street's end. Fast zombies, rotting corpses, all surging forth like a relentless tide, displacing vehicles in their path. Spotting an empty hot pot restaurant nearby, Lin Zhi urgently beckoned the others to seek refuge within. They shut the glass door behind them. As the undead continued their relentless march past the entrance, an endless wave of horror. Chen Qi whispered, I used to frequent this restaurant, but we could take the back door to reach Zhongshan Park. Why not take a longer route and see if we might encounter fewer zombies there? Lin Zhi nodded in agreement. Why didn't you mention this sooner? The five swiftly traversed the restaurant and exited through the back door into a narrow alley. Not long after, they arrived at the rear wall of Zhongshan Park. The wall stood over 2 men's heights, and Lin Zhi and Wang Di formed a human ladder to assist Chen Qi and the others over the top. Lin Zhi followed, standing on Wang Di's shoulders to climb up. Perched atop the wall, he beheld what was referred to as a park, which was merely a small hill at the base of the hill. He turned back, bending down to assist Wang Di, but the wall's height proved challenging. After several attempts, Wang Di failed to grasp their outstretched hands. Why not grab my foot? Lin Zhi suggested, straightening up. Suddenly alarmed, he shouted, Wang Di, hurry! A pack of fast zombies is approaching from the alley. Wang Di, startled, turned to see 2 of the undead sprinting towards them, that he hurriedly retreated for momentum. Rushing forward, Lin Zhi swayed dangerously, almost losing his balance, but managed to anchor himself against the wall, pulling Wang Di up just in time as the fast zombies lunged at the wall, nearly grasping Wang Di's ankle. Wang Di glanced down, the sunlight glinting off the blackened teeth of the zombies, sending a shiver down his spine. The wall on this side of the park was not particularly high. Chen Qi murmured, this park had been deserted long before the outbreak. Let us skirt around the base of the hill. The group proceeded along the base of the hill, and upon reaching the park's entrance, they discovered 2 rusted iron gates secured with a massive lock, prompting a collective sigh of relief. If the park remained locked, then the zombies could not enter. The park's facilities were dilapidated, with a shabby kiosk displaying a meager assortment of drinks and cheap snacks on its peeling shelves. Wang Di entered, grabbed a can of Red Bull, and downed it greedily, still trembling from the brush with death moments before. The 5 made their way to the opposite side of the hill, where they spotted a serene villa across a wide road. Chen Qi spoke softly. Do you see it? That villa beside the rockery? I purchased it outright. Gao Shan smirked, glancing at Chen Qi. Brother Qi, are you longing for the villa or the female student? Chen Qi smiled bitterly. I miss the life I once had. Alas! He sighed heavily. Why does fate seem to conspire against me? I had barely begun to enjoy life when calamity struck. Gao Shan chuckled. Brother Qi, it's the first time I've heard someone prefix heaven with thieving. Your perspective is rather bleak. Chun-Chi gazed at the ragged figures of the undead on the road, lamenting, "How can one maintain a cheerful disposition when surrounded by such demons?" Gao Shan replied, "At least you once lived luxuriously." Chun-Chi nodded, then shook his head, "But I haven't had my fill of life yet." Wang Di interjected coldly, "Do you feel at ease with the money you acquired through questionable means?" Had it not been for this disaster, you might very well be serving time now. With a significant number of zombies on the road, the group settled in the woods, planning to wait until nightfall before scaling the wall to escape the park. After a while, Zheng Lingling suddenly recalled something, timidly asking, "Lin Zhi, why do you always pour 2 glasses when you drink alone in the Izumo building?" Chapter 57. The empty shell caught off guard by her sudden inquiry. Lin Zhi momentarily faltered and replied, "What?" Zheng Ling, "You only mentioned the beginning, but after the plane crash and explosion, you ceased to elaborate." Lin Zhi uttered a soft "oh" and remarked, "You were eavesdropping from the bedroom, were you?" Zheng Lingling nodded. Lin Zhi murmured, "Why do I pour 2 glasses when I drink alone?" His voice was subdued, and at that moment, with the passage of time, he had lost the desire to continue his tale. Zheng Lingling queried, "Does the dog you referred to as Ghost also drink?" Lin Zhi shook his head, and Gao Shan interjected, "Brother Lin Zhi, why would you name a dog Ghost? It sounds quite eerie." Lin Zhi chuckled, "Actually, its full name is Dark Night Ghost." Dark Night Ghost. Gao Shan echoed, adding Dark Night makes it even more terrifying. Lin Zhi responded nonchalantly, "No matter how scary, it pales in comparison to a zombie. Does it not?" As he looked up, he noticed the road beyond the wall was eerily deserted. Zombies move without purpose, and at that moment, there was no reason for them to gather at both ends of the street, presenting an opportune moment to escape. Lin Zhi quickly stood and urged, "Everyone, let's go. If we climb over the wall now, won't the zombies spot us?" Lin Zhi, bracing himself, climbed atop the wall and replied, "Zombies have vision akin to that of the blind, limited to about 20 to 30 meters. They won't detect us." Gao Shan remained unconvinced and pressed. "How do you know?" Lin Zhi insisted. "There's no time for explanations. Hurry over the wall." With that, he jumped down. The side of the road facing the wall was quite elevated. After Lin Zhi landed, he helped Gao Shan and Zheng Lingling down, while Wang Di and Chun-Chi each leapt down. The 5 swiftly crossed the road and entered the once guarded Sherdai Tianjiao Villa area. The environment within the community was exquisite, with trees casting ample shade, winding paths leading to secluded corners, and benches or intricately designed rockeries placed at every turn. Wang Di, beside the square, flows a river called Nanming River, which leads to Baihua River. Lin Zhi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, following Baihua River will take us to Chuyin Building." Suddenly, Chun-Chi halted in front of a villa, his gaze fixed upon a lounge. "I wish to check on my home," he implored. Wang Di shot him an impatient glare. "What is there to see? We barely have time to escape." Observing Chun-Chi's despondent expression, "We are already at his doorstep." Wang Di glanced at Lin Zhi, who slowly nodded, thus yielding to the request. Chun-Chi navigated around the pool littered with dry leaves, retrieved his keys, and opened the villa door. Upon entering his once familiar home, tears streamed down his face. The 4 followed him inside and beheld a lavishly decorated interior. Marble floors, crystal chandeliers, yet it felt chillingly desolate. Chun-Chi, filled with sorrow, trembling fingers entered the code, and the box creaked open to reveal stacks of pristine 100-yuan bills that he cradled a stack of cash against his chest, murmuring, "Money, oh money, I forsook all ties just to possess you." Suddenly, "This is the first time I've ever seen so much cash." Wang Di urged, "Chun-Chi, you are such a miser. If you don't spend this money, it will soon become worthless. Can we leave now?" Chun-Chi nodded, and as they turned, they collectively gasped, as if confronting a specter, that a woman stood at the door, her long hair cascading down, her expression vacant. Had it not been for her dark, glimmering eyes, Lin Zhi and the others might have mistaken her for a zombie. Zhao Yuhan. Chen Qi suddenly dashed forward, incredulously exclaiming, You are still alive? Gao Shan scrutinized the girl before her. Wang Di silently shook his head, lamenting, Alas, such a fine woman has fallen to ruin. Chen Qi shook the girl by her shoulders. Zhao Yuhan, do you not recognize me? I am Chen Qi. Lin Zhi recalled the woman from Weiqing and thought, It is such a pity for this beautiful girl. It seems she too cannot bear the harshness of reality. Look at her vacant demeanor. She likely cannot even discern whether she is alive or dead, merely a soulless shell. Chen Qi repeatedly inquired, but Zhao Yuhan remained as still as a statue, not even blinking. Suddenly, Chen Qi fell to his knees, weeping uncontrollably. Yuhan, I am so sorry. I have wronged you. Witnessing Chen Qi's relentless sorrow, Wang Di furrowed his brow and asked, Chen Qi, how do you intend to care for her? In her current state, she cannot accompany us. Chen Qi choked back tears. You all go ahead. I will follow shortly. The four of them quietly exited the house. The courtyard gate was tightly locked, and a massive pomegranate tree grew alongside the wall, laden with fruit that had begun to yellow. Lin Zhi tiptoed to pluck 2 pomegranates, handing them to Gao Shan. It was not long before Chen Qi hurried to catch up, his face stained with tears, softly stating, Let us go. Zheng Lingling could not help but ask, Brother Qi, are you not bringing her with you? Wang Di waved his hand dismissively. The sun had dipped behind the tall buildings, yet the sky remained dimly lit. Across the road lay a T-junction. The 5 crouched behind a flower bed overrun with weeds, and Wang Di whispered, The road across is Xianyang Road. Beyond that is Century Square. Lin Zhi surveyed the surroundings. In the distance, he discerned a dozen or so zombies. Yet whether they were sprinters or shamblers, their severely impaired vision rendered them oblivious to the 5. With a wave, the group swiftly crossed the road, racing toward the diagonal junction. Chapter 58. A step into terror on both sides of Xianyang Road. The sidewalks were adorned with flourishing violet trees. The blooming season had come to an end, and the ground and car rooftops were strewn with flat, oval-shaped, pale purple blossoms. Under the dim light, there was a beauty tinged with an unsettling eeriness. Lin Zhi walked ahead, his heart racing, tightly gripping his bow and arrows. Chen Qi hastily caught up, extending a handgun towards him. Lin Zhi, you should use the gun. Lin Zhi shook his head. The gun is yours now, Chen Qi insisted. If anything were to happen to you, we would all perish. What good would the gun do me then? Lin Zhi shook his head again. It's best to avoid using the gun, to prevent attracting even greater trouble. Unlike before, Xianyang Road was not wide, merely a narrow urban auxiliary road with 2 lanes for bidirectional traffic. Yet despite its constricted nature, it meandered like a human appendix, and after a lengthy period of dodging and weaving, the 5 of them had traversed only half the distance, while the sky grew ever darker. Suddenly, Lin Zhi heard a soft exclamation behind him. It was Zheng Lingling, who had stumbled over a fallen motorcycle, losing her footing. Lin Zhi turned around and barked, "Shut your mouth!" Zheng Lingling meekly complied. However, Wang Di expressed his discontent, complaining, "It's so dark, we can't see anything. You can't blame Zheng Lingling for that." As he spoke, he suddenly lurched forward, stumbling 2 steps before falling, having kicked something beneath him. In a fluster, Zheng Lingling rushed to assist Wang Di, and in her panic, she accidentally turned on her flashlight. Imagine, in the pitch blackness, how glaring a beam of light could be. Lin Zhi shouted urgently, "Zheng Lingling, for heaven's sake, turn off the flashlight." But it was too late. The chilling sounds of shrieks filled the air, and zombies were surging in from all directions, with no way to ascertain their numbers. He turned to see Wang Di dragging the dazed Zheng Lingling into a side entrance. Zheng Lingling, completely paralyzed by fear, ran for her life, yet the flashlight in her hand remained lit. Lin Zhi hastened to catch up and snatched the flashlight from her grip, hurling it into the air just as a swarm of dark figures closed in behind them that moment. Lin Zhi wished fervently for 2 more legs, sprinting into the courtyard. Under the night sky, he beheld several shadowy buildings looming around him, tall and short, unevenly spaced, that in a state of desperation, he dashed into a large room resembling a warehouse. After just a couple of steps, he tripped, unable to regain his footing, and rolled several meters away, leaning against a wall, hardly daring to breathe. The warehouse was pitch black, and he had no way of knowing whether the other 4 had followed. After a while, Lin Zhi heard a faint crack about 2 meters ahead, as if someone had stepped on a wooden plank. Yet the proximity deterred him from turning on his headlamp. What if the one who had stepped on it was a zombie? He shrank back, straining his eyes in the darkness, only to feel the cold, unusual sensation of the wall behind him. When he reached out, he discovered it was an iron wall. Puzzled, he wondered why the wall was made of iron. Continuing to explore, he realized it was a large iron cabinet. A spark of joy ignited within him. If I can hide inside the cabinet and close the door, no zombie can harm me. He moved cautiously, inching forward, pausing after each movement to ensure silence prevailed before proceeding. At this point, Lin Zhi was certain the sound of the plank breaking must have been a zombie, for if it were Wang Di and the others rushing in, there would have been at least a few breaths to be heard, and he would have noticed. After considerable effort, he finally managed to squeeze into the cabinet, gently closing the door behind him. To his astonishment, he soon felt a hard object. As he picked it up, he realized it was a handgun. He nearly let out a cheer, but stifled it just in time. Feeling around again, he found another handgun. Confounded, he pondered how there could be handguns within this cabinet. Unbeknownst to him, he had taken refuge in the weapons arsenal of the armed forces in Roland County, hiding inside a gun cabinet. With little time to dwell on his curiosity, he fumbled to detach 2 magazines, only to feel disheartened upon discovering they were devoid of bullets, that a gun without ammunition was no more useful. Undeterred, he continued to search the cabinet, which was quite spacious, about 2 meters wide and 1 meter deep, yet he found no bullets. Suddenly, he recalled that there should be a top. Stretching his hand upwards, he indeed felt a divider. The divider was approximately 60 centimeters wide, and as he explored further, he felt a heavy package of bullets. His heart soared with joy. Taking a deep breath, he tore open the brown paper and began to load the bullets into the 2 magazines. Clutching 2 fully loaded handguns, a sense of calm descended upon him. However, his thoughts quickly turned to Wang Di and the others. He had no idea what had become of them, and his heart sank again. Time ticked by, and the warehouse gradually brightened. He peered through the gap between the cabinet doors and saw that the courtyard appeared even more illuminated. He seemed to glimpse a bright, round moon hanging in the deep blue night sky. At that moment, a piercing scream shattered the air, causing Lin Zhi to gasp in shock. Zheng Lingling, almost instinctively, he flung open the cabinet door and fired 2 shots, dispatching a zombie that had lingered in the warehouse. Rushing to the entrance, he spotted Zheng Lingling, her hair disheveled, dodging and weaving to evade a horde of zombies rushing toward her. Without time to ponder why Zheng Lingling had not hidden, but instead appeared like a madwoman in the courtyard, he raised his gun, firing rapidly to eliminate 4 pursuing zombies. Hearing the gunfire, Zheng Lingling dashed toward Lin Zhi, who swiftly stepped aside to let her into the warehouse. With another flurry of shots, he felt 3 more zombies hot on her heels, then slammed the door shut. The horde crashed against the door, and Lin Zhi braced himself against it, shouting to Zheng Lingling, "Quick, push the bolt!" Zheng Lingling extended her hand to secure the bolt, and then collapsed onto the ground. Lin Zhi let out a sigh of relief, speaking as if to reassure Zheng Lingling and himself. "It's all right. The zombies will forget what just happened soon enough." Before long, the banging Zheng Lingling, still in shock from her fright, had not yet realized she had been injured. Lin Zhi sighed heavily, his voice tinged with melancholy. "Where is Wang Di? Wasn't he with you when you ran in?" Chapter 59. The childhood of Wang Di and Zheng Lingling fled into the armed department before Lin Zhi arrived, hiding in the left building's conference room on the first floor, cowering in the corner, not daring to make a sound. The room was enveloped in complete darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. After a prolonged silence, Zheng Lingling whispered, "Brother Wang Di, I am so frightened." Wang Di felt it. Leaning closer to Zheng Lingling's ear, he murmured, "Do not fear. I shall protect you." Zheng Lingling was touched and replied, "Brother Wang Di, you are so kind to me that I always knew you were a good person. You are so caring towards your father, even thinking of taking him on a plane." Wang Di chuckled softly in the darkness, clutching the baseball bat in his hand, and cautioned, "Silence. There may be zombies lurking in this room." Yet, a wave of desolation washed over him as he thought, "I grew up in an orphanage. Where would I have a father?" The conference room was eerily silent. Even with wide-open eyes, no glimmer of light could be discerned. This scene felt achingly familiar, and for a fleeting moment, Wang Di experienced a vivid illusion, as though he had returned to that cold, unwelcoming orphanage. He had developed memories early, and a significant event at the tender age of 3 profoundly shaped his future at that time. His innocent heart had never contemplated whether a world existed beyond the orphanage's enclosing walls. When the sun rose, it seemed as if nothing lay behind it. Surrounded by a group of peers sharing the same fate, their days were filled with playful banter, eating and sleeping. Though monotonous, life was carefree. This existence continued until the deep autumn of that year, when everything abruptly changed. And on that day, the elderly matron summoned the children to her rather cramped office, cheerfully proclaiming, "Today, let's see who it is, and be good and quiet until then." At the age of 3, he was bewildered and restless, pondering, what does Grandma Deng mean by a lucky one? In the orphanage, everyone referred to the headmistress as Grandma Deng. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man and woman entered the office, selecting him as if picking vegetables. The matron smiled and instructed him to call them Mom and Dad. Thus, for the first time, he stepped out of the orphanage, having previously believed that the world beyond its walls was the end of the earth, a place where, little did he know, beyond those walls lay the bustling beginning of a new world. Life, for the first time, seemed to smile upon him. However, even today, he remains unaware of why the couple who called themselves his parents returned him to the orphanage after merely 6 months, or perhaps even less. Had he broken a fishbowl? Had he soiled his pants? Or was it for some other reason? That feeling was akin to cradling a bright red apple, only to have it snatched away after a single bite. He felt helpless and terrified, akin to a trivial object cast aside. Yet who would truly care? Often, he would awaken in the dead of night, curling up in a corner, arms wrapped around his knees, just as he did now, staring at Wang Di. Shook his head, breaking free from his thoughts. Years later, upon leaving the orphanage, he altered his name from Wang Di to Wang Di. The character Di signifies obedience, yet he no longer wished to please anyone. Suddenly, Zheng Lingling trembled in his arms, and Wang Di realized that, unbeknownst to him, the moon had risen, its pale light filtering through the window, illuminating the previously dark conference room and revealing several shadowy figures. A chill surged through him, and he whispered in nearly inaudible tones to Zheng Lingling, You must dash out. I will cover you from behind. Zheng Lingling shook her head vigorously, fearing that speaking would attract the zombies. Wang Di's voice turned icy, adopting an authoritative tone. I am doing this for your own good. I will count to 3, and you must run out immediately. 1, 2, 3. As he uttered 3, he pushed Zheng Lingling firmly on her back. She bolted through the door, and he witnessed the zombies pursuing her. He then stood up, opened the back window, and leaped out of the conference room, sprinting away, scaling the wall, and vanishing into the hazy darkness. In the storeroom, Lin Zhi addressed Zheng Lingling. Turn around and take a few steps forward. Under the dim light of a headlamp, his voice sounded ominous. Zheng Lingling, in a daze, paid no heed to Lin Zhi's words, muttering to herself, He just pushed me out. Lin Zhi replied, The fault lies with you. Zheng Lingling was taken aback. Me? Lin Zhi nodded. Your mistake was in unconditionally trusting him, believing that in a life-and-death situation, someone would genuinely sacrifice themselves to protect you. Have you considered whose life is not valuable? Zheng Lingling sighed. But he has always been so good to me. Lin Zhi retorted coldly. Otherwise, how would you have come to trust him? After a moment of silence, Zheng Lingling, gradually regaining her composure, she said, Thank goodness you saved me, brother Lin Zhi. Didn't you say in the supermarket that you wouldn't help anyone? Lin Zhi explained, That was because I did not want anyone to develop a dependency. If one lacks responsibility and only cares for themselves in danger, why would I agree to accompany you to Yun Tower? Zheng Lingling nodded, then inquired, What is that secret of yours? Why do you pour 2 cups when you drink alone? Lin Zhi replied, Do you really need to ask? I fear loneliness, so I pour a cup for the imaginary company across from me. Zheng Lingling responded with a soft, and asked, You too can feel fear? I am made of flesh and blood. Zheng Lingling suddenly shivered, unable to articulate why hearing Lin Zhi speak the words flesh and blood had evoked an indescribable feeling within her. This sensation was peculiar, both frightening and irresistibly alluring. Perhaps to mask her emotions, she rambled on, Yes, we are all beings of flesh and blood, and not the zombies outside, that I must learn to be brave and not rely on others anymore. I feel so hot, yet it's strangely cold inside my heart. She lowered her head, clutching her clothing at her chest, overwhelmed by an impulse to tear it apart, but a flicker of rational thought warned her. No, absolutely do not do that. Chapter 60. I want to kill you, but I truly cannot control myself, murmured Zheng Lingling, her voice a fragile whisper. How strange it is. My body burns with fever, yet I feel a chilling cold deep within my bones. What is happening to me? Brother Lin Zhi, do you know? Am I just too fatigued? I long to close my eyes and drift into sleep, never to awaken. Her words tumbled out, her gaze vacant as she stared into the glow of the headlamp before her. Suddenly, it felt as though she had been jolted awake from a dream, only to find the headlamp resting upon a table, with Lin Zhi nowhere in sight. The storeroom was shrouded in an eerie darkness, an endless void pressing in on her from all directions. Brother Lin Zhi, where are you? Please don't leave me. As Zheng Lingling babbled incoherently, Lin Zhi sensed an unsettling change. The usually taciturn Zheng Lingling had become unexpectedly loquacious that he placed the headlamp on the table behind him and cautiously moved back several. With a sharp twang, the arrow was released, vanishing in an instant, leaving only the quivering bowstring in its wake. Zheng Lingling's unfinished sentence was abruptly silenced as the arrow struck true. Peering through the crack of the door, he beheld the moonlit courtyard, devoid of any human presence, the zombies having long since vanished. Wang Di, I will kill you. Lin Zhi's fury surged forth, prompting him to burst through the door and traverse the courtyard into the street. Not far ahead, beneath a streetlight, he spotted two shambling figures of zombies, their hunched forms reminiscent of shrimp, intensifying the desolation of the dead of night. Lin Zhi's eyes widened, his nerves fraying. Each step he took was a cautious confirmation of safety before proceeding. Reaching the end of the street and crossing Century Square, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. Whipping around, he saw us. Alarmed, he realized the square offered no cover. And just as he was unsure where to hide, he spotted a public restroom ahead. He hastily darted inside, seeking refuge in the first stall of the women's restroom. The pack of zombies rushed past the restroom. Oblivious to Lin Zhi's presence, he exhaled a sigh of relief and was about to exit when he heard a faint huff from the adjacent stall, as if someone had just released a heavy breath. Lin Zhi's heart raced. Is it Qinqi or Gao Shan? It seemed neither had followed him into the courtyard during the chaos. Gently, he opened the door and stepped out, knocking his arrow and forcefully kicking open the Wang Di released his grip and leaped down, brandishing a baseball bat. Lin Zhi, is that you? Where are the others? I haven't seen them. Did you? Lin Zhi took a cautious step back, his tone indifferent. The dim light obscured Wang Di's expression, leaving him to search for clues in Lin Zhi's demeanor, yet finding none. It seems Zheng Lingling also made it into that courtyard. You didn't see her, did you? Lin Zhi scoffed. You still pretend. Wasn't it you who pushed her out? Lower your bow. Don't point it at me, Wang Di retorted. You're slandering me. Yes, I was with Zheng Lingling at first, but when we fled into the courtyard. At this moment, he suddenly shouted behind Lin Zhi, Gao Shan, you've come. Were it not for Lin Zhi's knowledge of Wang Di's treachery towards Zheng Lingling, he might have believed Gao Shan's arrival was genuine. However, with the situation as it was, Lin Zhi would not fall for such a ruse. He relaxed his grip, and with a swift motion, the arrow pierced Wang Di's chest. Almost simultaneously, Wang Di swung the baseball bat at Lin Zhi's head. Caught off guard by Wang Di's ferocity, despite his injury, Lin Zhi leaped back just in time to hear the whoosh of the bat slicing through the air. Wang Di, realizing his attack had missed, bolted for the door, tearing out as he yanked the arrow from his chest. He had placed a thick book against his chest when he left the supermarket, an action that unexpectedly saved his life. Yet he hadn't anticipated the sheer force behind Lin Zhi's bow. Even at a distance of merely 3 steps, the arrow had penetrated the book and lodged itself nearly an inch into his chest. Though his injury was not critical, it left him shaken. Lin Zhi stumbled backward and fell to the ground with a thud, the back of his head striking the steps and splitting open a long gash against the sharp tiles. Unfazed, he scrambled to his feet and pursued Wang Di, loosing 2 arrows in quick succession. The first missed its mark, but the second struck Wang Di's calf. With a cry of pain, Wang Di stumbled, rolling down a slope. Fueled by rage, Lin Zhi lunged forward, seizing Wang Di's arm as they tumbled together in a fierce struggle. Though the fight was intense, they dared not raise their voices, fearful of attracting nearby zombies. The slope was long, and as they wrestled, they continued to roll down until they suddenly felt themselves weightless, plunging into the river below with a splash. Unbeknownst to them, their scuffle had led them to the banks of the torrent. Swept them both away, forcing them to release their grip on one another, and in moments they were lost to sight. Lin Zhi thought to himself, with an arrow in his chest, even if he is strong, falling into the river is a death sentence. How could Wang Di still possess such strength after being struck? Paddling through the tumultuous waters of the Baiwa River, Lin Zhi grasped a piece of white foam that floated by, using it to stay afloat. He scanned the surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of Wang Di, but found no trace of him. Concluding that he must have drowned, as he lifted his head, he realized he had drifted to the shores of the Chiyun building. He hurriedly swam to the bank, climbing up soaked and battered, feeling pain coursing through his body, utterly drained of strength. Wang Di had struck him hard during their tussle. After Wang Di fell into the water, his lighter frame allowed him to distance himself from Lin Zhi. With one leg injured, he relied solely on his arms to swim, gulping down water and nearly drowning, his mind foggy. Yet in his heart, he understood. I cannot die like this. By some twist of fate, a small boat floated by, and he grasped its edge, hauling himself aboard, only to be overwhelmed by a sharp pain from his wounded leg, causing him to lose. Chapter 61. Drifting out to sea as the river carried the small boat onward. It flowed unceasingly, while Emperor Wang lay unconscious. Upon leaving the urban area, it merged with the Huangpu River and subsequently exited the sea through the Wuzhong. When dawn broke, Wang awoke to find himself gazing at the vast, unfathomable ocean. Utterly oblivious to his surroundings, startled, he fainted once more in his stupor. He felt When he regained consciousness again, he discovered that the small boat had run aground on an island. With great difficulty, he climbed down from the vessel, wading through the seawater to reach the shore. Suddenly, he froze in astonishment, for in the center of the island, a plume of blue smoke spiraled skyward that a mix of surprise and joy surged within him. After catching his breath and calming his agitated heart, he noticed that a fragment of a broken arrow was still lodged in his right leg. Gritting his teeth, he pulled it free, his heart swelling with indignation. A true gentleman cannot let such a grievance go unavenged. He observed, without any medical assistance at hand, he pondered whether he could even save his leg. His baseball bat was lost, so he fashioned a makeshift crutch from a sturdy branch and limped toward the direction from which, after an hour of laborious travel, he noticed that the smoke had thinned, and a sudden realization struck him. It was foolish to think that the smoke was merely from cooking. What else could it be? He continued onward, and upon traversing a thicket, he beheld a wooden cabin reduced to ruins, its remnants shrouded in curling smoke, occasionally punctuated by the sound of wood cracking. The area was devoid of human presence, and as he circled the remnants of the cabin, he speculated whether the fire had been accidental or ignited by human hands. Suddenly, his heart raced as he approached cautiously, prodding the man's back with the branch. "Hey friend, are you all right?" he called out. The man remained unresponsive, and Wang positioned himself to flee at a moment's notice, gripping the branch tightly. With a swift motion, he turned the man over, only to be met with a chilling sight. The man's face was bloodied, and his neck was gruesomely bitten. Wang could not suppress a gasp of horror. This island harbors not only the living, but the undead as well. He surmised that the man must have been preparing a meal in the cabin when he unwittingly attracted the attention of a zombie, losing his life to its bite, which left the fire. Noticing a backpack beside the fallen man, Wang eagerly retrieved it and began to inspect its contents. However, as he unfastened a strap, the man suddenly sat upright with a low groan. Wang was struck with dread, regretting not having taken the backpack and fled earlier. Now, with his injured leg, escape seemed impossible, even if he were in perfect health. How could he outrun a zombie? Realizing that death lay on either side, Wang was unwilling to succumb passively. He raised the branch, poised to strike the man, only to notice that the zombie was eerily still. A closer look revealed that the man's eyes were obscured by blood, rendering him blind to his surroundings. Wang couldn't help but feel a rush of relief as he seized the backpack and crawled away, managing to hide behind Taking a deep breath, he knew he could not linger for long. He leaned on the branch and continued deeper into the woods. The forest was enveloped in a profound silence when he suddenly heard the gentle trickle of water. Approaching cautiously, he discovered a small stream, its clear waters revealing the presence of fish swimming within. That moment, Wang felt a wave of tranquility wash over. He cupped his hands to drink from the stream, then rummaged through the backpack, pulling out various items: compressed biscuits, canned food, a water bottle, binoculars, a small knife, rope, and a flashlight. At the very bottom, his eyes widened with delight upon discovering several boxes of antibiotics. The sight of food brought him joy, but the antibiotics filled him with exuberance. With the right following the instructions, he consumed 6 capsules of the antibiotics. Next, he tore open a packet of compressed biscuits, devouring a few bites before prying open a can of beef, ravenously consuming it. He pondered how long he had been unconscious to feel such hunger. After satisfying his appetite, he reasoned that following the stream downstream would eventually lead him back to the coast, so he chose to venture. By midday, he felt the ground beneath him shift. Although it was carpeted with leaves, it felt firm beneath his feet. Quickly clearing away the foliage, he uncovered a concrete path. Realization dawned upon him. This island was not uninhabited. Prior to the outbreak, it had been home to people that he followed the path, contemplating that his time adrift at sea could not have been too long, and he must be on a small island near the coast. After walking for quite some time, he reached the end of the road, revealing a cluster of buildings that resembled a small town. That he pulled out his binoculars and was met with a mix of elation and dread. There were hotels and restaurants, a promise of sustenance during his time on the island. Yet, looming in the square and before the buildings were figures that resembled ravenous demons, their numbers daunting. If not 10,000, then at least 8,000. As he continued to observe, he spotted the rooftop of a hotel inscribed with the words, Stone City Island Resort. Ah, he murmured to himself, so this is Stone City Island. Wang had some familiarity with Stone. Although he had never visited, he knew it was renowned for its beautiful scenery, located approximately 400 to 500 kilometers from the nearest coastal port. Astonished by the distance he had drifted while unconscious, he realized he had arrived at Stone City Island. He tucked away the binoculars, musing, the resort is off limits now. Consequently, he veered onto another path, and as twilight approached, he glimpsed the corner of a building peeking through the trees. Cautiously departing from the path, he ventured into the woods, soon discovering a seaside villa. At the poolside lay the skeletal remains of an animal, likely that of a dog. Could there be zombies here, he wondered. Observing the slightly ajar oak doors, he felt a shiver of fear run down his spine. He dared not approach hastily. After observing for some time, and with darkness encroaching, suddenly, the door shook slightly, causing Wang to drop to the ground in fright, only to see a dark figure dart out and vanish into the nearby underbrush. That it was merely a black feral cat. Those that had survived the outbreak were now wild. Sighing in relief, Wang reasoned that if there was a cat inside, then it was likely devoid of zombies. That he pushed the villa door open and stepped inside. The interior was dim and foreboding, suffused with a musty odor. He switched on the flashlight, illuminating the dust-covered cobwebs, and noticed a small table beside the sofa, holding a candlestick with 3 white candles. After searching the upstairs and downstairs rooms, he confirmed his suspicion. The villa was deserted, and he was the sole occupant of the entire building. Chapter 62. The seaside villa. Wang Di steadied himself, secured the doors and windows, and drew the curtains shut. With a swift flick of his lighter, he ignited the candle nestled within the candelabrum. The vast expanse of the villa's first floor rendered the solitary candle's glow insufficient to illuminate the space entirely. Although he understood that the thick, dark curtains would not permit a single ray of light to escape, he still felt an inexplicable discomfort under the glaring brilliance of the candlelight. This complex psychology, simultaneously yearning for light, yet fearing it, was something he could not articulate. At times, he found himself perplexed by his own thoughts. Nevertheless, as he turned to survey the room, he noted the well-furnished interior, with a small, dusty sign perched atop a grand coffee table. He picked up the sign and read, "All staff at the Mangrove warmly welcome you to the Mangrove Resort." The following day, Wang Di awoke from his slumber and opened the window, allowing a refreshing sea breeze to greet him. He inhaled deeply, relishing the invigorating air that filled his lungs with an indescribable comfort. Turning around, he noticed a collection of 7 or 8 bottles of fine red wine on the liquor cabinet, accompanied by an assortment of snacks and bottled mineral water. After a thorough search of both floors, he stumbled upon several bags of French cookies, a selection of canned goods, and vacuum-sealed Italian sausages. He amused himself that this bounty of provisions would sustain him for some time. Thus, Wang Di took up residence in the villa, and after a few days his leg injury began to heal, though his food supplies dwindled alarmingly. He contemplated, "There is ample food at the resort, but the abundance of zombies makes it prudent to avoid that area unless absolutely necessary. Surely, there must be more than one seaside villa nearby." With this thought, he slung his backpack over his shoulder. True to his expectations, after walking 50 or 60 meters south, he discovered another 2-story seaside villa, hidden behind a row of betel nut trees. Not wishing to approach, peering through a window, he saw the interior cloaked in cobwebs and dust, the furniture coated in a layer of grime, devoid of any signs of life. Only then did he decide to enter. He rummaged through the 2 floors and uncovered a trove of food, estimating it would last him another 3 or 4 days. Thus, Wang Di continued his pattern of consuming what he found in one villa before moving on to another, and before he knew it, his leg was fully healed. One day, having depleted the food supplies in the villa, he donned his backpack and spent half a day searching the vicinity for another unexplored villa, but to no avail. Reluctantly, he ventured deeper into the island's interior, and he snapped off a branch the thickness of a teacup, sharpened one end with his knife, fashioning it into a spear. Wang Di's heart surged with excitement. He raised his arm and hurled the spear like a javelin. However, lacking any training in throwing techniques, he missed his mark. The dense foliage hindered the stag's escape, its antlers resembling branches, preventing it from galloping freely. Just as he was about to catch up, he lost his footing on a grassy slope and tumbled down uncontrollably. By the time he regained his footing, the majestic creature had vanished from sight, and he found himself standing before a road. Brushing off the dirt and grass from his clothes, he continued along the road, having walked scarcely a kilometer when he noticed a row of 7. Wang Di halted, cautiously observing his surroundings, ensuring no zombies lurked nearby before proceeding. The shops stood in a uniform line, their signage reflecting the azure sea and sky. Inside, the floors were strewn with leaves and dried grass. As Wang Di inspected each shop, his heart sank further. The shelves held only seashells and coral crafts, and he could not find a single packet of snacks. Just as despair began to creep in, his eyes lit up upon reaching the last shop, a small convenience store where canned goods, beverages, and snacks remained neatly arranged on the shelves, untouched. A wave of relief washed over him as he stepped inside, retrieving a bag of soda crackers from a corner not touched by sunlight, brushing off the dust before tearing it open to eat. Thanks to the advanced preservation techniques of yesteryears, the taste may have been slightly compromised, but they were still perfectly edible. As he munched on the crackers, he set his backpack down to fill it with food and mineral water. Suddenly, an icy chill ran down his neck, prompting him to turn around and discover a dark, short-barreled firearm aimed directly at him. The gun was held by a gaunt man, his sun-kissed skin suggesting he was a local inhabitant of the island. "Don't shoot!" Wang Di raised his hands in surrender. The wiry man, sporting a scruffy beard and lacking a shirt, his ribs prominently visible, scrutinized Wang Di with suspicion, inquiring, "Are you a tourist?" After a brief hesitation, Wang Di replied, "Yes." The man asked, "Are you alone?" Wang Di shook his head. "I have two companions nearby." "They will be here shortly." The man nodded. "That's good. May I join you? I haven't seen another person in ages." With a grateful smile, he lowered the firearm. Wang Di responded with a smile. "Of course, look, my companions are coming." Just then, he felt a sudden chill in his abdomen, and with a clatter, the gun fell to the ground. He staggered back, collapsing to the ground, clutching his belly as blood seeped uncontrollably through his fingers, staring at Wang Di in disbelief. Dubba. Wang Di picked up the fallen weapon. "Be good, listen, and forget about them." After a pause, she added, "I am doing this for your own good." The man's expression turned complex, his eyes ablaze with fury. Realizing the depths, Wang Di held the gun in his right hand, his left pressing down on his wrist as he aimed, stating, "The flaw with this gun is that after one shot, it requires reloading gunpowder and bullets, which is quite bothersome." "So, how much gunpowder do you have left on you?" The man seethed. "Murderous scoundrel, I would never give it to you." Wang Di smiled faintly. "You would do well to comply. After all," he added, "I am doing this for your own good." Chapter 63. The resort adventurer man, clutching his abdomen with one hand, struggled to rise, exclaiming, "For my own good, for my own good, I'll fight you to the bitter end." Gritting his teeth, he lunged forward with ferocity. Boom! Wang Di raised his hand, blowing away the smoke curling from the muzzle of his gun, muttering to himself, While this firearm may be cumbersome to load, its power is quite formidable." A single shot can unleash a barrage of iron pellets. He gradually crouched down, retrieving a bottle of Nongfu spring mineral water from the man's pocket, which was still half filled with black. The asphalt road, lined with two lanes, stretched forward, the surface littered with dry leaves that crunched beneath his feet, reminiscent of the sound of zombies snapping bones. After walking for about half an hour, he stumbled upon an overturned electric sightseeing vehicle in the middle of a curve. Wang Di circled the vehicle, picking up a sun hat to shield himself from the intense sunlight of the island. As he rounded the bend, he beheld a small village nestled in the flat land to the left of the road. Observing the deserted street garden, he noted the absence of any human presence. The village comprised merely 50 or 60 households, all uniformly adorned with white walls and black tiles. From a distance, it exuded a serene and tranquil charm. After a moment of contemplation, he thought, with houses available, he might collect rice and salt. He had grown weary of canned food and biscuits, and a pot of rice porridge would indeed be a welcome change. Tightening his grip on the spear, Wang Di cautiously ventured down the path leading into the village, scanning his surroundings with vigilance, wary of any sudden emergence of fast-moving corpses. However, the village was eerily silent. Apart from the sound of his own footsteps, there was not a whisper to be heard. This profound stillness sent a shiver down his spine, prompting. Inside, the furniture was neatly arranged, every object in meticulous order. Directly opposite the entrance, a square table stood adorned with an old-fashioned teapot. Regaining his composure, he ventured into the kitchen, only to find the countertop stark and devoid of any items, save for a large iron pot. Even the oil bottle and salt container were absent, yet the stove was filled with firewood. Opening the cupboard revealed it to be just as empty. Wang Di was perplexed. The house appeared to be arranged merely for show. Upon returning to the main room, he noticed a small wooden plaque nailed. At least hotels prepare some provisions for their guests. After a brief lament, He realized time was slipping away and exhaustion had set in. He decided to call it a day. Closing the door behind him, he entered the bedroom and lay down on a wooden bed. The room was enveloped in silence. The village lay deep within the island, devoid of even the sound of crashing waves. Wang Di felt as though he were the last living soul on earth. Having retired early the previous night, he awoke the following morning to a dimly lit world. Stepping out of the bedroom, he fumbled for his lighter to ignite the oil lamp on the table, only to discover it was devoid of oil. What a wretched place this is. He hurled the lamp to the ground in frustration and returned to. As half the day slipped away, he noticed a grayish-white hue beginning to appear outside the window. Dawn was finally approaching. Rising, he made his way to the main room, brandishing his spear. Just as he opened the door, he was met with a sudden ugh as a zombie lunged at him. Caught off guard, he instinctively jumped back, raising his spear, and with a swift swoosh, it pierced through the zombie's chest, chilling it to the core. Had this been a living person, they would have perished instantly. However, against a zombie, it was ineffective. The creature, undeterred, staggered forward, arms outstretched, and pinned Wang Di to the ground. As he fell, a shiver coursed through him. He recognized the zombie as the man from the previous day, that a wave of regret washed over him. Ynt he aimed for the man's head. Wang Di curled his legs, pressing them against the zombie's abdomen, summoning all his strength to kick it away, then swiftly withdrew his spear and aimed for the zombie's head just as it opened its mouth to howl. The spear plunged into its mouth, emerging from the back of its skull. The creature swayed and collapsed, and as Wang Di extracted his spear, cold sweat broke out upon him. Did this zombie wander here by chance? Leaning on his spear, he took a moment to catch his breath before stepping outside. In the weeks that followed, he traversed the entire island, dishearteningly discovering that to stave off hunger, he would need to venture into the resort. For aside from that, there were no other hotels or settlements on Shirching Island. Though wild fruit abounded, it was insufficient for sustenance. That night, under the cover of darkness, Wang Di quietly approached the resort, casting his gaze toward a hotel. After 2 days of observation, he noted that this hotel was built beside a pond, somewhat isolated from other buildings, giving it an air of exclusivity. While he had seen zombies entering and exiting its gates, their numbers were relatively few. He glanced up at the sky, observing thick clouds obscuring the moonlight, and thus stood up, hastening toward the hotel. The timing was fortuitous. Just as he neared the hotel, the dense cloud cover completely shrouded. Wang Di activated the flashlight, now coated in soot from the smoke, and entered the hotel through the back door, but he then turned down the right corridor, stealthily making his way toward the kitchen. Do not inquire how he knew the kitchen was located at the end of the right corridor. His prior observations had revealed the presence of a kitchen vent the size of a bowl affixed to the outer wall. Chapter 64. Securing a bag of rice, the corridor, enveloped in an eerie silence, seemed to stretch infinitely under the dim glow of the flashlight. Wang Di remained on high alert. A cold breeze swept through, and suddenly a loud clatter echoed, startling him into hastily extinguishing the flashlight. In the oppressive darkness, the persistent sound of clanging continued, and after a while, Wang Di let out a quiet sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and thought, for the sake of a meager meal, this truly is a perilous gamble. Groping along the wall, he continued forward until he reached the kitchen door. He pushed it open, and it creaked open silently. Wang Di mused, fortunately, it wasn't locked. Otherwise, I would have had to exert considerable effort. The hotel kitchen was spacious, and as he stepped inside, he suddenly halted that a shadowy figure, indistinct yet imposing, stood a mere 10 paces away, facing the gas stove. Wang Di grasped his spear, feeling somewhat awkward, and noticed a cleaver on the chopping board beside him. He set down the spear, seized the cleaver, held his breath, and fixed his gaze on the gray-white silhouette, stealthily approaching with the intent to sever the zombie's head. As he drew nearer, he stumbled, crashing to the ground, and the cleaver clattered loud. Ugh! The zombie whipped around abruptly, and Wang Di found himself rolling beneath a table. Then he noticed that the flashlight had fallen to the side, still casting a faint light along the ground, and then realized that the object he had tripped over was a corpse. His heart raced to his throat as he glanced around, only to discover numerous bodies sprawled across the kitchen floor. Truly a grim sight. Having survived to this point, Wang Di was no longer the timid novice he had been in the supermarket, yet the sudden appearance of such a scene sent his heart racing. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated as the kitchen door slammed shut, revealing that a zombie had been lurking against the wall behind the door, previously unnoticed, until it was startled into action by the noise. Wang Di, hidden beneath the table, dared not make a sound as a female corpse emerged from behind the door. With short, sparse hair and clad in what appeared to be the uniform of a former hotel staff member, she advanced. The two zombies bared their teeth, lips curling back to reveal their ghastly white fangs, and approached the flashlight, standing still for a moment before turning away to stand motionless once more. Wang Di lay on the ground, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread, pondering how to dispose of the two zombies. That it was indeed a troubling dilemma. If he attempted to eliminate one, the solitary nature cultivated in the orphanage had instilled in him a resolve to never regret his actions. As time ticked by, Wang Di still failed to devise a solution. The male corpse, dressed in a chef's white uniform, took a few more steps, though whether it had heard the commotion or acted on some other instinct remained a mystery. In any case, the mindless creature's next move was unpredictable. It stopped in front of the chopping board and slowly crouched down, locking eyes with Wang Di. A chill coursed through Wang Di, raising goosebumps all over his body. How does it know I'm here? She turned sharply, but Wang Di had already retracted his arm. His heart raced with a mix of exhilaration and fear. He hadn't anticipated dispatching the male zombie so easily. Yet, he was also afraid. To his horror, beneath the table lay a decaying corpse, or rather, a half-corpse. Its legs missing, only a single right arm remained, lifelessly sprawled on the floor, its neck so startled, Wang Di let out a cry, instinctively kicking out with his legs, rolling out from under the table. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly. As the icy sensation grazed his face, he fled, narrowly avoiding any injuries. In that instant, Wang Di was completely exposed. With a guttural growl, the female zombie lunged at him, only to trip over the corpse and fall to the ground, grasping at Wang Di's right ankle. A chill ran down his spine. Even through his socks, he could feel the bone-chilling coldness of her grip. Desperate, he kicked out forcefully, but was unable to break free. In a panic, he swung the cleaver, severing the female zombie's wrist, then the flashlight extinguished, plunging the kitchen into darkness once more. Wang Di huddled on the ground, hearing the female zombie's growls as she paced back and forth, terrified that she might suddenly collapse onto him. Thankfully, such a calamity did not occur. After a moment, the female zombie appeared to forget the earlier commotion, returning to her stony stillness, and the kitchen resumed its deathly silence. Wang Di held his breath, carefully bending his right leg, reaching out to pry open the female zombie's severed hand. The icy touch sent another wave of goosebumps over him. He thought, I cannot confront her head-on. Steeling himself, he covered the flashlight with his palm and turned it back on. The dim light seeped through his fingers, and he was jolted to see the female zombie standing directly in front of him. She's right here. The shock was profound. Wang Di's arm instinctively swung upward. With a sharp crack, although the hasty strike did not sever her head, it did cleave into her neck, causing her head to droop unnaturally toward her chest. Before the female zombie could react, Wang Di struck again, and her head finally tumbled to the ground, rolling a few times and glaring at him with a ferocious intensity. A wave of revulsion washed over Wang Di, and he discarded the cleaver, hoisting a bag of rice and making a hasty exit through the door. The corridor was suffused with a pale light. Wang Di had already drawn his gun. With a finger on the trigger, he fired, the deafening shot echoing as the figures collapsed simultaneously, but he sprinted away, the cacophony of zombie wails echoing behind him, uncertain of how many had been attracted by the gunfire. In a panic, he ran without thought, not stopping until the sounds of the undead faded into silence. Finally, he caught sight of a glimmering dawn breaking in the eastern sky. Chapter 65. The cliff, regardless of the circumstances, the sun will always rise. This phrase perpetually instills boundless hope. Wang Di paused momentarily, gathering his thoughts, only to realize he had fled. This precipice, obscured by a towering mountain, had eluded his notice during his previous island patrols. Raising his gaze, he beheld a nearly vertical stone staircase carved into the cliffside, ascending towards the summit. Curiosity piqued, he mused. What could possibly be up there? Surely, it can't be a clifftop hotel? Adjusting the bag of rice slung over his shoulder, he grasped the rusted handrail and began his ascent, step by step. The cliff, bordering the sea, was buffeted by fierce winds that swayed his body precariously. Halfway up, he glanced down, only to find himself nearly 100. A misstep here would spell certain doom. Gritting his teeth, he averted his gaze downward, gripping the iron chain firmly to continue climbing, reassuring himself that the steeper the stairs, the better. The zombies would find it impossible to scale, making the summit. After laboring for the better part of a day, Wang Di finally reached the top of the cliff. To his surprise, the summit was not particularly cramped, encompassing an area roughly the size of 3 or 4 basketball courts. More astonishingly, rather than a hotel, a lighthouse loomed before him. Towering 7 or 8 stories high, its presence imposing as it seemed to lean towards him. Circling the lighthouse, he eventually discovered an iron door concealed behind the dense foliage. Slightly ajar, a draft of chilly air escaped through the fist-sized gap. Wang Di contemplated, with sheer cliffs on all sides. The interior was eerily silent. Pushing the door open, it creaked with a grating, jarring sound that made his teeth ache. As the door swung wide, his eyes were immediately drawn to a spiral iron staircase that ascended into the dimness above. Although daylight flooded the exterior, the upper levels of the lighthouse appeared unsettlingly dark, despite seemingly having windows. Entering the tower, he glanced around and noticed a fire axe hanging on the wall to his right. Next to it, in a recessed brick alcove, lay a black object roughly the thickness of a wrist and the length of an upper arm. Is that a stun baton? He wondered. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a flashlight. Is this flashlight not a tad excessive? Wang Di mused, and upon flipping the switch, he was startled to discover it not only had power, but shaking his head, he set the flashlight aside and picked up the fire axe. Reasoning that while the flashlight was impressive, its size made it cumbersome to carry, he raised his gaze, wielded the axe, and ascended the spiral staircase to the first landing. This platform was quite spacious, though it featured only a small circular window barely larger than a basin. Against the wall stood a long table adorned with bowls, chopsticks, pots, and a kettle, alongside a cupboard, a gas stove, and a gas canister. Nearby, two large cardboard boxes caught his attention. Wang Di thought, "It appears someone once manned this lighthouse. I wonder if there are still any people here." Of course, in this context, people bore a different connotation. With a sense of trepidation, he continued his ascent up the iron ladder. After 20 or so rungs, he reached another platform. This second level housed a small iron bed, and beside it, a small table cluttered with a dozen books that a small round window punctuated the wall. He lifted the blanket, and a cloud of dust danced in the shaft of light streaming through the window. Wang Di pondered, "Indeed, someone once resided here, but since the apocalypse, the lighthouse keeper has likely long since departed." He surmised that given the cliff's treacherous ascent, the supplies for the lighthouse keeper must have been delivered by helicopter. The red cross indicated the landing spot for the aircraft. Continuing his climb, he ascended to the third platform, which served as the operations room. A long table held two computers and various unfamiliar instruments, the purpose of which remained a mystery to him. Casting a brief glance at the setup, he continued upward, ascending another 20 rungs to the fourth platform. This level lacked any windows. However, it was the top of the lighthouse, where a shaft of sunlight filtered down, alleviating the darkness somewhat. Observing the clutter on this platform, he noted numerous machine parts and several tall wooden crates. Just as he prepared to ascend further, a low growl suddenly echoed as a zombie emerged from behind one of the crates. Wang Di was taken aback, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely a decaying corpse that he exhaled in relief. The corpse moved sluggishly and lacked any formidable offensive capabilities, relying instead on sheer numbers to prevail to him. This lone creature was no more threatening than squashing. With the fire axe raised, Wang Di advanced towards the corpse, swiftly cleaving off half its skull with a decisive swing. After ensuring no other zombies lurked among the crates, he dragged the lifeless body to the top of the lighthouse and unceremoniously hurled it over the edge of the cliff. Ha! Wang Di, retrieving his binoculars, he scrutinized the vessel, noting that its hull was encrusted with slick, green algae, suggesting it had been stranded for quite some time. Standing atop this wind-swept pinnacle, the sea breeze invigorating against his face, and gazing out upon the azure expanse of ocean, after a considerable period, he finally descended the tower, shouldered the sack of rice, and returned to the kitchen on the first platform. There, he tore open the two large cardboard boxes beside the cupboard, his heart soaring with delight. Inside, he discovered an abundance of food and condiments that he began to extract the items, laying them out on the long table. 3 bundles of noodles, 4 bottles of soy sauce, 2 bottles of vinegar, 5. These provisions had not been opened, suggesting they had only recently arrived at the lighthouse, and the keeper had not yet had the chance to utilize them before the onset of the apocalypse. Filled with joy, Wang Di reflected that had he known such a bountiful supply awaited him, he wouldn't have risked his life the previous night just to procure a single bag of rice. Spotting several barrels of bottled water beneath the table, he counted a total of 11, then opened one, hastily washing the pots and utensils before cooking a large pot of sea cucumber congee, savoring it with Lao Gan Ma chili sauce until he was fully satisfied. Chapter 66. The blue-clad zombie Wang Di discovered 5 bottles of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce that he opened one bottle and, upon tasting it, was met with a particularly rancid odor. The second bottle yielded the same result, and it wasn't until he reached the last bottle that he found one suitable for consumption. However, chili sauce was merely a condiment, not a staple food. Thus, its absence was not a matter of great consequence at this point. Wang Di settled into the lighthouse. Although life was not carefree, it was nonetheless comfortable, and his desire for vengeance against Lin Zhi gradually diminished. After all, simply surviving in this world was a considerable achievement. One night, he awoke from a dream to the sound of rustling emanating from the kitchen below. It seemed as though someone was stealthily engaged in some activity. However, upon descending with a flashlight, he found nothing amiss. He continued down to the bottom, where the iron door was securely shut. Could it be that I misheard? He pondered for a moment, only to faintly hear the sound again. He searched upwards, but upon reaching the tower's summit, he gazed at the sparse stars and found nothing. Wang Di shook his head, reasoning, it must be that I've been alone for too long, leading to auditory hallucinations. In such a vast space, one can easily become paranoid, but in truth, there is nothing to fear. The sea breeze at the top of the tower rendered sleep impossible for Wang Di. He directed his long flashlight towards the ocean, illuminating the stranded ship. Remarkably, the beam reached several kilometers. Under the flashlight's glow, a shadow seemed to flicker at the ship's bow. Moments later, a wretched moan carried on the wind, chilling to the bone. As the wind shifted, the sound faded away. With a sigh, Wang Di suddenly felt that those mindless zombies appeared to be happier than himself. At least they harbored no thoughts, rendering the notion of loneliness irrelevant. As dawn broke, Wang Di descended to the kitchen in search of sustenance. He turned on the gas stove, but the blue flame failed to ignite. After several attempts, it remained stubbornly cold. Alas, he sighed, realizing that despite his frugality, the gas had finally run out. Not only was the gas depleted, but the last barrel of drinking water remained, with no source available at the cliff's peak. It seemed he would have to descend the mountain in search of water. Ascending to the 4th-floor platform, he dragged down a wooden crate to serve as firewood and prepared a bowl of noodles to fill his stomach haphazardly. With 2 empty barrels in tow, he made his way down the cliff. Between the steep cliffs and the beach lay a lush grove of coconut trees. Wang Di ventured into the thicket, contemplating that even if he failed to find a water source, he could return. At that moment, the morning dew had yet to evaporate, and the forest was imbued with a refreshing fragrance. After walking a short distance, he spotted fallen mature coconuts scattered among the grass, saving him the trouble of climbing the trees. He picked one up, split it open with his knife, and eagerly drank the sweet coconut water. The flavor was delightful, though the hard shell posed a challenge to break open. Eventually, he discovered a technique. At the end of the coconut fronds was a cap, which, when gently punctured with a small knife, allowed the coconut water to flow out. With coconuts strewn about, left untouched, Wang Di quickly filled one barrel. Suddenly, he heard the sound of trickling water and approached to discover a stream winding through the coconut grove, merging with the sea. Wang Di's heart leapt with joy. Just as he was about to collect water, startled, he abandoned the water barrel and rolled into the nearby underbrush to conceal himself. These zombies moved quickly, and if discovered, it would mean certain death. As they drew nearer, he lay still, scarcely daring to breathe. One zombie passed so close that its bare foot nearly struck his head. Wang Di held his breath, waiting for the horde to pass through the grove before finally exhaling in relief. However, when he sat up, he discovered that the empty barrel he had left by the stream was now gone. Looking downstream, he saw it being carried away by the current, likely knocked into the water by the passing zombies. He hurriedly chased after it, emerging from the coconut grove onto the beach, where he managed to retrieve the barrel. Just as he was about to return, he noticed a small hole in the sand, from which a crab scuttled out sideways. Wang Di swiftly caught it and, inspired, examined the beach to find countless similar holes he reached inside, only to feel a sharp pain in his fingertip, which prompted him to withdraw, revealing a large blue-shelled crab. Now I have crabs to eat, he thought with delight, momentarily forgetting about collecting water. Using his knife, he pried open each hole, catching over a dozen crabs, which he tied together with a thin rope to carry in hand. While he was still catching crabs, he noticed three figures approaching along the coastline. Wang Di quickly dropped to the ground, and, upon realizing that the approaching figures were decaying corpses, he resumed his crab-catching endeavor. After about 20 minutes, the trio of zombies drew near to By this time. Wang Di had gathered enough crabs and intended to slip away. However, in a fleeting glance, he noticed a blue-clad corpse with a row of small letters printed on its left chest, among which he could make out the character shoot. A spark drawing his fire axe from his waist, he deftly dodged and dispatched the three zombies one by one, that upon inspecting the small letters on the blue-clad corpse, he discovered they read Shirching Island Shooting Club. Could there truly be a shooting club on the island? This means I might acquire some firearms. Reloading a gun after each shot is far too cumbersome. Wang Di mused, initially elated but soon overtaken by a wave of discouragement. During his last encounter over a bag of rice, he had nearly lost his life. Conflicted, he made his way back, carrying the water bucket and crabs. After filling the bucket, he managed to haul it up the cliff in 2 trips due to its weight. After resting for a while, he began to steam the crabs. Once cooked, they gleamed a vibrant red, and merely looking at them was enough to make one salivate. Wang Di joyfully pried open a crab, using one of its legs to scoop out the meat, savoring the if I encounter another horde of fast zombies, I could be in grave danger if discovered. Relying solely on the firearms I possess may not ensure my survival. After much deliberation, he ultimately resolved to acquire some guns. They could prove useful not only against zombies but also in case he encountered other humans one day. Possessing firearms would certainly grant him an advantage point 2 days later. Wang Di prepared to descend the mountain, retracing the path he had previously fled along to reach the back of the resort. He climbed a nearby hill and took out his binoculars to survey the location of the Shirching Island Shooting Club. After a thorough examination, he could not help but exclaim, "Excellent!" Chapter 67. The shooting club. It turned out that the club was situated several dozen meters away from other buildings, making it unnecessary to delve deeper into the resort. Comparatively, it was not overly perilous. Wang Di discerned his bearings and promptly descended the hillside, making a circuitous approach and concealing himself. It was only after the sun had set and darkness enveloped the area that he scaled the wall and leapt into the club. The club comprised 3 buildings, and through his daytime observations, he had noted that the shooting range was located under the hazy moonlight. This rectangular edifice, standing 4 meters tall and spanning 2 stories, appeared ominously foreboding. Wang Di crouched among a patch of withered grass, calmly surveying the surroundings. The courtyard was not overly populated with zombies, with fewer than 20 visible. However, for safety's sake, it would be prudent to devise a means to lure them away. That he rummaged through the grass and found several pebbles, which he hurled forcefully towards the 2 iron. More than half of the zombies, upon reaching the gates, ambled out of the courtyard. Seeing the opportune moment, Wang Di crawled to the left of the shooting range entrance, positioning himself beneath a flower bed. This was an indoor shooting range, and to procure a firearm, he would need to enter the building. Observing that the 2 glass doors lay shattered on the ground, fragmented into countless shards, he cautiously peered inside. The cold moonlight illuminated only 2 or 3 meters into the lobby, beyond which lay a deep abyss of darkness. With a flick of his arm, he sent a pebble flying, which landed among the scattered glass shards with a soft. After a moment's pause, he tossed another small stone, and upon noticing that all remained still inside, he hastened into the lobby, flicking on his flashlight for a swift scan before extinguishing it once more. This flashlight had been salvaged from a deceased individual's backpack upon his arrival on the island, and its remaining battery life was dwindling. With no means to recharge, he had to conserve its use. The long-handled flashlight in the lighthouse was excessively bright and cumbersome to carry, rendering it unsuitable for such endeavors. Thus, he had opted not to bring it along. Remarkably, this flashlight seemed to utilize a high-end battery. Despite the zombie apocalypse having persisted for a year, its stored power had not yet been depleted. However, it was still in need of recharging. The brief flicker of light had allowed Wang Di to ascertain. There were no zombies in the lobby, with sofas and coffee tables arranged against the walls, and 3 doors facing him. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he proceeded to examine each door in turn. To the left was a guest lounge, and to the right, a reception area. Both were ajar, yet devoid of any presence. Adjacent to the reception area was a staircase leading to the second floor. The central door was a heavy iron gate, emblazoned with the words "Shooting Hall Passage." Thus far, the operation had been relatively smooth, and Wang Di mused, this may indeed be a good omen. He envisioned the shooting hall within, eerily vacant save for an array of. Pushing open the door to the shooting hall passage, he was confronted with a corridor barely 2 meters wide, oppressive in its confinement, as if the walls might suddenly converge and crush him into a pulp. As he advanced with his flashlight, a sudden awe escaped his lips as he stumbled back 3 paces. Behind a steel-barred gate loomed a sea of heads, a dark mass of humanity. Instinctively, he turned to flee, only to hear the cacophony of the undead roaring behind him. However, once he had secured the 3-inch-thick iron door, sound was abruptly swallowed by silence, the sudden quietude sending a fresh wave of dread coursing through him. After a moment's respite, he steadied his racing heart. That iron-barred door appears to be locked, preventing the zombies from escaping. But why are there so many of them? Unbeknownst to Wang Di, the shooting range had implemented extraordinarily stringent security measures due to the presence of firearms. Consequently, when the day of the outbreak arrived, a torrent of visitors had surged in seeking refuge, only to find themselves trapped within the shooting hall, transformed into zombies. Once his initial panic subsided, he reopened the door to investigate further. The wails of the undead crescendoed, reverberating painfully against his eardrums. Behind the steel-barred gate, the dark shooting hall was likely home to thousands of the living dead. Wang Di felt a profound sense of despair, perhaps I should explore the second floor, as the armory might be located there. He exited once more, grasping his fire axe as he ascended the stairs that a quick sweep of his flashlight revealed his dismay. Suddenly, a prolonged creak emanated from a corner, and a decaying corpse emerged, its foot ensnared in the circular frame of a chair, dragging it with each step, producing an excruciatingly grating sound. Wang Di's hopes dashed. He was engulfed by a wave of frustration, the incessant squeaking igniting a surge of unbridled fury within him. Striding forward, he delivered a swift kick, toppling the corpse, and with a flash of cold steel, severed one of its arms. If this were a game of cat and mouse, the feline would surely savor its play before delivering the fatal bite, yet even a cat would not exhibit such cruelty towards a mouse. Still silent, with a single swing, he shattered another 6 or 7 teeth, then proceeded to sever the zombie's remaining arm, incessantly questioning as he hacked off its legs at the roots. A sliver of moonlight filtered through the window, casting a glow upon one side of Wang Di's face, while the other remained shrouded in darkness as he emotionlessly declared, I shall not kill you. Instead, you shall linger in stench for all eternity. The zombie, now reduced to a torso devoid of limbs, lay motionless on the floor. Even the most primal of desires would fail to compel it to inch forward. Setting down the fire axe, Wang Di picked up a dusty can of beverage from the ground and drained it entirely. That night, unwilling to concede defeat, he lingered at the club. At dawn, he ventured outside, circling the rectangular building of the shooting range in search of any potential opportunity. Yet perhaps to avert ricochets, there was not a single window in the shooting hall. A wave of irritation washed over him. It appeared that the only means to access the hall was through the shooting range passage. That moment, the zombies from the previous night had seemingly vanished, leaving the courtyard eerily vacant. Wang Di pondered, making his way back to the shooting range passage, when he noticed a glimmer on the ground, something reflecting the light of his flashlight. Picking it up, he discovered it to be a brass key. Instinctively, he inserted the key into the lock, and it fit perfectly. It was indeed the key to the shooting hall. Chapter 68. The stranded cargo ship, gazing at the countless cold, lifeless eyes peering through the fence gate. Wang Di hesitated momentarily, yet reason cautioned him that such an act would be tantamount to suicide. He mused, having the key, it would be a trivial matter to open this iron gate. However, should thousands of zombies lying in the grass, he pondered, how can I procure a firearm while ensuring absolute safety? Moreover, he continued to contemplate, the thousands of zombies in the shooting hall must not escape through the courtyard gate. If they were to break free and scatter, it would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to our future existence. This line of thought intensified his sense of difficulty, rendering the task almost insurmountable. Wang Di shook his head, acknowledging, to obtain a firearm without allowing a single zombie to escape is a venture beyond my solitary capabilities that I fear. Reluctantly, he concluded, the matter of acquiring a weapon must be temporarily abandoned. Nevertheless, having descended the mountain, he could not return empty-handed. Thus, Wang Di made his way to the visitor lounge, filling a bag with the pastries prepared by the club for guests, and then he proceeded to the tea house to carry away a sack of rice before vaulting over the wall and leaping into the open air. As he retraced his steps, he was suddenly startled by the cacophony of moans ahead. He quickly dove into the nearby thicket, and just as he concealed himself, a horde of zombies came barreling after a group of 7 or 8. Curiosity piqued within him. Where had the deer on this island come from? Perhaps they were brought by merchants via sea freight from the resort. He mused that without natural predators, should the day arrive when even the living dead were no more, the deer would proliferate and multiply, leading to the island perhaps being renamed Deer Island. In a fleeting moment, both the deer and the zombies rushed past him in a blur. Although the zombies sprinted with surprising speed, they ultimately could not outpace the four-legged creatures. Just as it appeared the deer would escape, one little fawn began to lag behind, falling behind the rest. The zombies closed in on the fawn from all sides. Despite panting heavily, the fawn remained agile. Abruptly, it pivoted and dashed out of their midst, racing straight toward Wang Di. Wang Di was taken aback. Was this not inviting disaster upon himself? The horde of zombies followed closely, ready to trample him underfoot. Yet if he chose to flee, he would surely be captured by the relentless zombies. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, the little fawn vanished from sight, and the horde of zombies, too, seemed to dissipate into the ground. Wang Di, bewildered, approached the spot to discover a deep, seemingly bottomless pit, overgrown with weeds at its mouth, from which a mist arose, faintly echoing the sound of waves. He mused, if only there were a way to lure the zombies from the shooting range into this pit, it would be a perfect solution. However, he shook his head, such a maneuver is far too perilous. With thousands of zombies in pursuit, I would likely be torn to shreds before reaching the pit. A comprehensive strategy is necessary before taking any action, he muttered to himself. Leaving the pit behind, he returned to the cliffside as dusk began to settle, the blood-red sun gradually sinking beneath the horizon, casting golden rays across the ocean and transforming the Pacific into a basin of crimson. Days passed, and one morning, Wang Di descended the peak to fetch water. As was his routine. He ventured to the beach to catch some crabs, and in a moment of leisure, he glanced up to behold the stranded vessel, an urge rising within him to explore it. Upon returning to the lighthouse, he commenced preparations, first seeking a sufficiently long rope, for although the ship was significantly tilted, its railing still loomed 6 or 7 meters above the water surface. Ascending to the 4th-floor platform, he rummaged through the clutter and fortuitously unearthed a 10-meter-long brown rope, along with 2 batteries the size of a mobile phone. Testing them in a long-handle flashlight, he found them to be a perfect match. The batteries were unopened, their packaging adorned with English letters. Having only completed high school, he was unable to decipher the instructions, but he recognized the price tag of 1,600. He marveled at the thought that purchasing these 2 batteries would cost nearly 10,000 yuan. No wonder the long flashlight could project light over several kilometers. Continuing his search through the pile of debris, he unexpectedly found a fishing spear. Although rusted, its spring still retained a vigorous elasticity and was functional. Wang Di also discovered a half-length rebar, which he bent and fashioned into a makeshift claw by binding it with the brown rope. Considering that the ordinary flashlight had run out of power and was no longer useful, he wrapped a cloth around one end of a wooden stick, saturating it with cooking oil to create a torch. With everything prepared, he had lunch before descending the mountain to the shoreline. Following the coast, he hid behind rocks whenever he encountered zombies, and after half an hour, he located the small boat that had brought him to Shirching Island, setting sail toward the stranded ship. Fortunately, he had dragged the small boat onto the beach when he first arrived. Otherwise, it would have been lost to the tides, and as the waves crashed against the shore, Wang Di found himself exerting considerable effort to row. By the time he neared the cargo ship, an hour and a half had elapsed. The small boat rocked precariously with the swells. After 3 attempts, he finally managed to hook the makeshift claw onto the ship's railing. He then tied the other end of the brown rope to the small boat to prevent it from drifting away while he boarded. Wang Di spat into his palm, grasped the rope with both hands, and climbed up onto the deck. The previous night, he had spotted several zombies at the ship's bow from the lighthouse, but as he surveyed the area now, he found not a single soul aboard, surmising that the zombies had either retreated into the ship's hold or had fallen into the sea. As he inspected the cargo ship, he noted a considerable pile of containers in the center. Realizing it was a freighter, he stepped into the cockpit, finding it empty, and then made his way to the stairway leading down to the hold. Peering into the inky darkness below, he lit the torch, holding it aloft in his left hand while gripping the fishing spear in his right. Descending cautiously, he had to lean against the wall to maintain his balance due to the ship's tilt. Once he reached the bottom of the stairs, he proceeded along the corridor, turning a corner to find himself in a series of crew cabins, each facing one another. Steeling himself, he felt beads of sweat begin. Startled, he inadvertently squeezed the trigger of the fishing spear, shooting down the foremost zombie. Without hesitation, he discarded the spear and drew his firearm. Firing again, did I end that life-or-death moment. His actions were swift and decisive. A loud bang resonated through the confined space, causing several zombies to collapse. The echo of the gunshot reverberated in his ears, leaving them ringing from the blast. Chapter 69. The adventurous cargo ship, however, this shot did not entirely eliminate the imminent danger. The 2 agile corpses, having narrowly escaped death, were momentarily stunned by the impact before lunging forward, but a chill coursed through Wang Di's heart as he retreated rapidly, waving the torch frantically. Although the 2 corpses lacked the capacity for fear, the blinding light momentarily rendered them as disoriented as headless flies. Unsure of their direction, that an idea struck him, and he quickly activated the long-handled flashlight that was slung over his shoulder, directing its beam towards one of the zombies' eyes. The light emitted from the flashlight could pierce through several kilometers of darkness, its brilliance so intense that the zombie appeared momentarily blinded, immobilized by the radiance. Wang Di had initially intended to use the flashlight merely to illuminate the area once the torch extinguished, never anticipating its utility in this manner. He then aimed the flashlight at the other zombie. After a few seconds of hesitation, the first zombie suddenly let out a guttural roar, only to become as still as a wooden statue when the beam of light fell upon it once more. This is manageable, Wang Di mused inwardly. He discarded the torch, drew his fire axe from behind his waist, and seized the opportunity to strike, dispatching the 2 zombies one after the other while they were blinded by the intense light. With a sigh of relief, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Reattaching the harpoon to his side and reloading his firearm, he contemplated the convenience of a handgun over his array of weapons, realizing the cumbersome nature of carrying both a gun and an axe. His desire to acquire a pistol from the shooting club grew ever more urgent, but he picked up the discarded torch and continued his search forward. From the tightly shut cabin doors, he could hear the muffled groans of the undead. However, as long as they remained confined, he had no inclination to pry open the doors and invite trouble. After navigating 2 more turns, he arrived at the ship's dining area. Peering through the round glass window of the door, he observed that the dining room, illuminated by several portholes, was in disarray, with tables and chairs overturned, creating a scene of chaos. Pushing the door revealed it to be locked from the inside. Wang Di's motivation for boarding the ship extended beyond an uncontrollable curiosity. His primary aim was to scavenge supplies, as he deemed a cargo ship far more manageable compared to the intricate terrain and ubiquitous zombies of the resort. He inserted the torch into a wall holder, swung the fire axe, and shattered the glass of the door, reaching in to press the lock and gain entry. Inside the dining area, there was a large eating space complemented by 4 smaller compartments, with the kitchen located at the far end. Treading lightly, Wang Di opened the first compartment to find it cluttered with pots, pans, and a few bottles of mineral water, but he then proceeded to the second compartment, which contained rice, oil, and salt, roughly estimating a dozen bags of rice and several barrels of oil. The third compartment held an assortment of dried goods, including scallops, sea cucumbers, and various dried mountain vegetables like mushrooms and bamboo shoots. Nodding in satisfaction, he acknowledged that this trip had not been in vain, as the long shelf life and substantial quantity of dried goods, over a dozen boxes and 60 to 70 bags, would sustain him for an extended period. Approaching the fourth door, he pondered, what could be stored in this compartment? As he cracked the door open, disappointment washed over him before he even glimpsed the interior. A foul stench assailed his senses, unmistakably the odor of decaying flesh. Stepping back, he kicked the door open, his harpoon in one hand and firearm in the other. Prepared for the worst to his surprise, the compartment held no zombies, only a desiccated corpse. A bullet wound marred the temple, and the blood had long since congealed. Clutched in its hand was a handgun. This individual took their own life, Wang Di observed, noting the Marine combat uniform the corpse wore, fully equipped. With little time to spare, he first inspected the kitchen to ensure there were no undead lurking within, before returning to the fourth compartment to strip the corpse of its gear. Among the equipment were a Type 03 automatic rifle, a Kevlar helmet, a combat shovel, a Type 10 canteen, a Type 07 messenger bag, a Type 99 diving knife, and a Type 06 individual combat pack, which contained 4 rifle magazines, for Type 82 grenades and a Type 08 gas mask, alongside a triangular bandage first aid kit. Additionally, the corpse's grasp held a naval version of the Type 95 rifle, shorter in length and designed for use aboard ships. Wang Di recognized some of the equipment, while others were foreign to him. However, he was particularly familiar with the Type 99 diving knife, capable of severing a wooden pole of approximately 50 millimeters, adept at swiftly cutting underwater nets. The knife's blade was crafted. A wave of joy surged through Wang Di. After days of ruminating on how to acquire firearms from the club, he had unexpectedly secured a complete set of marine gear aboard the cargo ship. The Type 03 automatic rifle and the naval version of the Type 95 handgun were undoubtedly superior in performance to the weapons from the shooting club that he donned the equipment, though he lamented that the handgun was left with only 7 rounds, and the folding stock rifle held merely 1 magazine filled with 30 rounds. 7 bullets are far too few. I must find an opportunity to procure more from the club, he thought. Having equipped himself with the gear, Wang Di gazed at the corpse and wondered how a Marine soldier ended up on a cargo ship. However, death offered no answers, and the circumstances of the soldier's arrival aboard the ship remained a mystery known only to the heavens. As he turned, he noticed a series of blood-stained inscriptions on the wall. Even if I cease to be myself and transform into a bloodthirsty fiend, even if the whole world crumbles into ruins, I shall uphold a soldier's vow with my very life, unwavering until death. Wang Di scoffed before departing. He pried open a shipping container aboard the cargo ship, hoping to discover useful supplies, only to find it filled with women's and children's clothing and shoes. As the small boat navigated back to shore, the steep and treacherous cliff path necessitated that he employ an ant-like strategy, making multiple trips each day to ferry the supplies to the cliff's summit. After 3 days, he had transported the majority of the goods, leaving only a single bag of rice, a few packages of dried sea cucumbers, and a bottle of mineral water aboard the ship. On the 4th day at noon, as he descended the cliff and traversed the coconut grove to the shoreline, he prepared to hoist the bag of rice onto his shoulder, when his gaze inadvertently swept across the sea, and he suddenly froze in astonishment. Chapter 70. The Life and Death Lottery. The waves surged rhythmically, gently cradling a small boat as it drew nearer. When the vessel reached the valley's depths, it vanished behind the towering crest of a wave. Wang Di, having grown accustomed to solitude in the orphanage since childhood, should have understood the art of embracing loneliness more intimately than the average person. Yet, paradoxically, it was those like him, harboring a reclusive spirit who yearned most fervently for human connection. This longing explained his attentive care for Zheng lingling back in the supermarket of Roland County. After all, the evolutionary history of humanity, spanning millions of years, has ingrained within us a fundamental inclination towards communal living and a desire for recognition from others. However, this does not imply that Wang Di would sacrifice himself for the sake of others' approval. When faced with peril, his primary concern remained his own safety. He trembled slightly, eagerly awaiting the boat's approach, his yearning for contact with ordinary humans bubbling within him. Yet he could not ascertain whether the small craft had merely drifted here with the current. Devoid of occupants, he strained to gaze across the sea, unencumbered by binoculars or weaponry, as he had only brought a handgun tucked into his waistband for the transport of supplies. At last, Wang Di spotted figures aboard the boat. More than one, in fact. Strangely, this revelation brought him a sense of calm, contrasting sharply with the earlier tumult of his emotions. He found himself perplexed by his own mercurial nature. As the small boat inched closer and finally reached the shore, 3 men and 2 women disembarked, their astonished gazes locking onto Wang Di. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this vessel was a lifeboat, and as he surveyed the 5 individuals, he noted their parched lips and weary expressions, indicating they had been adrift for an extended period. A burly man, approximately in his 40s, stepped forward and inquired, "Brother, are you alone?" As he spoke, he craned his neck towards the small boat behind Wang Di. Upon spotting the bottled water, he disregarded Wang Di entirely, tearing open the plastic wrapping and greedily drinking from a bottle. 3 of the remaining 4 approached to grab their own bottles of water, while the lone girl, no older than 18 or 19, hesitated at the sight of Wang Di's grim demeanor. Wang Di coldly remarked, "Are you not going to seek the owner's consent before taking my water?" The burly man, having endured over a month at sea and exhausted his provisions, was parched and famished. Faced with Wang Di's solitary presence, he displayed no hesitation, declaring, "Not just the water. I'll take whatever is on your boat." Wang Di's expression remained impassive as he replied, "I will say this only once more. Put it down, or I will kill you." The burly man chuckled derisively. Turning to his male companions, he scoffed, "Zhang Yong, Lu Xiang, did you hear that? This kid dares to threaten me for a bottle of water." He then gulped down the remaining portion of his drink, challenging Wang Di with a taunt. "Go on, kill me." "If you don't, you're not a man." In a swift motion, Wang Di drew his handgun and aimed it at the burly man, who recoiled in shock. "Why you dare to shoot?" Though his tone remained defiant, it was clear to any observer that he was merely bluffing, masking his fear behind bravado. Wang Di's piercing gaze bore into him, leaving him speechless. You. Under such scrutiny, the burly man suddenly faltered, collapsing to his knees. Zhang Yong, Lu Xiang, and a 21 or 22-year-old girl hastily returned their unopened bottles of water to the boat. Witnessing their fear, Wang Di felt a surge of satisfaction within him that he mused, killing this man would serve no purpose. Keeping him alive, however, could be advantageous. "I am the master of Shirching Island," he declared. "I do not permit you to set foot on my island. Depart at once, and return whence you came." The 5 exchanged glances, the burly man's thoughts racing. "Damn it, I thought I was ruthless, but this kid is even fiercer, claiming Shirching Island as his own." Wang Di's eyes blazed with intensity. "Did you not hear me? I command you to leave immediately." The 5 individuals hesitated, contemplating their options. They had endured hunger and hardship to reach this island. Departing now would likely mean starvation at sea once more. Lu Xiang, a young man in his 20s sporting metal-framed glasses that lent him an air of refinement, pleaded, "Boss, please. Let us stay, that if you force us to leave, we will surely die." Wang Di scoffed in silence, while Zhang Yong and the girl beside him, uncertain of Wang Di's true intentions, joined in the desperate appeals. Having sufficiently intimidated them, Wang Di decided to play a game of chance that he stated, "Draw lots." The burly man and the others looked at each other in confusion. "Draw? What lots?" Lu Xiang inquired, bewildered. Life and death lots, Wang Di explained. There are 5 of you, but I will only allow 4 to remain. One must leave. As his words hung in the air, the 5 chorused, "Why?" Wang Di huffed, surveying them before responding slowly. "Because I am the master of Shirqing Island, that if you wish to stay, you must abide by my rules." They exchanged. Wang Di gestured with his gun. "Turn around." Once the 5 complied, he retrieved a branch from the ground, snapping it into 5 segments and planting them in the sand. "You may turn back now." As they faced him again, confusion washed over their faces at the sight. Wang Di continued, "The rules are simple. 4 of these sticks are long, and 1 is short. You will each draw lots, and whoever picks the short stick must leave." He took a step back, allowing them to approach and draw their lots. His decision to place the sticks in the ground rather than hold them was a precaution against any attempts to close in on him under the guise of drawing lots, potentially launching a surprise attack to seize his weapon. The others hesitated, but the burly man stepped forward. Though not lacking in brutishness, he reasoned, "Given the circumstances, resisting him is futile, that I will draw first. The odds of picking the short stick are 1 in 5, and my chances of survival improve with each subsequent draw. I must grasp this opportunity." Chapter 71. The Emperor, a burly man, stepped forward, hesitating momentarily before grasping a second branch, which measured merely 4 inches in length. He cast a questioning glance at the Emperor, his eyes reflecting uncertainty. Having missed the sight of the Emperor snapping the branch, he remained oblivious to whether the sign he held was short or long, or whether he should stay or leave. The Emperor, maintaining a facade of calm, gestured to the left with the muzzle of his gun, commanding, "Stand there." The next one that the burly man complied, pondering, "I have drawn a sign," yet they do not announce it immediately. They truly relish in suspense. Zhang Yong and El Xiang surged forward simultaneously, pushing against each other. El Xiang, being weaker, fell to the ground, while Zhang Yong bent down to pick up a third branch. Upon seeing the branch Zhang Yong had selected, which was nearly identical in length to his own, the burly man broke into a grin, as if reassured. Observing the burly man's expression of uncontainable joy, the Emperor concluded. He nodded to Zhang Yong, indicating that he should stand beside the burly man. Zhang Yong, clutching the branch yet remaining stationary, reasoned, "Since there are 5 branches, 4 are long and 1 is short, and my sign is of the same length as old Lu S, it must mean I am meant to stay." He pointed towards a girl of about 22 or 23 standing beside him and asked the Emperor, "May I pass my opportunity to her and draw again?" The Emperor, somewhat taken aback, replied, "Are you certain?" Zhang Yong affirmed, "Of course." The Emperor nodded. "The choice is yours to make, but I must advise you that your luck may not hold for the next draw." "Who is she that merits such a sacrifice?" Zhang Yong responded, "She is my sister, Zhang Bing." The Emperor acknowledged with a grunt, "Give it to her, and draw again." Zhang Yong handed the branch to Zhang Bing, urging her to join the burly man. "We are both men, so let Xiao Yiran draw first." At El Xiang, reluctant, thought to himself, "I've played the good guy. What about my own life?" He glanced at the Emperor, who remained indifferent, and after a brief hesitation, Xiao Yiran stepped forward to draw the first branch. Upon seeing her selection, the burly man chuckled. "Xiao Yiran, you are quite fortunate. Come stand here." Zhang Yong smiled slightly and asked El Xiang, "There are only 2 branches left. Now the chances are equal. Do you want to draw first, or shall I?" El Xiang deliberated for a moment. "I will go first." He figured that whatever the outcome, it would be his decision alone, that he stepped forward and drew a branch, letting out a jubilant cry, "I can stay." While some rejoiced, others were filled with sorrow. Zhang Bing's face turned pale, and she trembled, saying, "Brother, brother." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she clung tightly to Zhang Yong. He chuckled dismissively, gently freeing himself from her grasp and patting her back, saying, "A bet is a bet, sister. You must learn to take care of yourself." Turning to the Emperor, he implored, "My friend, please look after my sister in the future, will you?" The Emperor laughed heartily and patted Zhang Yong's shoulder with vigor. "Brother, I admire you greatly. I am willing to make an exception for you. You can stay too." He thought to himself, I never intended to send anyone away." The surprise was overwhelming. Zhang Bing gasped, and the siblings embraced, both in tears. The emperor felt a sense of fulfillment, contemplating, with this, I have not only complicated the dynamics among these five, but also secured Zhang Yong and his sister's gratitude. They will surely remain loyal to me. That he turned to the burly man and inquired, "What is your name?" The man promptly replied, "Boss, my name is Lu Weiguo." He stepped forward, beaming, and extended his hand for a handshake. The emperor ignored the gesture and pointed toward a sack of rice, saying, "You seem fit. Carry it with me." He thought, this man, once fierce, has transformed into a subservient demeanor rather swiftly. Zhang Yong and El Xiang each took a sea cucumber and a bottle of mineral water, following the emperor through the coconut grove until they reached the base of a cliff. The emperor halted and announced, "Let me introduce myself. I am Wang Di, residing above. Anyone wishing to accompany me is welcome. Those who prefer to seek elsewhere are free to do so. However, be warned, there are many zombies on Stone City Island. Take care of yourselves. While retreating, he advanced. Lu Weiguo and the others, being newcomers, were reluctant to take risks and sought another place to settle. In contrast, Zhang Yong and his sister, filled with gratitude, naturally chose to remain, promptly expressing their willingness to ascend the cliff. Lu Weiguo remarked, "Boss, your name is quite imposing. Wang Di. Wang Di. Reverse it, and it becomes Emperor." Wang Di nodded. "Since you all wish to follow me, let me make one thing clear. All actions will be under my command." Lu Weiguo was the first to agree. "You are the boss. We will certainly follow your lead." Wang Di smiled faintly to the cliff. He took the sack of rice from Lu Weiguo's hands, saying, "You're tired. Let me take over," and ascended the stone steps first. Lu Weiguo followed closely behind, reflecting, this man actually possesses a sense of loyalty. Wang Di, balancing authority and benevolence, successfully gathered 5 individuals. Upon reaching the peak, they gazed up at the towering lighthouse, and El Xiang exclaimed, "Living up here? Who needs to fear zombies?" Wang Di settled the 5 on the first platform, imposing a rule that no one was allowed to ascend without his permission. Zhang Bing and Xiai Ran prepared a large pot of porridge, and afterward, Wang Di called the Zhang siblings up to the second platform, smiling as he said, "You two can come up whenever you wish. There are no restrictions." Zhang Yong and his sister felt immense gratitude, thereby strengthening their bond with Wang Di, which pleased him greatly. Wang Di inquired why the 5 had been adrift at sea. Zhang Yong sighed and explained, "We are all tourists headed to Saipan Island. Who could have foreseen that the cruise would encounter a zombie outbreak before reaching our destination?" Suddenly, the sky darkened, and before long, people began to bleed from their eyes and noses. "You know how frightening that looked." Zhang Bing interjected, "I was having fun at the time. There was a water slide on the cruise called Eye of the Deep, towering high, sliding from the 17th deck down to the 2nd. The slide spiraled, with part of it even extending out over the sea. It was completely transparent, allowing us to see the ocean beneath. The surreal experience was simply marvelous." As she recounted the joyous scenes from that day, her eyes sparkled with longing for the sensation of weightlessness. Wang Di, however, was uninterested in her story. He nodded and subtly redirected the conversation, asking, "Didn't you notice the sky darkening while you were playing on the slide?" Chapter 72. Transformation on the cruise ship, Zhang Bing remarked. "The sky darkened for a brief moment, but I was having such a delightful time that I paid it no heed. It was only when I noticed the pool water had suddenly turned red that I realized someone was biting another intestines. Intestines were being ripped out." As she recounted this, the horrifying scene flickered in her memory, causing her voice to tremble slightly. Zhang Yong comforted his sister with a gentle pat and continued, "At that moment, I sensed that something was terribly amiss. That I grabbed her, and we fled towards our cabin, which was located on the 10th deck. We barely reached the 6th deck when we found ourselves unable to ascend any further, as a throng of people surged downwards, shouting that there were murders occurring above. I, too, was beyond caring for anything else. I pulled my sister into someone else's cabin and shut the door. Both of us were utterly paralyzed with fear. Suddenly, we heard a noise from the bathroom. It turned out to be Xiao Ran. Zhang Yong chuckled lightly. When Xiao Ran saw my sister and me, she initially thought we had mistakenly entered her room. I explained the situation outside to her, but she simply wouldn't believe me, insisting on calling the police. Haha. Zhang Bing playfully nudged Zhang Yong, resting her head on his shoulder, affectionately saying, "Brother, it's no wonder you look like a villain." It was only when I spoke up that Xiao Ran began to believe us that I then called her to the balcony to look down, and she was so frightened that she burst into tears. Zhang Yong tenderly stroked his sister's head, expressing his deep affection. We share a profound bond. Even if it meant my own demise, I would never allow her to suffer in any way. Wang Di nodded, urging Zhang Yong to continue. The three of us were in a state of despair, when suddenly the cruise ship jolted violently, causing the glass cups on the table to crash to the floor, shattering into pieces. Just as we were trying to comprehend what was happening, we felt the ship's speed gradually decrease until it finally came to a standstill. That I thought to myself, "This is it. Even the ship is adrift without a captain." As Zhang Yong recounted this, he shook his head. Little did I know, even more terrifying events awaited us. Without any warning, the seas suddenly churned into monstrous waves, rising like hills and crashing down upon us, nearly toppling the cruise ship on several occasions. The wind and waves grew increasingly ferocious, causing the ship to sway like a seesaw. Inside our cabin, we were helplessly tossed about as everything around us fell to the floor. For the first time, I felt the nearness of death. Wang Di, recalling his arrival at Shirching Island, remembered witnessing numerous large trees snapped in half by the wind. At that time, he had assumed it was caused by a hurricane, but now it appeared to be the result of a tsunami. That he thought to himself, "Thank goodness Shirching Island is at a high elevation, and the resort is situated on elevated ground. Otherwise, it too would have been obliterated." Zhang Yong fell silent for a moment. That dreadful tsunami persisted until midnight before finally subsiding. That I lay on the floor, my head throbbing from a painful bump, feeling dizzy and desperately hoping for a rescue ship to arrive. Wang Di interjected, "You were on the ship, yet you remained oblivious to the fact that the whole world had succumbed to transformation, correct?" Zhang Bing replied, "Communication on the cruise ship had been severed, and we couldn't make any phone calls, so naturally, we were unaware." Zhang Yong added, "Initially, we were in the dark, but I later pondered that for a cruise ship carrying 5,000 to 6,000 people to lose contact and receive no assistance was far too abnormal. During our subsequent drifting, we did catch sight of several ships passing nearby, some flying the American flag, others the British and French flags, and the people aboard them had also turned into zombies. It became evident to us that something catastrophic had occurred worldwide." Zhang Yong continued, "Xiao Ran is a girl, and her cabin was stocked with snacks. Yet mere snacks were insufficient for sustenance. On the third day, I inadvertently discovered that the ventilation ducts in the ceiling led to other cabins, so I ventured out to find food for the two of them. Fortuitously, much like a blind cat stumbling upon a mouse, I climbed through the ventilation duct and emerged in the dining hall, which was eerily empty. I waited for a moment, reasoning that the dining hall was devoid of people because the transformation had occurred 3 days prior, and it was still before mealtime. I hoisted myself down from the ceiling and peered through the door. Both glass doors were locked, and 2 zombies had just passed by. I patted my chest, thinking how fortunate I was. Had I jumped down a second earlier and been spotted by the zombies, the glass door would have offered no protection. That I hurried into the kitchen and gathered a substantial amount of food, then climbed back through the ventilation duct. Upon my return, I found Xiao Ran with red, swollen eyes from crying, while my sister was comforting her. When I inquired, I learned that Xiao Ran had come on vacation with her parents, while her sister remained at home. Now, with her parents deceased, she was deeply concerned about her sister. I told her, "It is already a miracle that you are alive." I produced the food and shared it with my sister and her, as we were all ravenous. We devoured nearly half of the provisions. 2 days later, in the dead of night, I ventured to the dining hall once more to retrieve food. As I descended from the ceiling and approached the kitchen door, I was suddenly petrified. Bathed in the moonlight filtering through the porthole, I spotted 2 dark figures standing motionless before a cupboard that the light could not reach. After a prolonged silence, one of the shadows suddenly spoke. "Are you human?" Upon hearing this, I exhaled in relief, replying, We thought everyone on this cruise ship had perished. The three of us embraced, reflecting on how we had all startled each other, and we burst into laughter. Lu Weiguo inquired, "Are you alone?" I replied that I had my sister and another girl with me. Lu Weiguo pondered for a moment and suggested, "Why don't we all move to the dining hall? It would be too inconvenient to keep climbing back and forth for food if we gather together. We can look out for one another." I cautioned, "The glass doors won't hold back the zombies." El Xiang reassured me, "Don't worry. I've observed that zombies are quite dim-witted as long as we block the door with something. They won't see anyone in the dining hall and will have no reason to come in for a look." Lu Weiguo proposed, "We can use newspapers to cover the door." I countered, "Where can we find that many newspapers?" Lu Weiguo replied, "If we don't have newspapers, we can use bed sheets instead." El Xiang interjected, "No need to complicate things. The dining hall has screens we can use to block the view." I nodded, agreeing that it would be wonderful to be together, and I returned to fetch my sister and Ran. The five of us gathered, and the atmosphere felt less lonely, though we dared not speak loudly in the dining hall. Whenever we wanted to share a joke or converse, we retreated to the kitchen and shut the door. And so, we five lived like mice for over half a year, until one day, El Xiang suddenly proposed. Wang Di, interjecting at this juncture, remarked, "Earlier, you mentioned that the cruise ship accommodated 5,000 to 6,000 people, hence there must be ample provisions in the kitchen to cater to such a large number. However, what about water? Is there sufficient water in the kitchen to sustain you five for such an extended period?" Chapter 73. Voting. Zhang Bing chuckled and remarked, "We are not lacking in water. The restaurant is stocked with plenty of mineral water. Moreover, as I mentioned, you are unlikely to believe it, but there is a continuous supply from the faucet." Wang Dicky questioned, "It's always flowing?" Zhang Yong elaborated, "I suspect there is a reservoir on the top deck of the cruise ship, which is why water keeps flowing through the pipes. However, we are unaware of how much water is actually in the reservoir, so we hesitate to use it freely, fearing that one day it might suddenly run dry." Wang Di chuckled, saying, "Having water but not knowing how much there is truly keeps one on edge." Zhang Bing replied, "Who can argue with that? Using it or not using it poses a dilemma. During our 6 months on the cruise, we have not bathed even once. That it was only after boarding the lifeboat that, while the 3 men were asleep, Ran and I managed to sneak in a few washes." Zhang Yong smiled and continued, "We 5 have lived like mice aboard this cruise for over half a year." One day, El Xiang remarked, "Although we have plenty of rice, oil, and salt, and even sprout beans, we cannot simply consume our resources without limit. Eventually, we will run out. Are we all just waiting to starve?" What El Xiang said resonated with everyone. We all understood it, but were unwilling to confront the reality. Lu Weiguo stated, "What's the issue? There is more than one restaurant on this cruise. If we deplete this one, we can always move to another." El Xiang countered, "Move to another? You do realize that this deck has only this one restaurant. To reach another, we'd have to venture outside, and how many zombies await us there?" Recalling the gruesome fate of those devoured by zombies, Lu Weiguo shivered and fell silent. I thought to myself that my sister and I had been fortunate. Not every deck on the cruise is a restaurant, but if we hadn't escaped to this deck, we might have starved long ago. I asked, "What should we do then?" El Xiang suggested, "The cruise has lifeboats. Shall we row away?" Everyone fell silent. For over 6 months, the cruise had drifted across the sea. We hadn't seen land, nor even a small island that in the vast Pacific. Once we left the ship, relying solely on a lifeboat, no one could predict what awaited us. After a long pause, Lu Weiguo finally said, "Perhaps we should wait a little longer?" El Xiang replied, "Wait for what? For someone to rescue us? Wake up, uncle. We have been adrift for over half a year, that if there were to be a rescue, it should have happened by now." Another silence enveloped us, and I proposed, "Let us vote. Those in favor of leaving, raise your hands." As soon as I finished speaking, I was the first to raise my hand. To my surprise, Lu Weiguo, who had just suggested waiting, was the second to lift his hand. In truth, we all understood that while remaining on the cruise might allow us to survive for a while longer, it was not a sustainable solution. Thus, we began to prepare, gathering as much food and clean water as possible. On the 3rd night, we escaped the terrifying cruise on the lifeboat. Zhang Yong recounted this with a calm demeanor. Yet the memory of that night, when he almost fell victim to a zombie while lowering the lifeboat into the sea, still sent chills down his spine. We five. He swallowed hard before continuing. Took turns rowing the boat, navigating by the sun during the day and the Big Dipper at night, rowing without pause. When not resting, we either slept or fished for sustenance. For 3 whole months, we faced countless storms, and it was by the grace of God that we finally reached Stone City Island. Wang Di scoffed coldly, saying, "You survived through your own efforts. You ought to express gratitude to yourselves." Humph. The damned God has never favored anyone. Zhang Yong and his sister were taken aback. It was the first time they had heard someone prefix God with damned. Wang Di produced a handgun from behind him and handed it to Zhang Yong, saying, "Take this." Understanding that human strength can sometimes falter, he knew that even the finest weapon is useless without a capable wielder. To ensure loyalty, one must offer something in return. Zhang Yong trembled. "For me, you trust me this much? Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid?" Zhang Bing looked at Wang Di, equally astonished. Wang Di smiled. "Afraid of what?" "Afraid that if I fall asleep, you might shoot me." Zhang Yong quickly vowed, "I would never do such a thing, but we only just met today." Wang Di replied, "I consider you a brother, so I will not. Why do you not treat me as one in return? Just call me by my name." Zhang Yong responded, Yes, you are older than I, so I will call you brother." Wang Di remarked, "If it were Lu Weiguo or El Xiang calling me boss, I could tolerate it, but I would not trust them and certainly would not give them a gun." Zhang Yong felt a surge of emotion and said to Zhang Bing, "Hurry and call him Big Brother. We have a good Big Brother now." Zhang Bing sweetly called out, "Big Brother Wang Di." Wang Di retrieved a firearm from beneath his pillow and handed it to Zhang Bing, saying, "There are many zombies on the island. Take this for your protection. Although loading it is cumbersome, its power is significant. Taking down 7 or 8 zombies with one shot is no problem." Zhang Bing accepted the firearm, saying, "Thank you, Big Brother Wang Di." Zhang Yong added, "Brother, you should rest. I will keep watch." That night, Wang Di lay awake in the darkness, observing that Zhang Yong did not sleep a wink. Time passed swiftly, and half a month later, Lu Weiguo and El Xiang returned from fetching water from the mountain, panting heavily. Lu Weiguo complained, "Boss, the cliff is both high and steep. Fetching water is not only exhausting but also quite dangerous. Can't we find another place?" Wang Di pointed towards the resort, stating, "The conditions over there are quite pleasant, but I fear you may not dare to venture." Lu Weiguo inquired, "You mean the area near the resort?" Wang Di affirmed, "Aside from that, there are no better places on Stone City Island." "Yet I sense you are also hesitant to go." Lu Weiguo, feeling provoked, retorted, "How many zombies could possibly be over there? As long as everyone is willing to go, I will too." Wang Di had been waiting for this moment. He slung the automatic rifle over his back and declared, "All right, let us go take a look now." The 6 of them descended the peak and stealthily approached the small hill behind the resort, where they could survey the entire area. Wang Di pointed to the shooting club, saying, "That's a shooting range. We can acquire some firearms there and then devise a plan to reclaim the resort in that case. We 1T have to descend the mountain for water, and living in the resort will be far more comfortable than in the lighthouse." Chapter 74. The bait Lu Weiguo gazed upon the omnipresent zombies surrounding the resort, a sense of trepidation beginning to envelop him, that he remarked, "Boss, perhaps we should just stay at the lighthouse. It's merely a bit difficult to fetch water." "I am not afraid of hardship." Wang Di's expression darkened. "It was you who insisted on coming, yet now you cower in fear." Hearing the sternness in Wang Di's tone, Lu Weiguo refrained from further protest. Wang Di scoffed, "What is there to fear? Although the zombies are numerous, they are mindless creatures that if we do not act recklessly and everyone listens to me, reclaiming the resort will not prove arduous." The group exchanged glances and Zhang Yong inquired, "What do we do?" Wang Di replied, "First, we must reclaim the shooting club. There are some zombies inside. We will devise a way to lure them out to that barren land." He gestured with his hand. "Beyond that wasteland lies a deep pit, one that could not be filled even by tens of thousands of zombies. Let us go take a look." The 6 descended the small hill, and as Wang Di's thoughts began to crystallize into a plan, he mused, "I will send Lu Weiguo to the club to draw out the zombies and lead them to the cave." However, I have yet to determine how to make the zombies jump into the pit. Ah, I have it. We can cut a few tree branches and construct a frame above the cave entrance, suspending a person as bait. Once the zombies see the figure, they will surely leap down. But who shall we suspend? Zhang Yong and Zhang Bing were immediately ruled out. The brother and sister duo were Wang Di's trusted allies. Although Lu Xiang was not particularly impressive, he was still a man with some strength. He would be useful in the future. That left only Xiai Ran, whose delicate beauty, while enchanting, was of little consequence in this dire situation. We must sacrifice her. After all, one cannot catch wolves without first losing a child. Wang Di, accompanied by Zhang Yong and the others, surveyed the terrain, cutting down a dozen branches as thick as bowls to create a frame above the cave entrance. He meticulously pondered the details in his mind, feeling that the plan was quite sound. Zhang Yong snapped several wooden sticks, shaping them into spears to distribute to Lu Weigua and the others as weapons. They had escaped the cruise ship with nothing but dinner knives to be why this time. The sun had set in the west, and time was of the essence. Wang Di glanced at his watch. We will not return today. We shall spend the night at the club. The club comprised 3 buildings, with the shooting hall in the center and dining facilities and staff quarters flanking either side. The 6 scaled the wall and approached the dormitory building, only to find a corpse lying at the entrance, already reduced to bones. Wang Di had secured the iron gate of the courtyard the last time he left, preventing any zombies from wandering in. However, it remained uncertain whether any had infiltrated the dormitory building. There may be zombies inside, he warned. Zhang Yong pushed open the door, revealing several skeletal remains strewn across the first-floor corridor. Let us ascend to the second floor, he suggested. Leading the way up the staircase, Zhang Yong aimed his spear at its eye socket and thrust it into the brain, extracting the spear and peering down the long corridor, contemplating. Are there more zombies on this floor? Suddenly, Lu Weigua let out a loud howl. Wang Di was startled, reprimanding him. What are you doing? Lu Weigua, believing himself clever, replied, If there are zombies, one shout will reveal it, that if there are any, they'll automatically come running. Wang Di shot him a disapproving glance. What if a horde of zombies comes rushing out? What then? Lu Weigua stubbornly retorted. This building is eerily quiet. If there were any, there would only be 1 or 2, that how could there possibly be a group of zombies? Wang Di was both exasperated and amused, maintaining a serious demeanor as he said, Listen closely. I'm looking out for your safety. From now on, no matter what happens, do not make a fuss. Lu Weigua nodded but remained unconvinced, thinking to himself. Isn't it obvious? I shouted, and no zombies appeared. The dormitory had only 2 floors, and after a thorough search, they found no more zombies. Entering a dormitory room, they discovered a layer of dust covering the table and floor, with the window open and a massive spider web occupying the space. Within the web lounged a spider the size of a wine glass, adorned in vibrant colors. Upon seeing it, Xiao Ran's hair stood on end, and goosebumps prickled her skin. Noticing her fear, Wang Di grabbed a broom and shattered the web, tossing both the broom and the spider out the window. The spiders here are twice the size of those from my hometown, he commented, casting a glance at Xiai Ran. But there is no need to fear. They do not bite. Seeing Wang Di's considerate nature, Xiai Ran softly uttered, Thank you. Wang Di's expression remained indifferent. There is no need for thanks. Lu Weigua asked, Boss, you mentioned there are zombies in the club. Where are they? Wang Di replied, After we eat, I will show you. Once they had consumed their rations and the sky had not yet darkened, Wang Di led the group to the elongated shooting hall. Pushing open the heavy iron door of the shooting passage, he declared, The zombies are inside. Lu Xiang peered into the dark corridor, his voice trembling. Boss, how many zombies are there? Wang Di replied, You will see for yourself. With that, he stepped over the threshold and crossed the passage to the iron gate, lowering his voice to ask, Are you all prepared? Zhang Yong and the others were left wondering. Prepared for what? Suddenly, Wang Di switched on a long-handled spotlight. In an instant, a resounding roar erupted as thousands of zombies howled in unison, echoing within the enclosed shooting hall like the heavens themselves had collapsed, leaving everyone's ears ringing. Zhang Bing and Xiao Ran screamed simultaneously, their cries drowned out by the cacophony of the undead, so loud that they could not even hear their own voices. Wang Di turned off the spotlight and swiftly exited the passage, followed closely by Lu Weigua and the others. Although Wang Di had mentioned that there were zombies in the shooting hall, he had not specified their numbers. Upon witnessing the scene, everyone turned pale, their legs trembling. Returning to the dormitory building, Zhang Yong discreetly approached Wang Di, asking, "Brother, what is your plan?" Until now, Wang Di had not shared the specific steps with the others. Hearing Zhang Yong's inquiry, he began to outline his thoughts. Upon finishing, Zhang Yong exclaimed, "You want Lu Weigua to lure the zombies, with Xia Yiran as bait? This is too cruel. Won't they be in danger?" Wang Di chuckled. "There are over 10,000 zombies on Shirqing Island. Do you think it is safe to dwell among them every day? To transform Shirqing Island into a paradise, one must take certain risks." Zhang Yong protested, But Lu Weigua and Xia Yiran, I have a good relationship with them." Wang Di countered, "A good relationship? Have you forgotten about the drawing of lots? Who stood up to speak on your behalf then?" He paused before continuing, "I am looking out for your best interests that I in this world. If you wish to live well, you cannot afford to be too kind-hearted." Zhang Yong's expression grew complex, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. The following morning, the six gathered at the cave entrance. Wang Di produced a rope and signaled to Zhang Yong to bind Xia Yiran. Poor Xia Yiran, oblivious to Wang Di's intentions, remained unaware that she was to be used as bait. Chapter 75. The unexpected Zhang Yong was truly reluctant to confront a companion with whom he had shared hardships. Just as he was grappling with his indecision, he noticed movement in the underbrush behind Xia Yiran as a herd of deer suddenly emerged. A flicker of inspiration struck him, and he drew his pistol, firing a shot that instantly felled a magnificent stag. The remaining deer, startled by the gunfire, swiftly turned and fled back into the woods. Zhang Yong turned to Wang Di and remarked, "We can use the stag as bait." Though the island was inhabited by only 6 individuals, Wang Di, despite his dark intentions, was honest enough to admit that he did not wish to sacrifice anyone unnecessarily. He nodded slightly. "Very well, let us use the deer as bait." Xia Yiran, with a smile, chimed in, "Bait? The deer is so large. We could roast it for a meal." The moment she uttered those words, an image of Zhang Yong approaching her flashed through her mind, and an instant realization struck her. Her face blanched as she exclaimed, "Ah, I understand now. Initially, Wang Di intended to use me as bait. How foolish of me to only realize this now." A shiver ran down her spine as she thought, "He would have me serve as bait while so considerately brushing away spiders for me." Zhang Yong severed the stag's carcass, and Lu Weigua and El Xiang joined forces to hang the bloody half of the deer on a makeshift frame. The deer hung, suspended above the cave entrance, high enough that any approaching zombies would plummet into the pit before they could reach the bait. Wang Di instructed Zhang Bing to lend her firearm to El Xiang and whispered a few words in his ear, directing him to climb a nearby tree. He then asked Zhang Yong to chop the remaining half of the stag into 27 or 8 pieces, leading Zhang Yong, Lu Weigua, Zhang Bing, and Xia Yiran towards the club, scattering bits of meat along the way. Halfway there, Wang Di leaned close to Zhang Yong and whispered a few instructions, urging him to ascend a large tree. Zhang Bing, with concern etched on her face, looked at Wang Di and asked, "Is my brother going to be all right alone here?" Wang Di smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. Zombies cannot climb trees. Your brother is in no danger." Zhang Bing replied with a soft, "Oh," and cautioned Zhang Yong, "Be careful." The 4 continued on, and as they neared the club, Wang Di instructed the 2 girls, Zhang Bing and Xia Yiran, to hide in a nearby grove. He had previously scouted the area and knew it contained a small pump house with sturdy iron doors and windows. Ultimately, only he and Lu Weigua returned to the shooting club. Lu Weigua, feeling anxious, asked, "Boss, it's just the 2 of us now. What do you plan to do?" Wang Di tossed the last bloody piece of deer meat at the entrance of the club and pushed Lu Weigua's vest, saying, "You are responsible for luring the zombies to the cave." Lu Weigua was taken aback. "Isn't that a death sentence for me?" Wang Di replied, "It's not so easy to die. Have I not arranged for El Xiang and Zhang Yong to cover you midway and by the cave entrance?" Lu Weigua's face went pale. "No, I refuse. Even if you shoot me, I will not do it." Wang Di gazed at Lu Weigua and suddenly pulled the trigger of his Type 03 rifle, 2 bullets whizzing past his scalp as he coldly stated, "You have 2 choices. Lure the zombies or die right now." Under the ominous barrel of the gun, Lu Weigua had no choice but to relent. Wang Di pulled a brass key from his pocket and warned, "You better not try anything funny. I'll be waiting at the entrance." Holding onto a sliver of hope, Lu Weigua pleaded, "If I open the gate, can I escape to the dormitory? We've already scattered the deer meat. The zombies will follow it to the cave." Wang Di's tone was firm and unyielding. "No, that would only attract a few zombies." As he walked toward the entrance, he added, "If you dare escape to the dormitory, I'll shoot your legs out from under you." Wang Di climbed up a large tree outside the compound, and before long, he spotted Lu Weigua sprinting towards him, a throng of zombies in pursuit, their heads bobbing like a sea of darkness. Fulfilling Wang Di's orders, Zhang Yong opened fire to cover Lu Weigua, but even if he had a full magazine, he could not hope to eliminate the thousands of zombies in one go. After expending all 7 bullets, he managed to take down only 2, their bodies collapsing to the ground and triggering a stampede as the horde surged forward, buying Lu Weigua a few precious seconds. Yet the relentless tide of the undead loomed large, and whether Lu Weigua could lead them to the cave and save himself depended solely on his own efforts. That in a life-or-death situation, Lu Weigua summoned every ounce of strength to escape, drawing closer to the cave entrance, where he could see El Xiang perched in a tree, waving him over. "Hurry! Climb up!" With hope igniting within him, Lu Weigua surged forward, but suddenly, a loud bang echoed as 2 pellets tore through his chest, creating gaping holes in his shirt. Pain shot through his torso, leaving him gasping for breath, akin to a punctured bellows. El Xiang had fired in an attempt to provide cover for Lu Weigua, but had miscalculated the spread of the shot. The close-range power was devastating, capable of toppling several zombies, but at a distance, the scatter was uncontrollable. Although he had raised his aim slightly, 2 pellets struck Lu Weigua, wounding him grievously. As Lu Weigua fell forward, the zombies swarmed over him, and in an instant he was swallowed by the mass. El Xiang, witnessing such a horrific scene, trembled uncontrollably, his face ashen, nearly losing his grip on the tree branch. After a long moment, he gradually regained his composure and observed the horde rushing toward the cave, reaching for the still-dripping half of the deer. Just as their fingertips grazed it, they tumbled into the pit. That in the blink of an eye, the dark abyss consumed thousands of zombies, leaving only a mere 100 or so wandering nearby. However, as soon as they approached the cave entrance, drawn by the scent of blood and flesh, they too would tumble into the depths. Chapter 76. The shooting range. Unlike the zombies confined to the shooting hall, these roamed freely, exposed to the elements, their clothing in a far more dilapidated state. That Lu Xiang's heart trembled as he concealed himself amidst the foliage, daring not to move until the vicinity was relatively clear of the undead. Only then did he descend from the tree, making his way towards the pump house in the woods, the rendezvous point indicated by Wang Di. Wang Di and Zhang Yong, who had arrived earlier, stood behind a window, and upon seeing Lu Xiang return, they hurriedly opened the door. As Lu Xiang stepped into the pump house, he shrank into a corner, lost in a daze, rendered voiceless, as if possessed. Wang Di pressed him with questions several times before Lu Xiang suddenly broke down in tears, stammering about how he had accidentally shot Lu Weigua, leading to his gruesome demise at the hands of the zombies. Wang Di frowned, exclaiming, "Why are you crying? Who told you to be such a coward? You should have waited for Lu Weigua to reach the tree before firing in cover." With a casually uttered remark, he placed the entire blame for Lu Weigua's death squarely on Lu Xiang's shoulders. After weeping for a spell, Lu Xiang noticed that the room was growing increasingly dim and abruptly realized that only 4 of them remained inside. That he blurted out, "Where is Xiai Ran?" Zhang Bing sighed. "She is gone." Lu Xiang, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean she is gone?" With reddened eyes, Zhang Bing began to sob again, stuttering through her tears. "Brother Wang Di was concerned for me and Xiai Ran, instructing us to come to the pump house first. Later, Xiai Ran needed to relieve herself, and I suggested she do so inside. But she worried that if you returned and saw water on the floor, she would feel embarrassed and insisted on going outside. After a while, she returned, her face pale, and pointed to her hand, saying she had been bitten. When I saw her finger covered in blood, I was so terrified that I could not utter a word." wanting to hold her and weep, yet I dared not approach her. Xiao Yiran forced a smile, saying she had to go. I urged her to wait for Brother Wang Di to return, hoping there might be a solution. Xiao Yiran replied, "What solution could he possibly provide? The moment he sees that I have been bitten, he will surely kill me." Tears streaming down her face, she confessed, "I cannot survive, but I do not wish to be killed." I asked her where she intended to go. Xiao Yiran said she sought a quiet place to await death. After saying this, she left, and at the doorway, she turned back to me and said, At this point, Zhang Bing faltered, unable to continue. It turned out that Xiao Yiran's final words to her were, "Wang Di is not a good person. You and Brother Zhang Yong must leave him." Lu Xiang stood in stunned silence before suddenly springing to his feet, gripping Wang Di tightly and roaring. "You are the one who caused their deaths. You are responsible for their demise." Wang Di seized Lu Xiang by the throat, glaring into his eyes and enunciating each word with deliberate intensity. "Shut your mouth. I am doing this for everyone's sake." Physically outmatched, Lu Xiang gradually relinquished his grip, just as Zhang Yong whispered urgently, "Be cautious. There are zombies outside." The three of them hastily concealed themselves behind the door. With a soft thud, Wang Di turned slightly and beheld a female corpse pressing its head against the glass, peering inside. The zombie's pallid complexion, its sunken eyes, and the ghostly moonlight illuminating half of its face rendered it akin to a specter. Wang Di thought, not merely resembling a ghost, it is one. The four of them hid in the pump house throughout the night. As dawn broke, they approached the rear wall of the shooting club, but had yet to glimpse the scene within the courtyard when they were met with the incessant cries of the undead. Zhang Yong and Lu Xiang crouched down, supporting Wang Di as he rose to peer over the wall, that he observed that the courtyard was teeming with over 100 zombies. After scrutinizing the scene for some time, he noted that these zombies were frail corpses, the swift ones having been lured away from the compound yesterday. Wang Di leaped down from Zhang Yong and Lu Xiang's shoulders, stating, "Fortunately, they are all decayed corpses. There are no fast zombies among them." Dividing the zombies into fast and decayed categories was something Wang Di had learned from Lin Zhi. Suddenly, he thought of Lin Zhi, musing, "I wonder how that fellow is faring. Is he alive or dead? I find myself missing him." He continued, "I will draw the zombies out of the compound. Zhang Yong, you and Lu Xiang climb over the wall, and once they have all exited, close the courtyard gate." Zhang Yong quickly replied, "I will handle it," not waiting for Wang Di's approval before making his way around to the front gate. Clang, clang, clang. He picked up a stone and struck the gate thrice. With a deafening roar, the horde surged towards him. Zhang Yong slowly retreated, guiding the swarm towards the subterranean tunnel, and circled back to the club. Wang Di exhaled a sigh of relief, patting Zhang Yong on the shoulder. "Now we can proceed to the shooting hall and select our weapons." His calm voice betrayed a hint of excitement. The four entered the rectangular building, traversing the corridor leading to the shooting hall. Wang Di switched on a long-handled flashlight, sweeping it around. The hall was eerily silent, the ground strewn with discarded shoes, mobile phones, and backpacks. The oppressive stillness rendered them too fearful to utter a word. "There is a gun here!" Lu Xiang suddenly exclaimed, picking up a handgun from the floor. Wang Di took it, removed the magazine, only to find it devoid of ammunition. Following suit, Zhang Yong and Zhang Bing also discovered several firearms. Both rifles and handguns, even a sniper rifle. Yet each was completely out of bullets. It appeared that during the chaos, when the hall was overrun, people had fired indiscriminately in their panic. Disheartened, Zhang Yong lamented, "We have the guns, but without bullets. What use are they?" Zhang Bing smiled suddenly. "If only the zombies had a modicum of rationality." Zhang Yong retorted, "What good would that do? How could the dead still experience fear?" He said this while affectionately patting his sister's head. Wang Di, feeling despondent, lamented the loss of Lu Weigua and Xiao Yiran, realizing that all he had gained was a pile of useless metal. He swept the flashlight around the room until he noticed a safe on the wall to the left of the entrance, marked with the words "Firearms Storage Room." A surge of hope filled him. There may yet be ammunition inside. He hurried over and pushed against the door, but it was locked tight from within, refusing to budge. There was a window beside it, but the curtains were drawn, obscuring the interior from view. Zhang Yong swung a fire axe, striking the glass with all his might. With a resounding clang, he exerted all his strength. Zhang Yong gasped. Could this glass possibly be bulletproof? Just then, a low growl emanated from within the storage room, indicating the presence of a trapped zombie. Chapter 77. Reclaiming the club, Wang Di remarked, firearms have always been subject to strict regulation. It is indeed peculiar that the shooting range does not feature bulletproof glass. After all, glass that cannot be shattered could easily be pried open. Zhang Yong nodded in agreement, wielding a fire axe as he struck the area around the lock of the security door repeatedly. After a dozen blows, the lock cylinder was completely compromised. With a forceful pry, the door loosened significantly, and with one more strike, it swung open. During this time, the zombies inside the door roared incessantly. Wang Di stepped back several paces, handing the powerful flashlight to Zhang Bing while he readied his 03 automatic rifle, stating, "When the zombies come rushing out, shine the flashlight directly into their eyes." He called out to Zhang Yong, "You can pry the door open now." Zhang Yong wedged the axe into the lock cylinder and pulled with all his might. Suddenly, the security door burst open from within, and two zombies lunged forth almost simultaneously. Wang Di squeezed the trigger, firing two shots that instantly dispatched one of the zombies. The other zombie charged towards the bright light, prompting a terrified scream from Zhang Bing as she dropped the flashlight onto the ground. Wang Di's vision darkened momentarily as he hastily pulled Zhang Bing to the side, narrowly avoiding the zombie that rushed past, bringing with it the overwhelming stench of decaying flesh. The flashlight lay shattered on the floor. Its impressive focusing capability illuminated objects with remarkable clarity, but the areas not directly lit remained shrouded in darkness, akin to an infrared spotlight, rendering the beam nearly invisible. In the surrounding gloom, Wang Di held his breath. Unable to discern the position of the zombies, he hesitated to fire, mindful that his rifle held only 3 remaining rounds and concerned about the possibility of injuring Zhang Yong. The 4 of them stood frozen in the hall, paralyzed by the oppressive silence, each consumed by their own fears. Wang Di contemplated sending Zhang Bing to retrieve the flashlight, hoping that when the zombies were drawn to the... However, he knew that the bond between Zhang Yong and his sister was deep. Exploiting Zhang Bing would surely sow discontent in Zhang Yong's heart, making it impossible for him to maintain the unwavering loyalty he currently displayed. At that moment, a shadow darted towards the flashlight, snatching it up and scanning the surroundings. "Brother, hurry and shoot!" Zhang Yong exclaimed, illuminating the zombie's face with the flashlight. Wang Di aimed at the zombie's head, firing a series of short bursts that resulted in a clean headshot. As the creature collapsed, he suddenly realized, why waste bullets? Simply shining the light in the zombie's eyes renders them immobile. Having neutralized the threat, the 4 ventured into the armory, where they found the room in disarray, tables overturned, and 2 water cups shattered on the floor. Wang Di utilized the flashlight to search the area, discovering over 100 pistol rounds and around 30 sniper rifle rounds. Unfortunately, these rounds were incompatible with the 03 automatic rifle and the naval version of the 95 pistol. However, this did not diminish the quality of the weapons at the range. On the contrary, the pistols they had just found were Italian-made Beretta semi-automatics. Zhang Yong, an avid gun enthusiast, exclaimed excitedly, "This gun is impressive. The magazine holds 15 rounds, and you can load an additional round in the chamber, totaling 16, that its shooting accuracy is exceptional, with minimal recoil. In certain aspects, it even surpasses the Desert Eagle." El Xiang remarked, "This gun seems somewhat familiar." Zhang Yong replied, "Have you seen The Matrix? Trinity uses this firearm." Wang Di was not well versed in firearms, yet he refrained from revealing his ignorance like El Xiang and listened intently as Zhang Yong elaborated on the sniper rifle. The shooting range utilized automatic rifles produced by the American company Ruger, featuring medium caliber, stainless steel polishing, equipped with a scope mount and a folding stock, with an effective range of approximately 1,600 meters. Wang Di mused, "Initially, I believed the firearms at the range would be inferior to military-grade weapons, but it appears I was mistaken." He gathered the firearms and ammunition, distributing 1 Beretta semi-automatic pistol to each person, along with an equal share of ammunition. 3 magazines and 45 rounds each, while carefully instructing El Xiang and Zhang Bing on their operation. Although Zhang Yong was well acquainted with the types and functions of firearms, his practical experience paled in comparison to Wang Di's. Xiong was somewhat taken aback, having expected Wang Di to be biased in distributing weapons and ammunition. Instead, he treated everyone equally, which fostered a newfound respect for Wang Di amidst his initial trepidation. Wang Di understood that with only 4 members in their team, any inequity in handling matters would likely breed resentment in Xiong, undermining their cohesion. The remaining firearms, including the sniper rifle and its corresponding ammunition, were secured in the gun cabinet. While the sniper rifle boasted high accuracy and long range, its considerable length was impractical for close combat, and carrying it would only serve as a burden. Zhang Yong remarked, "Now that we have both guns and ammunition, over 100 rounds will hardly suffice." If they employed the previous tactic of luring the horde into the pit, not only would Xiong and Zhang Yong likely object, but unforeseen complications could arise. Losing even 1 or 2 more individuals would be an unbearable loss. Reluctantly, he conceded, "Let us return to the lighthouse and consider our options more thoroughly." As he turned with the flashlight, he caught sight of a generator beneath the desk. An idea sparked in his mind. Handing the flashlight to Zhang Bing, he dragged the generator out and attempted to start it. With a resounding roar, the generator sprang to life. "The generator is operational," Wang Di exclaimed with delight, addressing Zhang Yong and Xiong. "There is a loudspeaker at the lighthouse. You two should retrieve it." Zhang Yong and Xiong exchanged puzzled glances, with Zhang Yong asking, "A loudspeaker? What for?" Wang Di smiled. "We'll set the loudspeaker and generator at the cave entrance and blast it towards the resort. Do you think it will draw the zombies away?" Zhang Yong slapped his forehead. "What a brilliant idea!" Zhang Yong and Xiong headed to the lighthouse to fetch the loudspeaker, and that evening they did not return. Wang Di and Zhang Bing settled into the staff dormitory at the shooting range, each taking a bed. That night was eerily calm. The island's nighttime silence was profound. Although the occasional distant moan of a zombie could be heard, it only served to heighten the desolation of their world. Zhang Bing gazed out at the cold moonlight, suddenly gripped by fear. When frightened, girls often let their imaginations run wild. She pondered. In a room alone with a man, could he have ulterior motives? But having someone sleep in the adjacent dormitory is even more frightening. Stealing a glance at Wang Di, who lay on the opposite bed, she noticed the pale moonlight illuminating half of his face, while the other half remained. One eye was fixed intently on the window, and had it not been for the occasional blink, she might have mistaken him for a corpse lying in repose. Zhang Bing found the atmosphere to be exceedingly eerie, recalling the last words of Xi Ran. "Wang Di is not a good. He is too frightening. You and your brother should steer clear of him." Chapter 78. Someone outside the window. The more she pondered, the greater her fear grew, leaving her momentarily unable to discern whether Wang Di or the undead instilled in her a deeper terror. Zhang Bing felt a pervasive chill within her, yet could not fathom why Wang Di evoked such dread. Was it the fear of him crawling atop her, violating her? However, upon deeper reflection, it seemed not quite so. If he were to act in such a manner, she would undoubtedly scream in fright, yet that would merely portray him as a flesh-and-blood man. His stillness, lying there motionless, rendered the situation far more uncanny. Unable to bear the oppressive silence, Zhang Bing was about to softly inquire, "Brother Wang Di, are you not tired?" when suddenly a loud crack echoed through the air, followed by a bolt of lightning illuminating the night sky, flooding the room with light. Startled, Zhang Bing leapt up and, trembling, uttered, It's thunder." Abruptly, she felt a large hand reach out and grasp her icy fingers. Wang Di gently asked, "Are you very frightened?" Zhang Bing was taken aback, her body jolting as she involuntarily exclaimed, "Ah!" Wang Di pulled her back onto the bed, asking, "Do you fear the thunder?" Zhang Bing stammered, I'm not afraid, it's just... Wang Di pressed, "Just what?" His voice was soft, tinged with concern. Yet, inexplicably, the more tenderly he treated her, the colder she felt, quivering as she replied, "It's just that the night is rather chilly." Wang Di countered, "How could that be? The climate on the island is so warm. Are you unwell?" Zhang Bing insisted, I am not. Wang Di tightened his grip on her hand slightly. "Then why are your hands so cold?" A shiver coursed through Zhang Bing, An urge to yank her hand away and flee the dormitory surged within her. Yet her body trembled, rendering her incapable of such an action. Wang Di inquired, "Are you afraid of me?" His tone suddenly turned icy that a chill ran down Zhang Bing's spine as she thought, "If I nod in acknowledgement, he might very well kill me." Her mind raced, and she replied, "No, we have been together for so long." Yet she left without a word, and my heart aches. Her tone was earnest, almost convincing herself of its truth. Wang Di responded with an "oh" and said, "Xiao Yiran mentioned that if I discovered she was injured, I would surely kill her. She was right. I would undoubtedly do so. However, if I were injured, I would hope you all would put me out of my misery immediately. No one wishes to die a minute sooner, even if it means living for 60 more seconds." Wang Di replied, "For no reason at all. I would rather die with dignity than live like a beast. Die with dignity rather than live like a beast." Zhang Bing listened to the patter of rain outside, silently repeating this phrase in her mind, becoming entranced. Wang Di gently embraced her, and after a moment of silence, asked, "What were Xiao Yiran's final words to you?" Zhang Bing's expression shifted slightly. She didn't say anything. Wang Di pressed, "Did she not tell you, I am not a good person? You and your brother must leave me at all costs." Zhang Bing was taken aback. How do you know?" Wang Di did not respond to her question, stating instead, "In truth, the definitions of good and evil have never been uniform." Zhang Bing tilted her head slightly to glance at Wang Di, only to find him also looking down at her. Their eyes met, and she quickly averted her gaze. Wang Di continued, "What defines a good person and a bad person depends on the perspective from which one views the issue. For the 6 million Jewish souls trembling in the gas chambers, Hitler was akin to the most vile and monstrous devil, causing the entire continent to tremble." He paused before continuing, "Yet, in the eyes of the German populace at that time, Hitler was undoubtedly a national hero. He liberated Germany from the grip of Britain and France, and the economy flourished rapidly. Almost everyone enjoyed a life free from want, living in relative comfort." Zhang Bing interjected, "Yet regardless, he is ultimately—" "Xiao Yiran misunderstood you. Is that so?" Wang Di supported Zhang Bing, gently laying her back down, kissing her forehead as one hand descended. But suddenly, Zhang Bing's breath quickened, her chest heaving irregularly, a vague premonition of what was to come causing her face to flush red with a mixture of fear and anticipation. Wang Di softly said, "Sleep now, and have sweet dreams," while simultaneously pulling the blanket over her. Wang Di did not pursue any further actions, yet Zhang Bing felt an unexpected. Suddenly, emboldened by an unknown courage, she reached out, grasping Wang Di's hand. "Don't go, Did I?" Wang Di turned to her. "What is it?" His voice brimmed with affection, reminiscent of a father comforting his. Zhang Bing stammered, I am scared." Wang Di settled on the edge of the bed. "But I am right here beside you, am I not?" Zhang Bing felt her ears flush with embarrassment, momentarily at a loss for words, her heart seething. "Are you a blockhead, completely lacking in romantic understanding?" Having grown up in an orphanage, Wang Di had a profound understanding of the darker aspects of human nature, yet he struggled to comprehend the delicate feelings of a young girl. He remarked, "Are you fearful because you are worried about your brother?" Zhang Bing could only murmur an indistinct. Wang Di reassured her, "Do not worry. Your brother is quite capable, especially with Lu Xiang by his side. He will be fine. Moreover, we have not heard any gunfire." Zhang Bing sighed softly. "If it weren't for someone on my mind, I truly would not wish to live." Wang Di replied, "What foolishness are you speaking?" Zhang Bing continued to hold Wang Di's hand, asking, "Brother Wang Di, do you think there is any meaning left in our survival? Each day seems merely a struggle to continue existing." Wang Di replied nonchalantly, "The act of living itself is the greatest meaning." Zhang Bing countered, "Then is this world not, aside from the human heart, this world has never been desolate?" Zhang Bing responded with a thoughtful, her dark eyes glimmering with contemplation. Outside, the rain intensified, and the world seemed to resonate solely. Suddenly, a thunderous roar split the night sky, rattling the windows violently. The room flickered with light, and then plunged back into darkness. In that fleeting moment of illumination, Zhang Bing suddenly shrieked. There is someone outside. The wailing ghost Wang Di's body trembled, startled by Zhang Bing's piercing scream, causing him to shiver involuntarily. His gaze shifted toward the window, where the towering trees out. He remarked, "Are you seeing things? I can't see anything at all." Zhang Bing's face turned as pale as a sheet, her entire body quaking as she stammered, "No, that I'm not imagining it. I really saw something." Wang Di approached the window and peered outside, contemplating, "This is the second floor. How could anyone possibly be out there?" Turning back, he inquired, "Who did you see? Did you mistake the leaves for a person?" Zhang Bing replied tremulously, "Xiao Yuran." Wang Di was taken aback. "But she is supposed to be dead. Isn't she?" He thought to himself that more than 12 hours had elapsed since Xiao Yuran's infection, and if she were still alive, it would certainly not be in the true sense of the word. Moreover, regardless of her state, it was improbable that she could climb to the second floor. Doubtful, Wang Di suspected that Zhang Bing was merely hallucinating. "You should get some rest. Perhaps you were just overly..." Wang Di lay back down on his bed, gripping a loaded Beretta semi-automatic pistol. As time passed, his vigilance gradually waned, and just as he was about to drift into a slumber, he suddenly heard a rhythmic tap-tap. Tap-tap-tap. Zhang Bing bolted upright, her voice quaking. "A ghost is knocking on the door." This time, even Wang Di felt a chill run down his spine. He thought, "After Zhang Yong and El Xiang left during the day, I thoroughly searched the shooting range, the staff cafeteria, and the dormitory. There are no zombies left in the entire club." Who could be knocking at the door? The gate is shut, and the zombies cannot enter. Zhang Bing clutched the blanket tightly, saying, It's a ghost, the spirit of Xiao Yuran." Wang Di whispered, "Nonsense, there are no ghosts in this world." Yet, despite his words, his fear did not diminish. Believing or not was one thing, but being afraid was quite another. Tap-tap, tap-tap-tap. Amidst the sound of the pouring rain, the knocking persisted. Wang Di's heart stirred. The knocking had a distinct rhythm, indicating that whoever was outside was certainly not a zombie. Could it be that Zhang Yong and El Xiang had returned early? With that thought, his fear subsided slightly. He tightened his grip on the pistol and cautiously approached the door, his left hand holding a powerful flashlight. Suddenly, he flung the door open, in an instant, his complexion drained of color. There, hanging from the door frame by a rope, was a bloody deer's head, its eyes wide with terror, reflecting the blinding beam of the flashlight and trembling slightly. Wang Di opened the dormitory door. Even if he had truly encountered the ghost of Xiao Yuran, he would not have been so profoundly terrified. Yet, this grisly deer head was evidently a human act. The malevolence of humanity, fixated upon him, was far more terrifying than being pursued by zombies. Amid the rain, a sudden sound of a woman weeping pierced through the air, shrill and sorrowful. Despite the heavy downpour, the cries were crystal clear. Zhang Bing screamed, "It's Xiao Yuran. She died with resentment towards you. Resenting you for using her as bait, so she sent you a deer's head." "Oh no, what are you doing? Don't go out." A wave of dread washed over Wang Di, but he did not believe in ghosts that he rushed towards the stairwell, the flashlight illuminating the empty corridor, the cries ethereal. Wang Di pricked up his ears, trying to discern the sound, that he then realized that the cries resembled the moans of zombies. Indeed, some of their howls closely mimicked the sound of weeping. In that moment, his heart raced, and to claim he was unafraid would be a lie, he swiftly retreated back into the dormitory, only to hear Zhang Bing shouting in a frenzy, "It's Xiao Yuran. It is Xiao Yuran. She has come to claim your life." Silence. Wang Di snapped, his irritation mounting as he slammed the door shut. He strode over to Zhang Bing, grasping her by the collar, demanding, "Tell me, did Xiao Yuran really get bitten by a zombie?" Zhang Bing's face grew even paler, trembling. "I truly saw blood on Xiao Yuran's fingers with bite marks on them." Seeing that Zhang Bing's expression seemed genuine, Wang Di gradually released his grip, pondering. Could it be that Xiao Yuran intended to linger, perhaps anticipating a day when she might perish by my hand, and thus deliberately bit her own finger before leaving, making us believe she was doomed to become a zombie, while secretly lurking on this island? However, he soon reconsidered, realizing that if she were indeed hiding, she would not have sent the deer's head. He asked, "Zhang Bing, honestly, Do you think the wounds on Xiao Yuran's fingers could have been self-inflicted? Zhang Bing shook her head. There is a strong likelihood that once, while opening a can on the cruise ship, she accidentally cut her finger, and even that minor injury brought her to tears, her face turning pale. There's no way she could summon the resolve to bite her own. Our plan to reclaim the resort has threatened someone's interests. Hence they hung the deer's head to scare us back to the lighthouse. Zhang Bing's eyes widened in confusion as she exclaimed, "No way." How could there possibly be anyone else on the island? Wang Di was riddled with doubt, reflecting, "Indeed, I have been on Shirqing Island for 4 or 5 months now. Apart from the emaciated man I killed for his firearm, I haven't seen another soul. Could it be?" A chill crept up Wang. He lacks guile. Moreover, if it were him, he wouldn't have left Zhang Bing behind with me. That only leaves El Xiang. Tomorrow, I shall inquire with Zhang Yong whether El Xiang has been with him the entire time, and the truth will be revealed. Just then, Zhang Bing interjected, "If at ISNT Xiao ran, there's no way he would dare to sneak over the club's walls at midnight to hang a bloody deer's head on the doorframe. Even if he had 100 lives, he wouldn't have the courage." Zhang Bing retorted, "How can you be so sure? Lu Weiguo was only with El Xiang when he died." Wang Di paused, acknowledging, "That's true. None of us witnessed Lu Weiguo's death firsthand." Zhang Bing continued, "Didn't El Xiang say that Lu Weiguo hadn't been entirely devoured by the zombies? Time has passed so quickly." Chapter 80. Luring the snake out of its hole. As the two stepped outside, Wang Di carried the deer head into the courtyard and dug a pit to bury it, lest the pungent odor attract unnecessary trouble. Only then did they proceed to the armory, hoisting a generator and making their way toward the cave. The previous night's heavy rain had turned the mountain stream into a rushing torrent, the sound of water echoing all around. Reflecting on the events of the night prior, Wang Di felt as if he were ensnared in a surreal dream. Navigating through the woods, Zhang Bing suddenly tugged at Wang Di's sleeve. Instinctively, he crouched down and noticed movement among the leaves to their left that a zombie staggered forth. Zhang Bing instinctively drew her firearm, but Wang Di quickly restrained her hand, whispering, "It's merely a decaying corpse. If you fire, we might attract a swarm of fast zombies," that he then whistled, enticing the rotting creature closer, and unsheathed a fire axe, swiftly bringing it down. He advised Zhang Bing, "You should learn to use cold weapons to dispatch zombies. Avoid relying on firearms at every opportunity." Zhang Bing nodded, attempting to lift the generator but reddening with exertion without success. Wang Di chuckled, "It weighs over 100 pounds. Allow me to handle it." He shouldered the generator and led the way. Observing his broad back, Zhang Bing felt a peculiar warmth blossom in her heart. Emerging from the forest, the sun had risen to its zenith, casting a clear azure sky devoid of clouds. Upon reaching the cave entrance, they quickly discovered a severed foot nestled among the underbrush, its flesh bleached by rain, adorned with a gray-trimmed sneaker. Wang Di recalled the shoes worn by Lu Weiguo. Realizing they were indeed the same, that he pondered, this implies that LV Xiang was truthful. Lu Weiguo is dead. But who, then, is the one whose head is mounted on the doorframe? Just then, Zhang Bing exclaimed, "My brother and LV Xiang have returned." Wang Di turned to see Zhang Yong carrying a loudspeaker, with LV Xiang trailing behind, panting and clutching their spears. Wang Di approached, instructing LV Xiang to set up the loudspeaker, then pulled Zhang Yong aside to inquire, "Did LV Xiang remain with you throughout the night?" Zhang Yong nodded. "Yes, we were together the entire time." "Why do you ask, brother?" Wang Di recounted the incident involving the deer head, carefully observing the shifting expressions on Zhang Yong's face. Zhang Yong appeared stunned, his eyes glazed over. Wang Di, adept at reading facial cues, understood that while one's expressions might conceal guilt, their gaze often betrays their inner turmoil. Although Zhang Yong's demeanor showed surprise, his gaze remained steady. It seemed he was not lying. After a moment's pause, Wang Di remarked, "There may be others on this island." Zhang Yong queried, Should we still set up the loudspeaker? Wang Di affirmed, yes, we must. By setting it up, we will undoubtedly lure them out. Zhang Yong pondered, so you mean we should ambush them from the periphery? Wang Di clarified, not we. It will be I alone. You three must return to the lighthouse. Zhang Yong protested, brother, that is too perilous. I cannot bear the thought of you going alone. Wang Di smiled. If we do not proceed this way, how will we coax the snake from its den? At that moment, a zombie staggered from the trees, its movements betraying its status as a decaying corpse. Zhang Yong readied his spear to eliminate the creature, but Wang Di stopped. It is of use to me. Zhang Yong was taken aback. What purpose could it serve? Wang Di remained silent, leading the zombie back into the woods. Together, they bound the creature to a sturdy tree. Wang Di then imparted a few words to Zhang Yong and handed him the key to the gun cabinet. Zhang Yong nodded and hurried back to the shooting club, retrieving a fitting set of clothes for Wang Di from the dormitory before returning to the armory for a sniper rifle. After changing into the new attire, Wang Di dressed the zombie in his discarded clothes, instructing Zhang Yong, take the zombie to the cliff. If anyone is watching us, they will surely believe we have all returned. Zhang Yong nodded and went to assist LV Xiang in affixing the loudspeaker and generator atop the wooden frame at the cave entrance, then returned to lead the zombie away, whispering, brother, do take care. With its arms and teeth severed by Wang Di, the zombie posed little danger as Zhang Yong guided it. Wang Di responded, you two, be cautious and look after Zhang Bing. After Zhang Yong and the others departed, Wang Di selected a lush, leafy tree to conceal himself, watching through the gaps in the foliage to monitor the cave entrance. The loudspeaker, equipped with a recording function, the resounding call traveled far toward the resort, and soon, a chaotic throng of zombies surged toward the hillside. The first to reach the cave entrance were several thousand fast zombies, those merciless demons that devour flesh and leave no bones. Upon catching sight of the half-hanging deer meat from the wooden frame, they rushed forward as if in a frenzy. Before their fingers could grasp the meat, their bodies plummeted into the cave, their anguished shrieks piercing the heavens. Moments later, a wave of decaying corpses followed, converging around the cave entrance like a grim, gray carpet, drawn inexorably toward the gaping maw of the cave. The wooden frame, constructed from 3 thick logs, was firmly embedded in the earth. Hidden among the lush branches, Wang Di watched as the tide of corpses vanished into the abyss, a sense of delight swelling within him. Yet as noon passed, and the sun began its descent, he grew anxious. Had he misjudged? Was there truly no one else on this island besides them? Extending his rifle from the leafy concealment, he aligned the crosshairs on the head of a solitary zombie. With a muted thump, the silent sniper rifle discharged, the bullet striking true and exploding the zombie's head, as if it had housed a miniature bomb within. Chapter 81. Everything is ours. Wang Di concealed himself in the shadows, methodically dispatching the fast zombies with precise shots to their heads. The excellent handling and accuracy of the sniper rifle made it an object of his affection, though regretfully, after eliminating the fast zombies, only 21 bullets remained. Observing the absence of any further zombies in the vicinity, he descended from the tree and gazed toward the resort, where the resort appeared as a vast graveyard, lifeless and desolate. Not long after returning to the shooting club, the loudspeaker ceased its incessant announcements, indicating that the generator had likely run out of fuel. He spent the night in the dormitory, and the following day, Zhang Yong and his sister, along with Lu Xiang, returned. When Zhang Yong inquired about the previous day's events, Wang Di shook his head, conveying that he had found nothing of interest. Noticing Lu Xiang's troubled expression, it was revealed that he had been unable to locate his glasses since the morning that Lu Xiang lamented. My eyesight is 375 degrees. Without my glasses, I can scarcely distinguish between a human and a zombie from more. With so many tourists in the resort, you may just find a pair that fits you perfectly. Wang Di extended his hand, requesting, Lu Xiang, hand me your gun. Lu Xiang hesitated, but eventually it was precisely due to this ditch that, despite the proximity, few zombies had wandered from the club to the resort. The four of them walked along the ditch for several dozen meters before crossing a small bridge into the resort. Wang Di and Zhang Yong led the way, with Lu Xiang and Zhang Bing trailing a couple of steps behind, maintaining an equidistant trapezoidal formation to cover a 360-degree field of fire. The paths of the resort were not wide, strewn with dry leaves. Being an island, there were no visible cars, only the occasional sight of open-air tourist electric vehicles. After crossing a road, Wang Di lowered his voice, cautioning the others, stay vigilant. There are surely lingering zombies in the village. No sooner had he spoken than a shadow darted from a nearby CF, revealing a fast zombie. Zhang Yong fired twice but missed as the zombie sprinted. Wang Di, gripping his gun with his right hand and steadying his wrist with his left, fired a shot that exploded the zombie's head when it was about 5 meters away. With the sound of 3 gunshots echoing, the moans of the undead arose in a cacophony, drawing nearby zombies toward their location. Wang Di pointed to a nightclub by the roadside, saying, let us take refuge inside. Zhang Yong and Lu Xiang pulled down the nightclub's roller shutter, and the four ascended. It wasn't too long before several zombies congregated on the street below, including one fast zombie. After a brief wait with no additional zombies in sight, Wang Di took aim and shot the fast zombie, then drew a diving knife, commanding, let us go down and eliminate them. Conserving ammunition was prudent. There was no need to fire recklessly. The four descended the stairs, and Wang Di lifted the roller shutter. Zhang Yong and his sister wielded spears, while Lu Xiang swung the fire axe, swiftly cleaving into the skull of a female zombie. Wang Di inwardly nodded, acknowledging Lu Xiang's competence. Dealing with fewer than 20 decaying corpses was not a formidable challenge. The slow movements of the corpses allowed them to maintain distance and avoid contact. Even Zhang Bing managed to take down 2. The group navigated through the streets, systematically dispatching another 20 or so corpses, including 2 fast zombies, leaving the resort eerily silent. The Lu Xiang laughed heartily, exclaiming, haha, now everything here belongs to the Isn't this just blatant robbery? What could possibly justify such a price? He uncorked 4 bottles and, carrying 2, emerged, stating, I maintain that this world as transformation isn't entirely negative. Otherwise, I'd never have the chance to drink this 30,000-plus wine in my lifetime. His tone was exuberant, his face alight with joy. Wang Di accepted a bottle of wine, feeling a wave of sentiment wash over him, reflecting, indeed, if this world remained unchanged, I might as well live as carefree as Lu Xiang. After all, he could at least board a cruise and travel abroad. However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I would still be stuck running that struggling murder mystery shop. In that moment, he was acutely aware of life's unpredictability. Cheers! The four clinked their bottles together and drank heartily in the street. Lu Xiang suddenly sighed and said, I met Xiaoyu in high school. We were in love for 8 years, but because of a single apartment, I couldn't get past my mother-in-law's hurdle. In the end, my girlfriend had no choice but to heed her mother's wishes and go on a blind date with a wealthy suitor. He tilted his head back to take a large swig of wine and continued. After Xiaoyu left, I let myself go, quit my job, packed my bag. Who knew? Halfway through, the world would turn into this. It's a wild transformation indeed. Zhang Bing chuckled. Now, don't mention just one apartment. On this island, you could have 10 buildings. Lu Xiang replied, It's a pity Xiaoyu is sigh. He sighed heavily. I wonder if she is still alive? Zhang Bing looked at Wang Di and asked, Brother Wang Di, we have no means to return. What is happening back home? Wang Di replied slowly. I cannot speak for other places, but in Roland County, the number of survivors, including myself, is merely 9. However, His thoughts drifted back to that fateful night, murmuring, "I fear there are no living souls left now." Zhang Bing inquired, "How many people were in Roland County?" Wang Di responded, "Over 900,000, just shy of 1,000,000. With a population nearing 1,000,000, only a handful have survived. One can only imagine the fate of other locales." Wang Di waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not dwell on such matters. Let us gather some food and drink and find a place to rest." Lu Xiang chimed in. "Right, I just spotted a Shanka 3-star hotel. Let us head there." As they entered a store, Zhang Bing grabbed various snacks, but Wang Di advised, "Those won't fill your stomach. Take some compressed biscuits instead." Zhang Bing retorted, "I'm not looking to fill up. I just want a snack." Wang Di shook his head, bemused by his younger sister's whimsicality. Lu Xiang approached with a luxury cigarette pack, tearing it open and offering it to Wang Di, stating, "Boss, smoke?" Wang Di declined, saying, "I don't smoke." Lu Xiang, "I do not consider myself a good person." Wang Di's expression darkened, and upon noticing his unwelcoming demeanor, Lu Xiang sheepishly withdrew. Zhang Bing chuckled, remarking, "A true gentleman is one who refrains from smoking." Wang Di replied nonchalantly, "That is not necessarily the case." Zhang Bing inquired. Having gathered their supplies, the quartet arrived at the Shanka chain hotel. Wang Di, noting the hotel as grandeur as it soared 17 or 18 stories high, declared, "We shall not stay here." Lu Xiang, puzzled, asked, "Why not?" Wang Di explained, "In such a vast hotel, there may well be zombies lurking within." Lu Xiang pondered this, feeling a tinge of regret. Zhang Yong said, "Take it slow. Sooner or later, we will eradicate all the zombies trapped in the buildings, and this island will be safe." The four continued onward, passing by a specialty sportswear store. Zhang Bing glanced at her soiled clothes and exclaimed, "Wait a moment," before stepping into the shop. Wang Di and the other two men waited outside. After a considerable time, Zhang Bing emerged, adorned in a fresh sky-blue tracksuit, twirling to show off, and asked, "Wang Di, does it look good?" Her tall figure, accentuated by the new attire, appeared radiant and carefree. Yet Wang Di, preoccupied with his thoughts, absent-mindedly replied, "It looks good." Noticing his lack of enthusiasm, Zhang Bing felt a pang of displeasure. Zhang Yong, understanding his sister's feelings, said, "Let us hurry. Do you not see what time it is? You merely changed your clothes, not shopped at a mall, and it took you over 20 minutes. Zhang Bing pouted, "It's none of your business." Only Lu Xiang gazed at Zhang Bing with "I am not wearing it for you." Lu Xiang chuckled awkwardly, teasingly adding, "What a pity, for I am not looking." Zhang Bing pursed her lips and quickened her pace ahead. As the four turned the corner, they came across a modest 2-story inn. Its facade unadorned save for the word. Wang Di nodded, "Let us stay here." Upon entering, they found the reception desk covered in dust, with a row of nails on the back wall holding the keys to various rooms. He collected all the keys, while Zhang Yong shut the bar door. The four ascended to the second floor, where a corridor lined with guest rooms awaited them. A few doors stood ajar, yet most were firmly closed. Wang Di, holding the keys, inspected each room in turn, finding no zombies, and finally entered the last room. This room was a dormitory for four, with just enough bed. Lu Xiang spotted several travel bags on the coffee table and began rummaging through them, tossing out items haphazardly, creating a mess of clothes and food. Zhang Bing frowned. "What are you searching for?" "My glasses," Lu Xiang replied, not lifting his head. Suddenly, he shouted in joy, pulling out a glasses case. "I found them!" He opened the case and donned the glasses, looking around only to express his dismay. "The prescription is far too strong. Probably more than double. Isn't that even better?" Zhang Bing laughed. "With a prescription that high, you'll see twice as far, like wearing binoculars. Ha ha." Lu Xiang retorted, "Try strapping a pair of binoculars to your eyes and see how that feels." Zhang Bing made a funny face. "Lu Xiang, I was just joking." "A high prescription must be quite uncomfortable." Lu Xiang replied, "You should be glad to know that. Looking at the ground feels like it's elevated to my chest. Zhang Yong interjected. That's enough. It's not like we're that fortunate to find a pair of perfectly suited glasses. Wang Di glanced out the window at the street, still questioning whether others remain on the island, that he drew the curtains and stated, Zhang Bing and I will keep watch for the first half of the night, while Zhang Yong and El Xiang will take the latter half. For someone who had worn glasses for over a decade, the world appeared a blur without them, leaving him feeling profoundly unsettled. The morning sun cast its rays at an almost parallel angle to the asphalt road, stretched as El Xiang rounded the street corner. He found himself in a spacious square, dominated by a colossal bronze statue of a sailing ship, with fallen leaves carpeting the ground. A gust of wind swept past him, rustling the leaves beneath his feet, but he tightened his grip on the fire axe in his hand, gazing at the sun rising in the eastern sky, feeling an inexplicable dread. Steeling himself, he crossed the square towards a tall building. During yesterday's patrol, El Xiang had noticed a sign on the wall near the entrance of the building that read, "For internet access, please go to the second floor." He thought to himself, most people who frequent the internet likely have poor eyesight. Perhaps I might be fortunate enough to find a suitable pair of glasses in the internet CAF. Upon reaching the building, El Xiang ascended to the second floor, where the door to the internet CAF stood ajar. A table toppled over at the entrance. He grabbed the table leg and moved it aside, peering inside the safe. Despite the early sun rising, the interior was shrouded in darkness, rendering everything invisible. That a wave of unease washed over El Xiang as he contemplated. The zombies in the resort are mostly gone. Surely, I want to be so unfortunate as to find one lurking in the CAF. Clinging to a sense of luck, he retrieved a powerful flashlight from his waist, switched it on, and swept it across the CAF. Tables and chairs lay scattered, and broken computers and smashed ashtrays littered the floor. The internet CAF, sprawling over 1,000 square feet, revealed no zombies, only a chilling draft emanating from within. With a slight easing of his apprehension, El Xiang gripped the fire axe tightly and stepped inside, searching among the overturned furniture for a pair of glasses. Just as he had anticipated, it did not take long before he found 2 pairs of glasses. However, upon trying them on, he discovered that, like the previous pair from last night, the prescription was at least twice as strong. This was not surprising. After all, not only do individuals have varying degrees of myopia, but even the same person often has different prescriptions for each eye. Given his haphazard search, it was unlikely he would stumble upon a pair that fit his needs perfectly. That El Xiang understood this logic. He merely wished to find a pair with a similar prescription that could suffice, yet from yesterday until now, every pair he encountered was far too strong. Chapter 83. The reclaimed glasses. The internet CF was enveloped in an eerie silence as Lu Xiang ventured deeper, taking a few more steps when suddenly he stumbled, releasing his powerful flashlight, which flew several meters away, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The fall was rather severe for Lu Xiang. He groaned as he picked himself up, his vision still blurred, and caught a glimpse of daylight filtering through. It turned out that at the back of the CF, the restroom door was ajar, allowing sunlight to stream through the frosted glass, creating a hazy atmosphere. Although Lu Xiang's nearsightedness was not particularly severe, in the dim light of the CAF, his vision was significantly impaired. As he crawled forward, he suddenly felt a rush of wind, as if a shadowy figure had darted out from the left side of the CF's private room. Despite not having seen clearly, his first thought was, "Oh no, I've encountered a zombie." He let out a strange cry, leaping towards the flickering light, but in his panic, he tripped again, ignoring the painful thud of it. His heart pounded furiously as he pondered his predicament. This door could easily be kicked open. Straining to listen, he detected an unsettling quiet outside, and upon turning around, he realized he had inadvertently taken refuge in the restroom. Suddenly, he heard footsteps echoing from the street. Peering out the window, he caught sight of a figure sprinting towards the square, only to be obscured by the enormous bronze statue of a sailing ship. Recognizing the slender silhouette clad in a sky-blue tracksuit, Lu Xiang's realization dawned. Ah, so it was you stealthily following me to play tricks. Emerging from the restroom, he nearly stumbled, having stepped on his flashlight, which he picked up and turned on, finding the fire axe, but neglecting to search for his glasses. Fuming, he resolved to confront Zhang Bing. Furious at the fright he had just experienced, in his initial panic, he realized the impact on his forehead, which was now swelling painfully, resembling a large egg. Suppressing his anger, Lu Xiang hurried back to the Shirqing Inn, knocking on the door. Upon entering, he found Wang Di already awake, sitting solemnly on the sofa, while Zhang Bing lay face down in bed, her head and face covered by the blanket, revealing. Lu Xiang thought, still putting on an act? Before he could voice his thoughts, Wang Di's low voice broke the silence. Where have you been? Although Lu Xiang was initially filled with rage, the coldness in Wang Di's gaze made his anger dissipate, and he sheepishly replied, I went to look for my glasses. It is dangerous for you to roam alone. Lu Xiang countered, I informed Zhang Yong. Wang Di shot him a disapproving glare. Just informing him isn't sufficient. His tone firmed. Lu Xiang bowed his head. It won't happen again. From now on, no one is permitted to act alone, Wang Di added, casting a reproachful glance. His gaze softened as it returned to Lu Xiang. I'm looking out for your well-being. What happened to your forehead? Upon hearing Wang Di's inquiry, Lu Xiang felt a fresh wave of pain, and his anger flared anew. Isn't it Zhang Bing's doing? She followed me to the CAF, intending to scare me. At that moment, Zhang Bing had already been awakened by their conversation, her eyes wide with surprise as she stared at Lu Xiang. What did you say? Repeat that. I followed you to the CAF. Lu Xiang huffed. Was it not so? I saw you through the window. You were wearing a sky-blue tracksuit. Zhang Bing looked towards Wang Di. No, right? Wang Di, go. You can testify. Immediately take me to the CAF. Zhang Bing threw off the blanket and suddenly noticed the bloodstains on Lu Xiang's axe, exclaiming, Did you kill someone? Wang Di snatched the axe for a closer inspection, remarking, Not a person, but a zombie. Realizing the axe was stained with blood, Lu Xiang exclaimed, Where did this blood come from? I just cleaned this axe thoroughly last night. A flash of insight struck him as he recalled the fleeting shadow he had seen before his fall. Could it be that when he stumbled, the axe had fallen, and someone had picked it up to slay a zombie? Otherwise, where could the blood have come from? So, does this mean there is not only a zombie lurking in the CAF, but also a person? Lu Xiang pondered, his mind racing with uncertainty. How is that possible? I didn't perceive anything at all. If that's the case, this person's agility is astonishing. Zhang Bing questioned Wang Di. How do you know it was a zombie you killed and not a person? Wang Di replied, Look at the blood. It has already congealed. Zhang Bing hesitated, still processing the information. Wang Di added, Only a dead person's blood would coagulate. With urgency, he commanded, Let us move. The four of them hurried down from the Shirqing Inn, making their way towards the building housing the CAF. Lu Xiang led the charge to the second floor, only to be startled. How come my glasses are here again? There, in front of the CAF, stood a table that had once been overturned, now upright with a pair of black-framed glasses neatly placed upon it. Lu Xiang recalled that when he had left the CAF, the table had been flipped over. Had someone returned? Zhang Yong felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Xiang, are you certain these are your glasses? Lu Xiang picked them up. Of course, I would recognize my own glasses. Look, the left arm is worn down, revealing the red interior. He put them on, confirming they were indeed the familiar pair. Zhang Yong and his sister exchanged glances, both feeling a shiver of apprehension. Lu Xiang's glasses had been lost at the lighthouse 2 nights prior, implying that someone had stealthily entered while they were asleep and taken them. Given that the glasses could be taken without a trace, it would have been effortless for that person to eliminate all 3 of them. As soon as Lu Xiang voiced this realization, his complexion paled. I thought the lighthouse was too high for even a monkey to climb, that I dozed off a bit while keeping watch the other night. Zhang Yong glared at Lu Xiang. I swear, I could kill you right now. Wang Di considered. The person who took Lu Xiang's what could their motive be? Taking the flashlight from Lu Xiang, he gripped his gun with his right hand, entering the CAF with caution. Inside, darkness reigned, with only the faint light streaming from the restroom door at the back. Wang Di kicked aside a toppled chair and stepped forward, only to discover a pair of long legs protruding from behind a computer desk. That he kicked the desk aside, revealing a lifeless zombie sprawled on the floor. Chapter 84. The corpse in the white dress, the lifeless body lay there, its head severed, and the wound on its neck was cleanly cut, evidently slain no more than an hour ago. Zhang Yong exclaimed, "The zombie's head is right here." He kicked with his foot, and the head rolled over with a clatter. El Xiong felt a chill coursing down his spine and stammered, "Yes, it must be so. As soon as I fell, a zombie ambushed me, but someone picked up the axe I dropped and severed the zombie's head. That IT was just too dark in the hall, and without my glasses, I couldn't see a thing." Wang Di nodded, finding El Xiong's deduction rather plausible. The person who rescued El Xiong and the one who took his glasses were evidently the same individual. Yet the intentions of this person remained a mystery, and why they left immediately after saving El Xiong left him perplexed. Wang Di inquired, "El Xiong, if you misjudged Zhang Bing, does that mean the one who saved you was a woman, and she wore a sky-blue tracksuit just like Zhang Bing?" El Xiong affirmed, "Yes, absolutely a woman. I noticed her slender figure and long hair." Wang Di nodded silently. It was still uncertain whether this individual was friend or foe, but he felt a deep-seated aversion to her enigmatic actions. As the four returned to the Shirching Inn, Zhang Bing suddenly gasped, "Someone has been here." She pointed at the head of the bed, declaring, "My hairpin is missing." Zhang Yong asked, "Are you sure?" Zhang Bing nodded vigorously, insisting, "I'm certain." "It was right there on the pillow when I left." Wang Di questioned, "Was the door not closed?" Zhang Bing replied, "I saw you 3 rushing out in a hurry, and in the chaos, I forgot to lock the door." Zhang Yong turned to Wang Di. "Should we find another place to stay?" Wang Di shook his head. "We are in the light while they are in the dark. It makes no difference whether we move or not." Zhang Yong was about to respond when he saw Wang Di lie down on the bed, pulling the blanket over his head. Zhang Yong and the others exchanged glances. When Wang Di awoke, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Zhang Bing had prepared a large pot of porridge with dried seafood, and after they all ate, El Xiong complained, "There's a convenience store downstairs that I'll go fetch some." As El Xiong opened the door and stepped out, he returned shortly with a large food bag filled with snacks. He dumped the bag onto the bed, grinning. "I even found 2 packs of candles. Let's have some fun." Zhang Yong pushed 2 single beds together, and the 4 of them sat cross-legged on the bed, using the folded blankets as a makeshift table, playing cards and snacking. The snacks El Xiong chose were mostly seasoned with salt or rich in sugar, ensuring they wouldn't spoil easily. They became engrossed in their game, oblivious to the deepening twilight. Zhang Yong stood up to light the candles and was about to draw the curtains when Wang Di said, "Leave the curtains open." Zhang Bing yawned. "Oh, I'm so tired." El Xiong wanted to keep going, but Wang Di glanced at his watch. It was already 11 o'clock at night. He declared, Let's play again tomorrow." After a while, Zhang Bing and El Xiang fell into a deep slumber. Wang Di leaned close to Zhang Yong's ear and whispered, "You stay here. I'm going downstairs." Zhang Yong was taken aback. "Brother?" Wang Di replied, "That person may come tonight. If she does, she won't be able to leave." Zhang Yong nodded. "That person is likely quite capable. She killed a zombie right under El Xiang's nose, and he didn't even notice." Wang Di took his sniper rifle, opened the door, and made his way to the first floor. He opened the bar door and observed the desolate street. A half-collapsed advertisement hung from the exterior wall of the seafood restaurant across the street, rustling in the night breeze, but he secured the bar door behind him, crossed the road swiftly, and entered the restaurant. Stepping over the shattered remnants of broken bowls scattered across the floor, he ascended to the second floor and pushed open the door to a street-facing private room. Stepping inside, Wang Di had already surveyed the area during the day, planning to lie in wait here, but he opened the window, pulled up a chair, and positioned himself in front of the window. If the person did not come, it was fine. But if she did, she would undoubtedly be within his line of sight, and with the sniper rifle in his grasp, at such close range, he had no reason to miss. That night, the moon was bright and the stars sparse, providing excellent visibility. Wang Di calmed his mind, like a predator lurking in the shadows, patiently awaiting his prey. Minutes ticked by, and before he realized it, it was midnight. Wang Di remained as still as a statue, seemingly not even blinking. Back in the orphanage, young Wang Di would gaze out at a small patch of blue sky from the window, sitting from dawn until dusk. So for him, lying in wait was not a tedious ordeal. Of course, all of this transpired after he was 3 years old, specifically after he returned to the orphanage from that home. Before that, he was no different from other children, innocent and playful. No one in this world would ever know the profound, unhealable scars etched into his tender heart from being taken in and subsequently abandoned. Even as time flew by, the memories became increasingly vivid. On the second floor of the Shirching Inn, Zhang Yong maintained the candle's flame, adhering to Wang Di's instructions not to open the window for a view. As the clock struck 3, he had no. Wang Di glanced at the window illuminated by candlelight across the way and stifled a yawn when suddenly, the faintest sound of footsteps echoed from the street. His spirits lifted. Finally, she has arrived. The weariness vanished, and he pressed himself against the window, feeling a slight chill run down his spine as he observed the approaching figure. The gait and posture were unmistakably those of a female corpse. This female corpse had disheveled hair and an eerie aura, but the most bizarre detail was her attire, a flowing, snow-white dress. Under the radiant moonlight, the dress appeared almost luminescent. While it was difficult to discern any stains on the white fabric, considering the corpse had been in this state for over a year, how could the dress remain so pristine? Wang Di, peering through the optical sight, noticed the beads adorning the hem of the dress shimmering in the moonlight, but he paused momentarily, then realized how utterly peculiar the female corpse appeared. Upon closer inspection, he discovered she had worn the dress inside out, with the bodice on her back, that a cold smirk crossed his lips as he slowly released his finger from the trigger, realizing that this female corpse was merely a scout. The true target must be lurking behind her. The corpse shuffled forward, dragging her heels, her shoulders twisted in an unnatural manner, making her movements increasingly grotesque as she drew nearer. Chapter 85. The Sacred Light. Wang Di fixed his gaze intently on the woman in the white dress, when suddenly he heard a faint crack, as if someone had stepped on a shard of broken pottery. A shiver ran down his spine, and beads of cold sweat broke out on his back. The sound did not emanate from the street below, but rather from just outside the door of the private room. Whirling around in alarm, he was met with a resounding bang, as the door was forcefully flung open, and a shadow surged in. The shock of the moment was profound. He quickly deduced that his attention had been drawn by one zombie, while another had stealthily approached from outside. Overwhelmed with dread, Wang Di raised his weapon and fired, the sniper rifle emitting a sharp pop as a bullet sped forth. The tremendous recoil sent him tumbling to the ground, and with a thud, the back of his head collided with the wall. It essence you, Wang Di's mind spun with dizziness, struggling to comprehend the sight before him. The figure was draped in long hair, her delicate face pale as snow, devoid of any color, resembling that of a corpse. It was none other than Xiao Ran. "You're not dead?" Wang Di stammered, reaching to chamber another round into the sniper rifle. The weapon was formidable, requiring a manual roar. Xiao Ran opened her mouth wide, desperately attempting to speak, but the sound that emerged was terrifying even to her own ears. With a sudden motion, as Wang Di finally managed to pull back the bolt, he felt a chill gripped his heart as a dreadful thought crossed his mind. "It's over this time." Xiao Ran extended her left hand and clutched his throat, lifting him effortlessly above her head. Despite her slender frame, she was able to hoist Wang Di like a mere paper MCH figure. With his throat constricted, he gasped for air, and in her eyes, he saw a vacant stare, as if she were nothing more than an empty. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, followed by another loud crash. Wang Di felt himself soaring through the air, as if riding on clouds, and he landed heavily on the street below, darkness engulfing him as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhang Yong, who had been on high alert at the Shirching Inn, was startled from the eerie silence by a pop sound. He dashed downstairs, heading toward the seafood restaurant. Ascending to the second floor, he followed the sounds of struggle and arrived at the private room's entrance. There, he witnessed Wang Di being choked by a woman with disheveled hair, lifted high above, his eyes rolling back in his head, struggling for breath. Without hesitation, Zhang Yong aimed and fired at the woman. The woman shuddered but did not turn back, instead flinging Wang Di out the window before leaping after him. Zhang Yong heard her footsteps fading swiftly into the moonlit night. Rushing to the window, he was astonished to see her sprinting away with incredible speed. If she were a zombie, her agility was beyond what he had ever seen. And if she were human, how could she still run like the wind after being shot? With no time to ponder further, he hurried down to the street. Zhang Yong was struck with terror and fired 3 shots, dispatching the female corpse. Just then, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. It was El Xiang and Zhang Bing, awakened by the commotion, descending the stairs. "Brother, what has happened?" Zhang Bing exclaimed, only to see Wang Di lying still on the ground, a pool of blood surrounding his head, her face paling in shock. "Quickly, let us carry him back," Zhang Yong commanded. In a flurry of activity, the 3 of them lifted Wang Di and brought him back to the inn, laying him on the bed. Zhang Bing retrieved a triangular first aid cloth from Wang Di's belongings and began to bandage his head. "Brother, do you think you will survive?" Zhang Bing asked, her voice quivering with anxiety. Zhang Yong placed his fingers beneath Wang Di's nose, testing for breath that he is still breathing. He should be fine, he reassured her, though internally he felt anything but certain. When Wang Di finally awoke, 3 days had passed. Blinking against the dim orange glow of a candle, he found himself beneath a ceiling as dark as pitch, as though a great fire had raged. Turning his head, he spotted Zhang Bing seated on a small stool, her arms resting on the edge of the bed, drooling slightly as she dozed off, her face etched with concern even in. "Where am I?" As he stirred, Zhang Bing immediately roused. "Wang Di, you've finally awakened," she exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and joy flooding her features, tears seeing her weary visage, a blend of tears and drool upon her cheeks, yet her face flushed with warmth and her eyes sparkling like stars. Wang Di felt his heart soften, melting his resolve. Wiping her eyes, Zhang Bing softly said, You're finally awake that I actually turned to fetch a bowl of soup. Please drink this. Wang Di reached out to take it, but his hand felt feeble, almost spilling the. Zhang Bing quickly steadied the bowl, feeding him sip by sip that as he drank. A glimmer of vitality returned to his eyes, and he gazed at Zhang Bing that in the flickering candlelight he noticed a faint aura surrounding her. Feeling a touch of shyness, Zhang Bing asked, Would you like another bowl? Wang Di, as if awakening from a dream, shook his head and inquired, Where did this fresh fish soup come from? Zhang Bing replied, My brother and El Xiang caught the fish by the sea. And where are they now? He asked. They've gone fishing again. Zhang Bing answered. Where am I? Wang Di continued. In the basement of the seaside villa, she replied. Not at the resort. We feared that the monster might return. The day after you fell unconscious, my brother and El Xiang carried you here, Zhang Bing explained. Wang Di sighed. That wasn't a monster, she struggled to sit up, but as soon as he lifted his head, dizziness overwhelmed him, and he fell back onto the pillow, drifting into unconsciousness once more. In his dreams, he endured a series of nightmares, suddenly finding himself back in the orphanage, surrounded by towering walls beneath a vast blue sky. As the walls loomed higher, he felt trapped within their confines. Abruptly, the walls collapsed, leaving him surrounded by chasms with nowhere to escape. Cold sweat broke out on his skin, his legs trembled, and he awoke in fright, feeling a cool cloth on his forehead. Zhang Bing was gently placed. Wang Di grasped her hand, feeling its icy touch, and a wave of tenderness washed over him as he pressed her hand to his lips. Upon contact with his warm, dry mouth, Zhang Bing's arm trembled, as if an electric current coursed through her legs nearly giving way beneath her. Wang Di softly inquired, Your brother and El Xiang haven't returned yet, have they? Chapter 86. Neither human nor zombie. Zhang Bing nodded gently. They should be returning soon. Wang Di replied with a soft his gaze fixed on the dark ceiling, memories of Xia Iran's terrifying visage. Zhang Bing hesitantly withdrew her hand and inquired, Brother Wang Di, are you worried about my brother and El Xiang encountering that creature? Wang Di snapped back to reality, his voice deep and somber. That is not a creature. She is Xia Iran. Upon hearing the name Xia Iran, Zhang Bing felt as if a thunderclap reverberated beside her ears. She really isn't dead? Wang Di shook his head. I don't know. She possesses immense strength, as formidable as a zombie. Yet her eyes, those large, dark eyes, are indistinguishable from those of a human, albeit cold and hollow. Zhang Bing stared, dumbstruck, and after a moment asked, Then what exactly is she? Xiao Ran perched upon the icy water pipes. Recalling the image of Zhang Yong approaching her with a rope, a chill running through her heart. How could a companion, with whom she had endured so much hardship over the past months, resolve to bind her and hang her from a wooden frame as bait for the zombies? Did he not realize how cruel that would be? If a zombie were to tear just a bit of my skin, would I not transform into a cold, lifeless husk? The more she pondered, the more fear gripped. She feigned a need to relieve herself and slipped into the depths of the forest, only to recall Wang Di's frigid gaze when Zhang Yong had approached her, that a shiver ran down her spine. All of this was his idea. If it were not for Wang Di, Zhang Yong would never have treated her in such a manner. Indeed, Wang Di is terrifying. He is the true villain. Perhaps while he was clearing the spiders for me, he had already conceived this malicious plan that I must return and inform Zhang Yong, Zhang Bing, and El Xiang to distance themselves from him. But Zhang Yong is ungrateful, willingly following Wang Di's commands. Is it worth it to return and save someone who seeks to harm me? Xiao Yiran's thoughts were tumultuous, her mind a whirlwind, when suddenly a legless zombie crawled out from the underbrush. She was oblivious until a sharp grip tightened around her arm. With a sickening crack, she felt a piercing pain in her fingers, nearly having them bitten off. Ah! Xia Yiran screamed. Gazing at the bite marks on her fingers, despair washed over her. The legless zombie crawled closer, grasping at the weeds, attempting to ascend the embankment, but the height was more than its half-human stature could surmount. After several futile attempts, the zombie tumbled back down, its lifeless eyes scanning the surroundings before dragging itself toward the left. There a small slope beckoned, and this remnants of a former life, albeit meager in intelligence, seemed to understand that a detour was necessary to capture its prey. Xiao Yiran watched, imagining herself transformed into a creature like this legless zombie, living as a beast among humans, a chill coursing through her, causing her to shudder. As the saying goes, the compassionate Xiao Yiran could not bear to witness her former companions suffer the same fate as herself. In that moment, she leaped down the embankment, sprinting toward the pump house without hesitation, and upon entering, urged Zhang Bing to ensure they flee from Wang Di. Having resolved her final concerns, she disregarded Zhang Bing's pleas to stay and ventured deeper into the forest, seeking a quiet place to await her end. She climbed a steep hill, standing before a precipice, contemplating. Yet, deep within her bones, an icy chill persisted. She knew the time had come. Closing her exquisite eyes, she thought, "Farewell, sister. I go to reunite with our parents in the afterlife." The howling wind roared past her ears, and she felt a jolt, yet no pain came. She instantly lost consciousness. When Xiao Yiran awoke, her mind was shrouded in dark. She could not recall who she was or why she was there, but soon discovered that even in the dim light, she could perceive her surroundings clearly. Just as she could not remember her identity, she felt no particular significance in her extraordinary night vision. She was like an innocent infant, finding it entirely natural to see everything around her in the dark. She allowed the darkness to envelop her, her chest rising and falling uncontrollably, her breath quickening, her blood coursing through her veins with astonishment. She took off running, heedless of the path like a wild beast, bounding over ditches and ravines at last. As dawn broke in the eastern sky, she arrived by a stream, watching the fish swim. She observed the fish, examining it closely, and suddenly, she bit down, devouring it with a satisfying crunch. After consuming 2 large fish, she wandered aimlessly through the thickets until she paused, hearing indistinct voices in the distance that she could not comprehend. "Zombie brothers, it's time to eat." Xiao Yiran, though she was no longer the Xiao Yiran of old, let us continue to call her that, sprang up and dashed toward the source of the voice, her astonishing speed allowing her to arrive at the woods near the cave before the other zombies. Suddenly, as she beheld the severed deer body hanging from a wooden frame, her instincts kicked in, and she instinctively took 3 steps back, a primal fear gripping her, though she could not articulate why. In an instant she turned and fled. Chapter 87. Imitation Xiao Yiran instinctively felt a surge of terror and turned to flee. Fortunately, she did so. Had she ventured out of the forest, she would have been met with a high-precision sniper rifle in the hands of the Emperor Wang. She ran wildly, oblivious to her surroundings, and after sprinting for a couple of miles, she suddenly spotted 3 figures at the foot of the mountain and stealthily followed them. Yet, she was unsure of her motivations. Perhaps deep within her, she felt a strange connection to these three individuals. They were the Zhang siblings, Zhang Yong and Zhang Bing. As Zhang Bing walked, she repeatedly sensed a pair of eyes watching her from behind. However, despite turning around several times, she found nothing amiss. Xiao Yiran trailed the trio to the cliff summit, concealing herself in the grass for half the night before finally grasping a dry vine and climbing to the lighthouse. As she squeezed through a small window on the second-level platform, she found Lu Xiang in a state of utter exhaustion. Fast asleep, in the dim light, Xiao Yiran stared blankly at the three humans. Lu Xiang sat in a chair, leaning back with his head drooping over the backrest, his sleeping posture exposing his neck fully. As Xiao Yiran approached him, an unusual impulse surged within her, an overwhelming desire to bite him. Yet a vague sense of wrongness settled in her heart, though she could not articulate why. Just as she grappled with whether to act on her impulse, something shiny on Lu Xiang's nose caught. She removed his glasses, inspecting them with the curiosity of a child. That moment, Lu Xiang mumbled in his sleep, "Want another drink?" Startled, Xiao Yiran leapt back. Although his words, perhaps it was the instinct etched in her genes, but deep within, she yearned to be close to these three individuals. Yet upon hearing Lu Xiang's voice, fear gripped her once more, and she fled the lighthouse in a day. Under the hazy moonlight, the mountains loomed like monstrous beasts lurking in the dark. Xiao Yiran wandered aimlessly until a figure approached her, its form shrouded in the moon's ghostly glow. Despite the distance, she could discern the countenance of this person. It was a decaying corpse, its facial muscles rotting away, exposing the cheekbones with hollow, indifferent eyes that evoked a chill far more profound than mere grotesqueness. Xiao Yiran stepped closer. Only when she was near did the corpse notice her, letting out a chilling low growl as it circled her once before moving away with a vacant expression. Stunned, Xiao Yiran watched it retreat, suddenly feeling an inexplicable closeness to the corpse. At least it did not unsettle her. She mechanically moved forward, only to be interrupted by a series of crunching sounds. Following the noise, she entered a patch of tall grass, discovering several corpses gnawing on a dead deer. The deer's neck had been bitten through, its body shattered, and its head rolled to the side. Xiao Yiran approached to pick it up, but a jolt of electricity coursed through her upon contact, as fragmented memories flashed in her mind. A bloody deer hanging from a wooden frame. With a thud, she dropped the deer's head back to the ground. Standing there in a daze, she struggled to recall more images. Once again, she picked up the head and walked away aimlessly, the 6 or 7 corpses feasting on the... She continued walking, almost as if compelled by some unseen force, until she arrived at the back wall of the shooting club. In the stillness, an unexpected crack echoed, followed by a flash of lightning that split the night sky, and then torrential rain began to pour. Xiao Yiran shivered. Not from the thunder or lightning, but because amidst the storm, she seemed to hear a cry. It's thundering. She glanced toward the wall, the sound seemingly emanating from a window. The window was tightly shut, inaudible to the average person. However, Xiao Yiran possessed extraordinary hearing. Grasping the deer's head, she effortlessly scaled the wall, swiftly making her way to the window below, where she overheard voices inside. Though her blank mind could not fully comprehend their conversation, she listened intently, subconsciously yearning to hear human voices. "Are you very scared? Ah, are you afraid of thunder?" "I'm not afraid, it's just what? Just that it's rather chilly." Xiao Yiran remained motionless, listening intently. Despite her heart feeling hollow, she could sense the woman's fear and the man's cunning. The dialogue continued. "No, I'm reminded of Xiao Yiran." The name Xiao Yiran pierced her ears like thunder. She felt as though those 3 syllables held a profound connection to her. Yet the nature of that connection eluded her grasp. As the downpour intensified and the wind howled, shaking the trees violently, Xiao Ran's thoughts became a chaotic whirlpool. Just then, a sharp scream pierced the air. "There's someone outside the window!" In her dazed state, the shrill, trembling voice startled her, causing her to lose her balance. Picking herself up, she realized she felt no pain from the fall, still clutching the deer's head. She ascended the stairs, spotting a length of rope on the floor, which she picked up to bind the deer's head, hanging it on the doorframe. Uncertain of her motivations, perhaps recalling the dead deer hanging from the wooden frame, she acted on an instinctive urge to imitate that on a small island in the Pacific, during World War II, the indigenous inhabitants observed the American soldiers training and receiving supplies via airplanes. They naively assumed that by mimicking the soldiers, they could communicate with the divine and receive provisions. Thus they began to enact their own drills. Xiao Ran's action of hanging the deer's head was likely a similar instinct. As the deer's head swayed in the wind, its antlers clattering against the door, Zhang Bing mistook the sound for a ghost knocking and was terrified. After hanging the deer's head, Xiao Ran descended and climbed over the wall. Perhaps out of excitement or some unknown impulse, she began to howl. Yet amidst the torrential rain, her cries echoed like the wails of a ghost. Chapter 88. Revenge. Xiao Ran scaled the wall and did not venture far. At dawn, she spotted Wang Di and Zhang Yong along with two others heading towards the resort, and she stealthily followed them. She trailed behind, observing how they dispatched zombies and witnessed Zhang Bing changing clothes in a clothing store. After the four departed, she emulated Zhang Bing and donned a sky-blue tracksuit. Subsequently, she followed El Xiong to an internet CAF, where, as a zombie lunged at El Xiong, she seized the fire axe that El Xiong had dropped and swiftly severed the zombie's head, thus saving his life. Yet Xiao Ran dashed out of the internet CAF, and after El Xiong returned to the Shirching Inn, she retraced her steps to leave El Xiong's glasses at the entrance of the CAF before hurrying back to the seafood restaurant. Directly across from the seafood restaurant stood the Shirching Inn, and the proximity was due to Xiao Ran's lingering desire to be close to Wang Di and his companions. However, her close presence was unexpected for Wang Di. Before long, Xiao Ran observed Wang Di and his companions exiting towards the internet CAF. She then entered the Shirching Inn, retrieved a hairpin that Zhang Bing had left on the pillow, and descended the stairs to wander the desolate streets. Passing a clothing store, she heard a faint groan and turned to see a female zombie inside, trapped by the closed glass door. Xiao Ran pushed the door open, placing the hairpin upon the zombie's head. Retaining a vestige of her girlhood, she adorned the corpse, draping it in a flowing white gown. Much like a girl playing with a Barbie doll, it was not until the deep of night that she returned, catching sight of Wang Di slipping into the seafood restaurant. Her mind was a tumultuous haze, akin to the primordial void before creation, as she pondered why Wang Di had entered the restaurant, lingering for most of the night without returning. At that moment, she heard footsteps behind her. The female zombie had wandered here as well. As the creature advanced, Wang Di's attention was drawn to it, and Xiao Ran, unnoticed, slipped into the restaurant. Ascending to the second floor, she burst through a private room door, devoid of murderous intent, but Wang Di's gunshot ignited the dark, bloodthirsty instincts lurking in her subconscious. She was struck in the chest, and Zhang Yong soon arrived. Xiao Ran had been hit twice. Typically, a human could not survive such wounds, yet her body, altered by the virus, possessed an uncanny resilience. Nonetheless, she could not endure the pain. She jumped through a window, fled the resort, and took refuge in a nearby thicket, trembling in the darkness, gritting her teeth, until she suddenly lost consciousness. After an indeterminate period, Xiao ran away. This boundless enmity awakened memories, albeit fragmented and incoherent, leading her to a singular realization. Humanity was far more brutal than zombies. Using the still fresh blood from her wound, She inscribed these words upon a tree trunk, shuddering as she discovered that, despite losing her ability to speak, she retained the power to write. It was not until 2 days later that her wounds fully healed. That night, under the cloak of darkness, she stealthily infiltrated the resort once more, her eyes no longer vacant but filled with vengeance and malice. The resort remained desolate as ever, with the night breeze rustling through the trees. Xiao Ran frantically searched every corner, ultimately confirming that the resort was deserted, that I in the basement of the seaside villa. Thanks to his youthful vigor and the high-protein content of the ocean fish, he felt his strength returning somewhat. Grabbing his handgun from the pillow, he tucked it into his waistband and proposed gently, "Shall we take a stroll?" This was the first time he had spoken to Zhang Bing in such a conciliatory tone. Zhang Bing hesitated. "Is your body able to handle it?" Wang Di replied, "I'm almost becoming an old sore from lying down." A smile danced on Zhang Bing's lips, revealing a charming grin as she supportively helped him up. Together, they ascended the steps and exited the basement. Standing in the corridor at the villa's entrance, gazing out at the azure sea and clear skies, Wang Di inhaled deeply, feeling rejuvenated. Zhang Bing helped him sit on the steps, resting her head gently on his sturdy shoulder, her voice a soft murmur. "It's so beautiful." Wang Di lightly patted the back of Zhang Bing's hand, and in that moment, he experienced a profound sense of peace and joy for the first time in his life, wishing for that moment to. After an unknown duration, as the sun began to set, Wang Di noticed the shadows of the coconut trees stretching longer and suddenly realized, "Where are your brother and El Xiang? Why haven't they returned?" Zhang Bing, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anxiety. Indeed, why haven't they come back yet? Wang Di stood. "Let us check the beach." Zhang Bing protested. "But you?" Wang Di shrugged off her concerns. "It's nothing." With her heart heavy with worry, they followed a narrow path towards the shore. Upon passing through a grove of coconut trees, they found a vast expanse of sand, where, in the distance, Zhang Yong and El Xiang stood atop a rocky outcrop in the sea. Zhang Bing sighed in relief. "What are they doing up there? Are they fishing? Wait, where did they get that little boat? Is it the lifeboat we used?" "Wang Di, let us hurry over," Zhang Bing exclaimed, bouncing with a. They spotted the boat bobbing in the waves, approximately 100 meters from the rock where Zhang Yong and El Xiang stood. Suddenly, an uneasy feeling washed over Wang Di. The rock they were perched upon was 4 to 5 meters high. "What are they doing up there?" "Fishing." He rushed forward, gripping Zhang Bing's arm, and whispered urgently, "Get down." Zhang Bing was startled. "What's wrong?" Wang Di replied, "I suspect Xiao Ran is nearby." Zhang Bing trembled, her voice. If Xiao Ran were close, wouldn't she have attacked them? The two crouched on the sand as Wang Di scanned the surroundings. "I fear they are merely bait." "Bait?" Zhang Bing echoed, bewildered. "Yeah." Chapter 89. Forced the sudden appearance of Xiao Ran left Zhang Bing in a state of utter shock, completely at a loss. "Run!" Wang Di sprang up, his legs seemingly equipped. Zhang Bing shouted, "We need to go back." To which Wang Di responded, "No, we can only escape by boat." In an instant, Zhang Bing comprehended the gravity of the situation. And no matter how fast she and Wang Di ran, the only glimmer of hope for survival lay in the small boat. With this realization, her admiration for Wang Di's decisive and astute judgment grew immensely to that. Earlier that day, they had set out to fish, but as noon approached and they were preparing to return, Xiao Ran had suddenly emerged from the coconut grove, pouncing towards them with ferocity. 3 days prior, during the late hours of the night, Zhang Yong had witnessed Xiao Ran's extraordinary strength and her inexplicable ability to withstand gunfire. The sight of her in a sky-blue tracksuit sent him and El Xiang fleeing into the nearby coconut trees, abandoning their... However, Xiao Ran moved with such swiftness that she overtook them effortlessly, a specter darting between the trees, appearing one moment in the west, and in the next, vanishing to the east. The two men found themselves unable to reach the safety of the trees, instead being driven back to the shoreline. They fired their weapons in desperation, but Xiao Ran had already evaded their shots, moving from her original position with uncanny agility. Zhang Yong and El Xiang were filled with a mix of astonishment and fear, their aim faltering. Yet Xiao Ran did not press too closely. After driving them to the rocks, she retreated back into the grove. Nonetheless, each time Zhang Yong and El Xiang leapt from the rocks, Xiao Ran's haunting presence reappeared at the edge of the coconut grove. Time and again, they were compelled to remain on the rocks, clinging to a shred of hope that they might devise a plan to... Little did they know that the zombie virus had undergone a remarkable fusion with Xiao Ran's blood, allowing her not only to retain her human consciousness, but also to possess extraordinary speed and remarkable night vision. Thus, their last flicker of hope would inevitably transform into despair. Wang Di correctly surmised that Xiao Ran had yet to attack Zhang Yong and El Xiang because she intended to use them as bait, mirroring his tactic with the dead deer. Fueled by hatred, she sought to ensnare all four of them, intent on their annihilation. That as Wang Di ran, he turned back to fire at Xiao Ran repeatedly, but her spectral agility resembled a bolt of blue lightning. Not exaggerated, and Xiao Ran pursued him relentlessly, determined to ensure Wang Di could not escape. With a sudden burst of speed, she seized him by the back of his shirt, lifting him as if he were weightless, before slamming him onto the sand with a resounding thud, the impact jarring his very insides. Xiao Ran gazed coldly at Wang Di, her resentment towards him far surpassing that directed at anyone else. She approached him step by step, her gleaming white teeth reflecting the dying rays of the sun, glinting with a chilling light. She would not kill him swiftly. Instead, she intended to gnaw away at his flesh, reducing him to a bloody skeleton. Despite the soft sand cushioning his fall from a height of 7 or 8 meters, Wang Di felt a wave of pain that nearly rendered him unconscious. He turned his gaze towards the handgun that had fallen a short distance away, struggling to crawl towards it. Roar! Xiao Ran bent low, her howl imbued with the anticipation of tormenting her foe, her legs coiling, ready to pounce. Just then, a figure appeared before Wang Di. Xiao Ran! It was Zhang Bing, bravely placing herself between Wang Di and the impending danger, willing to sacrifice everything for him, even her own life. Xiao Ran! Are you still even human? Zhang Bing screamed hoarsely. What difference is there between you and a wild beast now? The very mention of her name sent Xiao Ran's mind spiraling into chaos. Xiao Ran, what was that? Why did hearing her own name render her immobile as if struck by lightning? Xiao Ran found herself unable to articulate a response. Her vocal cords, like those of an infant without guidance, were incapable of forming coherent speech. Yet, she was fortunate to retain her ability to write, a small consolation that affirmed her humanity and served as her last bastion of defense. Yet it was precisely this that made the utterance of Xiao Ran so profoundly unsettling. Seizing the moment of Xiao Ran's bewilderment, Wang Di lunged for the handgun and fired 3 shots in quick succession. Unfortunately, in his haste, he missed with the first shot, while the remaining 2 struck her shoulder and chest, failing to deliver a fatal blow to her head. Xiao Ran let out a feral cry, and Wang Di, pulling Zhang Bing with him, turned to flee at that moment. Zhang Yong and El Xiang reached the boat, firing to cover their escape. Although none of their bullets found their mark, Xiao Ran's evasive maneuver significantly slowed her pursuit. Wang Di and Zhang Bing dashed towards the small vessel, jumping in as Zhang Yong and El Xiang began to row. Wang Di glanced back, witnessing that they had barely covered 20 meters when Xiao Yiran reached the water's edge and plunged in after them. El Xiang, I'm sorry. Wang Di patted El Xiang on the back, his voice heavy with regret. El Xiang, puzzled, turned to him. Boss, what are you doing? Before he could finish, he was suddenly shoved aside, falling into the water with a splash, followed by the crack of a gunshot that struck his calf. Zhang Bing and her brother gasped in horror, exclaiming, You! Wang Di seized the oar, shouting, Row, row! Dazed, Zhang Bing stammered. Why would you do this? You pushed El Xiang off the boat and shot him. You re so cold-hearted. Wing Gisifes. The water is too shallow. It won't hold Xiao Yiran back, but if we don't sacrifice El Xiang, all four of us will die. Indeed, although the boat had drifted over 20 meters from the shore, the water barely reached their knees. Wang Di understood that this shallow depth would extend for quite some distance, and before they could reach deeper waters, they would surely be caught by Xiao Yiran. Suddenly, a long, anguished scream pierced the air. Zhang Bing turned to see Xiao Yiran had already pounced on El Xiang, tearing a bloody chunk of flesh from his cheek. Her face went pale as she quickly turned away, unable to bear the sight. El Xiang's death had bought Wang Di and the others a chance to escape. Once they had rowed approximately 300 meters from the shore, the water was deep enough to submerge an adult. Having evaded immediate danger, Wang Di turned back to glance at the dimming horizon, where he saw Xiao Yiran's silhouette emerging onto the shore, dragging El Xiang's leg behind her, leaving them uncertain of his fate. Chapter 90. The voice in the wind, only the tremor in Zhang Bing's voice could be heard as she implored. Brother, we can no longer remain on Shirching Island. Let us return to our hometown. She directed her words solely at Zhang Yong, avoiding a glance at Wang Di. Zhang Yong, however, retorted vehemently, No, I must kill her. Zhang Bing gasped in disbelief. Who do you intend to kill? Zhang Yong's eyes were ablaze with fury as he spat out 3 words through gritted teeth. How can we possibly kill Xiao Yiran? She is far too formidable. Listen to me. Take me away from this cursed Shirching Island. Yet, no matter how fervently she pleaded, Zhang Yong remained unnaturally calm, resolute in his quest for vengeance. With tears streaming down her face, Zhang Bing turned her frustration towards Wang Di, exclaiming, Have you lost your voice? Speak up. She thought to herself that whatever Wang Di said, her brother would surely heed. To her astonishment, Wang Di replied, I support returning to the island. Zhang Bing was momentarily stunned, regaining her composure after a pause. Good heavens, have you both gone mad? Wang Di shook his head. If we are to return, we must prepare food and fresh water. Zhang Bing acknowledged this, but the thought of Xiao Yiran's eyes, filled with hatred and malice, sent a shiver down her spine. Wang Di and Zhang Yong rowed the boat cautiously, avoiding a direct approach to the shore, instead navigating around the coastline until they reached the back of Shirching Island. There, they found a small river, though narrow. It was navigable at this juncture. The moon hung high in the sky, the hour well past midnight. Zhang Yong and Wang Di paddled against the current, making their way upstream. After several miles, they were met with a thunderous roar of water, and a mist enveloped them. Wang Di, having previously surveyed Shirching Island, noted, beyond that small hill ahead, there lies a great waterfall where the humidity is heavy. It would be prudent for us to land here. The trio disembarked, with Zhang Yong dragging the small boat ashore and concealing it amidst the underbrush. Wang Di understood that Zhang Yong's caution was well warranted. Not far from the water's edge, at the foot of a small hill, stood a dilapidated two-story building, its windows and doors shrouded in cobwebs and dust. Zhang Yong pried open the rusted iron lock, and the three entered, greeted by the musty scent of years of accumulated dust. Inside, they found a metal bed, a worn-out sofa, and a wooden staircase leading to the second floor. Wang Di brushed off the dust and suggested to Zhang Bing, "You should take the bed." Zhang Bing shot him a disdainful glance and chose instead to sit beside Zhang Yong on the sofa. Wang Di chuckled awkwardly. Ever since he had shared the first sip of fish soup with Zhang Bing in the basement of the seaside villa, he had felt a stir of genuine affection towards her. Sensing the awkwardness, Zhang Yong remarked, "I'll go upstairs to see if there are any more beds." He rose and ascended the staircase. "Darling, you know that without sacrificing Lu Xiang, we are all doomed," Wang Di suddenly stated after a moment of silence. Zhang Bing froze for a sigh from her parents. This was the first time a man had addressed her so affectionately. Her heart raced uncontrollably, but she quickly suppressed her feelings for Wang Di and lifted her gaze once more. Wang Di continued, "I know this is heartless, even despicable, but tell me, is there any other way?" Zhang Bing sighed softly, choosing not to respond. She understood that in the face of Wang Di removed his jacket and laid it on the bed, asking gently, "Would it be all right if you sleep here?" His tone was tender, and his careful inquiry once again ensnared Zhang Bing's heart. Though she remained silent, her heart succumbed once more to his charm, that I end this harsh and frigid world. Both Wang Di and Zhang Bing found themselves yearning for affection. Zhang Bing's emotions became tumultuous. Women are inherently sensitive to matters of the heart, and in a world where even 9 lives may not suffice to escape death, her anxiety reached its zenith. Ultimately, Zhang Bing surrendered, obediently lying down on the bed while Wang Di settled onto the sofa. The thunderous sound of water from the distant mountains echoed faintly into the abandoned building, rendering the quiet of the night even more profound. As dawn broke the next day, the trio set off towards the resort, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After circumventing a small hill, the desolate resort once again came into view. Zhang Bing suggested, "I believe we should wait until nightfall to enter the village." Wang Di shook his head. "I fear that night and day hold no distinction in Xiao Yuran's eyes. You should stay here. The two of us men can enter the village." Zhang Bing protested. "I refuse." Zhang Yong chuckled. "You should listen to Wang Di. Don't complicate matters." Zhang Bing watched anxiously as the two disappeared into the thicket, her heart heavy with trepidation amidst the surrounding silence, broken only by the distant cry. Wang Di and Zhang Yong entered the resort, navigating through 2 intersections until they arrived at a grandly adorned shop. The store was stocked with a variety of flavored imported compressed biscuits, providing a satisfying sense of fullness with just a few pieces, ideal for sea voyages. Wang Di procured 2 large travel backpacks, filling them with ample supplies of compressed biscuits, canned goods, and chewing gum. This gum, imported from abroad, was fortified with vitamins. As for fresh water, there was no need to carry any, for the lifeboat contained several large plastic barrels filled with water, which Zhang Yong and the others had brought aboard when they escaped the cruise ship. They could easily refill these barrels from the small river. Everything went smoothly until Wang Di grabbed a large tin of chocolate. Peering outside, he scanned the empty street, noting the absence of any passersby. In a hushed tone, he urged, "Let us go." Zhang Yong nodded in agreement, and the two exited the store, intending to sneak out of the resort. Upon reaching the end of the street, a gust of wind swept across the pavement, carrying with it a faint, pierced. Wang Di's heart raced, and he turned to Zhang Yong, asking, "Did you hear that?" Zhang Yong, puzzled, replied, "Hear what?" His tone was laden with confusion. Wang Di, Zhang Bing. Zhang Yong's expression shifted to one of alarm. "No way." Wang Di gestured decisively. "Let us go check it out." They turned towards the road leading to the village square, hurrying along with a crash when Wang Di beheld the enormous bronze statue of a sailboat in the center of the square, with two individuals dangling from it, one of whom was Zhang Bing. He dropped the tin of chocolate from his hands, its clang. Chapter 91. The terrifying calm, Zhang Bing. Zhang Yong exclaimed in horror, desperately attempting to rush forward. Wang Di swiftly restrained him, exclaiming, "It's a trap." He then pulled him into the two men lay side by side, hidden within, invisible from the outside. Wang Di pressed one hand firmly on Zhang Yong's shoulder and turned his gaze to the other person hanging there. "Lu Xiang. Is he?" Wang Di replied, "I cannot say." Below Lu Xiang stood a decaying corpse, its mouth dripping with dark, putrid blood, gazing upward at Zhang Bing and Lu Xiang, occasionally emitting a mournful groan. Zhang Bing was bound and suspended from the sail of a bronze sailboat statue, her body swaying from the struggle. In contrast, Lu Xiang hung upside down, motionless, leaving his state, dead or alive, uncertain. Both were suspended more than 4 meters above the ground. Zhang Yong, filled with anxiety, stammered, "Brother, what do we do? She is my only sister." Wang Di's eyes scanned the surrounding hotels, and he murmured, "Do not panic." Zhang Bing is not in immediate danger. Xiao Ran must be lurking nearby. We must exercise caution, or we risk falling into her hands and failing to rescue Zhang Bing. Zhang Yong nodded. "Yes, when you were unconscious, I and Lu Xiang carried you away and we left it behind." Wang Di urged, "Quickly fetch it." Driven by desperation to save his sister, Zhang Yong soon returned with a sniper rifle and several rounds of ammunition, asking, "What should we?" "The more urgent the situation, the more we must remain composed. Conceal yourself well. We will wait for Xiao Ran to emerge and then give her a fatal shot." As time passed slowly, the sun still hung in the sky, while observing his sister's stillness, resembling Lu Xiang's lifeless form, Zhang Yong's heart was consumed with dread, and his composure began to fray. In this cold, desolate world, she was his only family. Suddenly, Zhang Yong sprang to his feet, frantically sprinting towards the bronze statue to rescue Zhang Bing. "You come back!" Wang Di barked, but it was too late. He witnessed Xia Yiran emerge from the darkened entrance of a hotel across the square. Moving with the speed, Wang Di held his breath, aiming through the optical sight. Thump! The suppressed shot of the sniper rifle echoed low and deep. The bullet grazed Xia Yiran's scalp, missing by mere inches. Wang Di quickly reloaded, wiping his eyes. Xiao Yiran's speed was astonishing, rendering a hit nearly impossible, but he then aimed at the rope, suspending Zhang Bing, and fired. The bullet accurately severed the cord, causing Zhang Bing to plunge downward. With a thud, she landed atop the decaying corpse, pinning it down. Just then, Zhang Yong reached the base of the statue, urgently lifting Zhang Bing and fleeing with. However, Xiao Yiran's speed was formidable. Even unencumbered, escaping her grasp was a daunting task. Wang Di, alarmed, discarded his rifle and rose instinctively, drawing his handgun, firing repeatedly at Xiao Yiran. She faltered momentarily, a bullet striking her, granting Zhang Yong a fleeting second. Yet a mere second was hardly sufficient. Xiao Yiran swiftly recovered, leaping forward like a tiger, extending her hands to seize Zhang Yong's leg. Zhang Yong stumbled to the ground, and Zhang Bing rolled away. Wang Di hesitated for a moment, wanting to rush into aid, but he understood that it would be too late. If he attempted to carry Zhang Bing to safety, he would merely repeat Zhang Yong's fate. Deep down, he was loath to lose Zhang Bing, yet in the face of such overwhelming power, emotions were one thing and survival another. Maintaining a chilling composure amid the crisis, Wang Di recognized the futility of sacrificing oneself. Suddenly, a low howl echoed from Lu Xiang, still hanging from the bronze statue, as he revived, his voice eerily similar to that of Xiao Ran. Lu Xiang twisted his body, biting through the rope that bound his ankle, leaping down to assault Zhang Yong, revealing gleaming white teeth that glinted menacingly. Wang Di was struck with terror as he witnessed Lu Xiang's hair fall away completely, a stark contrast to the cadaverous figure. It appeared the zombie virus had mutated within Xiao Ran, rendering those who perished beneath her fangs in a significantly altered state. Xiao Ran, intent on cruelly tormenting her foes, would never allow Lu Xiang to slay Zhang Yong. She seized Lu Xiang by the throat and lifted him effortlessly. The mutated Lu Xiang, driven by a savage thirst for blood, clawed desperately at Xia Iran. Yet, she hurled him to the ground with force, and before he could rise, with a violent twist, a sickening crack echoed as Lu Xiang's neck was broken, leaving him sprawled lifelessly on the ground. Having dispatched Lu Xiang, Xiao Ran turned to find Zhang Yong and Zhang Bing had vanished. Consumed by rage and despair, she unleashed all her fury upon Lu Xiang's remains. Pouncing, she tore and bit at him, catching hold of one arm, and with a primal roar, she yanked it off with a sickening sound. Wang Di hoisted Zhang Bing onto his shoulder, expending every ounce of strength to escape the resort, panting heavily, on the brink of collapse. Zhang Yong, witnessing this, took his sister, and the two continued onward, determined to reach the foot of the small hill without pause. After several exchanges, when Wang Di relieved Zhang Yong once more, a sudden shock struck him. He noticed a large patch of hair had fallen from Zhang Yong's scalp. You, Wang Di's voice trembled. You are about to mutate. Zhang Yong's body burned with heat, yet a chilling sensation coursed through his bones, as tears, red as blood. At that moment, a soft sound escaped Zhang Bing, and she stirred in Wang Di's arms, awakening just as the chaos unfolded. Chapter 92. A desperate escape. Wang Di released Zhang Bing, his expression heavy with sorrow as he murmured, Zhang Bing, let me say a few final words to your brother. One hand stealthily, Zhang Yong might lose his humanity at any moment. He needed to be prepared. Zhang Bing, still dazed from her recent awakening, gasped, My brother, what has happened to him? She lifted her gaze toward Zhang Yong. With a sudden pivot, Zhang Yong commanded, Go! He was unwilling to let Zhang Bing witness his current state, which might terrify her. Zhang Bing trembled as she asked, Brother, what is wrong? She reached out to turn. Zhang Yong's body shook violently as he repeated, Go! He had countless words of caution for Zhang Bing, yet his increasingly rigid throat could only emit a series of indistinct monosyllables. Realization dawned upon Zhang Bing, and with a heart-wrenching cry, tears streamed down her cheeks. Wang Di urged her, pushing her gently, Hurry, hurry. Suddenly, with a ferocious turn, Zhang Yong's face contorted with rage, his eyes a deep crimson. Wang Di raised his hand. A gunshot rang out, the bullet grazing past Zhang Yong's scalp. In her anguish, Zhang Bing had instinctively shoved Wang Di's arm away. In a flash, Zhang Yong lunged at Zhang Bing, seizing her clothing at the chest with a fierce grip. With a swift motion, he tore her garment apart, letting out a guttural howl as his mouth opened wide, ready to strike. Brother! Just as Zhang Yong was about to bite down, Zhang Bing screamed. That piercing scream seemed to rekindle the flickering ember of humanity within Zhang Yong that he thrust Zhang Bing into Wang Di's embrace, his blood-red gaze fixed upon the two, retreating step by step. Wang Di bent down, scooping Zhang Bing into his arms, and turned to flee, only to hear a distant, blood-curdling howl that a shiver ran through him. Xiao Yiran was in pursuit. Zhang Yong abruptly turned, desperately battling the beast within him as he charged towards the... In his mind, the last vestiges of his humanity flickered like a dim candle in the thick of darkness that he had to buy Zhang Bing time to escape before that candle extinguished. Wang Di exerted every ounce of strength, carrying Zhang Bing through the woods, his face scratched by branches, yet he felt nothing. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, and he stumbled down a slope, tumbling into a ravine. The jolt roused Zhang Bing once more. Wang Di cradled her in his arms, fastening her torn clothing over her chest. Overwhelmed by grief, Zhang Bing found herself unable to cry. Under the pale moonlight, with shadows dancing among the trees, Zhang Bing responded with a soft, calling him Di Ge. Their terms of endearment grew ever more intimate, their hearts drawing closer. Wang Di reassured her, "Your brother is gone, but you still have me." Zhang Bing nodded in agreement. Just then, a cacophony of rustling sounds erupted, and a shadow darted from the trees at the ravine's edge. Wang Di squinted, his heart sinking as he beheld Xiao Yiran, bloodied and holding Zhang Yong's severed head. Upon seeing Wang Di and Zhang Bing, her expression twisted into a bizarre grin that sent chills down Zhang Bing's spine. Wang Di leapt to his feet, shouting, "Run!" He fired 3 shots at Xiao Yiran. Zhang Bing cried out, "If we're to die, let us die together." Wang Di bellowed in desperation, "Bing or run, live on!" He pushed her firmly from behind, as she fled. Zhang Bing shouted, "Di Ge, I'll wait for you where I was last night." Xiao Yiran, moving like a specter, deftly evaded 2 bullets. Nevertheless, she continued her relentless advance. Seeing Zhang Bing escape into the distance, Wang Di fired 2 more shots to keep Xiao Yiran at bay, then darted into the trees, hoping to divert her attention and allow Zhang Bing to flee. Xiao Yiran, closing in swiftly, hesitated for a moment before resuming her pursuit of Zhang Bing. Wang Di turned back, his heart racing with dread. This monster has anticipated my thoughts. If she chases after Zhang Bing... Xiao Yiran abruptly halted and turned back towards him. Wang Di fled with all his might. Fortunate that the dense trees slowed Xiao Yiran's pursuit, though she showed no signs of fatigue, and it was merely a matter of time before she caught up. Wang Di understood this well, and frantically considered his escape, making his way toward a nearby peak. Xiao Yiran drew closer, yet she was wary of the gun in Wang Di's hand, reluctant to close in too closely. Wang Di turned and fired 2 shots. When he pulled the trigger again, he heard a faint click. The firing pin had struck empty, that he hastily swapped in his last magazine. While climbing, he occasionally glanced back and fired another shot. Eventually, he reached the highest point, gazing out at the vast expanse before him. A mighty river churned below, cascading down the cliff in a breathtaking waterfall. The sheer force of the waterfall was awe-inspiring. Wang Di's plan was clear. There was no escaping Xiao Yiran on the forest floor. He would have to leap from the waterfall's edge to find a glimmer of hope for escape. As for what awaited him below, whether life or death, he could no longer afford to dwell on such thoughts. Looking back, he saw Xiao Yiran had closed the distance to less than 10 meters. Wang Di stood at the waterfall's edge, coldly assessing Xiao Yiran, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Monster, if I were you, I would have long since thrown myself to my demise. You claim to live like a soulless creature. What joy is there in that?" The moonlight cast a chilling glow upon Xia Iran's icy visage, her features glistening as if coated in frost. Her lips moved, attempting to utter something, but all that emerged was a meaningless low growl. Wang Di regarded her with a mocking gaze. You can't even form words, merely howling like a beast. What difference is there between you and a creature that devours humans? A monster neither human nor ghost. His words struck deep, igniting a growing fury in Xia Iran's eyes that in an instant, she lunged forward. Wang Di, though his heart raced, could not afford to relax for even a moment. As soon as he saw her leg move, he leaped back, jumping off the precipice. Even so, in that fleeting moment of descent, Xiao Iran's sharp claws grazed perilously close to his nose. The distance between them was merely 7 or 8 meters, yet she closed the gap with alarming speed. The two plummeted swiftly, splashing into the depths of the waterfall's pool. Wang Di opened his eyes, water filling his ears and nose. He kicked fiercely, pushing upwards, but as he broke the surface, the tumultuous waters dragged him back down into the abyss. Chapter 93 Departure from Shiqing Island. Wang Di was taken aback. He forcefully paddled through the water's surface, gasping for air, but a torrent of water cascaded down from above, drowning out all sound with a deafening roar. Though his mouth and nose broke the surface, he found himself unable to breathe and was pulled under once more. It turned out that the waterfall rushed down with such ferocity that it created a powerful suction at the point of impact. Despite multiple attempts to escape this grasp, a chill grip, his mind was a chaotic whirl. Utterly incapable of coherent thought, a surge of pent-up frustration bubbled in his chest, threatening to explode. Each time he summoned, in a sudden moment of clarity, Wang Di decided to relinquish his struggles, allowing his body to roll with the current. Remarkably, this yielded the result he sought, propelling him out of the water's grasp. Miraculously unscathed, he crawled onto the shore, euphoric as he gulped in the fresh air. His gaze fell upon the tumultuous waters where Xia Iran was still floundering in vain, and he thought, it would be best if that demoness drowned. Little did he know that mere minutes after this thought crossed his mind, Wang Di was taken aback, hastily hiding behind a large rock that he observed as Xiao Iran stood motionless at the water's edge, the moonlight illuminating her pale visage, strikingly beautiful yet chilling. Despite her prolonged struggle, she showed no signs of fatigue. Wang Di gazed at her profile, and in a moment of dazed reverie, he perceived her beauty as unparalleled. However, a sudden low growl jolted him back to reality. She is a cold-blooded monster, unflinching in her capacity to kill. He checked his pockets and felt the reassuring hardness of his handgun. Before the leap from the cliff, he had stashed it away and zipped his pants. Now, with Xiao Iran standing still, it was the perfect opportunity to eliminate her. He retrieved the gun, realizing that after shooting at her during their ascent, only one bullet remained in the magazine, a deliberate choice he had made for himself. He aimed the dark muzzle at Xiao Iran's temple, the distance between them a mere 10 meters, leaving no room for error. Taking a deep breath, he gently squeezed the trigger, but a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to release his finger. He pondered, this demoness has been shot multiple times, yet remains alive. If her abilities could be transferred to me, would I not attain immortality? The more he contemplated, the more fervently he desired this. Since the advent of humanity, which ruler has not aspired to eternal life? If he were to possess such immortality, he would no longer live in fear and could act without restraint. Realizing this wish was not entirely out of reach, he recalled Gao Shan's mention of her previous work in human genetics. Perhaps she could facilitate the transfer of Xia Yiran's immortal capabilities to him. Wang Di mused. Killing Xia Ran holds little practical significance. It may be wiser to leave her on this island, for she may prove useful one day. Observing that Xia Ran remained in her trance-like state, he gradually retreated, taking several steps back before turning to enter the woods by the edge of the deep pool. He first returned to the grove where Zhang Yong had transformed, locating the backpack he had discarded during his escape. Upon reaching the two-story building at the foot of the hill, the eastern sky began to lighten with dawn. He knocked on the door, and upon Zhang Bing seeing him through the window, she hurriedly opened it, throwing herself into his arms, her excitement choking her voice. After a moment, she managed to say, "Di I thought you wouldn't come back." Wang Di patted her back reassuringly. "With you here, how could I possibly die? Quickly prepare. We must leave at once." He dragged the lifeboat into the water, filling 8 plastic barrels with river water. Each barrel held 50 kilograms, totaling 400 kilograms. Ample for... As he filled the barrels, Zhang Bing gathered dozens of coconuts from the palm grove, piling them in the boat's cabin. The two then set sail, drifting into the sea. Zhang Bing was pained by the thought of her brother forever remaining on Shirching Island, and tears streamed down her face. United in purpose, they rowed diligently, and 3 days later, at the break of dawn, Wang Di stood at the bow of the boat, gazing at the approaching coastline, reflecting, "Almost a year has passed, and Heaven grant that Gao Shan remains safe and sound." Though the coastline appeared near, it took until evening for Wang Di and Zhang Bing to reach it. During this time, they accounted for their ammunition. Wang Di had only 1 bullet left, while Zhang Bing had 29. Together, they had just enough to fill 2 magazines. Zhang Bing generously allocated 14 bullets to Wang Di. He chose a... Battling against it is futile. To return to Roland County. We must travel by land, that I wonder if we can make it back with just 30 bullets. Looking up, he spotted the rooftops of houses peeking over the embankment. He slung his backpack over his shoulders and, taking Zhang Bing's hand, they navigated their way across, stepping gingerly. Upon climbing the embankment, Wang Di saw a row of modest dwellings across the road. No more than 7 or 8. Zhang Bing glanced nervously around and asked, "Diga, could there be hordes of zombies nearby?" Wang Di replied quietly, "There are only those few houses. Even if there are any, they're one too many." Crossing the road, they approached a 2-story building on their left, noting the door ajar, revealing an eerie silence within. Wang Di whispered, "Binger, wait here while I investigate." Zhang Bing shivered, half playfully, half fearfully insisting, "No, I want to go in with you." With no choice, Wang Di allowed her to follow. They searched the house, top to bottom, and found not a single zombie, nor even a rat. That night, they slept in a bedroom on the 2nd floor. Zhang Bing stood by the window, gazing out, but saw no lights illuminating the darkness. Reflecting on how things had been before their departure, she felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. The following day, they set out for Roland County, eating their rations, as Zhang Bing observed the desolation around them. "I must stay close to him. Otherwise, if we were to become separated, we may never find each other again." Chapter 94. The small station. As Zhang Bing pondered, she instinctively moved closer to Wang Di and took his hand. At that moment, Wang Di was contemplating the economic prosperity of the coastal regions. which were the most densely populated areas, that he thought to himself that if he and Zhang Bing continued on their journey to Roland County, they would. How could they ensure their safe arrival? He gazed ahead and considered the desolation surrounding them. The road beneath their feet ultimately led to a city overrun by the undead, which would prove to be a dire predicament. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed a flicker of movement in the distance. A horde of zombies was approaching. Wang Di was aware that zombies had poor long-distance vision, so he pulled Zhang Bing down off the embankment and said, "We should go around." Zhang Bing, the two of them slipped into the woods beside the road and soon encountered a railway track stretching before them. Wang Di's face lit up with realization. Of course, why didn't I think of this? We can take the railway. Zhang Bing questioned. The railway? Wang Di affirmed. Yes, traveling by railway to Roland County is far safer than the road. Zhang Bing paused. Roland County? Wang Di, a man of deep calculation. She then inquired, "Where is Roland County? I thought you were taking me back to my home in Tianshui." Wang Di replied, "Tianshui is in Gansu, right? Well, I'll make a trip to Roland County first, then escort you back to Tianshui. But tell me, what do you intend to do when you return? Everything is different now." Zhang Bing considered. That's true. What would be the point of going back? Witnessing my child sigh. Wherever you go, I shall follow, as long as you are by my side. Even the ends of the earth will feel the same. As they conversed, they followed the railway into a mountainous area and continued walking until around 6 in the evening. Wang Di halted, observing for a while that he noticed 4 decaying corpses shuffling about the small platform. Yet there was no sign of the faster zombies that he said, "Let us take a look." The two approached, circling to the side of the waiting room. Peering through a broken window, they found the interior eerily empty, devoid of life. Wang Di instructed Zhang Bing to wait while he climbed through the window. He passed by the station's small shop and approached the ticket, not daring to be careless. Wang Di checked the restroom, and, convinced there were no fast zombies, he proceeded to the platform with his diving knife in hand. That as soon as the 4 decaying corpses spotted a living person, they emitted low growls and shuffled toward him. Wang Di swiftly struck, dispatching one with a single blow before moving to the second. Stabbing it in the eye socket, just before the others could converge, he eliminated them one by one, wiped the blood from his knife onto the corpse's clothing, and looked up. The two entered the waiting room. After a long day of walking, Zhang Bing was utterly exhausted and collapsed onto a long bench, her legs aching and sore, longing to rest completely. Wang Di shut the 2 large doors behind them and surveyed the cramped waiting room, which was merely over 1,000 square feet. The peeling paint on the doors and windows rendered it small and dilapidated. He set down his empty backpack. Having left Shirching Island, only 1 pack of compressed biscuits remained from his provisions. Thus, he ventured into the small shop, sifting through scattered instant noodles, bottled water, biscuits, razors, small pots, power banks, and an assortment of other items, searching for edible food. Fortune smiled upon him as he discovered powdered milk, dried fruits, and oatmeal, non-perishable goods that to his surprise. He also found a case of canned military luncheon meat, with a shelf life marked at 4 years. He left behind a bag of oatmeal and 2 cans of luncheon meat for dinner, stuffing the rest into his backpack, estimating it would last them 3 to 4 days without issue. Next, Wang Di cleaned a small pot with bottled water, lit a fire, and cooked a pot of oatmeal porridge, coaxing the reluctant Zhang Bing to eat her dinner. After their meal, Wang Di pried open the ticket office. The room was small, but it contained a sofa and a small bed for staff. As Zhang Bing lay on the bed, she heard Wang Di draw the curtains and then heard his footsteps approach the sofa. She remarked. Digu, this bed hasn't been slept in for a long time. Wang Di plopped down onto the sofa and replied, everyone has died. Who would come to sleep here? Zhang Bing, it won't be cold for long. Zhang Bing widened her eyes in the dark, thinking, Digu, why are you so oblivious? Can't you grasp the true meaning behind my words? I want you to hold me as I sleep. Little did she know, Wang Di had grown up in an environment of indifference. Utterly unaware of, he simply added, cover yourself with a blanket. Zhang Bing replied, I've covered myself, but it's still cold. Wang Di said, then there is nothing more I can do. Just endure it for one night. After a while, Wang Di mused, you say that when people die, so, since zombies have already died once, does that mean they can never die again? Zhang Bing replied, I don't know. Wang Di noted the coolness in her tone and felt a hint of curiosity, but did not dwell on it. He continued, I was wondering, if the zombie virus can grant immortality to the dead, could some technological means allow the living to achieve eternal life? Zhang Bing replied, I don't know. Wang Di inquired, what is wrong with you? Finally, he became aware of Zhang Bing's discontent. She said, nothing's wrong. Then, let us sleep quickly. We have to set out early tomorrow. Wang Di turned over on the sofa, contemplating. Xia Yiran's genes must be extraordinary. That is why, after being infected with the zombie virus, she did not completely mutate and retained a semblance of humanity. I need to find Gao Shan to see if she can detoxify Xia Yiran's blood and inject it into me. That way, I would possess Xia Yiran's abilities without becoming a monster like her. Sigh. I hope Gao Shan is still alive. Zhang Bing, hearing the sound of Wang Di turning, felt a surge of bitterness, suddenly thinking, why doesn't TD Ge have any feelings for me? Is it because I'm not pretty enough, or is it something else? Her face flushed with embarrassment. What am I even thinking? Wang Di awoke to find he had overslept, glancing at the clock. How did I sleep in? It is already 10 o'clock. Binger, wake up. He turned to look at the small bed, noticing Zhang Bing staring at him with wide-open eyes. Wang Di raised an eyebrow in surprise. You're awake already? Zhang Bing, if I delay, I might never find them. Zhang Bing asked. Who are you looking for? A man or a woman? Wang Di replied, a girl, not much older than you. Zhang Bing felt a pang of jealousy and said, what is her name? Is she prettier than me? Wang Di paused. What? Chapter 95. The coffin in the ancestral hall, Zhang Bing remarked. I am asking you, do you truly hold her in high regard? Wang Di. He discerned the palpable acidity in Zhang Bing's tone and chuckled. Are you feeling a twinge of jealousy? Zhang Bing retorted. Jealousy? What would I have to be jealous about? My brother has passed away, leaving me unprotected. You may as well leave me here to fend for myself. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Wang Di approached the small bed and sat down, gently stroking Zhang Bing's dark locks. You silly girl. How could I ever abandon you? Her name is Gao Shan, and my search for her is solely for a matter that requires her assistance that I fear that if I delay even a day longer, she may fall prey to the zombies. Zhang Bing's spirits lifted. Really? You're not deceiving me. You're only seeking her help, not because you have feelings for her. Wang Di let out a bitter laugh. Have you taken a moment to observe the state of the world? Do I have the luxury to pursue romantic interests? She is merely an old companion of mine. I will gradually share our story with you. Elated, Zhang Bing sprang up and planted a quick kiss on Wang Di's cheek. I will rise immediately. Yet, there is also... What else is there? Wing interjected. There is the necessity to preserve our humanity, to understand love, and to care for others. Otherwise, how are we any different from the undead? Wang Di, in this world, is there still talk of love? The mere ability to see tomorrow's sun is uncertain, and discussing love seems rather extravagant. He averted his gaze from Zhang Bing and noticed a railway map on the wall. Approaching it, he discovered that Roland County was still over 200 kilometers away, with the external railway running parallel to the Yangtze River, forming part of the Huning Railway. After Zhang Bing rose from the bed, she refrained from inquiring about the girl named Gao Shan. The two shared some provisions before continuing along the railway, now deep into autumn, with the mountains and forests turning a desolate yellow. By afternoon, they caught sight of a city in the distance, with buildings looming on either side of the railway, lifeless and devoid of vitality. Wang Di contemplated. While the city appeared modest in scale, traversing it was not feasible. He turned to Zhang Bing and proposed, "Let us circumvent it. What is the name of the city ahead?" Zhang Bing asked. Recalling the map, Wang Di replied, "Jianghai City." Zhang Bing complied with Wang Di's lead, disembarking from the railway as they navigated around the city, eventually returning to the tracks after a day's journey. However, distancing themselves from the city did not guarantee an absence of the living dead. In fact, they had encountered several along the way. If only a handful of decayed corpses appeared, Wang Di would handle them. However, if they faced a horde of fast zombies or more than 10 rotting bodies, they would take a detour. The detour for fast zombies was extensive, while for decayed corpses, it was less so. In any case, it was prudent not to stir these creatures. Not long after resuming their trek along the railway, the twilight deepened, and the cawing of returning crows echoed in the dimming light. Zhang Bing, anxious about finding a place to spend the night, suddenly spotted a peculiar large house beneath two ancient locust trees adjacent to the railway. The house faced south. Zhang Bing exhaled in relief. At last, a place to spend the night. But what is this house for? It resembles the abode of a former landowner. Unaware of its true purpose, Zhang Bing remained oblivious, while Wang Di recognized it as an ancestral hall, typically constructed through family contributions for ancestral worship and as a venue for conducting funerals. Concerned that Zhang Bing might be frightened, he reassured her, "Regardless, it's a shelter for the night, and that's what matters." Noticing the door of the ancestral hall slightly ajar, he coughed to check for any movement within before gently pushing it open, the door creaking ominously as it swung wide. The sound resonated eerily, as if unveiling the entrance to a haunted dwelling. Zhang Bing shivered, tightly clutching Wang Di's arm, catching a whiff of the musty odor of accumulated dust. Reluctantly, with no other shelter in sight, she steeled herself and followed Wang Di inside. The hall was shrouded in an unsettling darkness. Wang Di produced a lighter, igniting it with a snap. After taking a few steps forward, he noticed a pair of toppled white candles before the ancestral tablets. Burnt down to a quarter of their length, he proceeded to light them. The candles, as thick as a child's arm, illuminated the room, bringing a sense of comfort to Zhang Bing, who observed the presence of tables and chairs, though no bed was in sight. She thought to herself that while the house seemed peculiar, it had clearly been inhabited before, alleviating her fear somewhat. Her gaze fell upon the left wall, where a large piece of red cloth concealed an elongated object. "Ah, so the bed is over there," she mused. Wang Di lit the candles, secured the door, and turned back just in time to see Zhang Bing tugging at the red cloth. "Don't uncover that," he called out, but it was too late. As the cloth fell away, Zhang Bing let out a piercing scream. Beneath it lay a coffin. Her scream barely subsided when a ghastly groan emanated from within the coffin, followed by a cacophony of thuds as the lid rattled violently. Zhang Bing's legs weakened, nearly causing her to faint from fright. Wang Di, equally startled, would have been lying to himself if he claimed to feel no fear that he rushed to support Zhang Bing, saying, "Do not be afraid. The dead cannot escape. The coffin lid is nailed shut." Zhang Bing trembled. "We must go. We must flee. There are ghosts in the coffin." Wang Di, momentarily taken aback, gradually regained his composure. "It's not a ghost. It's a human who is transformed into a zombie after death." Drawing his handgun, he gauged the position of the corpse's head within the coffin, ready to fire, when suddenly a series of tat-tat-tat sounds reverberated from a distance. Wang Di's alarm intensified. The sound unmistakably belonged to an assault rifle. He dashed to the altar, extinguishing the candles with 2 swift puffs, his mind racing as he swept the 2 candles off the offering table. In an instant, the ancestral hall was plunged into impenetrable darkness, and Wang Di grasped Zhang Bing's hand, guiding her to hide beneath the offering table. Just then, 2 more gunshots rang out, followed by, amidst the stillness, a cacophony of footsteps approached the hall's entrance. soon after which a group of individuals climbed through the window and flung the door open, their flashlights piercing the darkness as they poured inside. Wang Di peered out from beneath the red cloth draped around the offering table, counting at least 7 or 8 newcomers that he thought to himself, "Who are these people? Little did I expect to encounter such a crowd upon my return." Chapter 96. Bacteriophage Wang Di and Zhang Bing crouched beneath the offering table, peering out from under the low-hanging red curtain. Among the intruders, aside from one individual wearing leather shoes, the others were uniformly clad in high-top combat boots and black tactical uniforms. Although their upper attire remained obscured, it was reasonable to assume they donned similar uniforms. The group created a ruckus, inciting the corpse within the coffin to wail, incessantly. One voice remarked, "It's a zombie transformation," followed by the sound of gunfire as someone opened fire through the coffin board, dispatching the zombie. The wailing abruptly ceased, and the group settled onto their chairs, with another voice commenting, "Dr. Duanmu's research on the zombie virus is truly formidable. It can even infect the dead." A chill ran down Wang Di's spine as he thought, so the zombie virus was engineered by humans. This person named Duanmu, could he be a little devil? However, he quickly reconsidered, not necessarily. It seems there are also instances of the surname Duanmu in China. Then another voice interjected, "Bah, you don't know anything. There's no such thing as a zombie virus." The first speaker retorted, "No virus. Then how is it that everyone is turned into zombies?" The second replied, "I told you, you wouldn't comprehend. Believe it or not, there's absolutely no zombie virus. In fact, no virus exists at all." The first insisted, "No virus, so all the zombies worldwide are infected by you? Haha." The second scoffed, "Infected my foot, they already had it in their bodies. Not just them. Every one of us who survived has it too." The first inquired, "What exactly is it?" The second hesitated, At this, others chimed in, "Don't listen to Tian Chong's nonsense. He really knows nothing. He probably just overheard some rumors and is trying to act all knowledgeable." Amidst the jeering, a stern voice suddenly commanded, "Silence. How can this rabble belong to the Apocalypse Organization?" Upon hearing this, Wang Di mused, "So these individuals are part of the so-called Apocalypse Organization." Zhang Bing also pondered. From their tone, it seems this catastrophe was instigated by Dr. Duanmu of the Apocalypse Organization. Good heavens, how malevolent must this person be to act so frantically? We must not be discovered by them. The reprimand came from the man in leather shoes, whose voice, though aged, conveyed a sense of authority. One person remarked, "Mr. Pan, please don't be angry. These youngsters lack discipline." He paused, likely to offer Mr. Pan a cigarette, then cautiously added, "Mr. Pan, do you know what caused the transformation?" Mr. Pan snorted, "Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. This is all very advanced science," his tone dripping with arrogance. The other person chuckled softly, "Mr. Pan, considering we rescued you from Shanghai City, where a few lives were lost, why not enlighten us?" "Mr. Pan merely snorted again, remaining silent. Wang Di thought, Shanghai City. It's the very city we circumvented. It appears this group rescued Mr. Pan from there and fled here along the railway. Where are they headed? The individual continued, "Mr. Pan, everyone knows you were not only a leading biochemist domestically, but also internationally. Otherwise, Dr. Duanmu wouldn't have gone to such lengths to send us for your rescue." Mr. Pan snored once more, his voice brimming with pride as he replied, "Let me ask you first. Did Duanmu send anyone to rescue Dr. Gu Yushin? He is also a highly knowledgeable biochemist." The man responded, "Yes, another team was dispatched for him." After a brief pause, "Pan, you are a highly esteemed scientist. Please tell us what exactly triggered this disaster and whether there is a zombie virus." Mr. Pan snorted yet again before leisurely stating, "Very well, I shall explain. The so-called zombie virus has existed for ages." The man interjected, "It has existed for ages. How long?" Mr. Pan replied, "For 3.6 billion years. It is called bacteriophage. As the name suggests, it thrives by consuming bacteria. Strangely, bacteriophages emerged before the first bacteria on Earth. The man responded, that is indeed peculiar, Mr. Pan. You claim this bacteriophage survives by consuming bacteria, yet it appeared before bacteria even existed? Mr. Pan retorted, please refrain from interrupting. The man immediately acquiesced. Yes, I shall remain silent. Mr. Pan paused before continuing. Honestly, I cannot comprehend this either. Bacteriophages do not seem to be naturally occurring. They resemble some sort of advanced civilization's creation, nanobots. Just as Mr. Pan was about to elaborate, a voice that loved to interject was heard again, but the words were swallowed back down. The hall fell into an eerie silence, with everyone intently focused on Mr. Pan's discourse. Wang Di and Zhang Bing dared not breathe a word, acutely aware that the numbers were against them, and each adversary wielded a firearm that, if discovered, their fate would likely be grim. Mr. Pan continued, why do I say bacteriophages resemble nanobots? Because they exist in a liminal space between biological and non-biological entities. You cannot definitively say they are alive or not. Their form resembles a quadrilateral spider, with the head situated on the dorsal shell. Wang Di imagined the appearance of this bacteriophage as Mr. Pan elaborated. Moreover, the head of the bacteriophage is quite peculiar, taking the form of a bizarre 18-face polyhedron, containing the most primitive genetic material. Below the head, like the body of a spider, lies a structure of perfect geometric design. Surely, you all understand that nature would not produce something with the immaculate geometric precision of a manufactured machine. Hence my assertion that bacteriophages appear to be nanobots created by some advanced civilization. Wang Di contemplated, how do bacteriophages transform humans into zombies? As he pondered, others shared his curiosity, and the same interjecting voice queried, Mr. Pan, how does this bacteriophage turn a perfectly normal person into a zombie? Wang Di perked up, straining to listen, when suddenly someone exclaimed, hey, why do the candles on the ground look like they've been lit? This declaration struck like a bolt of lightning, sending cold sweat cascading down Wang Di's spine. Although the hall was spacious, with 7 or 8 individuals searching around, he and Zhang Bing would inevitably be exposed. This situation was dire indeed. Regret washed over him. Why didn't I hide the candles earlier? Just then, he felt Zhang Bing's cool hand reach out, now holding a handgun. Wang Di grasped both guns, his heart stabilizing slightly as he contemplated. Rather than wait for them to search us, it would be better to strike first.